Hey there, thanks for stopping by. If you're here, you probably already know, Red Dead Redemption 2 isn't just a game. It's a world full of people with real stories, real pain, real dreams. And tonight, we're going to explore all of it. For the next 8 hours, we're diving deep into the lives of the Van der Linde gang and everyone who crossed their path. The gunslingers, the dreamers, the survivors, the ones who made it out, and the ones who didn't. We'll talk about where they came from, what drove them, and how their stories all tangled together in those final days of the Old West. Now, you don't have to stay awake for all of this. Honestly, you're not supposed to. Just get comfortable, close your eyes if you want, and let these stories wash over you. Maybe you'll drift off after the first character, maybe the fifth, doesn't matter. The stories will keep going, just like the frontier always did. So, settle in. Let's head back to 1899 and meet the people who lived and died there. Arthur Morgan's story is one of the most compelling character arcs in video game history. A tale of loyalty, redemption, identity, and the death of the Old West. His journey through Red Dead Redemption 2 is both intimate and epic, personal and universal, showing a man grappling with his past actions, his present circumstances, and his uncertain future as the world he knows crumbles around him. Understanding Arthur means understanding the gang he's part of, the era he lives in, and the choices that define who he becomes in his final months. This is the complete story of Arthur Morgan, outlaw, killer, artist, and ultimately a man seeking redemption in a world that may not offer it. Arthur Morgan was born in 1863, making him 36 years old during the events of Red Dead Redemption 2 in 1899. His childhood was difficult and shaped by loss from an early age. Arthur's mother died when he was young, and his father, Lyle Morgan, was a petty criminal and con man who was arrested for larceny in 1874 and later executed. Arthur watched his father get arrested when he was just 11 years old, an event that left deep scars and taught him early lessons about law, criminality, and the consequences of getting caught. Left essentially orphaned and alone, Arthur survived on the streets through whatever means he could, stealing and conning to get by. He was a child forced to become hard and self-reliant far too young, and those formative experiences shaped the man he would become. When Arthur was in his early teens, probably around 1877 when he would have been 14 or 15, he met Dutch van der Linde and Hosea Matthews. These two men, partners in crime and idealists who believed their outlaw lifestyle could be about more than just survival, took Arthur in. They didn't just use him or exploit him as another criminal might have. They genuinely became father figures to him, teaching him to read and write, to think critically, to see himself as more than just a thief. For Arthur, who had lost his real father to the law and execution, Dutch and Hosea represented something he desperately needed: belonging, purpose, and family. Dutch in particular became the dominant influence, a charismatic leader who spoke of freedom, of living outside society's rules, of creating a better way for people rejected by civilization. Arthur absorbed these ideas and dedicated himself completely to Dutch and to the gang that grew around them. Arthur wasn't just a member of the Van der Linde gang, he was one of its foundational pillars. Along with John Marston, who joined several years after Arthur, he became Dutch's most trusted enforcer, the man who handled the dangerous jobs, the robberies, the collections, the violence that kept the gang fed and protected. Arthur was good at this work, not because he enjoyed killing or hurting people, but because he was pragmatic, skilled, and utterly loyal to Dutch and the gang's survival. He developed a reputation as one of the most dangerous men in the gang, someone who could be counted on to get things done no matter how difficult or bloody. But Arthur was never just a blunt instrument. He had intelligence and cunning that complemented his physical prowess, making him invaluable to Dutch's schemes. During the gang's earlier years, probably in the early 1880s, Arthur fell in love with a woman named Mary Gillis, who later became Mary Linton after marrying another man. Arthur and Mary's relationship was passionate but troubled from the start, complicated by the fact that Mary's family, particularly her father, despised Arthur and everything he represented. They saw him as beneath Mary, as a criminal who would drag her down, and they fought against the relationship constantly. Arthur loved Mary deeply, and seems to have wanted to build a legitimate life with her, but he was unwilling or unable to leave the gang and the only family he'd known. The relationship eventually ended, with Mary choosing security and respectability over the uncertain life Arthur offered. This loss stayed with Arthur for years, becoming one of his deepest regrets and a source of ongoing pain. Arthur also had a son, Isaac, with a woman named Eliza. The exact timeline is unclear, but this relationship probably occurred in the mid to late 1880s. Unlike with Mary, Arthur seems to have maintained some connection with Eliza and Isaac, visiting them when he could and providing money to support them. Arthur cared deeply for his son and apparently saw in that relationship the possibility of a different kind of life, one where he could be a father rather than just an outlaw. But Arthur's commitment to the gang and to Dutch's plans always pulled him away, preventing him from being the present father Isaac needed. The relationship ended in tragedy when Arthur arrived one day to find that Eliza and Isaac had been killed by robbers looking for money. Arthur blamed himself for their deaths, believing that if he'd been there or if he'd made different choices, he could have protected them. The loss of his son became Arthur's deepest wound, a failure that haunted him and shaped his interactions with other vulnerable people throughout the rest of his life. By 1899, when Red Dead Redemption 2 begins, Arthur has been with the gang for over 20 years. He's 36 years old, a senior member who's seen the gang through its best times and is now watching as things start to fall apart. The gang has grown larger over the years, adding members like John Marston and his family, Javier Escuela, Bill Williamson, Charles Smith, Sadie Adler, and many others. Each person joined for their own reasons, but they all found in Dutch's gang something they needed, whether that was protection, purpose, family, or just a place to belong in a world that didn't want them. Arthur knows all these people intimately, has worked with them, protected them, fought alongside them for years. They're not just colleagues or fellow criminals, they're his family in the truer sense, the people he would die for without question. The game opens in the immediate aftermath of a disastrous ferry robbery in Blackwater that went catastrophically wrong. The gang lost several members, including Jenny Kirk, Davy Callender and Mac Callender, with Sean Maguire captured by bounty hunters and John Marston badly wounded. The gang also left behind a significant amount of money that Dutch had hidden, money they were counting on to fund their escape and their plans. Now they're running, fleeing into the mountains during a blizzard with lawmen and Pinkertons on their trail, their supplies running low and their situation desperate. This is where we first meet Arthur as a playable character, helping the gang survive in the harsh winter conditions, searching for supplies, rescuing John from wolves, and doing whatever's necessary to keep everyone alive. The Blackwater disaster represents a turning point for the gang, though Arthur doesn't fully recognize it yet. Dutch has always been able to talk his way out of problems, to plan their next move, to keep everyone believing in his vision of ultimate freedom and prosperity. But Blackwater was different. It was sloppy and violent in ways that Dutch's jobs weren't supposed to be, and it left them in a much more precarious position than they'd faced before. The law isn't just local sheriffs anymore. The Pinkertons are involved, which means the federal government wants them. The gang can't just rob a train and disappear into the wilderness like they used to. They're being hunted by people with resources and determination that match or exceed their own. Arthur remains loyal through all of this, trusting that Dutch will figure something out, that they'll get through this crisis like they've gotten through others. When they finally escape the mountains and descend into the Heartlands region, making camp at Horseshoe Overlook near Valentine, Arthur throws himself into work. He goes on jobs with various gang members, robs homesteads and coaches, helps gather supplies, and begins scouting opportunities for bigger scores. He works with Hosea to scout out a potential bank robbery in Valentine. He helps John recover from his wolf wounds. He deals with rival gangs like the O'Driscolls who threaten their territory. Arthur is doing what he's always done, being Dutch's right hand, the enforcer and provider who keeps the gang functioning. But cracks are starting to show, both in the gang's situation and in Arthur's own certainty. The Valentine Bank job, while successful, brings more heat on them. Dutch's plans increasingly involve Micah Bell, a newer member who Arthur instinctively distrusts. Micah is everything Arthur dislikes. He's cruel without purpose, reckless in ways that endanger others, and obsequious toward Dutch in ways that feel manipulative. Arthur sees Micah as a snake, someone who will cause problems, but Dutch seems drawn to Micah's boldness and his willingness to tell Dutch what he wants to hear. This creates tension, as Arthur watches Dutch increasingly listen to Micah over Hosea, whose cautious wisdom has always balanced Dutch's ambitious impulses. The gang moves to Clemens Point near Rhodes, hoping the new location will give them breathing room and opportunities. In Rhodes, they get drawn into a conflict between two feuding families, the Greys and the Braithwaites, attempting to play both sides for profit. Dutch sees this as an opportunity to make easy money by working for both families while they destroy each other, but the plan is complicated from the start. The families are more cunning than Dutch anticipated, and the situation spirals into violence and betrayal. Sean Maguire, rescued from bounty hunters earlier, is killed during a shootout in Rhodes, shot in the head suddenly and shockingly. This death hits Arthur hard, as Sean was young and optimistic, someone who still believed in the gang's future. His death is the first of many that will come, and it marks the beginning of Arthur's growing awareness that the gang is on a trajectory toward destruction. The situation with the Greys and Braithwaites culminates in disaster when the gang discovers that Jack Marston, John's young son, has been taken by the Braithwaites. Dutch leads the entire gang in an assault on Braithwaite Manor, burning it to the ground and killing most of the family in a furious display of vengeance. They discover that the Braithwaites sold Jack to a criminal named Angelo Bronte in St. Denis. This event is both a show of the gang's power and loyalty. They'll burn down the world for one of their own, and a demonstration of their increasing desperation and recklessness. The level of violence and attention they've drawn is unprecedented, and it forces them to move yet again, this time to Shady Bell, a ruined plantation near St. Denis. St. Denis represents the modern world that's replacing the frontier Arthur knows. It's a bustling city with electric lights, streetcars, industry and law enforcement that's organised and well-funded. The gang feels out of place here, anachronistic figures trying to rob and con in an environment where their methods are increasingly obsolete. They recover Jack from Bronte, but Dutch's relationship with the Italian crime boss sours quickly. What happens next shows Dutch's judgment deteriorating. He feeds Bronte to an alligator in a brutal act of revenge, then leads the gang in a trolley station robbery that's supposed to be quiet but turns into a bloodbath. The gang escapes, but they've made enemies of every law enforcement agency in the state. Dutch, under pressure and growing increasingly paranoid, plans what he calls their final score, a bank robbery in St. Denis that will give them enough money to escape to Tahiti or some other tropical paradise where they can live in peace. It's a fantasy, and Arthur is starting to recognize it as such, but loyalty and lack of alternatives keep him committed to the plan. The bank robbery, despite careful planning, goes catastrophically wrong. The Pinkertons are waiting for them, having been tipped off somehow, and the gang walks into a trap. The robbery turns into a desperate shootout, and in the chaos, Hosea Matthews is captured and executed on the street by Agent Milton. Hosea's death is devastating for Arthur, as Hosea was the other father figure in his life, the voice of reason and wisdom who balanced Dutch's ambition with pragmatism. The gang barely escapes the bank through the sewers, but their troubles are far from over. They hijack a riverboat to escape the city, but a tropical storm sinks the ship and washes them up on the shores of Guam, a Caribbean island nation in the midst of a revolution. The Guam chapter is surreal for Arthur and the core gang members who end up there. They're helping revolutionaries overthrow a dictator, fighting in battles that have nothing to do with their own problems, completely disconnected from everything they know. Arthur goes through the motions, surviving and fighting because that's what he does, but he's visibly changed. The tuberculosis he contracted earlier, though he doesn't know it yet, is making him weaker. More importantly, Hosea's death and the Blackwater and St. Denis disasters have shaken his faith in Dutch in ways he can't fully articulate yet. When they finally return to America, washing up on the shores of Lemoyne, everything has changed. The gang has scattered, their camp destroyed by Pinkertons, their members arrested or killed or gone into hiding. They reunite at a camp in Beaver Hollow, up in the harsh mountains of Roanoke Ridge, a grim and desperate location that reflects their circumstances. The gang that reassembles is smaller, more fractured, with trust breaking down and factions forming. Dutch is increasingly paranoid and erratic, believing there's a traitor in the camp, listening more and more to Micah while dismissing the counsel of others. Arthur can see that Dutch is not the man he used to be, or perhaps he's seeing clearly for the first time that Dutch has always been this way, but Arthur was too loyal to notice. This is when Arthur's tuberculosis is diagnosed. He collapses during a routine debt collection, coughing blood, and is taken to a doctor who confirms what Arthur had been fearing. He has tuberculosis, and given the advanced state of the disease, he's dying. The doctor gives him weeks, maybe months if he's lucky, but the disease is terminal and will only get worse. This diagnosis is a turning point for Arthur's entire character arc. He's been living for the gang, for Dutch's plans, for the next score and the next camp and the next escape. But now he has a deadline, a definite end to his story, and it forces him to confront questions he's avoided his entire adult life about who he is, what he's done, and what kind of man he wants to be in the time he has left. Arthur's illness changes how he sees everything. The gang's problems feel both more urgent and less important simultaneously. He needs to ensure the people he cares about survive, particularly John Marston and his family, but he's less invested in Dutch's increasingly grandiose and desperate plans. Arthur starts making choices based on his own moral compass, rather than blind loyalty to Dutch. He helps people he encounters not because it benefits the gang, but because it's the right thing to do. He reconnects with old friends and makes peace with past mistakes where he can. Most importantly, he starts actively planning for the gang's survival beyond Dutch's leadership, recognizing that Dutch is leading them toward destruction and that someone needs to think about the future. The tension between Arthur and Dutch grows as Dutch makes increasingly reckless decisions. Dutch allies with another gang, the O'Driscolls, despite years of bloody conflict if it serves his purposes. He trusts Micah even as it becomes obvious Micah is poison, possibly even the rat who's been feeding information to the Pinkertons. Dutch talks about loyalty and faith but abandons those principles when they become inconvenient. He leaves Arthur to die during a failed oil deal. He sides with Micah over Arthur in disputes. He manipulates people by appealing to their loyalty while showing none himself. Arthur watches the man he viewed as a father reveal himself as a narcissist, more concerned with his own legend than with the people who followed him for decades. The final sequence of missions shows everything collapsing. The gang plans one more train robbery, needing money because Dutch insists they need just one more score, despite having already missed multiple opportunities to escape. The robbery is a setup, an army ambush that nearly kills them all. During the chaos, John is captured. Dutch, instead of immediately planning a rescue like he would have in the past, hesitates and makes excuses. This is the final betrayal for Arthur, the moment when he fully accepts that Dutch has changed, or that he never really was who Arthur thought he was. Arthur determines to rescue John with or without Dutch's blessing, recognizing that loyalty needs to flow both ways, and that Dutch has broken the bond that held the gang together. Arthur's confrontation with Dutch over loyalty and the gang's direction brings everything to a head. Arthur calls out Dutch's hypocrisy, his manipulation, his willingness to sacrifice anyone for his own ego and plans. Micah, who's been working to turn Dutch against Arthur, openly takes Dutch's side. The gang splits completely, with some members supporting Arthur, others staying with Dutch, and still others simply fleeing. Arthur knows he's dying, knows he has limited time left, and he focuses everything on ensuring John and his family escape, seeing in them the possibility for a better future that he'll never have. Arthur helps John, Abigail, and Jack prepare to leave. He gives John money, provides him with information and resources, tells him to run and never look back, to be the father and husband that Arthur never got to be. This is Arthur seeking redemption through John, trying to ensure that at least someone he cares about gets the life that he and others sacrificed for. Arthur also makes peace with various people in his life. Where he can, he has a final encounter with Mary, where they acknowledge what they meant to each other, even if they couldn't make it work. He helps Rains Fall and other Native Americans he's befriended. He does what good he can in the time remaining. The final mission sees Arthur, John, and a few loyal gang members staging a diversion to help John's family escape while Dutch, Micah, and their followers flee with the Blackwater money. Arthur fights through waves of Pinkertons, his body failing but his determination keeping him going. He gets John to safety, insisting that John leave him behind and run. Then Arthur returns to confront Micah and Dutch one final time. The exact details of this final confrontation vary based on player choices, whether you played Arthur as honourable or dishonourable throughout the game, but the core elements remain the same. Arthur confronts Micah on a mountainside, the two of them finally settling their hatred through violence. Dutch arrives, and for a moment it seems like he might help Arthur, might recognise that Micah is the real traitor, and that Arthur has always been loyal. But Dutch is too far gone, too committed to his own narrative, or too conflicted to act. The fight between Arthur and Micah is brutal and desperate, with Arthur weakened by disease but fighting with everything he has left. In high honor playthroughs, Arthur fights Micah to a standstill before his tuberculosis overwhelms him. He crawls to a rock overlooking the mountains, and as the sun rises he dies peacefully, having ensured John's escape and achieved a measure of redemption for his violent life. In low honor playthroughs, Micah shoots Arthur in the head as Dutch watches, uglier death for an Arthur who never found redemption. Arthur's death is the end of his personal story, but not the end of his impact. Everything John does in the years that follow, settling down, building his ranch, trying to be a good father and husband, happens because Arthur made it possible. Arthur's sacrifice and his final words encouraging John to run and never look back give John the chance Arthur never had. The journal Arthur kept throughout the game, full of his thoughts, observations, and surprisingly skilled drawings, survives and serves as a record of who he was beyond just his actions. The people he helped remember him, the Native Americans he supported, the individuals he showed mercy to, the gang members he tried to save. Arthur Morgan was a complicated man, capable of great violence and surprising gentleness, fiercely loyal but eventually able to see when that loyalty was misplaced, tough and pragmatic but also artistic and thoughtful. His journal reveals depths that his gruff exterior hides, showing someone who thought carefully about morality, justice, nature, and human nature, even as he lived a life that seemed to contradict those reflections. He drew pictures of animals and plants and people, capturing beauty even while participating in ugliness. He had opinions about art and music and culture, showing education and refinement that his background shouldn't have provided. These contradictions make Arthur feel real rather than just being a video game protagonist. The tragedy of Arthur's life is that he spent it in service to a dream that was always doomed. Dutch's vision of freedom and escape from civilization's rules was appealing, especially to people like Arthur who'd been rejected or victimized by that civilization. But the vision was never realistic. You can't rob and kill and expect to eventually settle down peacefully. The law was always going to catch up. Society was always going to close in. The frontier was always going to be settled and civilized. Dutch either didn't see this or refused to acknowledge it, becoming increasingly desperate and delusional as the reality became undeniable. Arthur spent 20-plus years believing in Dutch's vision, sacrificing relationships and opportunities and his own chance at a legitimate life because he thought the gang and Dutch's plans were worth more. The question of when Arthur started doubting Dutch is interesting. There are hints throughout the game that Arthur has always had reservations, has always seen Dutch's flaws even while remaining loyal. Arthur's journal entries from early in the game show him questioning Dutch's judgment, worrying about the gang's direction, recognizing that some of Dutch's plans don't make sense. But loyalty, habit, lack of alternatives, and genuine love for the man who raised him kept Arthur committed despite doubts. The events of 1899, the escalating disasters and Dutch's increasingly erratic behaviour forced Arthur to confront what he'd perhaps always known, that Dutch's dream was a fantasy, and following him meant dying for nothing. Arthur's relationship with the various gang members reveals different aspects of his character. With John, he's gruff and critical, disappointed that John abandoned the gang for a year, and frustrated by John's immaturity, but ultimately loving in an older brother way. Arthur sees in John someone who still has a chance at a better life, who has a family worth being better for. With Charles, Arthur finds a kindred spirit, someone who's strong and capable, but also thoughtful and moral. who does what needs to be done but doesn't glory in violence. With Sadie, he sees someone transformed by tragedy into a warrior, and he helps her channel her grief into purpose, while also trying to moderate her most reckless impulses. With the women of the camp, particularly Abigail and Tilly and Mary Beth, Arthur is respectful and protective, showing the gentleness that he often hides behind gruffness. Arthur's interactions with strangers throughout the game show his moral complexity. He can help people or rob them, show mercy or be ruthless, and the game lets players define Arthur's character through these choices. But even in low honour playthroughs where Arthur does terrible things, the core of his character remains. He's doing what he thinks he has to do for the gang's survival, and he's struggling with the contradiction between his actions and his conscience. The high honour playthrough feels more authentic to who Arthur is, though, as he increasingly helps people, not because it benefits him, but because it's the right thing to do, and because he's trying to balance the scales before he dies. The themes of Arthur's story revolve around change, both personal and societal. America in 1899 is transitioning from the frontier era to the modern age, and people like Arthur and the Van der Linde gang are being left behind. They represent a way of life that's ending, for better or worse, and they're too set in their ways to adapt. Arthur's personal arc is about recognizing this and making peace with it, accepting that he can't stop change, but he can try to ensure that people he cares about survive the transition even if he doesn't. His story asks whether redemption is possible for someone who's done terrible things, whether good actions at the end can balance evil actions throughout a lifetime, whether becoming a better person matters if most of your life was spent being worse. The game's answer, at least in the high honour path, seems to be that redemption is possible and meaningful even if it doesn't erase the past. Arthur can't bring back the people he's killed or undo the harm he's caused, but he can help people in his final months, can ensure John and his family survive, can die as a better man than he lived as. The sunrise Arthur sees as he dies, having ensured John's escape and having stood up to Dutch and Micah, represents hope and new beginnings, even as Arthur's story ends. It's a tragic but not entirely unhappy ending. Arthur dies, but he dies with purpose and meaning, and with the knowledge that his sacrifice mattered. Arthur's artistic side, revealed through his journal and through optional interactions where he can sketch landscapes and animals, shows depth that purely violent characters lack. He sees beauty in the world even while being part of its ugliness. His drawings aren't sophisticated, but they're earnest and observant, showing someone paying attention to his surroundings and finding them worth documenting. The journal entries similarly reveal thoughtfulness. Arthur writes about the people he meets, the places he goes, the moral questions he grapples with. He's not just an enforcer following orders. He's someone thinking about right and wrong, about the gang's path, about his own complicity in Dutch's decisions. The tuberculosis diagnosis serves multiple narrative purposes. It gives Arthur's story a deadline, creating urgency and forcing him to prioritize what really matters. It's thematically appropriate, a disease associated with poverty and poor living conditions killing an outlaw who spent his life in camps and rough conditions. It's also somewhat poetic. Arthur's being killed by something invisible and inevitable, rather than by law or rival outlaws, reflecting how the world's changing in ways that make outlaws obsolete regardless of their skills. The disease also serves as a leveler, making Arthur vulnerable in ways he hasn't been, forcing him to rely on others and to accept that he can't solve every problem through strength and toughness. Arthur's masculinity is interesting in how the game presents it. He's tough and capable, skilled at violence and survival, traditionally masculine in obvious ways. But he's also emotional, artistic, nurturing toward those he cares about, willing to admit mistakes and change his mind. The game doesn't present these as contradictions, but as different aspects of the same person. Arthur can have a philosophical conversation about the meaning of life with the nun, then get in a brutal fistfight in a saloon, and both feel authentic to his character. This complexity makes him feel more real than characters who are just tough or just sensitive. The failed romance with Mary haunts Arthur throughout the game. She reaches out to him several times asking for help with her family problems, and Arthur helps despite the pain it causes him to see what could have been. Their final meeting, if Arthur visits her in the epilogue missions, is bittersweet. They clearly still love each other, but they've both moved on, and there's no path back to what they had. Mary asks Arthur to run away with her, to leave the gang and start over, and Arthur almost considers it before realizing he's too sick and too entangled in obligations to the people depending on him. The romance represents roads not taken, choices Arthur regrets but can't undo. The loss of his son Isaac affects how Arthur interacts with children and families throughout the game. He's protective of Jack Marston, invested in ensuring the boy has a better life than Arthur had. He helps other children he encounters, shows them kindness and patience even when he's gruff with adults. The loss also feeds his self-loathing and his sense that he doesn't deserve happiness or redemption. Arthur sees Isaac's death as punishment for his failures as a father and as evidence that he brings death and destruction to people who get close to him. This guilt drives some of his recklessness, his willingness to sacrifice himself for others, his belief that his life is less valuable than the lives of people who aren't outlaws. Arthur's relationship with Dutch is the emotional core of the story and the lens through which the game explores loyalty, manipulation, and the difficulty of seeing flaws in people we love. Dutch raised Arthur, taught him everything he knows, gave him purpose when he had none. That bond is deep and real, and breaking it requires Arthur to question everything about his life and identity. The game handles this brilliantly by making Dutch's decline gradual and showing Arthur's denial even as evidence mounts. Arthur wants to believe Dutch is still the man he was, wants to believe the gang can still work, wants to believe his loyalty hasn't been misplaced. Accepting that Dutch has changed, or that Dutch was never who Arthur thought, means accepting that Arthur wasted his life on a lie. The moment when Arthur finally breaks with Dutch is devastating because it means Arthur is alone, in a way he hasn't been since childhood. Dutch was his North Star, his source of purpose and direction, and without that, Arthur has to figure out who he is and what he believes independently. The fact that this happens when Arthur is dying adds cruel irony. He finally sees clearly and starts living according to his own values just as his time runs out. But that clarity also gives his final month meaning. He's not just going through motions or following orders. He's making conscious choices about who he wants to be and what legacy he wants to leave. The supporting cast in Arthur's story is rich and well developed, with each major gang member having distinct personality, motivations, and relationship with Arthur. Hosea serves as Arthur's conscience and Dutch's voice of reason, and his death removes a stabilizing influence on both men. John is Arthur's younger brother in all but blood, and their relationship evolves from Arthur's disappointment to pride as John steps up. Micah is the antagonist whose manipulation and cruelty serve as contrast to Arthur's developing morality. Charles is the friend Arthur can respect and trust completely. Sadie is the widow who transforms into a warrior, mirroring Arthur's transformation in some ways. Each relationship adds dimension to Arthur and gives him reasons to care about outcomes beyond just his own survival. The game's open-world design supports Arthur's character development by giving players freedom to define him through optional content. The stranger missions let Arthur help people with problems ranging from mundane to bizarre, showing him engaging with the world beyond just gang business. The hunting and survival mechanics reinforce Arthur's connection to the natural world and his skills as a frontiersman. The camp interactions show Arthur's daily life with the gang, the conversations and chores and relationships that make these people family rather than just colleagues. All of this content is technically optional, but it enriches Arthur's character and makes the world feel lived in rather than just being a backdrop for main missions. Arthur's faith, or lack thereof, is explored through optional conversations with characters, including a nun he can meet in St. Denis and Reverend Swanson, the gang's alcoholic preacher trying to redeem himself. Arthur wrestles with questions about God, morality, justice, and whether his soul can be saved given what he's done. He doesn't reach definitive conclusions, which feels authentic. He's thinking about these questions without being preachy or having the game tell players what to think. The conversations reveal that Arthur has thought deeply about morality throughout his life, that his actions and his conscience have often been in conflict, and that he's trying to make peace with himself and whatever might come after death. The honour system in the game mechanically reinforces Arthur's moral choices, with good actions raising honour and bad actions lowering it. This system affects how NPCs react to Arthur, what dialogue options are available, and ultimately what ending Arthur gets. High honour Arthur is greeted warmly by people, gets discounts at shops, and dies peacefully watching the sunrise. Low honour Arthur faces hostility, pays more for goods, and dies being shot by Micah. The system is a bit simplistic, boiling complex morality down to a meter, but it serves the narrative purpose of letting players define Arthur's character and seeing consequences for those choices. Arthur's awareness of his own mortality increases throughout the game, starting even before his diagnosis with comments about the gang's dwindling prospects and his own aging. After the diagnosis, this awareness becomes acute, colouring everything Arthur says and does. He talks about running out of time, about needing to ensure certain things are handled before he dies, about making peace and settling debts. The performance by Roger Clark captures this beautifully, with Arthur's voice becoming more laboured and resigned as the disease progresses, his coughing fits interrupting conversations, his fatigue visible in animation and delivery. Arthur is dying on screen, and the game doesn't shy away from showing the physical and emotional toll. The themes of nature versus civilization run throughout Arthur's story. The gang lives in camps, in the wilderness, as close to nature as people can get while still being part of human society. Arthur is comfortable in nature, skilled at hunting and tracking, able to survive in harsh conditions that would kill city dwellers. But civilization is encroaching, represented by St. Denis and by industrialization, and by law enforcement that's organized and well-funded. Arthur can see that the natural world he's comfortable in is being destroyed and controlled, turned into something that won't support the lifestyle he knows. The gang's final camp in Beaver Hollow is grim and harsh, nature becoming hostile rather than nurturing, reflecting their desperate circumstances. Arthur's death, whether peaceful or violent depending on honour level, is the culmination of his character arc and his story's themes. He's achieved redemption by ensuring John escapes, and by standing up to Dutch and Micah even when it costs him everything. He's accepted that he can't change the past, but he can influence the future through his choices in the present. He's broken free of Dutch's manipulation and thought for himself, become his own man in his final months, even though it took his entire life to get there. His death is tragic because he dies young and violently, having lived a hard life that led to a hard death. But it's also peaceful in its way, especially in the high honour ending, because Arthur dies knowing he did what he could with the time he had, that he helped the people who mattered to him, that he became a better man than he was. The epilogue, where players control John Marston in the years after Arthur's death, shows Arthur's lasting impact. John builds a ranch and a legitimate life because Arthur made it possible and encouraged him to do it. John names his ranch Beecher's Hope, after a conversation with Arthur about hoping for better. The money John uses comes partly from what Arthur provided. When John faces his own demons and makes his own choices about violence and revenge, Arthur's voice and example influence him. Arthur's journal, which John presumably recovers at some point, serves as a record of who Arthur was. Arthur's sacrifice and the future he envisioned for John become real, giving his death meaning beyond just ending the story. Arthur Morgan is often cited as one of the best video game protagonists ever created, and it's because of this combination of factors. He's written with depth and complexity, showing contradictions and growth that feel authentic. He's performed brilliantly by Roger Clark, who brings warmth, humour, pain, and dignity to the character. He's integrated into the game mechanics in ways that make playing as Arthur feel meaningful, with honour systems and journal entries and character interactions all reinforcing who he is. His story has a clear arc from loyal outlaw to questioning rebel to redemptive sacrifice, with each stage feeling earned and emotionally resonant. And his death provides closure and meaning to the story without feeling cheap or manipulative. It's the natural end of his arc, and the necessary sacrifice for others to have better futures. The comparison between Arthur and John Marston, the protagonist of the first Red Dead Redemption, is interesting because they're similar in many ways but different in crucial aspects. Both are outlaws trying to find redemption. Both are caught between loyalty to their past and hope for their future. Both are skilled gunmen who are also thoughtful and complex people. But Arthur is more tragic because he runs out of time before he can build the life he wants, while John gets years of relative peace before his past catches up to him. Arthur is also more introspective and philosophical than John, more comfortable expressing emotion and uncertainty, less concerned with maintaining a tough guy exterior. John is the beneficiary of Arthur's sacrifice, getting the chance Arthur never had because Arthur ensured he would have it. Arthur's sense of humour, often dark and self-deprecating, provides moments of levity in an otherwise heavy story. He makes jokes about their situation, mocks pompous people, teases his friends affectionately. The humour shows that Arthur hasn't been completely ground down by his hard life, that he can still find absurdity and amusement even in dire circumstances. His sarcasm and wit also serve as defence mechanisms, ways of dealing with stress and pain without having to directly confront them. The contrast between Arthur's humour and his deeper pain makes both more effective, showing a fully rounded person rather than just a tragic figure or a tough gunslinger. The role of photographs in Arthur's story is subtle but meaningful. Photography is a relatively new technology in 1899, and several characters in the game are photographers documenting the West. Arthur can be photographed, and these images serve as records of moments in his life. There's something poignant about Arthur being captured in photographs given that he's dying and his way of life is ending, the medium preserving what's being lost even as it documents the modernization that's causing the loss. Arthur's own drawings in his journal serve a similar purpose. There is attempt to record and preserve the world he's experiencing even as it disappears. Arthur's political views, to the extent he has them, are complicated and somewhat contradictory. He's sceptical of government and authority, having seen how laws are used to oppress poor people while the wealthy escape consequences. He's sympathetic to people struggling against powerful interests, whether that's small farmers against land barons or Native Americans against the government stealing their land. But he's also not an idealist or revolutionary. He's pragmatic and recognizes that most political movements end badly for the people involved. His conversations with various characters, including Rain's Fall and others, show him grappling with questions of justice, power, and whether violence can ever create lasting change. The irony of Arthur's life is that he spent it as an outlaw fighting against civilization and authority while actually embodying many traditional values. He's loyal, hard-working, protective of the vulnerable, respectful to women, honest in his own way, and has a moral code even if it's unconventional. He would have made a good lawman or rancher or any number of legitimate professions if circumstances had been different. But his childhood experiences taught him not to trust the system, and finding Dutch gave him an alternative path that seemed to value the qualities he had while not requiring him to participate in a society that had rejected him. The tragedy is that his talents and character were channeled into destruction rather than creation, because of accidents of birth and the people he encountered at crucial moments. Arthur's relationship with animals is notable throughout the game. He's a skilled hunter who respects the animals he kills, believing in clean kills and using what he takes. He's gentle with horses, bonding with them, and treating them as partners rather than just tools. He draws animals in his journal with obvious affection for their form and beauty. He has a special fondness for dogs, and players can spend time petting dogs throughout the game, with Arthur clearly enjoying these simple interactions. His connection to animals contrasts with his violence toward humans, showing that Arthur's capacity for gentleness is still there, even if his life doesn't allow him to express it often with people. The various camp chores and interactions that Arthur can participate in show his role in the gang's daily life beyond just the dramatic robberies and shootouts. He can chop wood, move supplies, contribute to the communal stew, and generally help maintain the camp. These mundane activities ground Arthur as someone who does his share of work rather than just being the special protagonist. They also show the communal nature of gang life, everyone contributing what they can to collective survival. Arthur's willingness to do unglamorous work demonstrates his lack of ego and his commitment to the group over individual status. Arthur's literacy and education, given to him by Dutch and Hosea, sets him apart from many outlaws and shows in his journal entries and his conversations. He can quote philosophy, reference literature, discuss art and music with knowledge and opinions. This education was one of Dutch's gifts to him, and it's something Arthur clearly values even as he comes to question Dutch's other teachings. The journal entries are written in clear, thoughtful prose that shows intelligence and reflection. Arthur's drawings, while not technically sophisticated, show observational skills and artistic sensibility. The combination of violence and culture in Arthur's character reflects Dutch's influence. The idea that outlaws can be more than just criminals. They can be thinking people with principles and appreciation for beauty. The missions where Arthur helps build John's house in the epilogue, or rather where John builds his house with Arthur's money and sacrifice making it possible, are emotionally resonant because they show the future Arthur wanted but never got. John is doing what Arthur would have done if he'd had the time and opportunity, building a home, creating stability for his family, trying to be legitimate. The house represents everything the gang was supposedly working toward, a place to settle down and be safe. That John achieves this while Arthur dies in a cave or on a mountainside emphasizes the sacrifice Arthur made and the unfairness of who gets happy endings and who doesn't. Arthur's complicated feelings about the Native Americans he encounters show his moral development and his growing awareness of injustice. He helps rains fall and the Wapiti tribe, even though there's no benefit to the gang in doing so, simply because he recognizes they're being destroyed by the same forces that are destroying his way of life. He sees parallels between the tribe's forced removal and the gangs being pushed out of territory after territory by encroaching civilization. His conversations with Rains Fall about violence and peace, about whether fighting back makes things better or worse, reflect Arthur's own questions about his life of violence. The Native American storyline adds historical and political dimension to the game while also serving Arthur's character arc. The way Arthur talks to himself when alone, making observations or comments about what he's doing or seeing, reveals his internal monologue and shows he's constantly thinking and evaluating. These contextual comments change based on his honor level and his stage in the disease, with high honor Arthur being more optimistic and reflective, while low honor Arthur is bitter and harsh. The comments also show Arthur's practical nature and his observational skills. He notices details about his environment and thinks through problems out loud. This ambient dialogue makes Arthur feel present and alive even when no other characters are around. Arthur's interactions with the prostitutes in Valentine and St. Denis show complicated dynamics around masculinity, desire and respect. He can hire prostitutes, and the encounters are handled with relative maturity for a video game, showing them as working women rather than just objects. Arthur treats them with more respect than many clients would, and there are optional conversations where he shows genuine interest in their lives and circumstances. These interactions are small details, but they contribute to showing Arthur as someone who sees the humanity in people that society often dismisses or exploits. The random encounters with people Arthur has helped or harmed throughout the game show consequences persisting beyond individual missions. People remember Arthur, either greeting him warmly if he helped them, or reacting with fear and hostility if he robbed or threatened them. This reactivity makes Arthur's choices feel meaningful, and shows that he's making an impact on the world beyond just the main story. The encounters also create emergent narratives, where Arthur's story is partly defined by how players choose to interact with the world beyond structured missions. Arthur's dreams and the surreal encounters he has, particularly after being sick or injured, reveal his subconscious fears and desires. He dreams of deer or wolves, depending on his honor level, animals that represent different aspects of his nature. These dream sequences are brief but memorable, showing Arthur's internal state through symbolism rather than explicit dialogue. The game trusts players to interpret these moments and find meaning in them rather than over-explaining what they represent. The contrast between Arthur's capable competence at violence and survival versus his vulnerability to disease and emotional pain creates interesting tension. He can fight off multiple attackers, survive in harsh wilderness, endure terrible injuries, but he can't fight off tuberculosis or emotional suffering. The game shows that being tough and skilled doesn't make someone invulnerable to everything, that some threats can't be shot or punched, that emotional and existential struggles are as real as physical ones, even for someone as seemingly strong as Arthur. Arthur's legacy is felt not just by John, but by everyone who knew him. The gang members who survive remember him. References to Arthur appear in the first Red Dead Redemption game in subtle ways for players who know to look for them. The impact Arthur had on individual lives, the people he helped in stranger missions, presumably continues beyond his death even if we don't see it directly. His journal survives as a record of his thoughts and observations, a piece of Arthur that persists even after his death. The graves where Arthur can be buried, visited by players controlling John in the epilogue, become pilgrimage sites for players wanting to pay respect to a character they grew to love. The music associated with Arthur, particularly That's the Way It Is, which plays during his final ride to confront Micah and Dutch, has become iconic and emotionally associated with his character. The song's lyrics about things not being easy and having to hold on capture Arthur's struggle throughout the game. The musical choices throughout the game support Arthur's story, with quieter moments featuring ambient sounds and contemplative music, while action sequences have driving, tense scores. The final songs as Arthur rides toward his death are deliberately chosen to create specific emotional responses, and they succeed in making those moments feel significant and cathartic. Arthur's relationship with Dutch's philosophy of freedom and living outside society's rules is something he genuinely believed in for most of his life. The appeal of Dutch's ideas wasn't just rationalization for criminality, it was a legitimate alternative vision of how to live. For people rejected by or exploited by society, the idea of creating your own community with its own values has real appeal. Arthur wanted to believe that the gang represented something better than mainstream society, that they took care of each other in ways that civilized people didn't. The tragedy is realizing that Dutch's vision was always flawed, that the gang was never really more moral than society at large, that they've hurt as many innocent people as any corrupt institution they criticized. The moment when Arthur looks at himself in the mirror after being diagnosed and sees how sick he looks is crushing because it shows Arthur confronting his mortality visually. Throughout the game, Arthur's appearance deteriorates. He becomes thinner, more haggard, visibly ill. The mirror moment forces him to acknowledge what he's been trying to ignore, that he's dying and time is running out. This physical deterioration is rendered impressively by the game engine, with Arthur's character model actually changing throughout the story, rather than just having dialogue reference his illness. The visual storytelling reinforces the narrative stakes. Arthur's final words to Dutch and Micah, particularly in the high honor ending where he tells Dutch, "I gave you all I had, I did before dying," are heartbreaking because they capture Arthur's whole arc. He's not angry or vengeful in that moment, just sad and disappointed that his loyalty and sacrifice weren't enough, that Dutch couldn't be who Arthur needed him to be. The line acknowledges that Arthur gave everything to Dutch and the gang, his whole adult life and ultimately his life itself, and it was all for nothing because Dutch couldn't appreciate or honour that sacrifice. It's a devastating epitaph for a wasted life that found redemption only at the end. The different ways players can play Arthur, from honourable to villainous, reflect the game's themes about choice and identity. Arthur has the capacity for both good and evil, for compassion and cruelty, and players determine which side wins out. The game's story works with both approaches. An honourable Arthur finding redemption feels uplifting and meaningful. A dishonourable Arthur dying unredeemed feels tragic and dark. Both are valid interpretations of the character and both tell coherent stories. This flexibility makes Arthur feel more real. He's not predetermined to be good or bad. His choices actually matter in defining who he is. Arthur's skepticism toward Dutch's increasingly grandiose plans shows his practical nature. and his growing awareness that Dutch has lost touch with reality. When Dutch talks about Tahiti and mangoes and one more big score, Arthur can see these are fantasies rather than actual plans. But Arthur goes along because what else is there to do? Because the gang is his family, and abandoning them isn't really an option until he has concrete alternatives to offer. Arthur's loyalty is both his greatest virtue and his tragic flaw, keeping him committed to a doomed cause long past when he should have left. The transformation of Arthur from unquestioning loyalist to independent thinker parallels the broader theme of the West transitioning from lawless frontier to organized society. Arthur represents a way of thinking and living that's becoming obsolete, and his evolution shows him recognizing this and trying to adapt, even though it's too late for him, personally. His encouragement of John to be better, to take the chance to live legitimately, shows Arthur accepting that the future belongs to people who can change, rather than people like him who are too set in their ways. Arthur's story raises questions about whether people can truly change, and whether redemption is possible for those who have done terrible things. The game's answer seems to be yes, but with caveats. You can become better, but you can't erase the past. Good actions at the end don't cancel evil actions throughout life, but they still matter. Becoming a better person is worthwhile even if you don't get rewarded for it. Arthur's redemption is internal, about who he becomes rather than about external validation or reward. He dies without public recognition or glory, but he dies having done the right thing and having helped people he cared about, and the game presents that as meaningful, even if it's not Hollywood heroic. The epilogue's revelation that Micah was the rat who betrayed the gang to the Pinkertons vindicates Arthur's distrust of him, and makes Arthur's final confrontation with Micah more satisfying. Arthur was right about Micah all along, and Dutch's refusal to see it or act on it was a fatal mistake that cost the gang everything. This revelation also makes Dutch's actions more damning. He chose Micah over Arthur, when Arthur had been loyal for decades while Micah was actively betraying them. The epilogue provides answers and closure to some questions, while respecting that Arthur's story ended on that mountain, and that what came after belongs to John. Arthur Morgan's story is ultimately about a man trying to be good in a life that doesn't reward goodness, trying to be loyal when loyalty is exploited, trying to do the right thing when he's spent his whole life doing wrong. He's a killer and a thief who's also capable of profound kindness and sacrifice. He's tough and dangerous, but also sensitive and thoughtful. He's a product of his time and his circumstances, but also someone who transcends those limitations through his choices in his final months. His story is tragic because he dies young, having wasted most of his life on Dutch's false promises, but it's also hopeful because he does achieve redemption and make a positive difference in the lives of people he cares about. The completeness of Arthur's character arc, from introduction as Dutch's loyal enforcer, through doubt and diagnosis to final sacrifice and death, makes him one of gaming's most fully realized protagonists. Every element of his story serves his character development. Every mission and interaction reveals something about who he is or who he's becoming. The performance, writing, and player agency all combine to create someone who feels like a real person rather than just a video game character. Players invest emotionally in Arthur because he's written and presented in ways that create genuine connection, and his death hits hard because by that point you've spent 60 plus hours with him and come to care about his fate. Arthur's influence on video game storytelling will likely be felt for years to come. He's raised the bar for what video game protagonists can be, showing that you can have a character who's morally complex and emotionally vulnerable, while still being a badass action hero. His story demonstrates that games can tell mature, thoughtful narratives about difficult themes without sacrificing entertainment value or gameplay quality. Arthur proves that players will invest in character-driven stories if those stories are well crafted and respect player intelligence. The fact that players can visit Arthur's grave in the epilogue and pay respects, and that many players do this emotional moment even though there's no gameplay reward for it, shows the emotional impact the character had. The grave becomes a memorial where players process their feelings about Arthur's death and the story's conclusion. Some players leave the grave with flowers from their inventory. Some just stand quietly for a moment. Some take screenshots to remember. These player-created rituals around Arthur's grave show how video games can create emotional experiences that rival any other medium. Arthur Morgan is often compared to other morally complex video game protagonists like Joel from The Last of Us or Geralt from the Witcher series, but he stands out even in that company for the completeness of his arc and the emotional resonance of his story. Where Joel's story continues into a sequel that complicates his legacy, and Geralt's story is spread across books, games, and now television, Arthur's story is complete and self-contained within Red Dead Redemption 2. You know everything important about Arthur by the end of the game. His arc is finished, and there's nothing more that needs to be said. This completeness makes his story satisfying, even though it's tragic. The legacy Arthur leaves for John is both practical, the money and resources to build a life, and philosophical, the example of trying to be better, and the encouragement to leave the outlaw life. John struggles throughout the epilogue with these competing influences, Dutch's voice telling him to seek revenge and Arthur's voice telling him to let go and focus on his family. When John ultimately chooses revenge, going after Micah despite Arthur's warnings and advice, it sets in motion the events of the first Red Dead Redemption, where John's past catches up to him. This shows that even Arthur's positive influence has limits, that people make their own choices regardless of advice, but also that Arthur's impact continues shaping John's values and decisions years after Arthur's death. Arthur Morgan's story is one of wasted potential finally realized, of loyalty misplaced eventually redirected, of a hard man finding softness without losing his strength, of death giving life meaning that it lacked before. He lived as an outlaw and died as a hero, at least to the people who mattered to him. His story asks difficult questions about morality, loyalty, change, and redemption without providing easy answers. It trusts players to engage with these themes and come to their own conclusions. And it proves that video games can tell stories that rival the best of any medium, creating characters that players remember and care about long after the game ends. Arthur Morgan isn't just one of gaming's greatest characters, he's one of fiction's great tragic heroes. Dutch van der Linde is one of the most complex and fascinating antagonists in video game history, though calling him simply an antagonist doesn't quite capture what he represents. He's a father figure, a philosopher, a revolutionary, a con man, a visionary, and a narcissist, all rolled into one charismatic package. His story spans decades and 2 games, showing his transformation from idealistic outlaw leader to paranoid tyrant, to broken old man still clinging to his delusions. Understanding Dutch means understanding the entire Red Dead Redemption saga, because he's the catalyst for everything that happens, the sun around which all other characters orbit, the dream that everyone follows until it becomes a nightmare. This is the complete story of Dutch van der Linde, from his origins through his ultimate fate, examining how a man with genuine ideals and real love for his people could descend into the monster he becomes. Dutch van der Linde was born in 1855, making him 44 years old during the events of Red Dead Redemption 2 in 1899. His early life remains somewhat mysterious, with details scattered across dialogue and conversations throughout both games. What we know is that Dutch's father fought in the Civil War and died during it, though on which side is never specified. His mother died at some later point. The circumstances unclear, but the loss clearly affecting Dutch deeply. These early experiences with death and loss shaped Dutch's worldview, particularly his distrust of governments and institutions that send men to die for abstract causes, while the powerful remain safe and profit from conflict. Dutch educated himself extensively, reading philosophy, literature and political theory, developing the intellectual framework that would define his approach to outlawry and leadership. Sometime in the 1870s, Dutch met Hosea Matthews, and this partnership would define the next quarter-century of both men's lives. Hosea was older, already an experienced conman and thief, but where Hosea saw crime as a practical means of survival, Dutch saw potential for something greater. The two men complemented each other perfectly. Dutch provided vision and ambition, while Hosea provided pragmatism and restraint. Dutch's charisma attracted people, while Hosea's wisdom kept them alive. Dutch dreamed big, while Hosea planned carefully. Together they formed the Van der Linde gang, though at first it was just the two of them running cons and robberies across the frontier, taking from the rich and corrupt, while developing Dutch's philosophy about living free from society's chains. Dutch's philosophy, which he would articulate and refine over decades, centered on the idea that civilization as structured by governments and corporations was inherently corrupt and oppressive. He believed that laws existed primarily to protect the wealthy and powerful, while controlling and exploiting everyone else. Dutch saw himself and his gang as people who rejected this system, who lived according to their own rules based on loyalty, honour among thieves, and taking care of each other. He genuinely believed that outlawry could be a form of resistance against oppression, that robbing banks and trains was striking blows against institutions that robbed working people legally every day. This wasn't just rationalization for criminality, at least not initially. It was a coherent worldview that gave meaning and purpose to what could otherwise be just theft and violence. In 1877, Dutch and Hosea encountered a young Arthur Morgan, probably around 14 years old, orphaned and surviving through petty crime. Dutch saw potential in Arthur and took him in, not as a tool or subordinate, but as a son. Dutch taught Arthur to read and write, exposed him to books and ideas, treated him with affection and respect that Arthur had never received from his biological father. This wasn't manipulation or grooming in the cynical sense, though it certainly created loyalty that Dutch would later exploit. Dutch genuinely cared for Arthur and wanted to raise him better than Dutch himself had been raised. The education and philosophy Dutch provided Arthur were real gifts, even if they ultimately served Dutch's interest by creating a devoted follower who would do anything for him. The gang grew slowly but steadily through the 1880s and early 1890s. John Marston joined as a young teenager in the mid-1880s, another orphaned boy that Dutch took in and raised. Bill Williamson, Javier Esquiela, and others joined over the years, each finding in Dutch's gang something they needed, whether that was protection, purpose, family, or just a place to belong. Dutch had a gift for identifying people who were lost or broken, and showing them how they could be part of something greater. His speeches about freedom and living by your own rules resonated with people who felt rejected or victimized by mainstream society. Dutch made outlawry seem noble, made robbery seem like resistance, made violence seem like justice. He was a masterful recruiter because he believed his own rhetoric, and that genuine conviction was contagious. Dutch's relationship with the women of the gang, particularly Annabelle, and later Molly O'Shea, reveals aspects of his character beyond just leadership. Annabelle was Dutch's great love in the earlier years, and her death at the hands of Colm O'Driscoll became the defining trauma of Dutch's life and the source of his hatred for his rival gang leader. The exact circumstances of Annabelle's death are never fully detailed, but it's clear she was killed because of Dutch, possibly captured and murdered to hurt him. Dutch never fully recovered from this loss, and it fed his paranoia and his willingness to use extreme violence against enemies. Molly O'Shea, who Dutch is with during the events of Red Dead Redemption 2, represents a different kind of relationship. She's younger, devoted to Dutch, but Dutch doesn't love her the way he loved Annabelle. Molly is more trophy than partner, and Dutch's treatment of her, caring but ultimately dismissive, shows how his narcissism affects even his intimate relationships. The Blackwater Ferry robbery in 1899, which occurs just before Red Dead Redemption 2 begins, marks the beginning of Dutch's visible decline. The job was supposed to be straightforward, robbing a ferry carrying significant money, but something went terribly wrong. The robbery turned into a massacre, with civilians killed and the law responding with overwhelming force. Dutch killed a woman named Heidi McCourt on the ferry, shooting her in the head during the chaos, an act that several gang members witnessed and that troubled them deeply. Dutch has killed before, but this killing felt different, more desperate and less controlled than his usual violence. The gang lost several members, including Mac and Davy Calander and Jenny Kirk, with John Marston badly wounded and Sean Maguire captured. They also had to leave behind the money Dutch had stashed, a significant amount that was supposed to fund their next moves. The aftermath of Blackwater shows Dutch under pressure for perhaps the first time in ways the gang hasn't seen before. They're fleeing into the mountains during a blizzard, running from lawmen and Pinkertons, their supplies inadequate and their situation desperate. Dutch makes decisions quickly, keeping the gang moving, but there's an edge of panic that the more observant members notice. He's still eloquent and charismatic, still able to rally the gang with speeches about surviving this setback and ultimate victory, but there's strain showing through. The competence that defined Dutch's leadership is starting to crack, and while Arthur and Hosea can compensate for now, they're both concerned about Dutch's state of mind. When the gang descends from the mountains and establishes camp at Horseshoe Overlook, Dutch tries to project confidence and control. He immediately starts planning their next moves, identifying opportunities in Valentine and the surrounding areas, making alliances and gathering information. But he's also making decisions that worry Hosea, like getting involved with the Greys and Braithwaites in Rhodes, playing both families against each other in a scheme that's clever in theory but risky in practice. Hosea argues for more caution, for smaller jobs and quieter operation until the heat from Blackwater dies down, but Dutch is impatient. He wants the big score that will solve everything, that will prove Blackwater was just a setback rather than the beginning of the end. Dutch's increasing reliance on Micah Bell is one of the most significant and damaging changes in his behaviour during 1899. Micah is everything that Arthur and Hosea are not. He's cruel without purpose, reckless in ways that endanger others, and obsequious toward Dutch in ways that feel manipulative. But Micah tells Dutch what he wants to hear, reinforces Dutch's grandiose self-image, encourages his worst impulses, and never questions his judgment. Dutch is drawn to this validation, especially as Hosea becomes more critical and Arthur more openly doubtful. The psychology here is clear. Dutch is surrounding himself with yes-men because he can't handle honest feedback anymore, because his narcissism requires constant affirmation. Micah recognizes this vulnerability and exploits it, gaining influence by feeding Dutch's ego. The death of Sean McGuire during the Greys' ambush in Rhodes affects Dutch visibly, though perhaps not as deeply as it should. Sean was young and loyal, someone who believed completely in Dutch's vision, and his sudden death should be a wake-up call about the dangers they're facing. Dutch gives a speech at Sean's funeral about sacrifice and how they have to keep going to honour the dead, which sounds meaningful but is really about justifying continuing down the same path rather than reconsidering their approach. This becomes a pattern. Dutch uses deaths to argue for escalation rather than caution, claiming that pulling back would mean those deaths were meaningless. It's a manipulation tactic, turning grief and guilt into motivation to stay committed to Dutch's plans. The situation with the Braithwaites and Greys escalates out of Dutch's control, culminating in Jack Marston being kidnapped. This is the moment when Dutch shows both his best and worst qualities simultaneously. The assault on Braithwaite Manor, where Dutch leads the gang in burning down the estate and killing Catherine Braithwaite, shows Dutch as a leader who will do anything to protect his people. He's furious, righteous, and absolutely committed to getting Jack back. But the situation also exists because of Dutch's plan to manipulate both families, a scheme that was always going to end badly. Dutch created the circumstances that led to Jack's kidnapping, but he frames his response as heroic rather than acknowledging his culpability. This ability to reframe his mistakes as opportunities to demonstrate loyalty becomes increasingly common. The move to Shady Belle and the gang's involvement with Angelo Bronte in St. Denis represents Dutch's ambitions growing beyond what's practical or safe. Bronte is a powerful crime boss with connections and resources that dwarf the gang's, but Dutch wants to play in the big leagues, wants to prove he can outmaneuver sophisticated urban criminals. His dealings with Bronte start civilly, with Bronte even hosting Dutch at his mansion and treating him with apparent respect. But the relationship sours when Dutch realizes Bronte is condescending to him, viewing him as an ignorant country outlaw rather than an equal. Dutch's ego can't handle this disrespect, and his response, feeding Bronte to an alligator and then robbing the trolley station Bronte had told them about as a setup, shows judgment giving way to ego and revenge. The bank robbery in St. Denis is Dutch's plan for the ultimate score, the one last big job that will give them enough money to disappear and live peacefully. The irony that Dutch has been promising one last job for years isn't lost on the gang's more observant members, but most go along because what else is there to do? Dutch's planning for the bank job is actually solid. He scouts the location, coordinates with the gang, has escape routes planned, but the Pinkertons are waiting. Someone tipped them off, and the job becomes a disaster. In the chaos, Hosea Matthews is captured and executed on the street by Agent Milton, killed in front of Dutch and the gang. Hosea's death is the loss of Dutch's oldest friend, his partner for over 25 years, the voice of reason that balanced Dutch's ambition. The impact on Dutch is immediate and catastrophic. Dutch's response to Hosea's death is to double down rather than retreat or grieve properly. He leads the gang's escape from St. Denis onto a riverboat they hijack, but a storm sinks the boat and they wash up on Guama, a Caribbean island in the midst of revolution. The Guama chapter is surreal, with Dutch helping revolutionaries overthrow a government that has nothing to do with his own problems. But Dutch thrives in this environment. He's needed again, making plans and leading men into battle, receiving respect and appreciation. The revolutionary leader they assist, Hercule Fontaine, treats Dutch as an equal and values his tactical thinking. This validation feels good to Dutch, reminds him of how things used to be, and he seems more energized and focused during the Guarma sequence than he's been in months. But Guarma is a distraction from the gang's real problems, and when they return to America, everything has fallen apart. The camp has been destroyed, members scattered or arrested, and they're more hunted and desperate than ever. Dutch's immediate response is to blame everyone else, to look for traitors and rats rather than accepting responsibility for the decisions that led them here. His paranoia, which had been growing, becomes acute. He starts questioning people's loyalty, seeing betrayal in ordinary disagreements, interpreting caution as cowardice or doubt as disloyalty. The gang that reconvenes at Beaver Hollow is fractured and afraid, and Dutch's leadership is no longer bringing them together but pushing them apart. Arthur's tuberculosis diagnosis and his subsequent questioning of Dutch's plans represents the most significant challenge to Dutch's authority and ego. Arthur has been loyal for over 20 years, Dutch's first son and most trusted enforcer, and having Arthur doubt him is deeply threatening to Dutch. Dutch responds by alternating between trying to win Arthur back through appeals to their history and punishing Arthur by siding with Micah and excluding Arthur from planning. Dutch can't simply accept that Arthur's doubts might be valid, that Arthur might be raising legitimate concerns out of care for the gang rather than disloyalty. Dutch's narcissism requires that disagreement equals betrayal, that questioning him means turning against him. The failed oil deal where Dutch leaves Arthur to die is the clearest indication of how far Dutch has fallen. In the past, Dutch would have moved heaven and earth to save a gang member, especially Arthur. But during the oil deal negotiations with Leviticus Cornwall, when Cornwall's men turn on them and everything goes wrong, Dutch flees and leaves Arthur behind to be captured and likely killed. Arthur survives through his own skills, but the betrayal is profound. When Arthur confronts Dutch about being left behind, Dutch makes excuses and tries to gaslight Arthur into thinking it wasn't abandonment. This moment destroys whatever trust remained between them and shows Dutch prioritizing his own survival over his supposed son's. Dutch's relationship with eagle flies and the Wapiti tribe shows him at his most cynically manipulative. He presents himself as an ally to the Native Americans fighting against government oppression, drawing parallels between their situation and his own. Dutch speaks eloquently about freedom and resistance, and standing up to powerful interests that want to destroy their way of life. Eagle Flies, young and angry and desperate for solutions, is drawn to Dutch's rhetoric and leadership. But Dutch is using the tribe for his own purposes. He needs their numbers and their willingness to fight to help him rob the army payroll train. Rains fall. Eagle Fly's father and the tribe's chief sees through Dutch immediately, recognizing him as a man who talks about principles while pursuing selfish interests. The Native American storyline shows Dutch's philosophy revealed as hollow rhetoric, masking selfishness. The train robbery that results in Eagle Fly's death and the further destruction of the Wapiti tribe is one of Dutch's most morally reprehensible acts. He encouraged Eagle Flies to violence, used the tribe's desperation to further his own goals, and when everything went wrong, Dutch walked away while the Native Americans suffered the consequences. Arthur, dying and disillusioned, sees this clearly and condemns Dutch for it, but Dutch deflects and justifies. In Dutch's mind, he gave Eagle Flies an opportunity to strike back at his oppressors, and if it didn't work out, that's not Dutch's fault. This inability to accept responsibility for the consequences of his actions is central to Dutch's character. He can never admit fault because that would mean acknowledging that his judgment is flawed and his philosophy is bankrupt. The revelation that the Pinkertons have been getting inside information creates the witch hunt for the rat that dominates the gang's final days. Dutch is certain there's a traitor, and his paranoia leads him to suspect everyone except the actual rat, Micah. The irony is obvious to players, but not to Dutch. He trusts Micah completely while suspecting Arthur, John, and others who've been loyal for years. This shows how Dutch's judgment has been completely corrupted. He can't distinguish truth from lies or loyalty from betrayal anymore. His criteria for trust have become entirely about who validates his ego, rather than who has actually proven themselves over time. Micah passes this test because he constantly tells Dutch how brilliant and strong he is, while Arthur fails because he questions and criticizes. Dutch's descent into what Arthur and others start calling madness is really the revelation of who Dutch has always been. The philosophy about freedom and living by your own rules was always partly performance, a way to make criminality seem noble and to attract followers. The love he showed Arthur and John and others was real but conditional, dependent on their continued obedience and validation of Dutch. The intelligence and strategic thinking were genuine, but always in service of Dutch's ego and desire for significance. What changes in 1899 isn't that Dutch becomes someone different. It's that pressure and failure strip away the veneer and reveal the narcissism and selfishness that were always at his core. The ideals were real enough when following them benefited Dutch, but when tested by genuine hardship, they proved to be less important than Dutch's self-image and survival. The final confrontation between Arthur and Dutch, when Arthur openly accuses Dutch of betraying the gang's principles and abandoning the people who followed him, is devastating because Dutch can't respond with substance. He deflects, he appeals to their history, he tries to make Arthur feel guilty for doubting him, but he doesn't actually defend his actions or explain how his recent decisions align with the values he supposedly holds. Dutch's response to criticism has become entirely about attacking the critic, rather than addressing the criticism. When Arthur won't back down, when he continues pointing out Dutch's failures and betrayals, Dutch's only response is to side more completely with Micah, and to basically disown Arthur, the son he raised and who gave him everything for 20 years. John Marston's capture and Dutch's initial refusal to mount a rescue represents perhaps the most damning betrayal. In the old days, the gang would have immediately launched a rescue because you don't abandon your people. That was the whole point of the gang. But Dutch makes excuses, says they need to be smart and plan carefully, buys time by doing nothing. Arthur realizes that Dutch isn't planning a rescue at all, that Dutch is willing to let John die or rot in prison, because rescuing him would be risky and wouldn't advance Dutch's goals. This is when Arthur fully accepts that Dutch is gone, that the man who raised him, and who he loved as a father, has become someone who will sacrifice anyone for his own interests. Arthur decides to rescue John with or without Dutch, finally putting what's right above loyalty to Dutch. The final sequence of missions shows Dutch's complete moral collapse. He and Micah plan to take the Blackwater money and run, abandoning everyone else, including people who followed Dutch for years. When Arthur and John confront them, Dutch's response is to threaten them and side entirely with Micah, the man who's been betraying them to the Pinkertons all along. Dutch holds a gun on both Arthur and John at various points, actually willing to kill them despite everything they've meant to him. This is Dutch choosing his ego and his denial over everything and everyone else. He can't admit that Micah betrayed him because that would mean admitting his judgment was wrong, so he has to double down even if it means murdering his sons. Arthur's death on the mountain, Whether he dies from tuberculosis after ensuring John's escape or is shot by Micah, depending on honour level, happens with Dutch watching. In the high honour ending, Arthur tells Dutch, "I gave you all I had before dying as the sun rises, a peaceful death earned by redemption." Dutch doesn't respond to Arthur's final words, just stands there watching, and then walks away, leaving Arthur's body behind. This moment shows Dutch at his worst, unable to acknowledge Arthur's sacrifice or his own role in Arthur's death, unable to feel appropriate grief or guilt, just walking away because dealing with it would require honesty Dutch isn't capable of. The man who once took in orphaned Arthur and raised him as a son leaves Arthur's corpse on a mountain without a word. Dutch's fate between 1899 and 1911, when the first Red Dead Redemption takes place, is largely unknown, but can be partially reconstructed from evidence and dialogue. He and Micah took the Blackwater money, though how they divided it or how long they stayed together is unclear. At some point, Dutch learned that Micah was the rat, either through direct evidence or because it became undeniable. This knowledge should have destroyed Dutch, should have forced him to confront that Arthur and John were right about Micah, and that Dutch's judgment was catastrophically wrong. But Dutch's response seems to have been to externalize the blame, to view Micah's betrayal as unique rather than recognizing the pattern of Dutch's own poor decisions. By 1907, 8 years after Arthur's death, Dutch has formed a new gang. This gang is different from the Van der Linde gang in crucial ways. It's more violent and less principled, more focused on basic criminality than any pretense of revolutionary idealism. Dutch is operating in the mountains, running with Native Americans, including a man who becomes a trusted lieutenant, possibly filling the role that Arthur once held. This new gang exists partly because Dutch can't function without followers and power, and partly because Dutch is still pursuing the same dreams of freedom and escape that motivated him before, despite everything that's happened. The difference is that Dutch's rhetoric about ideals has thinned considerably. His new followers follow him more out of pragmatism or lack of options than belief in his philosophy. During this period, Dutch and his gang get involved in a situation near Blackwater, and this brings them into conflict with John Marston, who's attempting to build a legitimate life with his family on Beecher's Hope Ranch. John has done exactly what Arthur told him to do: run and never look back, be a good father and husband, leave the outlaw life. But circumstances force John to confront his past, and that past includes Dutch. The confrontation between Dutch and John in 1907, during the events of Red Dead Redemption's first epilogue, shows that Dutch hasn't changed substantially. He's still charismatic and eloquent, still believes in his own mythology, still sees himself as someone fighting for freedom against oppressive forces, but he's also more bitter and paranoid, more explicitly violent, less concerned with even the appearance of morality. Dutch's relationship with Micah during this period is complex and ultimately murderous. Micah formed his own gang after splitting from Dutch, operating in the mountains and continuing his pattern of cruelty and criminality. Dutch eventually tracks down Micah, possibly because he learned definitively that Micah was the rat, or possibly for other reasons related to the money or settling accounts. When John Marston and Sadie Adler track Micah to his mountain hideout in 1907, planning to kill him for betraying Arthur and the gang, they find Dutch already there. The confrontation between Dutch, Micah, and John is tense and complicated, with Dutch seemingly allied with Micah, but his actual intentions unclear. When the shooting starts, Dutch shoots Micah, killing the man who betrayed the gang and who Dutch had chosen over Arthur. Then Dutch shoots Micah again, and then walks away without explanation. leaving John and Sadie with the body and with the Blackwater money that Micah had been keeping. This moment is open to interpretation. Is Dutch finally taking responsibility for his mistakes by killing the rat? Is he seeking revenge for Micah's betrayal? Is he trying to make amends to John? Or is he simply tying up loose ends and eliminating someone who had become inconvenient? Dutch doesn't explain his motivations, just kills Micah and leaves, and this ambiguity is characteristic of Dutch's entire character. Even his most significant actions resist simple interpretation. By 1911, when the main events of Red Dead Redemption occur, Dutch has formed yet another gang, this time operating in the mountains of West Elizabeth and New Austin. This gang is explicitly revolutionary in rhetoric, if not in action, with Dutch styling himself as a leader of Native Americans fighting against the government's oppression and betrayal. Dutch's recruitment of Native American followers makes sense from his perspective. They're people who've been genuinely victimized by the government, who have legitimate grievances, and who might believe Dutch's rhetoric about freedom and resistance. But Dutch is also using them, just like he used Eaglefly's tribe in 1899 as tools for his own agenda and his own ego. The Bureau of Investigation, the precursor to the FBI, has identified Dutch as a significant threat and wants him captured or killed. They force John Marston into service by holding his family hostage, giving John no choice but to hunt down his former brothers, including Bill Williamson, Javier Escuela, and ultimately Dutch. John doesn't want this assignment, has tried to leave his past behind, but the government won't let him be until he delivers the men they want. This setup creates the tragic circumstance of John having to destroy what remains of his old family to protect his current family, forced to kill or capture people he once loved, because the law gives him no alternative. When John finally confronts Dutch in 1911, Dutch has established himself as a leader of a Native American resistance movement, operating from a mountain stronghold. Dutch presents himself as fighting for indigenous rights and freedom, as standing against government oppression, as protecting people who can't protect themselves. There's truth to the fact that the government has treated Native Americans with horrific cruelty and injustice, but Dutch's involvement isn't really about helping them as much as it's about Dutch finding a cause that allows him to see himself as righteous. The Native Americans following Dutch are pawns in his game, just like everyone else who's followed him, though Dutch would never admit or possibly even recognize this. The government's assault on Dutch's stronghold is overwhelming, with soldiers and lawmen attacking the mountain position where Dutch and his gang have fortified themselves. John is part of this assault, though conflicted about his role in it, still feeling loyalty to Dutch despite everything that's happened. During the battle, Dutch's gang is destroyed, his followers killed or scattered, everything he's built once again collapsing into violence and death. Dutch himself ends up on a cliff edge, surrounded by John and government agents, with no escape route and no way to win. This is the end for Dutch van der Linde, the final confrontation that will determine his fate. Dutch's final words to John are characteristically complex and open to interpretation. He says, "We can't always fight nature, John. We can't fight change. We can't fight gravity. We can't fight nothing. My whole life, all I ever did was fight." These words show Dutch at his most self-aware, acknowledging that his entire existence has been about resistance and struggle, that he's spent his life fighting against forces he couldn't defeat. There's resignation in these words, but also a kind of justification, framing his life as tragic but meaningful, as noble resistance even if doomed to fail. Dutch is still performing even in his final moments, still crafting the narrative of his life to cast himself in the best possible light. Then Dutch says, "But I can't fight my own nature. I can't fight my own nature." This is the closest Dutch ever comes to acknowledging his fundamental character flaws, admitting that he's trapped by who he is, unable to change or escape the patterns that have defined his life. But even this confession is somewhat exculpatory. It frames his flaws as inevitable aspects of his nature rather than choices he made, suggesting he couldn't have been different rather than that he chose not to change. Dutch is still avoiding full responsibility, even as he admits to his failures, still maintaining that he's more victim of circumstance and nature than active agent of his own destruction. After these words, Dutch backs up toward the cliff edge. John tells him not to do it, that they can talk, that there are alternatives to dying here. But Dutch isn't interested in alternatives, isn't interested in capture or trial or imprisonment. For Dutch, being taken by the government would be the ultimate defeat, confirmation that everything he believed and fought for was wrong. He can't face that reality, can't accept that kind of ending to his story. So Dutch chooses his own ending, stepping backward off the cliff, falling to his death in the river below. His body is recovered by the authorities, confirming his death and ending the legend of Dutch van der Linde. Dutch's suicide is the ultimate act of control over his narrative. He denied the government the satisfaction of capturing him, denied them the trial and execution that would have been the official ending to his story. By killing himself, Dutch maintained agency over his fate to the very end, choosing the time and manner of his death rather than letting others decide. This is consistent with Dutch's character throughout his life. He needed control and authority, needed to be the one making decisions and determining outcomes. Losing that control was unacceptable, so death was preferable to submission. The question of whether Dutch's philosophy had any validity, or whether it was always just rationalization for criminality, is central to understanding his character. In the beginning, there's evidence that Dutch genuinely believed in the ideas he espoused. He was well-read and thoughtful. His criticisms of government and corporate oppression weren't wrong, even if his solutions were violent and criminal. The Gilded Age in American history really was a time when robber barons exploited workers and governments served wealthy interests over the common good. Dutch wasn't inventing these critiques. He was drawing from actual anarchist and socialist political philosophy that existed in this period. His mistake wasn't in identifying injustice, it was in thinking that robbing and killing could address systemic problems, in believing that outlawry was revolutionary rather than just criminal. Over time, Dutch's philosophy became increasingly hollow, more about justifying his actions and maintaining his self-image than about genuine principles. The shift was gradual, and probably not something Dutch consciously recognized. Each compromise and contradiction could be rationalized individually, but collectively they revealed that Dutch's ideals were negotiable whenever they conflicted with his ego or survival. By 1899, Dutch is using the language of freedom and resistance to justify decisions that are purely about his own power and control. By 1911, his revolutionary rhetoric is transparently self-serving, a performance for followers who want to believe they're fighting for something meaningful, when really they're just following another outlaw using them for his own purposes. The tragedy of Dutch is that he had the intelligence and charisma to actually build something meaningful, to create a genuine alternative community, or to organize legitimate resistance to injustice. But he couldn't escape his own ego and his need for control and validation. If Dutch had been more humble, more willing to listen to wisdom from Hosea and others, more able to admit mistakes and change course, he might have led the gang to actually achieve some version of their dream. But his narcissism made that impossible. He needed to be the hero of his own story, needed to be right always, needed others to follow him unconditionally. These psychological needs ultimately mattered more to Dutch than the ideals he claimed to serve. Dutch's relationships with the surrogate sons he raised, Arthur and John particularly, reveal the complexity and ultimate toxicity of his love. He genuinely cared for these boys, gave them education and purpose and family when they had nothing, treated them with affection and respect. But Dutch's love was always conditional on their loyalty and deference. It was a father's love mixed with a cult leader's need for devotion. When Arthur and John grew into men with their own judgment and started questioning Dutch's decisions, Dutch couldn't handle it. He needed sons who would follow blindly, and when they stopped doing that, he was willing to let them die, or even kill them himself. This reveals that Dutch's love was ultimately about Dutch's needs, rather than truly being about the well-being of the people he claimed to love. The parallel between Dutch and Colm O'Driscoll, his hated rival, is something Dutch could never acknowledge but becomes obvious to observers. Both men are gang leaders who use idealistic rhetoric to justify criminality. Both inspire loyalty from followers who believe they're part of something meaningful. Both are willing to sacrifice their people for personal goals. Both are narcissists who need power and validation. The main difference is that Colm doesn't even pretend to have principles. He's honest about being a criminal doing criminal things for money and power. Dutch's pretense of idealism makes him worse in some ways, because it adds hypocrisy to the same basic criminality. Colm never claims to be better than what he is, while Dutch's entire identity is built on claiming moral superiority while doing the same terrible things. Dutch's impact on American history, at least within the game's fictional universe, is significant even if his dreams of revolution never materialized. He led gangs that robbed banks and trains, killed lawmen and civilians, eluded capture for decades, and inspired others to similar outlawry. The government took him seriously enough to deploy significant resources to hunt him, suggesting he represented a genuine threat to order and stability. But his impact is ultimately destructive rather than constructive. He didn't change systems or inspire lasting movements. He just created chaos and death before being destroyed himself. The West was being settled and civilized regardless of Dutch's resistance, and his violence didn't slow that process or help the people supposedly being oppressed by it. The question of Dutch's sanity, particularly in 1899 when multiple characters describe him as going mad, is complicated because Dutch's problems aren't really about mental illness in the clinical sense. He doesn't have schizophrenia or other conditions that would impair his grasp on reality. His problems are psychological and characterological. He's a narcissist whose ego can't handle challenges to his authority and self-image. He's paranoid because guilt and fear make him see threats everywhere. He's increasingly erratic because pressure is overwhelming his ability to maintain the composed facade. Calling Dutch crazy is convenient shorthand for explaining his decline, but it's not quite accurate. Dutch is accountable for his choices in ways that someone with actual mental illness might not be. His decisions flow from his character flaws rather than from disease or disability. Dutch's legacy for the surviving gang members is entirely negative. He destroyed everyone who trusted him, killed or contributed to the deaths of most of his followers, betrayed the principles he claimed to uphold, and left nothing of value behind. Arthur died young after wasting his life on Dutch's doomed dreams. John was forced back into outlawry and eventually killed by the government because of his association with Dutch. Hosea was executed in the street. Eagle Flies died because Dutch encouraged his recklessness. Countless others died in robberies and shootouts and government assaults on Dutch's various gangs. Even Dutch's final gang in 1911, composed largely of Native Americans who believed his rhetoric about fighting oppression, were slaughtered when the government attacked. Dutch's entire life was a trail of bodies, many of them people who trusted him and believed in him. The few survivors who escaped Dutch's influence, like Charles Smith and Sadie Adler, managed to build lives after the gang's collapse specifically because they got away from Dutch. Charles goes north to Canada and lives with Native Americans, finding peace and purpose. Sadie becomes a bounty hunter and eventually leaves America for South America. Both found ways to survive and even thrive after cutting ties with Dutch's doomed endeavours. Their survival demonstrates that Dutch was the problem, that his leadership and philosophy weren't protecting people from a cruel world, but rather leading them into unnecessary danger and death. Dutch's intelligence makes his failures more damning rather than less so. He wasn't a stupid man led astray by circumstances beyond his comprehension. He was smart enough to understand what was happening and make better choices. His education and philosophical knowledge gave him tools to analyze situations and recognize patterns, but his ego prevented him from applying those tools to his own behavior. Dutch could eloquently analyze how governments and corporations manipulate people, but he couldn't see how he was doing the same thing to his own followers. He could recognize when others were being hypocritical or self-serving, but he couldn't apply that same critical lens to himself. This selective blindness wasn't accidental or unconscious. It was motivated reasoning in service of protecting Dutch's self-image. The contrast between Dutch's public persona and his private actions reveals the performance at the heart of his identity. In front of the gang, Dutch is eloquent and inspiring, speaking about loyalty and family and freedom with apparent sincerity. In private moments, particularly in 1899 when stress is overwhelming him, Dutch's mask slips, and you can see the calculation and manipulation. The way he interacts differently with different gang members, tailoring his approach to what each person needs to hear, shows sophisticated understanding of psychology and influence. Dutch is always performing, always aware of his image and his effect on others, never simply being authentic without consideration for how he's perceived. Dutch's reading habits and his references to philosophy and literature throughout both games show that his education was genuine and extensive. He quotes or paraphrases thinkers like Evelyn Miller, a fictional philosopher within the game's universe, and references real historical and philosophical concepts accurately. Dutch reads books constantly, and his tent in every camp is filled with them, suggesting this isn't just affectation, but genuine interest. The tragedy is that all this education and all these ideas don't make Dutch a better person or leader. They just give him more sophisticated tools for manipulation and rationalization. Intelligence without wisdom or humility is dangerous, and Dutch is a perfect example of how smart people can use their intelligence to justify terrible things. The role of Evelyn Miller, the philosopher that Dutch admires and eventually meets, provides interesting commentary on Dutch's character. Miller is a writer who romanticizes Native American culture and frontier life, speaking eloquently about freedom and resistance to civilization's corruption. When Dutch finally meets Miller, who has become a hermit living in the wilderness to practice what he preaches, the encounter is awkward and uncomfortable. Miller is essentially a fraud, or at least a hypocrite, someone whose romantic ideas don't survive contact with the reality of actually living them. Dutch doesn't seem to fully recognise that Miller's failure reflects on his own similar contradictions between rhetoric and reality, or if he does recognise it, he doesn't let it change his own behaviour. Dutch's relationship with law enforcement evolves from cat-and-mouse game to existential threat across his criminal career. In the earlier years, the gang could rob and disappear, staying ahead of local sheriffs who had limited resources and jurisdiction. But by 1899, the Pinkertons are involved, representing federal authority with nationwide reach and significant resources. Dutch's methods that worked against frontier lawmen are inadequate against professional investigators who use informants, coordinate across jurisdictions, and have backing from wealthy interests who want the gang destroyed. Dutch's failure to adapt his tactics to match the evolved threat shows his rigidity, his inability to recognize when circumstances have changed and old approaches won't work anymore. Agent Milton and Agent Ross, the Pinkertons hunting the gang, represent everything Dutch claims to hate about modern America. They work for wealthy interests, use ruthless methods, show no concern for justice or fairness, only results. They're willing to coerce John by holding his family hostage, to make deals with criminals to catch bigger criminals, to kill without legal process when convenient. In different circumstances, Dutch might point to men like Milton and Ross as proof that the system is corrupt and law enforcement serves power rather than justice. But his own crimes and the suffering he's caused make it impossible to view Dutch as righteous resistance against corrupt authority. He's just another violent criminal being hunted by other violent men in service of wealthy interests. Neither side has moral high ground. The question of what Dutch could have been if circumstances were different is interesting, but ultimately pointless speculation. Could Dutch have been a legitimate political organizer or labor leader, using his charisma and intelligence for actual positive change? Could he have been a successful businessman or professional, applying his strategic thinking to legal enterprises? The answer is probably no, because Dutch's fundamental character flaws would have manifested in any context. Narcissists cause damage in every field they enter, whether that's crime, business, politics, or any other domain. Dutch's specific path as an outlaw gang leader was shaped by his circumstances, but the underlying patterns of manipulation, ego, and inability to accept responsibility would have emerged however his life unfolded. Dutch's paranoia about traitors and rats becomes increasingly intense throughout 1899, and this paranoia serves multiple psychological functions for him. It externalizes blame, suggesting that the gang's problems come from betrayal rather than Dutch's poor leadership. It creates a threat that justifies increasing control and intolerance of dissent. Anyone who questions Dutch can be suspected of being a rat. It provides an enemy to focus on other than the real problems facing the gang, and it allows Dutch to avoid confronting that his plans aren't working by suggesting they would work if not for sabotage. The paranoia is self-fulfilling in a sense. Dutch's suspicions and accusations create the divisions and lack of trust that actually do threaten the gang's cohesion. The irony that Dutch trusts Micah, the actual rat, while suspecting Arthur and others who have proven their loyalty, is the clearest evidence of how corrupted Dutch's judgment has become. Micah is obvious in his untrustworthiness to everyone except Dutch. His cruelty and recklessness and manipulation are transparent. But Micah validates Dutch's ego and tells him what he wants to hear, and that becomes more important to Dutch than the decades of loyalty and sacrifice that Arthur and others have demonstrated. This shows that Dutch's priorities have inverted. He cares more about feeling good about himself than about the gang's actual well-being, more about short-term validation than long-term wisdom. Dutch's treatment of women throughout his life reflects his general narcissism and his view of people as serving functions in his life rather than being autonomous individuals deserving respect. Annabelle seems to have been genuinely loved, but even that relationship served Dutch's needs for companionship and validation. Molly O'Shea is more obviously a trophy, younger and devoted, but not truly valued by Dutch as a partner. When Molly becomes demanding of attention and jealous of Dutch's focus on gang business, Dutch becomes dismissive and cold, unable to provide the emotional support and reassurance she needs. Molly's eventual false confession to being a rat, made in desperate attempt to hurt Dutch or get his attention, results in her death, and Dutch shows no significant guilt or grief. She was useful to him when she validated his ego, and when she became inconvenient, she became disposable. The other women in the gang, including Mary Beth, Tilly, Karen and Abigail, are generally treated better than they might be in other outlaw gangs, with Dutch maintaining standards about respect and prohibiting sexual exploitation. This represents Dutch's better impulses and his legitimate desire to create a community with different values than mainstream society. But these women still exist in subordinate roles, their labour supporting the men who do the important work of robbing and fighting. The gang structure reflects the patriarchal assumptions of 1899 society, despite Dutch's rhetoric about freedom and rejecting social norms. Dutch's ideals extended only so far, not far enough to genuinely reimagine gender relations or give women equal authority in gang decision-making. Susan Grimshaw, the camp matriarch who manages day-to-day operations and supervises the women, is the closest thing to female leadership in the gang, but her authority is clearly subordinate to Dutch's, and she never questions the fundamental hierarchy. Her loyalty to Dutch is absolute, and she dies defending him even after everything has fallen apart. Susan's death during the gang's final dissolution is barely acknowledged by Dutch, just another casualty in the chaos he created, despite her decades of service and devotion. This dismissal of Susan's sacrifice, like so many other dismissals of gang members' sacrifices, shows how little Dutch ultimately values the people who give everything for him. Dutch's physical appearance and presentation are carefully maintained even as circumstances become desperate, showing his vanity and his awareness that image matters. He dresses well, keeps himself clean and groomed, speaks eloquently and gestures theatrically when making speeches. This attention to presentation is both strength and weakness. It makes him impressive and memorable. But it also shows how much he cares about how others see him, rather than who he actually is. Even in Beaver Hollow, when the gang is falling apart and they're living in a cave, Dutch maintains his appearance, while others become ragged and desperate. This disconnect between Dutch's polished exterior and the gang's desperate reality is almost darkly comic, showing Dutch performing confidence and control even as everything crumbles. The speeches Dutch delivers throughout both games are masterpieces of rhetoric and manipulation, combining genuine philosophical insight with emotional appeals and logical fallacies. He knows how to structure an argument, how to use repetition and metaphor, how to modulate his voice for effect. He appeals to shared values and common enemies, frames everything in terms of us versus them, uses loaded language that triggers emotional responses. If Dutch had lived in a different era, he could have been a successful politician or preacher, or any profession that required swaying audiences. But he also uses these skills to manipulate people into doing things that harm them, to convince them to stay loyal when they should leave, to rationalize the irrational. Dutch's inability to accept defeat or admit mistakes stems from deep insecurity about his worth and competence. For Dutch, being wrong doesn't just mean making an error in judgment. It threatens his entire identity as a brilliant leader and visionary. This is why he doubles down when challenged rather than reconsidering, why he escalates when he should retreat, why he attacks people who point out his mistakes rather than learning from the feedback. This psychological pattern is common in narcissistic leaders across contexts. The need to be right becomes more important than actually achieving goals, and the leader will sacrifice everything, including the organization and people they supposedly care about, rather than admit fault. The cycle of promising one more job that will fix everything is Dutch's signature pattern, and becomes a dark joke among gang members who recognize they've heard it before. Each time a job fails or doesn't provide enough money, Dutch immediately starts planning the next one that will definitely be enough. The pattern reveals Dutch's fundamental delusion. He believes that external circumstances are the problem rather than his approach or philosophy. If they just get enough money, if they just escape to the right location, if they just pull off the right score, then everything will work out. This thinking prevents Dutch from recognizing that the problem is internal, that his leadership is flawed and his dream is unrealistic regardless of how much money they steal or where they run. Dutch's relationship with Hosea Matthews is the most important and complex relationship of his life, more significant than any romantic partnership or surrogate fatherhood. Hosea was Dutch's partner for over 25 years, the person who balanced Dutch's ambition with pragmatism, who could tell Dutch hard truths because of their history and mutual respect. Hosea's increasing concerns about Dutch's judgment in 1899, his advocacy for caution and smaller scores, represents the last chance for Dutch to change course before disaster. But Dutch stops listening to Hosea, dismisses his concerns as cowardice or lack of faith, lets Micah's voice drown out the wisdom of his oldest friend. When Hosea is killed in St. Denis, Dutch loses the last person who could moderate his worst impulses and call out his delusions. Dutch's grief at Hosea's death is genuine and profound, shown in his devastated reaction to seeing Hosea executed. But Dutch processes this grief in destructive ways, using it to justify escalation rather than reflection. Hosea died trying to execute Dutch's plan, so Dutch frames Hosea's death as sacrifice that obligates everyone else to continue down the same path rather than as consequence of Dutch's poor planning. This is typical of how Dutch handles all losses. He transforms them into martyrdom that justifies his decisions rather than acknowledging his role in causing them. Hosea's wisdom dies with him, but Dutch never seriously considers what Hosea would advise in subsequent situations, never truly honors Hosea's perspective by incorporating it into his thinking. The comparison between how Dutch leads in the early missions of RDR2 versus later missions shows his deterioration clearly. Early on, Dutch is patient and strategic, listening to input from Arthur and Hosea, adapting plans when circumstances change, showing genuine concern for gang member safety. His decisions make sense even if they're risky, and he demonstrates the intelligence and capability that made people follow him in the first place. Later, Dutch becomes impulsive and rigid, dismissing concerns, refusing to adapt, making decisions based on ego rather than gang welfare. The contrast shows that Dutch's decline isn't just about external pressure, but about internal corruption, his worst qualities overwhelming his better ones as stress increases. Dutch's talent for reading people and understanding their motivations is both gift and curse. He can identify what people need, what they fear, what motivates them, and he uses this knowledge to recruit, to motivate, and increasingly to manipulate. This emotional intelligence makes Dutch effective, but also makes him dangerous because he can push people's buttons and exploit their vulnerabilities so skillfully. Arthur recognizes by the end that Dutch is playing people, using his understanding of psychology like a weapon against them. The talent that made Dutch an effective leader becomes a tool of abuse when divorced from genuine care for people's well-being. The locations Dutch chooses for camps throughout RDR2 reflect his deteriorating judgment and circumstances. Horseshoe Overlook is pleasant and practical, providing safety and resources. Clemens Point is beautiful lakeside property, suggesting optimism about settling there longer term. Shady Bell is a decaying mansion near St. Denis, showing ambition to operate in urban environment despite impracticality. Beaver Hollow is a miserable cave in harsh mountains, desperate and grim. The progression of camps tells the story of the gang's decline, from comfortable and hopeful to barely surviving in hostile environment. Dutch's choice of Beaver Hollow over other options shows how divorced he's become from caring about the gang's well-being versus just hiding from pursuers. Dutch's final stand in 1911, on a cliff surrounded by government forces with no escape, is the inevitable conclusion to his life story. He lived by violence and resistance to authority, and he died the same way, refusing surrender even when defeat was certain. The romanticism of Dutch's suicide, choosing death over capture, fits the legend he tried to create about himself. But it's also deeply selfish, a final act prioritizing Dutch's self-image over any larger consideration. He could have surrendered and testified about government abuses against Native Americans, using his trial as a platform for the principles he claimed to believe in. But that would require humility and accepting loss of control, which Dutch couldn't do. So he jumped, ending his story on his terms, but also ending any possibility of his life meaning something beyond destruction. The Native Americans who followed Dutch in his final years were pawns in his game just like everyone else. Perhaps even more so because Dutch was explicitly using their legitimate grievances as cover for his own agenda. Dutch didn't improve their situation or help their cause in any meaningful way. He just gave them false hope before leading them into a battle they couldn't win against overwhelming government force. The Native Americans who died in the assault on Dutch's stronghold died for Dutch's ego, not for their own freedom or rights. This is Dutch's consistent pattern across his life, presenting himself as ally and protector to vulnerable people while actually exploiting them for his purposes. The question of whether Dutch ever truly loved anyone or whether all his relationships were ultimately about what people could do for him is difficult to answer definitively. Dutch was capable of affection and demonstrated care for certain individuals, particularly in his relationship with Arthur as a young man and his partnership with Hosea. But Dutch's love was always entangled with his need for validation and control, making it impossible to separate genuine caring from narcissistic need. When push came to shove, when loving someone required sacrificing his ego or admitting fault, Dutch chose himself every time. This pattern suggests that whatever love Dutch felt was conditional and subordinate to self-interest, making it a shallow and ultimately selfish kind of love. Dutch's death resolves nothing in terms of the larger forces he claimed to fight against. The government continues oppressing Native Americans, corporations continue exploiting workers, wealth inequality persists, and all the injustices Dutch railed against remain unaddressed. His decades of robbery and violence didn't change any systems or help any movements. They just created chaos and death before being suppressed by the same authorities that controlled everything before Dutch's rebellion. This is the ultimate futility of Dutch's approach. You can't rob your way to social change. Violence without strategy or mass support just gets you killed while leaving the system intact. Dutch was smart enough to recognize injustice, but not wise enough to understand how to actually address it. The legacy Dutch leaves for American history, at least within the game's universe, is as a footnote about colourful outlaws from the closing frontier, not as a revolutionary or freedom fighter. He'll be remembered as a criminal who killed lawmen and civilians, robbed banks and trains, and eventually committed suicide rather than face justice. The philosophy and ideals he espoused won't be remembered because they were revealed as hollow rhetoric masking selfishness and violence. The people who knew him personally, the surviving gang members, remember him with bitterness and disappointment rather than admiration. John has to kill his former brothers because of Dutch's decisions, and while John doesn't hate Dutch, he recognizes that following him was a mistake that cost decades and countless lives. Dutch's intelligence makes his story more tragic rather than less so, because a smarter person could have recognized the patterns and changed course. Dutch had multiple opportunities to see that his approach wasn't working, to listen to wisdom from Hosea and Arthur, to recognize that circumstances had changed and required different strategies. But his ego prevented learning and adaptation. His narcissism required that he be right always, and these psychological limitations meant his intelligence couldn't save him from himself. Smart people can be incredibly self-destructive when intelligence is coupled with poor character, and Dutch exemplifies how brilliance without wisdom or humility leads to catastrophe. The parallel between Dutch's death in 1911 and Arthur's death in 1899 highlights the difference between them. Arthur died having achieved redemption, having ensured John's escape, having become a better man in his final months. His death was meaningful sacrifice that accomplished something beyond himself. Dutch died having achieved nothing except his own death, having learned nothing, having changed nothing, clinging to delusions and ego to the end. His death was waste, the final act of a wasted life, meaningful only as conclusion to a cautionary tale about narcissism and failed leadership. Both men died in the mountains, but the meaning of their deaths couldn't be more different. The video game medium allows exploration of Dutch's character across 2 full games spanning decades, providing depth and complexity that would be difficult to achieve in film or literature. Players spend hundreds of hours with Dutch across both games, hearing his speeches, watching his decisions, seeing his relationships evolve. This extended exposure creates understanding of Dutch's character that feels earned rather than told. The interactive nature of games also means players experience Dutch's impact directly through playing, as characters he affected, feeling the frustration of following flawed leadership as Arthur, and feeling the tragedy of being forced to hunt him as John. The medium serves the character brilliantly, making Dutch one of gaming's most memorable antagonists precisely because he's so fully realized across so much content. Dutch van der Linde represents failed idealism, showing how genuine desire for better world can be corrupted by ego and poor character into something destructive. He started with real critiques of society and legitimate desire to create alternative community based on different values. But the foundation was rotten because Dutch's motivation was ultimately about himself rather than the ideals, about his own significance and legend rather than actually helping people or changing systems. The progression from young idealist to paranoid tyrant to suicidal fugitive is tragic, but inevitable given Dutch's character flaws. He was always going to end badly because he couldn't be the person his philosophy required, couldn't subordinate ego to principles, couldn't accept that being a true revolutionary requires humility and sacrifice of self-interest that his narcissism made impossible. The influence of Dutch's story on video game narratives about leadership and loyalty has been substantial. Many games feature charismatic leaders who turn out to be corrupt or delusional, but few develop the arc as thoroughly or with such nuance as Dutch's story across the Red Dead games. Dutch is neither purely evil nor purely sympathetic. He's complex and human and understandable, while also being clearly wrong and harmful. This complexity makes him feel real, and makes the tragedy of characters who follow him feel earned rather than contrived. The games trust players to see Dutch's flaws without needing to explicitly condemn him, showing rather than telling how and why he fails. Dutch's final words about fighting his nature acknowledge that he understands himself at some level, that he recognizes he's trapped by who he is. But this recognition comes too late and doesn't represent genuine change or redemption, just final moment of clarity before death. Dutch dies as he lived, on his own terms, dramatic and defiant, still crafting his narrative even in his last seconds. He couldn't change, couldn't grow, couldn't escape the prison of his own character. That's the tragedy of Dutch van der Linde, that he had the intelligence to understand what was wrong, but lacked the humility and courage to fix it, that he spent his entire life fighting external enemies, while the real enemy was inside him all along, that he destroyed everyone who trusted him while telling himself he was fighting for their freedom. The complete story of Dutch van der Linde is ultimately about the danger of charismatic leadership divorced from accountability, about how intelligence without wisdom leads to catastrophe, about how narcissism corrupts even genuine ideals, about how people who talk most about loyalty are often the most willing to betray. The story of Hosea Matthews, a con man who became a father, a thief who became a philosopher, and a man whose wisdom and compassion held together a family that was always on the edge of falling apart. If this story helps you rest, feel free to subscribe the channel, but only if it brings you some peace. And I'd love to know in the comments where you're listening from. It's always comforting to know who else is out there settling in for the night. Hosea Matthews' story is one of wisdom earned through experience, of fatherhood found in unlikely places, of a man who tried to guide others toward better choices while knowing his own past was full of mistakes. His journey through the Red Dead Redemption series is both heartwarming and heartbreaking, showing a man who understood that the outlaw life was doomed but who stayed with his family anyway, trying to protect them and guide them for as long as he could. Understanding Hosea means understanding the gang he helped build, the young men he raised as sons, the woman he loved and lost, and the impossible task of trying to be the voice of reason in a world that rewarded violence and recklessness. This is the complete story of Hosea Matthews, outlaw, conman, father, friend, and the conscience of the Van der Linde gang. Hosea Matthews was born sometime in the 1840s, probably around 1844 or 1845, making him in his mid-50s during the events of Red Dead Redemption 2 in 1899. His early life is somewhat mysterious, as Hosea was always more interested in talking about others than about himself. But we know he grew up in the American frontier during a time of tremendous change and opportunity. Hosea came from a relatively educated background, unusual for someone who ended up as an outlaw. He could read and write well, was familiar with literature and philosophy, and had a way with words that suggested formal education, or at least extensive self-education. Hosea's path to outlawry wasn't driven by poverty or desperation like many criminals of his era. Instead, Hosea seems to have been drawn to the outlaw life by a combination of wanderlust, opportunism, and perhaps a certain romantic notion of living free from society's constraints. Hosea was a con man and a thief, someone who used his intelligence and his charm to separate people from their money. He wasn't violent by nature, preferring to talk his way out of situations rather than fight his way out. Hosea's crimes were about cleverness and deception rather than brutality, about outsmarting people rather than overpowering them. In his younger years, Hosea travelled extensively across the American frontier, running cons and scams, stealing what he could, and generally living the life of a wandering criminal. His skills as a con man were legendary and were based on deep understanding of human psychology and social dynamics. Hosea understood what motivated people, what they feared and what they desired, how they made decisions and how they could be manipulated. This understanding came from decades of observation and practice, from running countless cons and learning what worked and what didn't. The cons Hosea ran were varied and creative, showing his adaptability and his understanding of human nature. He might pose as a wealthy investor looking to fund local businesses, gaining people's trust and their money before disappearing. His performance would be flawless, his accent and mannerisms perfectly matching his assumed identity, his knowledge of business and finance convincing enough to fool people who should know better. He might play a grieving widower selling family heirlooms, exploiting people's sympathy and their desire for bargains. He might set up elaborate schemes involving fake businesses or investment opportunities, creating entire fictional worlds to separate marks from their money. These cons required intelligence, patience, and acting ability, skills that Hosea developed and refined over years of practice. Hosea's preference for non-violent crime wasn't just moral squeamishness. It was pragmatic recognition that violence drew attention and created problems. Every person killed was a potential witness eliminated, but also a crime that law enforcement would investigate more seriously. Robberies that involved killing were more likely to result in wanted posters, bounty hunters, and sustained law enforcement pressure. Cons that relied on deception rather than violence were safer and more sustainable, allowing criminals to operate without drawing as much attention. But Hosea's life as a solo con man was also lonely and ultimately unsatisfying. Cons required constant movement, constant reinvention, constant vigilance against being caught or recognized. Hosea couldn't form lasting relationships or put down roots anywhere, couldn't trust anyone or let anyone get close to him. This isolation was the cost of the conman's life, and while Hosea was good at it and successful at it, he also recognized its limitations and its costs. Hosea's life changed fundamentally when he met Dutch van der Linde, probably sometime in the early to mid-1870s. The exact circumstances of their meeting aren't detailed in the games, but it's clear that the two men recognized something in each other, a partnership that would last for over 20 years. Dutch was younger than Hosea, probably in his early 20s when they met, charismatic and ambitious, but also somewhat naive and idealistic. Hosea was older and more experienced, pragmatic and cautious, but also drawn to Dutch's vision and energy. The partnership between Hosea and Dutch was complementary and powerful, but it was also marked by fundamental differences that would become more pronounced over time. Dutch provided the vision, and the charisma, the ability to inspire people and make them believe in something larger than themselves. Hosea provided the pragmatism and the planning, the ability to think through consequences and avoid unnecessary risks. Dutch was the dreamer, Hosea was the realist. Dutch was the face of their operation, Hosea was the brains. Dutch was ambitious and idealistic, driven by ego and by a need to be seen as a great man leading a great cause. Hosea was pragmatic and realistic, more interested in survival and in taking care of the people he loved than in grand visions or legendary status. But their partnership was more than just professional. It was a genuine friendship built on mutual respect and affection. Dutch and Hosea genuinely liked each other, enjoyed each other's company, and trusted each other completely. They shared a vision of living free from society's rules, of creating their own way of life outside the constraints of civilization. The early years of their partnership, before they took in Arthur, and before the gang grew large, were probably the best years of both men's lives. They were young and successful, pulling off cons and robberies that brought in good money without too much risk. They were friends and equals, partners who respected each other, and who balanced each other's strengths and weaknesses. Even in these early years, Hosea's understanding of the changing West was deeper and more nuanced than Dutch's. Hosea had lived through decades of transformation, watching as the frontier was settled, as railroads connected distant territories, as law enforcement became more organized and effective. Hosea had seen towns grow from rough mining camps into proper cities with schools and churches and police forces. He'd watched as the spaces where outlaws could operate freely shrank year by year, as telegraph lines made communication instant and made it harder for criminals to stay ahead of the law. This understanding of historical forces and social change set Hosea apart from Dutch and from most outlaws. Dutch saw the encroachment of civilization as something that could be fought or escaped, as a challenge to be overcome through cleverness and determination. Hosea understood that civilization's advance was inevitable, that the outlaw way of life was doomed not because outlaws weren't smart or tough enough, but because the world was changing in ways that made outlawry unsustainable. This difference in worldview would create ongoing tension between them, manageable when Dutch was willing to listen to Hosea's counsel, but destructive as Dutch became more resistant to advice. In the late 1870s, probably around 1877 or 1878, Dutch and Hosea took in their first son, a young teenager named Arthur Morgan. Arthur was an orphan, surviving on the streets through petty crime, alone and desperate. Dutch and Hosea didn't just recruit Arthur as another gang member, they genuinely took him in as a son, teaching him to read and write, training him in the skills he'd need to survive, giving him the family and purpose he desperately needed. This act of taking in Arthur transformed Dutch and Hosea's partnership into something more, the beginning of what would become the Van der Linde gang's family structure. Hosea took to fatherhood naturally, despite never having biological children of his own. He was patient and kind with Arthur, teaching him not just criminal skills but also how to think critically, how to read people and situations, how to survive through intelligence as well as strength. Hosea's views on education and its importance were progressive for his time and his circumstances. Hosea believed that education was a tool for survival and advancement, that understanding the world and how it worked was as important as physical strength or skill with weapons. Hosea taught Arthur to read and write, opening up worlds of knowledge and ideas that Arthur never would have accessed otherwise. He taught Arthur about human nature, about how to read people and situations, about how to survive through intelligence as well as strength. He taught Arthur about consequences, about thinking through actions and understanding their likely results. The education Hosea provided wasn't just practical, it was also cultural and moral. Hosea taught Arthur about literature and philosophy, about different ways of thinking about the world and about right and wrong. Hosea encouraged him to appreciate beauty and meaning, to see value in things beyond just survival and profit. This cultural education made Arthur more than just a thug or a criminal. It made him a thoughtful person, capable of moral reasoning and aesthetic appreciation. Hosea's own education and his love of literature were sources of joy and meaning in his life. Hosea could quote Shakespeare and discuss classic literature, could find parallels between their situations and stories from books. This literary knowledge gave Hosea perspective on their struggles, helped him see patterns and themes that others missed. It also gave Hosea a way to process and understand his own experiences, to find meaning in the chaos and violence of outlaw life. The relationship between Hosea and Arthur developed over years, growing from teacher-student to something more like father-son. Hosea was proud of Arthur, proud of his strength and his skill, but also proud of his capacity for kindness and his sense of right and wrong. Hosea could see that Arthur was better than the life they'd led, that Arthur had the potential to be something more than just an outlaw. Arthur loved both Dutch and Hosea as fathers, but his relationship with Hosea was perhaps deeper and more genuine, built on Hosea's consistent presence and his genuine care for Arthur's well-being. A few years after taking in Arthur, probably in the early 1880s, Dutch and Hosea took in another young man, John Marston. John was even younger than Arthur had been, probably around 12 years old, and even more damaged and difficult. John had been abandoned by his father and had survived through crime and prostitution, developing a hard shell and a distrustful nature. Taking in John was more challenging than taking in Arthur had been, as John was more resistant to authority and more prone to running away or causing trouble. But Hosea persisted, showing John the same patience and care he'd shown Arthur, gradually earning John's trust and helping him become part of the family. The relationship between Hosea and John was more complicated than Hosea's relationship with Arthur, partly because John was more difficult and partly because Arthur was already there, creating a dynamic where John sometimes felt like the less favoured son. John required more work and more patience, and while Hosea provided both, the relationship never quite reached the depth and ease of Hosea's relationship with Arthur. But Hosea's influence on John was still profound and lasting, teaching John to read and write, teaching him about responsibility and what it meant to be a father and a partner, about the obligations that came with having a family. During this period, the Van der Linde gang grew from just Dutch, Hosea, and their adopted sons into a larger organization. They recruited other members, people who were drawn to Dutch's vision, or who needed the protection and community the gang offered. The gang pulled off increasingly ambitious robberies and cons, making money and building a reputation. The gang's best years, probably in the 1880s and early 1890s, were characterized by successful operations, relative stability, and genuine camaraderie among members. The gang's structure and dynamics were shaped significantly by Hosea's influence and his approach to leadership. Unlike many outlaw gangs that were held together purely by fear and profit, the Van der Linde gang had genuine bonds of affection and loyalty among its members. This was partly due to Dutch's charisma and his ability to inspire devotion, but it was also due to Hosea's consistent care and his efforts to create a genuine community. Hosea made sure that gang members felt valued and respected, that their contributions were recognized, that they had support when they needed it. Hosea's role in the gang was multifaceted and essential. He was a planner and strategist, scouting opportunities and designing operations. He was a mediator and counselor, helping to resolve conflicts between gang members and providing guidance to those who needed it. He was a teacher and mentor, particularly to Arthur and John, but also to younger gang members who looked to him for wisdom. He was a father figure and a source of emotional support, someone gang members could talk to about their fears and their hopes. All of these roles were crucial to the gang's functioning and its cohesion. Hosea's relationship with the gang's women deserves particular attention, as it shows his respect for women and his recognition of their contributions. In an era and a context where women were often marginalized or exploited, Hosea treated the women in the gang as equals and valued members of the community. He respected Susan Grimshaw's authority in managing the camp and supported her decisions. He encouraged Mary Beth's literary aspirations and discussed books with her. He was protective of Tilly and Karen and the other women, making sure they were safe and that their needs were met. This respect for women set an example for the other men and contributed to the relatively egalitarian atmosphere of the camp. The stories Hosea told around the campfire were more than just entertainment. They were teaching tools and ways of passing on wisdom and values. Hosea would tell stories about his past adventures, about cons he'd run and people he'd met, about the changing West and what it meant to live as an outlaw. These stories contained lessons about human nature, about the consequences of choices, about what mattered and what didn't. The younger gang members who listened to these stories were learning from Hosea's experiences, gaining wisdom that would help them navigate their own lives. Hosea's storytelling also served to maintain the gang's sense of identity and shared history, creating a narrative that bound gang members together and gave them a sense of continuity and purpose. Hosea's sense of humour was dry and often self-deprecating, a way of dealing with the hardships and absurdities of outlaw life. He could find humour in difficult situations, could make jokes that lightened the mood and help the gang cope with stress and danger. Hosea's humour was never cruel or at others' expense. It was gentle and inclusive, bringing people together rather than dividing them. This humour was part of what made Hosea so well liked within the gang, part of what made him such an effective leader and mentor. Hosea's relationship with Bessie, the woman who had become his wife, was one of the most important and defining relationships of his life. The exact timeline of when Hosea met Bessie isn't specified in the games, but it was probably sometime in the 1880s, during the gang's earlier, more successful years. Bessie wasn't part of the outlaw life. She was a respectable woman, and her relationship with Hosea represented a connection to the legitimate world that Hosea had left behind. Bessie and Hosea married, and for a time Hosea tried to live a more settled life, balancing his outlaw activities with his marriage. Bessie's influence on Hosea was profound and positive. She brought out the best in him, encouraged his better instincts, and probably tried to convince him to leave the outlaw life entirely. Hosea loved Bessie deeply, and his time with her seems to have been the happiest period of his life. This respect for women was probably influenced by Hosea's relationship with Bessie, which had shown him that women were capable of intelligence, strength, and wisdom equal to any man's. Hosea's marriage to Bessie probably created tension with his outlaw life and his commitment to the gang. Bessie likely wanted Hosea to leave the criminal world, to settle down and live legitimately. Hosea probably tried to balance both worlds, maintaining his connection to the gang while also building a life with Bessie. But Hosea couldn't or wouldn't fully leave the gang, couldn't abandon Dutch and Arthur and the family they'd built together. This tension between his love for Bessie and his loyalty to the gang was probably a source of conflict and pain for Hosea. Bessie died sometime before the events of Red Dead Redemption 2, probably in the mid to late 1890s. The exact circumstances of her death aren't detailed, but it's suggested that she died of illness, possibly pneumonia or another disease that was common and often fatal in that era. Bessie's death devastated Hosea, leaving him grieving and alone, having lost the woman he loved and the connection to a better life that she represented. After Bessie's death, Hosea threw himself back into the gang completely, no longer having any reason to maintain connections to the legitimate world or to consider leaving the outlaw life. Bessie's death probably changed Hosea, made him more resigned to dying as an outlaw, more focused on helping others have the chances at better lives that he'd lost. Hosea's grief over Bessie's death was private and enduring, something he carried with him but didn't often talk about. Instead, Hosea channeled his grief into caring for others, into being there for Arthur and John and the other gang members, into trying to guide them toward better choices and better futures. This selfless response to grief showed Hosea's character, his capacity to transform pain into compassion, to use his own losses as motivation to help others avoid similar losses. By 1899, when Red Dead Redemption 2 begins, Hosea is in his mid-50s and showing his age. He has lumbago, a chronic lower back pain that limits his mobility and causes him constant discomfort. He coughs frequently, suggesting respiratory problems that might be early signs of tuberculosis or another lung disease. The pain limited Hosea's mobility and made physical activity difficult, forcing him to rely more on his mind than on his body. Hosea is still sharp mentally, still capable of planning cons and robberies, still the gang's voice of reason and wisdom. But physically, he's declining, and he knows it. Hosea is aware that his time is limited, that he won't live to see old age, and this awareness colours his actions and his advice throughout the game. This awareness of mortality shaped Hosea's priorities and his advice in his final months. Hosea wasn't concerned about accumulating wealth or achieving some grand vision. He was concerned about making his remaining time meaningful and ensuring that the people he loved would be okay after he was gone. Hosea's focus was on relationships and on passing on wisdom, on making sure that Arthur and John had what they needed to survive and potentially to build better lives. But even during the gang's better years, Hosea could see warning signs and potential problems. Hosea tried to prepare the gang for these changes, tried to convince Dutch to be more cautious and to start thinking about eventual retirement or transition to legitimate life. Hosea suggested that they should be planning for retirement, for transitioning to legitimate life, or at least to less risky criminal activities. Hosea pointed out that the gang was getting older, that they couldn't keep running and fighting forever, that they needed to think about what came next. But Dutch was resistant to these suggestions, seeing them as defeatism or lack of faith in his vision. Dutch wanted to believe that one more big score would solve all their problems, that they could escape to some paradise where the modern world couldn't reach them. This fundamental disagreement about the gang's future created ongoing tension between Hosea and Dutch, but it was manageable as long as Dutch was willing to listen to Hosea's counsel on specific decisions, even if he didn't accept Hosea's broader vision. Hosea could live with Dutch's unrealistic dreams as long as Dutch was still making pragmatic decisions in the present. But as Dutch became more resistant to counsel and more convinced of his own infallibility, the tension became destructive rather than creative. The events of Red Dead Redemption 2 begin with the gang in crisis, fleeing into the mountains after the disastrous Blackwater ferry robbery. The Blackwater job was ambitious and risky, targeting a ferry carrying a large amount of money in a town with significant law enforcement presence. Hosea probably opposed the plan, or at least had serious reservations about it, recognizing the risks and counseling caution. But Dutch, under pressure to provide for the growing gang and increasingly influenced by Micah Bell, pushed forward despite Hosea's concerns. The disaster at Blackwater vindicated Hosea's concerns and showed the consequences of ignoring his counsel. Multiple gang members were killed, the gang was forced to flee with law enforcement and Pinkertons in pursuit, and they lost the money they'd been counting on. Hosea is there with the gang in the mountains, helping them survive the harsh winter conditions despite his own physical limitations. During this early part of the game, Hosea's role as the voice of caution and wisdom is already evident. He questions Dutch's decisions, points out the risks they're taking, and tries to convince Dutch to be more careful and pragmatic. The introduction of Micah Bell to the gang, which happened sometime before the events of Red Dead Redemption 2, was a development that Hosea viewed with suspicion and concern from the beginning. Hosea could read people, and he could see that Micah was cruel and self-serving, that Micah was manipulating Dutch and working to undermine Hosea's influence. The contrast between Hosea's approach and Micah's approach to crime illustrated the difference between intelligent outlawry and brutal thuggery. Micah's crimes were often unnecessarily violent, involving killing and cruelty that served no purpose beyond Micah's own enjoyment. Micah's approach drew attention and created enemies, making the gang's situation more dangerous and more precarious. Hosea tried to warn Dutch about Micah, tried to get Dutch to see that Micah was poison for the gang. Hosea's attempts to warn Dutch about Micah were persistent but ultimately unsuccessful. Hosea could see that Micah was manipulating Dutch, telling Dutch what he wanted to hear rather than what he needed to hear, encouraging Dutch's worst impulses rather than checking them. But Dutch was drawn to Micah's boldness and his willingness to tell Dutch what he wanted to hear, and Dutch dismissed Hosea's concerns as jealousy or excessive caution. The conflict between Hosea and Micah was really a conflict over Dutch's soul and the gang's direction. Hosea represented caution, pragmatism, and compassion, the values that had guided the gang in its better days. Micah represented recklessness, cruelty, and self-interest, the worst impulses that Dutch was increasingly giving into. As long as Hosea was alive, there was some balance, some chance that Dutch might listen to reason. But Micah was working to undermine Hosea's influence, to turn Dutch against him, to ensure that when the final crisis came, Dutch would listen to Micah rather than to Hosea. The failure of these warnings was frustrating and frightening for Hosea, as he could see the gang heading toward disaster, but couldn't convince Dutch to change course. Hosea's influence over Dutch, which had been strong for over 20 years, was waning in the gang's final months. Dutch was listening more to Micah and less to Hosea, making decisions that Hosea knew were foolish and dangerous. This loss of influence was painful for Hosea personally, as it represented the deterioration of his relationship with Dutch, but it was also terrifying because Hosea could see the consequences coming and couldn't prevent them. As the gang descends from the mountains and establishes camp at Horseshoe Overlook, Hosea continues to serve as the gang's planner and strategist. He scouts out opportunities for robberies and cons, plans operations with Arthur, and tries to keep the gang functioning despite their desperate circumstances. The cons Hosea ran with Arthur show his methods and his skills in action. In one memorable con, Hosea poses as a wealthy businessman interested in investing in local enterprises, while Arthur plays various roles to support the deception. Hosea's performance is flawless, his accent and mannerisms perfectly matching his assumed identity. The con requires improvisation when unexpected complications arise, and Hosea handles these smoothly, adapting his approach to maintain the deception. These cons also show the relationship between Hosea and Arthur, the easy partnership and mutual trust that comes from years of working together. The gang's move to Rhodes and their involvement in the conflict between the Grey and Braithwaite families shows the growing tension between Hosea's pragmatism and Dutch's ambition. Dutch sees this as an opportunity to make easy money by playing both families against each other. Hosea is sceptical from the start, recognizing that the families are more cunning than Dutch gives them credit for, and that the situation is likely to spiral out of control. Hosea's concerns prove well-founded when the situation escalates into violence. Sean Maguire is killed, and Jack Marston is kidnapped by the Braithwaites. The kidnapping of Jack is a turning point for Hosea personally. Jack is John's son, but he's also part of the gang's family, a child that Hosea has helped raise and protect. Hosea participates in the gang's assault on Braithwaite Manor, helping to burn it down and kill most of the family in a furious display of vengeance. This violence is uncharacteristic for Hosea, who generally prefers to avoid bloodshed, but it shows the depth of his love for the gang's children and his willingness to do whatever's necessary to protect them. The gang's move to St. Denis, the big city that represents modernity and civilization, is particularly difficult for Hosea. St. Denis is everything the gang isn't, organized and civilized, with law enforcement that's well-funded and effective. Hosea knows that operating in the city is dangerous and likely to end badly. But Dutch is determined to pull off a big score in St. Denis, convinced that one more major robbery will give them enough money to escape to some tropical paradise. Hosea's recognition that he was losing the battle for Dutch's soul added urgency to his efforts to prepare Arthur for leadership and independence. Hosea knew that if Dutch continued on his current path, the gang would be destroyed and Arthur would need to be able to think for himself and make his own decisions. Hosea's final conversations with Arthur were attempts to give Arthur the tools and the confidence he'd need to survive without Hosea's guidance and potentially without Dutch's leadership. The conversations between Hosea and Arthur in the days before the bank robbery are poignant and revealing. These conversations show the depth of the father-son relationship between Hosea and Arthur, the genuine love and respect they have for each other. Hosea knows he's old and sick, knows that his time is limited, and he's trying to prepare Arthur for a future where Hosea won't be there to provide guidance and wisdom. Hosea tells Arthur that he's proud of him, that Arthur has become a good man despite the life they've led, that Arthur has the strength and the judgment to do what's right when the time comes. Hosea tells Arthur to think for himself, to not just follow Dutch blindly, to prioritize his own welfare and the welfare of people he cares about over loyalty to Dutch or the gang. Hosea tells Arthur that he's strong enough and smart enough to make his own decisions, that he doesn't need Dutch or anyone else to tell him what to do. Hosea also talks to Arthur about John and his family, about the importance of ensuring that John, Abigail and Jack survive and have a chance at a better life. Hosea recognizes that John is immature and often irresponsible, but Hosea also sees potential in John and believes that John could become a good man and a good father if he's given the chance and the right guidance. Hosea asks Arthur to look after John, to help him become the man he needs to be, to ensure that John's family survives even if the gang doesn't. These requests show Hosea's priorities in his final days. Hosea isn't concerned about his own legacy or his own comfort. He's concerned about the people he loves and their futures. These conversations are Hosea's way of saying goodbye, of passing on his wisdom and his hopes to the son he raised. Hosea goes along with Dutch's plan to rob the St. Denis Bank, despite his misgivings, because he's loyal to Dutch and because he doesn't see any better alternatives. Hosea helps plan the robbery, working with Dutch and Arthur to scout the bank and prepare for the operation. Hosea's participation in the bank robbery, despite his reservations, shows his loyalty to Dutch and his commitment to the gang. Hosea could have refused to participate, could have tried to convince others not to go through with it, could have left the gang before the robbery took place. But Hosea stayed and participated, partly because he was loyal to Dutch, and partly because he didn't see any better alternatives. Hosea hoped that if the robbery succeeded, it might give the gang the resources they needed to escape and survive. And if the robbery failed, Hosea wanted to be there to help his people survive the consequences. The St. Denis Bank robbery goes catastrophically wrong, exactly as Hosea feared it might. The Pinkertons are waiting for them, having been tipped off somehow about the robbery. The gang walks into a trap, and what should have been a carefully planned operation turns into a desperate shootout and escape attempt. The robbery's failure was total and catastrophic, showing how far the gang had fallen from their earlier, more successful operations. This wasn't a clever con or a well-executed heist. This was a desperate gamble that went wrong in the worst possible way. In the chaos, Hosea is captured by the Pinkertons on the street outside the bank. Hosea's capture during the chaos was almost inevitable given the circumstances. Hosea was old and sick, not as fast or as strong as he once was, not able to fight or run as effectively as younger gang members. When the shooting started and the gang scattered, Hosea was separated from the others and caught by the Pinkertons. Agent Milton, the lead Pinkerton agent hunting the gang, holds Hosea at gunpoint in front of a crowd of civilians and law enforcement. Milton, recognizing Hosea as one of the gang's leaders and seeing an opportunity to make an example, held Hosea at gunpoint in front of dozens of witnesses. Hosea's final moments are dignified and defiant. The confrontation between Hosea and Milton is brief but revealing. Even facing certain death, even held at gunpoint by the man who's been hunting the gang for months, Hosea doesn't beg or plead or show fear. He faces his death with courage and dignity, refusing to give Milton the satisfaction of seeing him break. Milton asks Hosea where Dutch is, trying to get information that will help him capture the gang's leader. Hosea refuses to answer, protecting Dutch and the gang even in his final moments, even though Dutch's decisions had led to this disaster. Milton tries to pressure Hosea, threatening him and trying to break his resolve, but Hosea remains defiant, refusing to give Milton what he wants. This defiance isn't bravado or foolish pride, it's genuine courage and loyalty, Hosea choosing to protect the people he loves even when it costs him his life. Hosea could have tried to bargain for his life, could have offered information in exchange for mercy. But Hosea chose to protect Dutch and the gang even in his final moments. This loyalty wasn't blind or stupid. Hosea knew exactly what he was doing and what it would cost him. But Hosea chose loyalty anyway, chose to die protecting the people he loved rather than betray them to save himself. Milton's decision to execute Hosea on the street is brutal and shocking, but it's also strategic. Milton wants to make an example, to show the gang and the public that the Pinkertons are powerful and that outlaws will face consequences for their crimes. Milton wants to demoralize the gang and to demonstrate that even their leaders aren't safe. The execution is public and violent, designed to be witnessed and remembered, to send a message about the cost of outlawry. Milton, frustrated by Hosea's defiance and perhaps wanting to make an example, shoots Hosea in the chest, executing him on the street in front of dozens of witnesses. Hosea's death is sudden and shocking, a brutal reminder that the gang situation is desperate and that the consequences of their lifestyle are catching up to them. Hosea's death is quick, a single gunshot to the chest that kills him almost instantly. There's no dramatic final speech, no extended death scene, just sudden violence and then Hosea is gone. This suddenness makes the death more shocking and more realistic, showing that death in the outlaw world is often quick and brutal rather than dramatic or meaningful. Hosea dies in the street surrounded by strangers, far from the people he loved and the places he knew. It's an undignified death for a man who deserved better. For Arthur, watching from a distance as Hosea is executed, the death is devastating. Arthur's reaction to watching Hosea die is visceral and overwhelming. Arthur is too far away to help, can only watch as the man who raised him is executed in the street. Hosea was Arthur's father in every way that mattered, the man who raised him and taught him and loved him. Hosea's death leaves Arthur without his primary source of guidance and wisdom, without the voice of reason that had always balanced Dutch's ambition and recklessness. Arthur's grief and rage in this moment are overwhelming, but he has to suppress them to focus on survival and escape. The gang is in immediate danger, surrounded by Pinkertons and law enforcement, and there's no time to process Hosea's death, or to retrieve his body. Arthur and the others have to run, have to fight their way out of St. Denis, have to survive the immediate crisis before they can grieve. The gang that escaped St. Denis after the bank robbery is fundamentally different from the gang that entered the city, having lost one of its founding members and its moral compass. The escape from St. Denis is chaotic and desperate, with the gang fighting through streets full of lawmen and civilians. The violence is excessive and indiscriminate, showing the gang at their most dangerous and most desperate. They kill anyone who gets in their way, law enforcement and civilians alike, in their frantic attempt to escape. This violence is a direct result of Dutch's poor planning and his refusal to listen to Hosea's warnings, showing the consequences of ignoring wise counsel. The gang's hijacking of a riverboat to escape the city seems like a success at first, But then a tropical storm sinks the ship and washes them up on the shores of Guarma. The Guarma sequence is surreal and disorienting, with the gang stranded in a foreign country in the midst of a revolution, completely disconnected from everything they know. During this time, the gang doesn't have the opportunity to properly grieve Hosea's death or to process what happened in St. Denis. They're too focused on survival, on fighting in battles that have nothing to do with their own problems, on finding a way back to America. When the gang finally returns to America and reunites at Beaver Hollow, the full impact of Hosea's death becomes apparent. The gang that reunites is smaller, more fractured, and more desperate than the gang that went to St. Denis. Hosea is gone, Lenny is dead, and the gang's cohesion and morale are shattered. The camp at Beaver Hollow is grim and tense, with gang members arguing and suspecting each other, with Dutch becoming increasingly paranoid and erratic. The impact of Hosea's death on the gang cannot be overstated. Hosea was the balance to Dutch's ambition, the voice of caution that kept Dutch's plans from becoming too reckless, the pragmatist who thought through consequences and pointed out potential problems. Without Hosea, Dutch has no one to check his worst impulses, no one whose counsel he respects enough to actually listen to. The absence of Hosea's stabilizing influence is felt immediately and acutely. Without Hosea to mediate conflicts and counsel compromise, arguments between gang members escalate into serious rifts. Without Hosea to check Dutch's worst impulses, Dutch makes increasingly poor decisions based on paranoia and ego. Without Hosea to provide wisdom and perspective, the gang loses its moral centre and its sense of purpose beyond just survival. Micah Bell, who'd been working to undermine Hosea's influence and turn Dutch against him, now has Dutch's ear almost exclusively. Micah's influence over Dutch grows even stronger after Hosea's death, with Micah filling the void left by Hosea, but providing manipulation and encouragement of Dutch's worst impulses rather than wisdom and caution. Micah tells Dutch what he wants to hear, supports Dutch's paranoid theories about traitors, encourages Dutch's most reckless plans. Without Hosea there to provide a counterbalance, Micah's influence becomes almost total, and Dutch's descent into paranoia and cruelty accelerates. Dutch's behaviour after Hosea's death shows how much he relied on Hosea's counsel, even when he didn't always listen to it. Dutch becomes more paranoid, convinced that there's a traitor in the gang, suspecting people who've been loyal for years. Dutch becomes more reckless, planning operations that are desperate and poorly thought out, ignoring the warnings of Arthur and others who try to counsel caution. Dutch becomes more cruel, willing to sacrifice gang members and to make decisions that prioritize his own ego over the gang's welfare. The gang's trajectory after Hosea's death is one of accelerating decline and internal conflict, as Dutch makes increasingly poor decisions without Hosea there to counsel caution. Arthur's grief over Hosea's death is profound and lasting, affecting everything Arthur does in his final months. Arthur's journal entries about Hosea are full of love and pain, expressing how much Hosea meant to him and how lost Arthur feels without him. Arthur writes about the lessons Hosea taught him, about the example Hosea set, about the conversations they had in Hosea's final days. Arthur writes about his regrets, about things he wishes he'd said to Hosea, about his gratitude for everything Hosea did for him. For Arthur specifically, Hosea's death is a catalyst for his own transformation and his eventual break with Dutch. Arthur had been having doubts about Dutch's judgment for a while. but Hosea's presence had provided some reassurance that things might still work out, that Hosea would be able to guide Dutch back to better decisions. With Hosea gone, Arthur has to confront the reality that Dutch is leading the gang toward destruction, and that no one is left who can stop him. Arthur's growing disillusionment with Dutch after Hosea's death is partly about Dutch's actual behaviour, but it's also about the absence of Hosea's stabilising influence and wisdom. The other gang members' grief over Hosea's death shows how much he was loved and respected throughout the gang. Susan Grimshaw is devastated, having lost a friend and partner who'd been a constant presence in her life for years. Susan's grief is expressed in her increased drinking and her sharp words to gang members who aren't pulling their weight. The younger gang members like Lenny, who'd looked up to Hosea as a mentor, are shocked and saddened. Even gang members who were closer to Dutch than to Hosea recognise that they've lost something irreplaceable, that the gang without Hosea is fundamentally different and diminished. The gang's moral decline after Hosea's death is rapid and severe. Without Hosea to counsel compassion and caution, without Hosea to remind them of their principles, the gang becomes more violent and more reckless. The operations they undertake are desperate and poorly planned, often ending in unnecessary bloodshed. The gang's treatment of civilians becomes more callous, with less concern for innocent people who get caught in the crossfire. The internal conflicts within the gang escalate, with members turning on each other and suspecting betrayal. This moral decline shows how important Hosea's influence was in maintaining the gang's identity and its principles. Arthur's actions in his final months are heavily influenced by Hosea's teachings and example. When Arthur is diagnosed with tuberculosis and knows he's dying, he thinks about what Hosea would want him to do, about the lessons Hosea taught him, about what really matters. Arthur's eventual break with Dutch is influenced by Hosea's final conversations with him, by Hosea's encouragement to think for himself and to prioritize doing what's right over maintaining loyalty to someone who doesn't deserve it. Arthur's decision to help John Marston and his family escape, to prioritize their welfare over his own survival, or his loyalty to Dutch, is exactly what Hosea would have wanted Arthur to do. Arthur's growing compassion in his final months, his efforts to help people he encounters and to do good where he can, reflect Hosea's example and his teachings about treating people with dignity and respect. When Arthur is dying and making his final stand, when he's fighting to give John time to escape with his family, Arthur is acting on principles that Hosea taught him. The conversations Arthur has with various people in his final months often echo things Hosea said or taught. When Arthur talks to the nun in St. Denis about faith and redemption, when he talks to Rains Fall about violence and peace, when he talks to John about responsibility and family, Arthur is drawing on wisdom that Hosea shared with him over the years. Arthur's own wisdom, earned through experience and reflection, is built on the foundation that Hosea provided, showing how a teacher's influence can shape a student's thinking long after the teacher is gone. Arthur's redemption is his own achievement, the result of his own choices and his own moral growth. But that redemption was made possible by Hosea's influence, by the foundation of wisdom and love that Hosea provided over more than 20 years. In this way, Hosea's legacy lives on through Arthur, through the good that Arthur does in his final months, and through the future that Arthur makes possible for John and his family. John's transformation from an immature, irresponsible young man to a devoted father and husband also shows Hosea's lasting influence. John's growth happens gradually over the course of Red Dead Redemption 2 and continues in the epilogue and in the first Red Dead Redemption game. John's decision to leave the outlaw life and build a legitimate life for his family, his efforts to be a good father to Jack and a good husband to Abigail, reflect the lessons Hosea tried to teach him about responsibility and love. John's ranch at Beecher's Hope, built with money that Arthur provided and with the future that Arthur's sacrifice made possible, represents the fulfillment of Hosea's hopes for his adopted sons. Hosea wanted Arthur and John to have chances at legitimate lives, to have families and homes and futures that didn't involve crime and violence. John's ranch, however temporary his peace there turns out to be, shows that Hosea's hopes weren't entirely futile, that at least one of his sons got to experience the kind of life Hosea wanted for them. When John eventually builds his ranch and tries to create a legitimate life for his family, when he names his ranch Beecher's Hope, after a conversation with Arthur about hoping for better, Hosea's influence is there. The chain of influence from Hosea through Arthur to John and his family shows how one person's love and wisdom can have lasting impact even when they don't live to see the results. Hosea died believing he'd failed to save Dutch or the gang, died without knowing whether Arthur and John would survive or whether his teachings would have any lasting effect. But Hosea's influence shaped Arthur's redemption, and Arthur's redemption enabled John's survival. And John's survival gave Jack Marston a chance at a life that didn't involve crime and violence. The ripples of Hosea's love and wisdom extended far beyond what Hosea could have known or imagined. The tragedy is that Hosea didn't live to see any of this, didn't get to see Arthur's redemption, or John's transformation, or the ranch at Beecher's Hope. Hosea died believing he'd failed, died without knowing that his life's work had meaning and impact, died before he could see the fruits of his decades of love and guidance. This is one of the saddest aspects of Hosea's story, that he died without knowing that his teachings would have lasting impact, that the love and wisdom he gave to Arthur and John would shape their choices and enable better futures. But from the player's perspective, from the perspective of someone who experiences the full story of Red Dead Redemption 2 and sees how events unfold after Hosea's death, Hosea's impact is clear and profound. Hosea's influence shapes the entire second half of the game, shapes Arthur's choices and his redemption, shapes John's survival and his eventual attempt at a legitimate life. Hosea's wisdom and his love echo through the story long after his death, showing that a good teacher's influence can endure and can shape events, even when the teacher isn't there to see the results. The question of what Hosea could have done differently, whether he could have saved himself or the gang or Dutch, is complex and doesn't have clear answers. Hosea did what he could with the tools and the understanding he had. He counselled caution and pragmatism. He tried to guide Dutch toward better decisions. He prepared Arthur for a future where Hosea wouldn't be there to provide guidance. But Hosea couldn't force Dutch to listen, couldn't prevent the gang's collapse through wisdom and advice alone, couldn't save people who wouldn't save themselves. Perhaps Hosea's greatest limitation was his inability or unwillingness to break with Dutch, to openly oppose Dutch's leadership, or to leave the gang when it became clear that Dutch was leading them toward destruction. Hosea advised Arthur to think for himself and to potentially break with Dutch, but Hosea himself never took that step. Hosea's loyalty to Dutch, built over 20 years of partnership and friendship, was too deep to break, even when breaking it would have been the rational choice. This loyalty was both Hosea's greatest virtue and his fatal flaw. keeping him committed to Dutch and the gang until the end, even when that commitment cost him his life. But this contradiction between Hosea's advice to Arthur and his own behaviour shows that Hosea understood what Arthur should do, but couldn't or wouldn't do it himself. Hosea stayed with the gang not because he believed in Dutch's vision of escaping to some tropical paradise, but because the gang was his family and he couldn't abandon them. Hosea knew that staying with the gang would probably lead to his death, but he chose to stay anyway, to be there for Arthur and John and the others for as long as he could. Hosea's final act of loyalty, refusing to tell Agent Milton where Dutch was even when facing certain death, showed his courage and his commitment to the people he loved. This final act of loyalty is both admirable and tragic. It's admirable because it shows Hosea's courage and his commitment to the people he loved, his willingness to sacrifice himself for them. But it's also tragic because Dutch didn't deserve this loyalty, because Hosea was protecting someone who'd stopped listening to his counsel and who was leading the gang toward destruction. Hosea died loyal to Dutch, but Dutch's response to Hosea's death was to become more reckless and more destructive, showing that Hosea's loyalty and his sacrifice didn't achieve what Hosea hoped they would. But perhaps Hosea's final act of loyalty wasn't really about Dutch. Perhaps it was about Hosea's own values and his own sense of who he was. Hosea had spent over 20 years being loyal to Dutch, had built his identity partly around that loyalty, had made commitments that he couldn't break even when breaking them would have been rational. Hosea's refusal to betray Dutch wasn't just about protecting Dutch. It was about Hosea being true to himself, about maintaining his integrity and his commitments even in the face of death. This consistency, this integrity, is what made Hosea admirable and what made his death tragic. Hosea was a good man in a bad situation, and he remained a good man until the end, even when being good cost him his life. Hosea's story raises important questions about the nature of success and failure, about how we measure a life's worth and impact. By conventional measures, Hosea's life was a failure. He was a criminal who spent decades breaking the law, who died violently in the street, who failed to save the gang he helped build, or the man he loved like a brother. Hosea didn't accumulate wealth or achieve fame or leave behind any conventional markers of success. He died as an outlaw, executed by law enforcement, his body probably buried in an unmarked grave or a pauper's cemetery. But by other measures that focus on relationships and influence rather than on wealth or status, Hosea's life was a success. He loved deeply and genuinely, raised 2 sons who weren't his by blood but were his by choice, influenced countless people through his wisdom and his example. He tried to be good in a bad situation, tried to guide others toward better choices, tried to make the world around him a little better, even when the world didn't reward that effort. These achievements don't show up in history books or on tombstones, but they matter. They have real impact on real people's lives. Hosea's legacy within the gang and within the Red Dead Redemption universe is one of wisdom, love, and tragic failure to prevent disaster, but also of lasting impact and enduring influence. Hosea was the wisest member of the Vandalina gang, the one who understood the outlaw life and its costs most clearly, the one who tried to guide others toward better choices. Hosea was loving and compassionate, a genuine father to Arthur and John, a friend and mentor to many gang members. But Hosea failed to save Dutch from his own worst impulses, failed to prevent the gang's collapse, failed to protect all the people he loved from the consequences of the outlaw life. But Hosea's failure doesn't negate the value of his efforts or the impact of his influence. Hosea's wisdom and his love shaped Arthur and John, gave them the foundation they needed to eventually make better choices. Hosea's example showed that even in a violent and unjust world, compassion and wisdom and love still matter, that trying to be good and to guide others toward better choices has value even when you can't prevent tragedy. In the end, Hosea Matthews was a con man who became a father, a thief who became a philosopher, an outlaw who tried to be a good man within the constraints of a bad life. He raised sons who weren't his by blood, but were his by choice and love. He tried to guide a gang toward better choices even when they wouldn't always listen. He loved deeply and wisely, cared for others more than he cared for himself, tried to make the world around him better, even when the world didn't reward that effort. Hosea died too soon, killed before his time, robbed of the chance to see how his influence would play out. But his legacy endured, his wisdom survived, his love continued to shape the people he'd touched. Hosea was the conscience of the Van der Linde gang, the voice in the sprawling blood-soaked tapestry of Red Dead Redemption 2, where men are defined by their noise, Dutch by his speeches, Micah by his taunts, Arthur by his gruff assertions, Charles Smith is defined by his silence. He is the quiet in the storm, the stillness in the chaos. Before we begin, I discovered that 99% of you watching haven't subscribed to the channel. Please do. It really helps out and takes a lot of time to make these videos. Without further ado, let's begin. To simply call him a gang member is a disservice to the profound, aching complexity of his existence. He is a man walking a tightrope between two dying worlds, belonging to neither, and yet somehow embodying the best of both. While Arthur Morgan is the heart of the story, struggling with his own redemption, Charles Smith is its soul, a steady, unwavering moral compass in a world that has lost its true north. Tonight, we're going to explore the life of this Ronin of the American West. We're going to dissect the tragedy of his heritage, the brutality of his survival, and the quiet, stoic heroism that makes him perhaps the most admirable man to ever ride with the Van der Linde gang. This is the complete, exhaustive story of Charles Smith. To understand Charles, we must first understand the fundamental loneliness that defines him. He is a man without a tribe. Born to an African-American father and a Native American mother, Charles was born into a world that had no place for him. In the racial hierarchy of late 19th century America, he was a breed, a slur used to strip him of identity and dignity. He wasn't black enough for the black community, and he wasn't native enough for the tribes. He was an anomaly, a glitch in the social fabric. This is not just backstory. It is the engine of his entire psychology. Charles learned early on that he could not rely on society, on community, or on the kindness of strangers. He could only rely on himself. This forged a self-sufficiency that borders on the supernatural. When we meet him in the game, he is a master tracker, a lethal hunter, and a warrior of terrifying efficiency. These aren't just skills he picked up. They are the calluses formed over a lifetime of solitude. His father was a freedman, a man who had likely known the chains of slavery and sought to build a life of dignity in a country that resented his freedom. His mother was a Native American woman, likely from a tribe already being crushed under the boot of expansion. Their union was an act of defiance, a desperate grasp for love in a hateful world. But love as Charles would learn, is rarely enough to stop the tide of history. The details of his early childhood are sparse, revealed only in quiet campfire conversations, but we know that the army took his mother. The army took her, he says, a simple sentence that hides a universe of pain. It implies capture, displacement, perhaps death. His father fell into a deep depression, a hollow shell of a man who eventually drank himself to death. By the age of 13, Charles Smith was alone. Imagine that. 13 years old, 1880s America, a mixed-race boy with no family, no money and no home. Most would have died. Many would have turned to petty crime in the cities, becoming pickpockets or thugs. Charles did neither. He turned to the wild. He ran away, not to the cities, but away from them. He chose the wilderness because, unlike civilization, the wilderness does not judge. A bear does not care about your lineage. A winter storm does not check your skin color before it freezes you. The wild is harsh, but it is fair. In the silence of the forests and the plains, Charles found a brutal kind of peace. He learned to listen to the earth. He learned to move without sound. He learned that if you respect the land, it might just let you live. This period of his life, the wandering years, transformed him from a victim into a survivor. He became a part of the landscape, a ghost moving through the trees. It was during these years that he developed his code. Unlike the other members of the gang, who are outlaws by choice or by circumstance, Charles is an outlaw by necessity. He doesn't rob because he wants money. He robs because he needs to eat. He doesn't kill for sport or for power. He kills to protect. His violence is always reactive, never active. He is the good man that Arthur strives to be. But this goodness is a heavy burden. It isolates him even further. He sees the cruelty of the world with a clarity that the others lack. He sees the senseless slaughter of the bison, the genocide of the tribes, the greed of the oil men, and because he sees it, he feels a duty to fight it. Not with speeches like Dutch, but with action. He joined the Van der Linde gang only about 6 months before the Blackwater massacre. This is a crucial detail. He is a newcomer. He doesn't share the decades of history that Arthur, John and Hosea have. He wasn't raised by Dutch. He didn't grow up listening to the I have a plan rhetoric. He joined because he was hungry, and Dutch offered him food. He stayed because he saw a group of outcasts who, like him, didn't fit anywhere else. In Dutch's gang, being a breed didn't matter. Being a killer didn't matter. All that mattered was loyalty. For the first time in his life, Charles had a pack. But even within the pack, he remains a lone wolf. He sleeps a little apart from the others. He speaks less. He observes more. He is with them, but not entirely of them. The opening chapter in Coulter serves as our introduction to his competence. While the rest of the gang is freezing, panicking and starving, Charles is working. He is the one hunting the deer to feed them. He is the one scouting the terrain. When Arthur goes hunting with him, it is a masterclass in mentorship, but with the roles reversed. Arthur is the senior gang member, the enforcer, but in the snow, Charles is the teacher. He teaches Arthur how to use the bow, a weapon of silence and precision, perfectly reflecting Charles's nature. You kill it, you eat it, he tells Arthur. We don't kill for fun. This isn't just hunting advice. It's a moral philosophy. It's a rejection of the wanton destruction that defines the civilized world. Charles kills with reverence. He thanks the animal. He understands the cycle of life and death in a way that the others, with their guns and their noise, do not. In Coulter, we also see his physical strength. Charles is a powerhouse. He is built like a mountain, broad-shouldered and immense, but he moves with the grace of a cat. This contrast, massive power contained by massive control, is the essence of his physical presence. He could crush a man's skull with his bare hands, and he does, but he never uses more force than is absolutely necessary. He is a weapon that knows it is a weapon, and therefore is careful not to go off by accident. His relationship with the horses is another indicator of his soul. Charles loves horses. He understands them. They're like people, he says, only more honest. He rides Timer, Appaloosa, with a gentle hand. While Micah rides his horse to death and Arthur sees his horse as a tool, at least initially, Charles sees his horse as a partner. It is another connection to the natural world, another rejection of the industrial mechanical world that is encroaching on them. As the snow melts and the gang descends into the heartlands for Chapter 2, Charles's role begins to shift. He becomes the gang's conscience. The mission where he and Arthur track down Josiah Trelawney is a perfect example. They find Trelawney's camp abandoned, signs of a struggle. Charles reads the scene like a book. He sees the overturned chair, the blood, the tracks. He reconstructs the violence from the aftermath. But it is the mission to hunt bison with Arthur that truly defines his character in this chapter. They find carcasses of bison rotting in the sun, shot and left to decay. It is a scene of grotesque waste. Poachers, men killing not for food, not for survival, but for sport, or worse, to starve the native population. Charles's reaction to this is visceral. He's usually so calm, so controlled, but here he cracks. The rage that bubbles up is terrifying. "Why?" he asks, his voice trembling with suppressed fury. "Why kill them if you're not going to eat them?" It is the cry of a man watching his mother's people being erased, watching the sacred being desecrated. When they find the poachers, Charles does not hesitate. He executes one of them. It is a cold, hard kill. "I didn't kill him for fun," he tells Arthur. "I killed him because he was evil." This distinction is vital. Charles believes in evil. He believes there are lines you do not cross. The poachers crossed the line. They violated the natural law, and Charles, as the agent of that law, punished them. Arthur, usually cynical, is moved by this. He sees the nobility in Charles's anger. He sees that Charles is fighting a war that the rest of them don't even realize is happening. This bond between Arthur and Charles is one of the most important relationships in the game. It is a friendship built on mutual respect and shared competence. They are the two workhorses of the gang. When something needs to be done right without fuss, without drama, Dutch sends Arthur and Charles. They don't need to talk to understand each other. A nod is enough. Arthur respects Charles's strength and his code. Charles respects Arthur's capability and the hidden goodness he sees buried under Arthur's outlaw exterior. "You're a good man, Arthur," Charles tells him, often when Arthur feels the least like one. Charles is the mirror that reflects Arthur's better self back at him. He is the one who tells Arthur that redemption is possible, not through words, but by example. Throughout the Horseshoe Overlook chapter, Charles is often found guarding the camp, sitting by the fire working on arrows, or tending to the horses. He is a stabilizing presence. When tensions rise between Dutch and the others, Charles is the neutral ground. He doesn't get involved in the petty squabbles. He doesn't take sides in the ego wars. He just does his job, but he is watching. He sees Dutch's unravelling long before the others do. He sees the cracks in the mask. He notices the way Dutch talks about the natives as tools to be used. He notices the way Dutch's eyes shine a little too bright when he talks about chaos. Charles stays because he has nowhere else to go, and because he feels a responsibility to the women and children, but his loyalty is not blind. It is conditional. He is loyal to the people, not the leader. As the gang moves to Clemen's Point in Chapter 3, the heat and the humidity of Lemoyne seem to weigh on everyone. But Charles adapts. He is a chameleon. He helps Trelawney with the stagecoach robbery, playing the part of the hired help to get close to the target. He endures the racism of the South with a stoic jaw. When they walk through roads, he keeps his head down, not out of fear, but out of strategy. He knows that a reaction is what they want. He denies them that satisfaction. But make no mistake, he is cataloguing every insult. He is remembering every face. The assault on Shady Belle is another showcase of his tactical brilliance. He clears the rooms with a shotgun, moving like a wraith. He doesn't glory in the violence like Sadie does. He doesn't treat it as a game like Micah does. He treats it as work. Dirty, necessary work. He clears the house so the family can have a roof over their heads. That is his motivation. Shelter, safety, protection. He is the guardian at the gate. But it is in Chapter 4, in the sprawling industrial nightmare of Saint Denis, that Charles faces his greatest test yet. The city is everything he hates. It is loud, dirty, crowded and corrupt. It is the antithesis of the wild. Yet he navigates it. He helps Arthur with the underground boxing ring, proving he can handle himself in a fistfight just as well as a gunfight. He throws the fight to help the gang make money, swallowing his pride for the greater good. But the bank robbery changes everything. The St. Denis bank heist is the turning point of the entire game. It is the moment the dream dies. Hosea is killed. Lenny is killed. The law is closing in on all sides. They are trapped. In the chaos, amidst the gunfire and the screaming, Charles makes a choice that defines him. He sees that they cannot all escape. The Pinkertons are too many. The path is blocked. Someone has to stay behind. Someone has to draw the fire. Go! I'll hold them off, he shouts. He doesn't wait for a vote. He doesn't ask for permission. He acts. He creates a distraction, drawing the entire force of the St. Denis Police Department upon himself so that Dutch, Arthur and the others can slip away. It is a suicide mission. By all logic, he should die there. He is one man against an army, but he does it because he knows he is the only one who can do it. He is the only one with the skill to survive it, or perhaps the only one selfless enough to accept the death that comes with it. As Arthur and the others flee to the boat that will take them to Guarma, they leave Charles behind. They believe he is dead or captured. They mourn him. But Charles Smith is not so easily broken. While the kings of the gang are shipwrecked on a tropical island playing revolutionary, Charles is back in America fighting a much harder war. He is alone again. The pack is gone. He is the lone wolf once more. But this time, he has a purpose. He has a family to protect. This begins the lost chapter of Charles Smith, the period of time while the main narrative follows Arthur in Guarma. We don't see this played out, but we hear about it, and we can reconstruct it. It is arguably Charles's finest hour. He manages to evade the Pinkertons in St. Denis, a feat that borders on the miraculous. He disappears into the shadows of the city, becoming invisible. Then he finds the others. He finds Sadie Adler. The partnership between Charles Smith and Sadie Adler during this time is one of the great untold stories of the game. They are opposites in many ways. Sadie is fire, rage, and noise. Charles is earth, calm, and silence. But they are united by a single, burning purpose: save the family. With the heavy hitters gone, it falls to the widow and the Ronin to hold the crumbling pieces of the gang together. They move the women, the children, and the infirm Uncle Swanson Strauss out of the city. They navigate the swamps of Lemoyne, dodging alligators and bounty hunters. They find Lacaille. Charles becomes the de facto leader, or perhaps the co-leader with Sadie. He hunts to feed them. He stands guard all night. He comforts a terrified Jack. He keeps Abigail from falling apart. He buries the bodies of those who don't make it. He carries the weight of the entire world on his shoulders, and he never complains, not once. When Arthur finally returns from Guarma, haggard and dying, he finds the gang alive, and he finds Charles standing guard. The look of relief on Charles's face when he sees Arthur is heartbreaking. It's the relief of a man who's been holding up the sky for weeks and can finally let his arms drop for a moment. "I thought you were dead," Charles says. And for the first time we hear a crack in his voice. He was grieving. He thought he was the last one left. The reunion at Lacaille is brief, however. The Pinkertons attack almost immediately, and once again Charles is in the thick of it. He fights with a renewed ferocity. He isn't just fighting for himself anymore. He is fighting for the brothers he thought he lost. He mows down Pinkertons with a Gatling gun, his face a mask of grim determination. He has kept this family alive through hell and high water, and he will be damned if he lets Agent Milton take them now. This period cements Charles's status in the gang. He is no longer the new guy. He is the saviour. Even Dutch, in his growing madness, has to acknowledge what Charles did. But Charles doesn't want praise. He doesn't want a medal. He just wants them to be safe. And as they move to the damp, dark cave of Beaver Hollow, Charles knows that safety is a lie. He knows the end is coming, and he prepares himself to face it with the same quiet dignity he has lived his entire life. But to fully grasp the weight of that ending, we must walk the path that led there. We must examine the journey step by step, bullet by bullet. Let us return to the beginning, to the snow. The game begins in a blizzard, a chaotic, blinding whiteness that obscures everything. This is fitting, for it mirrors the state of the gang, lost, cold, and blind to their future. In these opening hours, Charles Smith is a figure in the periphery, but a vital one. While Dutch paces and gives speeches to keep morale up, Charles is out in the storm. He is the one finding the path. He is the one scouting for food. There is a quiet moment in the mining camp of Coulter where we see Charles tending to the horses. The wind is howling, the temperature is deadly, but Charles is calm. He is checking Timer's hooves. He is whispering to the animal. This image establishes his priority. Life first. In a gang of killers, he is a nurturer. The first real mission we undertake with Charles is the aftermath of Genesis. The title itself is biblical, suggesting a new beginning born of destruction. Arthur and Charles go hunting. The gang is starving. Pearson has nothing to cook. Dutch sends his two best men. Note the pairing. Dutch doesn't send Micah, who is reckless, or Bill, who is loud. He sends Arthur and Charles. He knows that if anyone can wrestle life from this frozen wasteland, it is them. As they ride out, the dialogue is sparse but heavy with meaning. Charles talks about his hand. He injured it recently. "It's fine," he says, dismissing the word pain. This is our first clue to his stoicism. He does not complain. He endures. They track deer through the deep snow. The mechanics of the game here, using the bow, tracking the scent, moving slowly, are a direct ludonarrative representation of Charles's philosophy. You cannot rush nature. You cannot force it. You must move at its pace. When Arthur misses a shot, if the player misses, Charles doesn't mock him. He offers advice. Breathe. Take your time. He is a patient teacher. When they finally kill the deer, Charles's reaction is distinct. He doesn't cheer. He doesn't brag about the size of the buck. He kneels. He touches the animal. "Thank you," he whispers. Arthur watches this, confused but respectful. To Arthur, a deer is food. To Charles, a deer is a life given to sustain another life. It is a sacrifice. This moment plants a seed in Arthur's mind, a seed that will take the entire game to germinate, the idea that life has value, even the life of a beast. Later in Coulter, during the assault on the O'Driscoll camp at the old mining settlement, Charles proves he is not just a hunter of beasts, he is a warrior. The plan is to take the camp by surprise. Dutch leads the charge, but watch Charles. He moves to the flank, he takes the high ground, he uses the environment. When the shooting starts, he is efficient. He doesn't waste bullets, he drops enemies with single shots. And when the battle is over, he doesn't loot the bodies with the greed of the others. He stands guard, watching the tree line, ensuring no reinforcements are coming. He is always thinking about the safety of the pack. As the snow melts and the gang moves to Horseshoe Overlook, the world opens up. The heartlands are beautiful, rolling green hills teeming with life. For the gang, it feels like paradise after the hell of the mountains. For Charles, it is a double-edged sword. The open land means freedom, but it also means exposure. It is here that we get the mission with the bison. The aftermath of Genesis was the hunting tutorial. This mission is the hunting examination. Charles rides into camp agitated. This is rare. Charles is never agitated. He tells Arthur about the bison. They ride out to the plains. The sight that greets them is one of the most harrowing in the game. Dozens of bison slaughtered, their bodies left to rot in the sun, flies buzzing, the smell of death. Charles gets off his horse and walks among the carcasses. He is shaking, not with fear, but with a rage so deep it vibrates through the screen. They killed them for nothing, he says, just for the fun of it. To Charles, this is not just waste. It is sacrilege. The bison are sacred. They are the lifeblood of his mother's people. To kill them without purpose is to kill the earth itself. It is an act of supreme evil. They track the poachers to a small camp. The confrontation is brief and brutal. Charles shoots one poacher in the chest. He tackles another, beating him into the dirt. Arthur has to pull him off. "Charles, he's done," Arthur yells. Charles stands up, breathing hard, his knuckles bloody. He looks at the poacher, then at Arthur. "I know," he says. "I just wanted him to feel it." This is a dark side of Charles we rarely see. He's capable of cruelty, but only when it is in service of justice. He's the wrath of nature. He is the storm that punishes those who violate the natural order. After the violence, Charles finds a lone bison calf, wandering near its dead mother. He considers shooting it to end its misery, but decides against it. "Maybe it will survive," he says. "Maybe." It is a faint hope, but it is hope nonetheless. This scene encapsulates Charles's worldview. The world is cruel. Men are evil, but life finds a way. We must protect the young. We must protect the future. Chapter 2 also gives us the mission to rescue Sean Maguire. Charles is part of the rescue team along with Arthur and Javier. They scout the Blackwater area, looking for the boat where Sean is being held. Charles uses his tracking skills to locate the bounty hunters. During the assault, he uses throwing knives to take out the guards silently. "Quietly now," he whispers. He is the ghost in the canyon. When the firefight breaks out, he is a whirlwind of destruction, using his sawed-off shotgun to clear the path. He fights not for Sean's sake. He barely knows Sean, but because Sean is one of them, and you do not leave one of your own behind. We also see Charles's role in the camp life at Horseshoe Overlook. He is the one crafting improved arrows. He is the one teaching Jack how to track small game in camp interactions. He is the one sitting by the fire listening to Hosea's stories. He respects Hosea. He sees the wisdom in the old man. He sees that Hosea, like him, prefers brains to bullets. There is a kinship there, but there is also isolation. Charles is often the subject of racial slurs from the locals in Valentine. When he walks into the saloon with Arthur, heads turn, eyes narrow. "What's that boy doing here?" they mutter. Charles ignores it. He has heard it his entire life. He knows that if he reacts, he gives them power. So he drinks his beer, stares straight ahead, and lets his silence be his shield. Arthur, however, is less patient. "You got a problem, friend?" Arthur will ask, hand hovering over his gun. Charles appreciates Arthur's defense, but he doesn't need it. He's been fighting this war since he was born. The move to Clemens Point brings the gang to the south. Lemoyne, a land of red clay, humidity, and old ghosts. For the gang, it feels like paradise after the hell of the mountains. For Charles, it is a double-edged sword. The open land means freedom, but it also means exposure. In the mission, The Fine Joys of Tobacco, Charles helps Arthur burn the Grey family's tobacco fields. It is a mission of sabotage. Charles is hesitant about the deception, playing both sides of the Grey-Braithwaite feud, but he follows orders. He understands the strategic necessity. During the escape, riding through the burning fields, Charles is a demon on horseback. The fire reflects in his eyes. He cuts through the guards with his tomahawk. It is a visceral, violent sequence, but the most telling moment in Chapter 3 is the kidnapping of Jack Marston. When the Braithwaites take the boy, the entire gang rides out. It is one of the most iconic shots in the game. The gang walking up the driveway of Braithwaite Manor, a phalanx of vengeance. Charles is there, front and centre. He is not a Marston. Jack is not his son. But Jack is a child. And you do not touch the children. During the assault on the manor, Charles is ferocious. He breaches the door, he clears the hallway, he is shouting, calling out targets. "Upstairs! Left side!" He's a soldier in that moment, a soldier fighting for the innocent. When they drag Catherine Braithwaite out of her burning home, Charles watches her with cold detachment. He feels no pity for her. She took a child. She forfeited her right to mercy. The subsequent move to Shady Belle involves clearing out the Lemoyne raiders who are squatting there. Charles and Arthur go in first. They find the bodies of previous victims. "These men are animals," Charles says. Again the distinction. Animals kill for food. These men kill for hate. Charles clears the house room by room. In the master bedroom he finds a raider hiding under the bed. He drags him out and throws him through the window. It is a moment of grim humour, but also of efficiency. Get the trash out. Make the house clean. Throughout Chapter 3 and 4, we see Charles's disillusionment with Dutch growing. He sees the sloppiness of the plans. He sees the unnecessary risks. The death of Sean in Rhodes hits the gang hard, but Charles takes it quietly. He sharpens his knife, he cleans his gun, he prepares for the next fight. He knows that grief is a luxury they cannot afford. St. Denis. Chapter 4. The gang tries to become sophisticated criminals. Charles hates it. The city smells of coal and sewage. It is a cage. But he finds a way to be useful. He participates in the trolley station robbery, a disaster from start to finish. The trolley crashes. The gang is battered. Charles helps drag a concussed Dutch to safety. Even when the leader fails, the soldier does his duty. He also helps Arthur with the eagle flies situation, which begins to bubble up here. He introduces Arthur to the plight of the Wapiti. This is the beginning of Charles's true arc, his return to his roots. He sees the mayor of St. Denis, the oil magnate Leviticus Cornwall, the army, all conspiring to crush the tribe. Charles cannot stand by. He drags Arthur into it. "We have to help them," he says. "Not we should. We have to. It is a moral imperative." And then the bank job. We touched on it in the introduction, but let us look closer. The plan is bad. Everyone knows it. Hosea knows it. Arthur knows it. But Dutch insists. When the Pinkertons arrive, it is a slaughter. Hosea is executed in the street. The gang is pinned down. Charles is separated from the main group. He could have run. He could have slipped into an alley and disappeared. He has the skills. He could have been halfway to Canada by nightfall, but he sees Arthur and Dutch trapped. He sees the path blocked, and he makes the choice. He steps out into the open. He fires into the air. He draws the gaze of every Pinkerton agent in the block. "Over here! Come and get me!" he roars. It is a roar of defiance. It is the roar of a bear protecting its cubs. He leads them away, a Pied Piper of bullets, buying the others the precious seconds they need to escape. That moment is the definition of heroism. Heroism is not winning. Heroism is sacrificing yourself so that others might win. Charles Smith, the outsider, the breed, the man with no tribe, sacrifices himself for a family that has arguably failed him. He does it because he loves them. He does it because it is right. But the story does not end in the swamp. It moves to the cave, to the darkness, to the end of all things. But before we descend into the darkness of the cave, we must shine a light on the shadows of the swamp. We must look at the weeks that the game skips over. The weeks when the kings were gone and the soldiers had to become kings. When the bank job in St. Denis went wrong, the gang was effectively decapitated. Dutch, Hosea, Arthur, Javier, Bill, Micah, the leadership and the muscle were either dead or gone. What remained was a group of terrified women, a child, a drunk, uncle, a reverend fighting addiction, Swanson, and a loan shark, Strauss, and Charles Smith, and Sadie Adler. This period, often glossed over in a few lines of dialogue, is arguably the most defining period of Charles's life. It is the crucible that forged him into a leader. Imagine the chaos of that night in St. Denis. The Pinkertons are swarming the streets like ants. Charles has just led them on a wild goose chase, narrowly escaping with his life. He circles back to the rendezvous point, his heart pounding, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He waits and waits, and no one comes. He realizes then that they are on their own. He finds Sadie. She's wild-eyed, gun in hand, ready to burn the city down. Charles grabs her shoulder. "We have to move," he says. His voice is the only steady thing in a collapsing world. "We have to get them out." They move the camp to Lakai, a small abandoned fishing village in the swamps. It is a miserable place. The air is thick with mosquitoes and the smell of rot. Alligators patrol the water, but it is hidden. For weeks, Charles and Sadie run the gang. It is a partnership of necessity, but it becomes a partnership of profound respect. Sadie is the fire. She scouts, she intimidates, she brings in information. Charles is the earth. He hunts, he builds, he protects. Charles becomes a father figure to Jack during this time. With John arrested and Abigail frantic, Jack is lost. Charles takes him fishing, carefully away from the gators. He teaches him how to whittle. He tells him stories about the stars. He distracts the boy from the horror of their reality. "Your pa will be back," he tells Jack. "Arthur will be back. You have to be brave." He's lying, or at least he thinks he is. He believes they are dead. But he gives the boy hope because hope is the only food they have left. He also has to manage the internal politics of the survivors. Uncle is useless, complaining about his lumbago. Strauss is panicked about his money. Swanson is on the edge of a relapse. Charles manages them all with quiet, terrifying authority. He doesn't yell. He just stares. When Charles Smith stares at you, you shut up and do what you're told. He hunts the night folk. The swamps are haunted by these silent killers. Charles tracks them. He finds their traps and disarms them. He kills them before they can get close to the camp. He becomes the monster that scares the monsters. He sleeps in short bursts, his hand always on his knife. He loses weight, his eyes get darker, but he never breaks. One night, sitting by a small smokeless fire with Sadie, they talk, really talk. "Do you think they made it?" Sadie asks, cleaning her revolver. Charles looks at the fire. "I don't know, but if they didn't, it's just us now." "Just us," Sadie repeats. There is a bond formed in that moment that is stronger than blood. They are the last line of defence, the widow and the wolf, standing back to back against the world. When Arthur finally returns, walking out of the mist like a ghost, the relief that washes over Charles is immense. But notice his reaction. He doesn't cry. He doesn't hug Arthur immediately. He exhales. A long, deep exhale. It is the sound of a man putting down a burden he has carried for too long. "I knew you'd come back," he says. He didn't, but he needed to believe it. This interlude is crucial because it proves that Charles is not just a follower. He is a leader. He kept them alive. Without Charles Smith, there is no gang left for Arthur to return to. There is only a graveyard in the swamp. Chapter 6 is where Charles Smith transcends the role of a supporting character and becomes a protagonist in his own right. The gang moves to Beaver Hollow, a damp, bat-infested cave in the Roanoke Ridge. The mood is apocalyptic. Dutch is paranoid, Micah is whispering poison, and Arthur is dying. In this atmosphere of decay, Charles shines like a beacon. While the rest of the gang is focused on one last score or simply surviving, Charles finds a higher calling. He reconnects with the Wapiti tribe. He meets Rains Fall, the pacifist chief who is watching his people be slowly strangled by the government and the oil companies. He meets Eagle Flies, the chief's son, a young man burning with the same rage that Charles keeps so carefully contained. For Charles, this is not just another mission. This is personal. This is his blood calling out to him. He sees in the Wapiti the tragedy of his mother. He sees the end of a way of life, and he decides to stand with them. He begins to spend more time at the reservation than at the camp. He becomes a bridge between the dying world of the outlaw and the dying world of the tribe. He brings Arthur into this world. He introduces Arthur to Rains Fall. "He's a good man," Charles says of the chief. "He's trying to save his people without war, but they won't let him." Charles asks Arthur to help rains fall, not for money, but for honour. And Arthur, facing his own mortality, agrees. This partnership, Charles, Arthur and Rainsfall, is the moral centre of Chapter 6. While Dutch is plotting with Micah to rob trains and blow up bridges, Charles and Arthur are trying to stop a genocide. There is a specific mission, the King's Son, where Charles and Arthur break eagle flies out of Fort Wallace. The army has captured the chief's son. They're going to hang him. Charles comes to Arthur with a plan. It is a stealth mission at first. They row a canoe up the river under the cover of darkness. Charles uses his bow to take out the guards on the walls. "Quietly," he whispers. "We don't want a war." But when the alarm is raised, Charles doesn't hesitate. He fights through the fort with a ferocity we have never seen. He is not fighting for a gang member this time. He is fighting for a brother. When they rescue eagle flies and escape down the river, Charles is triumphant. But it is a hollow victory. He knows that this act has only accelerated the inevitable conflict. The relationship between Charles and eagle flies is tragic. Charles sees himself in the young warrior. He sees the anger, the impulsiveness. He tries to mentor him, to temper his rage with wisdom. "War will only get you all killed," Charles warns. But eagle flies is too angry to listen. He listens to Dutch instead. Dutch, who sees the tribe not as people, but as a distraction. Dutch manipulates eagle flies, encouraging him to attack the army to draw heat away from the gang. Charles sees this manipulation clearly. He confronts Dutch. "You're using them, Dutch," he accuses. It is one of the few times Charles raises his voice against the leader. But Dutch, lost in his own ego, dismisses him. The tragedy culminates in the attack on the oil refinery. Eagle Flies leads his men into a suicide charge. Arthur and the gang follow to save them. Charles is there, fighting desperately to keep the young warriors alive, but he fails. Eagle Flies is mortally wounded. The scene where Rainsfall rides away with his dying son is one of the most heartbreaking in the game. Charles watches them go, his face a mask of sorrow. He knows he has failed to save them. He knows that the civilized world has won. But Charles does not give up. Even as the gang collapses, he remains the protector. He helps Captain Monroe, an honest army officer who tried to help the tribe, escape the country before the corrupt Colonel Favors can have him killed. He gives Monroe money. He gives him a chance. "Go," Charles says. "Don't look back." And then, the end. The final confrontation at Beaver Hollow. The Pinkertons are coming. Dutch and Micah turn on Arthur and John. The gang shatters. Charles is not there for the final standoff. He is doing something more important. He is helping the women escape. He ensures that Abigail and Jack get away safely. He is the reason the Marston line continues, but his most significant act comes after the guns fall silent. After Arthur Morgan dies on that mountain watching the sunrise. After Susan Grimshaw is shot by Micah and left to rot. Charles Smith returns. He risks his life to go back to the mountain. He finds Arthur's body, and he buries him. He buries him on a high ridge, facing the east, facing the sun. He marks the grave. He says a prayer, and then he goes back to the cave and buries Susan Grimshaw. He does this because it is the right thing to do, because these people were his family, flawed as they were, because everyone deserves to be returned to the earth with dignity. In the epilogue, when John meets Charles in St. Denis, Charles tells him about this. "I buried him, John, up on the hill. It is a moment of profound closure. Charles Smith, the man who walks in silence, performed the final rites for the man who tried to redeem himself. He closed the book on the Vanderlyn gang. We fast forward to 1907. The epilogue. John Marston finds Charles in St. Denis, but this is not the Charles we knew. He's fighting in an underground bare-knuckle boxing ring. He's thrown fights for money. He looks tired. His hair is longer, wilder. He has scars. Why is he doing this? Why is the noble warrior beating men to a pulp in a dirty cellar? It is a form of self-punishment. Charles feels the weight of his survival. He feels guilty that he lived when Arthur died, when Eagle Flies died. He is punishing himself for failing to save them. He is letting the world beat him because he feels he deserves it. "I'm just trying to get enough money to leave," he tells John. But we know it's more than that. He is lost. The pack is gone. The tribe is gone. He is drifting. John pulls him out of the pit. He asks Charles to help him build a home. Beecher's hope. And Charles agrees, not for the money, but because John is the last link to the past, the last brother. The scenes of Charles and John building the ranch are some of the warmest in the game. We see Charles hammering nails, lifting beams. We see him laughing with Uncle. We see a glimpse of the life he could have had if the world were different. A simple life. A life of honest work. He builds the house that Jack will grow up in. He builds the barn where John will eventually die. He is building a future for someone else, knowing he cannot have one of his own. But the violence is not done with him. The Skinner brothers, a gang of sadistic killers, are terrorizing the area. They kidnap Uncle. John and Charles ride out to save him. This mission is a reminder that Charles has not lost his edge. He tracks the Skinners to their camp. He fights with a terrifying brutality. He uses his bow, his knife, his fists. He kills them all. He saves Uncle, but he is wounded. He takes a shot to the side. It is a bad wound. For a moment, we fear the worst. Is this how Charles Smith dies? Bleeding out on a rock in tall trees? No, he's too tough for that. He survives. He heals. But the wound is a sign. It is time to go. He stays for John and Abigail's wedding. He stands by John's side as his best man, spiritually if not officially. He smiles. He sees them happy. And he knows his work is done. The family is safe. The house is built. The debt is paid. "I'm going to Canada," he tells John, "to find a wife. Maybe start a family of my own." It is a hopeful ending, but a bittersweet one. He is leaving. He is leaving the only friend he has left. He is riding north into the snow just as he came out of it in Chapter 1. The circle is complete, but the narrative is only the skeleton. To understand the man, we must look at the blood and the muscle. We must analyze the philosophy that drives him. But the story is not just about the big moments. It is about the small ones, the moments between the gunfights. There is a saying among the Lakota that a horse is a mirror to your soul. If you are angry, the horse is angry. If you are afraid, the horse is afraid. Charles Smith is the only member of the gang whose soul is still enough to truly commune with these animals. Watch him in the camp. While the others are drinking or playing poker, Charles is often at the hitching post. He is brushing Timer. He's checking her shoes. He talks to her in a low rhythmic voice. We never hear exactly what he says, but the tone is one of reverence. To Charles, a horse is not a vehicle. It is a partner. It is a life that has entrusted itself to him. This relationship extends to all horses. When the gang steals horses, which they do often, Charles is the one who calms them. He is the horse whisperer. There is a mechanic in the game where you can calm a spooked horse. Charles seems to have this ability maxed out by default. He understands that the horse is not acting out of malice, but out of fear. He meets that fear with patience. This is a sharp contrast to the others. Dutch rides a white Arabian, a symbol of status and vanity. He treats the horse like a throne. Micah rides a Baylock, a dark, mean-spirited horse that matches his rider. He treats the horse like a slave. Arthur treats his horse like a friend, but Charles treats his horse like kin. There is a profound moment in the epilogue where Charles talks about Timer. "She was a good horse," he says. "She never let me down." It is a simple eulogy, but it carries the weight of years of shared survival. In a world where every human eventually let him down, the horse never did. If you linger in the camp at night, you will hear conversations that reveal the hidden depths of Charles Smith. He is the gang's listener. He sits by the fire whittling an arrow and lets the others talk. He listens to Uncle's tall tales with a faint amused smile. He knows Uncle is a liar, but he also knows Uncle is lonely. He listens to Javier play the guitar. He appreciates the music. It is one of the few things that reminds him of the beauty in the world, but his most interesting interactions are with Bill Williamson. Bill is a racist, a fool, and a bully. He often makes snide comments about Charles's heritage. "Hey Chief," he'll say, "do a rain dance for us." Most men would punch Bill. Charles just looks at him. He looks at him with a pity so deep it cuts deeper than a knife. "You're a sad man, Bill," Charles will say calmly, and Bill, confused by the lack of anger, will usually shut up. Charles understands that Bill's hatred comes from insecurity. He doesn't validate it, but he doesn't let it control him. There's also a rare interaction with Mary Beth. She asks him about his life. "Is it hard?" she asks, "being you?" Charles pauses. "It's just life," he says. "Everyone has it hard. Some just show it more." This is Charles in a nutshell. He refuses to be a victim. He refuses to complain. He accepts his lot in life with a stoicism that is both admirable and heartbreaking. He carries his burden so quietly that the others often forget he is carrying it at all. These quiet moments, brushing a horse, staring into a fire, tolerating a fool, are the mortar that holds the character together. They show us a man who has mastered himself, a man who has found peace in the eye of the storm. Charles Smith is a character built on duality. He is African American and Native American. He is an outlaw and a moralist. He is a killer and a pacifist. Most characters in fiction crumble under such contradictions, or they oscillate wildly between them. Charles does not. He integrates them. He is the synthesis of these opposing forces. Let us look at his heritage. In 1899, being black meant being a second-class citizen, subject to Jim Crow laws and systemic violence. Being Native American meant being a target of genocide, forced onto reservations, stripped of culture. Charles is both. He is the ultimate outsider. He belongs nowhere. This lack of belonging is what drives him to the gang, but it is also what keeps him separate from it. He knows that even among outlaws he is different. When the gang talks about freedom, they mean freedom from the law. When Charles talks about freedom, he means freedom to exist. His relationship with violence is fascinating. Compare him to Micah Bell. Micah loves violence. He revels in it. It makes him feel powerful. Compare him to Arthur Morgan. Arthur uses violence as a tool, a means to an end, but he is often conflicted about it. Charles views violence as a necessary evil, like a storm or a forest fire. He does not enjoy it, but he does not shy away from it. When he fights, he is terrifyingly efficient. He doesn't taunt his enemies, he doesn't play with them, he ends them. This is because for Charles, violence is not a performance. It is a survival mechanism. Consider his weapons of choice, the sawed-off shotgun and the bow. The shotgun is a weapon of pure, overwhelming force. It is loud, messy, and final. It represents the brutality of the world he lives in. The bow is silent, precise, and ancient. It represents the world he came from. Charles carries both. He walks with one foot in the industrial age and one foot in the Stone Age. He uses the shotgun when he has to speak the language of the white man, the language of noise and explosion. He uses the bow when he wants to speak the language of the earth. If Arthur Morgan is the protagonist, Charles Smith is the deuteragonist of the soul. They are mirrors of each other. Arthur is a bad man trying to be good. Charles is a good man forced to do bad things. Arthur's journey is one of redemption. He starts low and climbs high. Charles's journey is one of endurance. He starts high, morally speaking, and manages to stay there despite the mud pulling him down. Arthur looks at Charles and sees the man he wishes he could be. Charles looks at Arthur and sees the man he's afraid of becoming, but also the man he loves. Their conversations are the philosophical backbone of the game. "We're not good men, Arthur," Charles says, but he says it without judgment. It is a statement of fact. He accepts their nature, but he also believes in their capacity for change. When Arthur is diagnosed with TB, it is Charles who offers the most comfort, not with empty platitudes, but with presence. He treats Arthur not as a dying man, but as a living one. We cannot talk about Charles without talking about history. Rockstar Games did an incredible job of weaving real historical trauma into his character, without making him a caricature. Charles represents the Buffalo Soldiers. Though he wasn't one, his father might have known them. He represents the displaced tribes. He represents the thousands of nameless, faceless men who built the West, but were written out of the history books. The Wapiti storyline is a direct parallel to the real-world tragedy of the Sioux and the Lakota. The character of Rainsfall is clearly inspired by Chief Joseph or Red Cloud. Eagle Flies is Crazy Horse. Charles is the witness to this history. Through his eyes, we see the lies of the government. We see the broken treaties. We see the oil derricks rising like tombstones over the prairie. Charles's anger at the bison poachers is not just about animals. It is about the systematic destruction of a food source to starve a people into submission. This actually happened. The US government encouraged the slaughter of bison to break the Plains Indians. Charles knows this. His rage is political. It is historical. It is the rage of a man watching a slow-motion apocalypse. What is Charles Smith's legacy? He leaves no journals, unlike Arthur. He builds no great monuments. He leaves for Canada and disappears from the record. But his legacy is in the people he saved. He saved the Marston family. Without Charles, John dies in the snow in Chapter 1. Without Charles, Jack is traumatized or killed. Without Charles, Abigail never gets her ranch. The entire plot of Red Dead Redemption 1 is only possible because Charles Smith carried the Marstons on his back. He saved Arthur's soul. By introducing him to Rainsfall, by encouraging his better angels, Charles gave Arthur a path to redemption. He gave Arthur a cause worth dying for, and he saved himself. In a genre where the gunman almost always dies, usually in a hail of bullets, Charles survives. He breaks the cycle. He walks away. He proves that you can be a warrior without being a martyr. He proves that there is a life after the violence. As he rides north, we can imagine his future. A cabin in the Yukon, a wife, children who know how to track a deer and how to read the wind, a life of quiet dignity. It is the ending he deserves. It is the ending he earned. Charles Smith is not just a character. He is a monument to the forgotten. He is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. He is the silence that speaks louder than words. But words matter. In a game with a script as dense as the Bible, the specific words chosen for Charles Smith reveal the architecture of his mind. Let us perform a forensic analysis of his most critical lines. I didn't kill him for fun. I killed him because he was evil. This line, delivered after executing the bison poacher, is the thesis statement of Charles's morality. Most characters in the game kill for utility, money, survival, or for emotion, revenge, anger. Charles introduces a third category, killing for ethics. The use of the word evil is significant. It is a biblical word, an absolute word. In the moral relativism of the Wild West, where good and bad are often just matters of perspective, Charles draws a hard line. Evil exists. It is tangible. It is the wanton destruction of life. By labelling the poacher evil, Charles strips him of his humanity. He is not a man anymore. He is a cancer that must be cut out. This line also separates Charles from the redemption arc of the other characters. Arthur seeks redemption because he knows he has done evil. Charles does not seek redemption because he does not believe he has sinned. His violence is righteous. It is the violence of the archangel Michael casting Lucifer out of heaven. It is a cleansing fire. The army took her. 4 words. A simple subject-verb-object sentence. Yet it contains a genocide. Charles does not say, my mother was kidnapped or my mother was murdered. He says, the army took her. The capitalization of army in the subtitles and in the implication of his tone suggests a monolithic force. It wasn't a specific soldier. It wasn't a specific general. It was the army, the state, the machine. This reflects the Native American experience of the 19th century. The enemy was not an individual, it was a system designed to consume, displace, and destroy. The passivity of the phrase took her is also heartbreaking. It implies a theft. She was property to them, something to be seized. It highlights the powerlessness of his father and himself. They could not stop it. They could only watch as the machine took what it wanted. This powerlessness is what drives Charles to be so powerful later in life. He builds his body and his skills so that the army can never take anything from him again. We're not good men, Arthur. This is said around the campfire in a quiet moment of reflection. It is not a confession. It is a diagnosis. Arthur often laments that he is a bad man, but he says it with a sense of guilt, hoping someone will contradict him. Charles says it with the clinical detachment of a doctor. He accepts their nature. They are outlaws. They kill people. They steal. He does not try to romanticize it like Dutch. We are dreamers. He does not try to justify it like Micah. It's a dog-eat-dog world. He simply states it. We are not good men. But the subtext is crucial. We are not good men, but we can do good things. Charles separates being from doing. Their nature might be corrupted, but their actions can still be noble. This is a profound philosophical stance. It suggests that redemption is not about changing who you are, but about changing what you do. You can be a bad man who saves a family. You can be a killer who protects the innocent. This philosophy is what allows Arthur to find peace in the end. He accepts he's a bad man, but he decides to do one last good thing. "I buried him, John." This line in the epilogue is the emotional climax of the game for many players. It is the closure we needed but didn't know we would get. The act of burial is deeply symbolic. It is the final act of care. It is the restoration of order. Arthur died in chaos, on a mountain surrounded by enemies. By burying him, Charles restores his dignity. He gives him a place, a marker. The fact that Charles went back, risking capture by the Pinkertons, risking death by the elements, speaks volumes. He didn't have to do it. Arthur was dead. It wouldn't help him. But Charles did it for himself, and for the memory of the friendship. He did it because Arthur deserved a rest. It also positions Charles as the keeper of the flame. He is the one who remembers. In a world that is trying to forget the Vanderlyn gang, Charles ensures that Arthur Morgan is not forgotten. He is the historian of the heart. "I'm going to Canada to find a wife, maybe start a family of my own." This is his final line, his exit from the stage. It is a rejection of the American dream. The American dream as presented in the game is a lie. It is built on blood and greed. Dutch chased it and went mad. John chased it and got shot. Charles rejects it. He leaves America entirely. He goes to Canada, a place that, in the mythology of the time and the game, represents a wilder, freer, perhaps purer land. He seeks a family, not a gang, not a tribe, a family. This is the ultimate victory. To survive the wars, the massacres, the betrayals, and to still have the capacity to love, to still want to bring life into the world. It is a defiance of the nihilism that consumes the other characters. Micah dies alone. Dutch dies alone. Charles rides off to find connection. In the end, the lone wolf wins by deciding not to be alone anymore. But to truly understand Charles Smith, we must step outside the game. We must look at him through the lens of myth. He is not just a cowboy. He is an archetype. But before we close the book on Charles Smith, we must examine the tools he used to write his story, and we must dare to imagine the chapters that were never written. Charles is synonymous with the bow. In a game dominated by the roar of revolvers and the crack of rifles, the bow is an anomaly. It is silent. It is slow. It requires strength and patience. It is the perfect weapon for Charles. The bow is not just a weapon, it is a philosophy. To use a bow effectively, you must be close to your target. You must understand the wind. You must understand the movement of the prey. It requires a connection to the world that a gun does not. A gun allows you to kill from a distance, detached and impersonal. A bow forces intimacy. Charles crafts his own arrows. We see him doing it by the fire. He selects the wood, fletches the feathers, sharpens the stone or metal points. This is a ritual. It connects him to his ancestors. Every arrow he fires is a prayer. Every hit is a testament to his skill. When he uses the bow to take out a guard silently, it is not just a tactical choice. It is an aesthetic one. He's removing an obstacle without disturbing the peace of the night. If the bow is his soul, the sawed-off shotgun is his rage. Charles carries a sawed-off shotgun in his offhand holster. It is a brutal, ugly weapon. It has no range. It has no finesse. It is designed for one thing: close quarters devastation. When Charles draws the shotgun, it means negotiations are over. It means the time for silence has passed. It represents the other side of his duality, the side that has been hardened by a cruel world. He uses it when he is cornered, when he is protecting someone, when the civilized world tries to crush him. The sound of his shotgun is the sound of the earth cracking open. It is the roar of the bear. Charles is also a master of the tomahawk, a throwing axe. This is a weapon of pure skill. To hit a moving target with a spinning axe requires a level of spatial awareness that borders on the supernatural. Charles uses it with terrifying casualness. He'll be in the middle of a firefight, run out of ammo, and simply hurl an axe into a man's chest. It is visceral. It is primal. It is a reminder that before he was a gunman, he was a warrior. The game ends with Charles riding north, to Canada, to find a family. Rockstar leaves his fate ambiguous, but based on who he is, we can imagine his future. Imagine him crossing the border. The air gets colder, the trees get thicker. He leaves the industrializing United States behind. He leaves the Pinkertons, the oil fields, the cities. He finds a place in the Yukon or British Columbia, a place where the mountains touch the sky. He builds a cabin, not a ranch like John's, but a simple shelter. He hunts, he trades furs, he meets a woman. Perhaps she's First Nations. Perhaps she's a settler who, like him, wanted to escape the world. They fall in love not with grand gestures, but with quiet understanding. They have children. Charles teaches his son how to track a wolf. He teaches his daughter how to listen to the wind. He tells them stories. Not stories about bank robberies or train heists. He tells them stories about a man named Arthur who saved his life. He tells them stories about a chief named Rainsfall who tried to save his people. He grows old. His scars fade, but they never disappear. He still wakes up in the middle of the night, reaching for a knife that isn't there. The trauma of the gang never truly leaves him. But he learns to live with it. He learns to let the silence of the mountains drown out the noise of his past, and when he finally dies, many years later, he dies in his bed, surrounded by family. He dies as a free man. The army never took him. The Pinkertons never caught him. The West never broke him. He won. Charles is the quintessential Ronin. In Japanese feudal history, a Ronin was a samurai without a master. They were wanderers, often mercenaries, but the best of them adhered to a strict personal code, Bushido, even when society rejected them. Charles fits this mold perfectly. He has no master. He follows Dutch, but only as long as Dutch follows the code. He wanders the land. He is a master of violence. But unlike the bandit who kills for gain, the Ronin kills for honor. Charles's Bushido is his respect for nature and the innocent. He is a warrior poet finding beauty in the flight of an arrow even as he uses it to kill. In fantasy literature, think Aragorn from Lord of the Rings. The ranger is a figure who lives on the edges of civilization. They protect the cities from the monsters in the wild, even though the people in the cities distrust them. Charles is a ranger. He protects the gang, his city, from the Pinkertons and O'Driscolls, the monsters. He's comfortable in the wild in a way that the others are not. He can track a falcon on a cloudy day. He can move without sound. He is the shield that guards the realms of men, even if those men do not appreciate him. This might seem like a stretch for an outlaw, but hear me out. A paladin is a holy warrior. They are fueled by a divine cause. Charles's cause is not a god, but the earth itself. He is a paladin of nature. When he kills the poachers, it is an act of holy retribution. When he helps the Wapiti, it is a crusade. He is the most religious character in the game, if we define religion as a strict adherence to a higher moral law. So, why does Charles Smith matter? Why do we spend thousands of words analysing a character who, in another game, might have just been the strong, silent type, because Charles Smith represents the possibility of integrity in a corrupt world. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a tragedy. It is a story about the death of the West, the death of freedom, and the death of men. Almost everyone loses. Dutch loses his mind. Arthur loses his life. John loses his peace. But Charles wins. He wins not because he defeats the Pinkertons, though he does. He wins not because he gets rich. He doesn't. He wins because he never compromises his soul. He walks through the fire of the Van der Linde gang and comes out unburned. He sees the madness of Dutch and rejects it. He sees the cruelty of Micah and fights it. Jack Marston is the ghost of the future haunting the Van der Linde gang. In a camp full of men and women who have chosen to live outside the law, he is the only one who never had a choice. He was born into the mud, the blood, and the noise. He is the camp child, a mascot to some, a burden to others, and a terrifying responsibility to his father. To understand Jack Marston is to understand the tragedy of inheritance. He inherits everything the gang tries to leave behind. Their sins, their trauma, and ultimately their violence. But before we begin, I discovered that most of you watching haven't subscribed to the channel. Please do. It really helps out and takes a lot of time to make these videos. Without further ado, let's begin. Every child has a boogeyman. For Jack Marston, it is Micah Bell. Micah is the only member of the gang who actively dislikes Jack. He calls him It. He calls him a runt. He kicks the dog, Cain. Micah represents a cruelty that Jack cannot understand. The disappearance of Cain is a pivotal moment in Jack's loss of innocence. Cain was Jack's dog. He was a stray, just like Jack. When Cain goes missing in Chapter 6, Jack is distraught. Micah casually implies that he killed the dog. He's gone, kid. Just gone. The malice in Micah's voice is terrifying. For Jack, this is the realization that evil exists not just out there, among the O'Driscolls, but right here in the camp. The man sleeping next to you might kill your dog just for fun. If Arthur is the good giant, Micah is the bad man. Jack sees the difference clearly. Arthur gives, Micah takes. Arthur protects, Micah hurts. This binary shapes Jack's moral compass. He learns that strength can be used for good, Arthur, or for evil, Micah. When Jack eventually becomes a gunslinger, the question is, which uncle is he emulating? Is he killing Ross to protect his family, Arthur, or is he killing him because he enjoys the power, Micah? The tragedy is that by the end of RDR1, Jack looks a lot more like Micah than he does like Arthur. He is alone, angry, and violent. Micah casts a long shadow over Jack's life. Even after Micah is dead, the fear remains. Jack grows up knowing that men like Micah exist. This knowledge makes him paranoid. It makes him cynical. It is why he struggles to connect with normal people in the epilogue. He knows that underneath the polite smiles there might be a Micah Bell waiting to kick the dog. The abduction of Jack Marston is a traumatic event, but the trauma is not what we expect. He isn't beaten or starved. He is pampered. Angelo Bronte, the crime lord of Saint Denis, treats Jack like a little prince. This creates a confusing psychological conflict for the boy. When John finds Jack, the boy is eating spaghetti and wearing slippers. He calls his captor Papa Bronte. This is a form of Stockholm Syndrome, but it is also a rational response to his environment. For the first time in his life, Jack is clean, he is warm, he is well fed. Bronte offers him a life of luxury that John can never provide. Jack's affection for Bronte is a slap in the face to John. It says, "This stranger takes better care of me than you do." This interlude plants a seed of dissatisfaction in Jack. Before St. Denis, he didn't know what he was missing. He thought the whole world was mud and tents. But now he knows about electric lights. He knows about soft beds. He knows about spaghetti. When he returns to the camp, he is returning to poverty. He complains about the food. He complains about the cold. The gang sees this as him being spoiled, but in reality, he has just seen the alternative. He has tasted civilization, and the wilderness no longer tastes sweet. Bronte's mansion is a golden cage, but it is also a school. Bronte teaches Jack about power. He teaches him that men with money can do whatever they want. This lesson sticks. Jack realizes that the gang's freedom is just another word for poverty. The outlaws are free to starve. The civilized men are free to rule. This cynical worldview festers in Jack's mind, eventually leading him to become the very thing he hates, a man who uses violence to get what he wants. The mission, a fisher of men in Chapter 2, is often cited as one of the most heartwarming moments in Red Dead Redemption 2. Arthur takes Jack fishing. They talk. They laugh. Arthur makes a flower necklace. But under the microscope, this scene is a tragedy. The entire mission highlights John's absence. Abigail asks Arthur to take Jack fishing because John won't do it. Arthur steps into the role of father effortlessly. He is patient. He is kind. He listens to Jack's ramblings about books. The tragedy is that Jack bonds with the wrong man. He loves Arthur. He trusts Arthur. But Arthur is dying. The man who should be teaching Jack how to be a man is busy drinking himself into a stupor, while the man who is teaching him is on a death march. The flower necklace is a potent symbol. Jack makes it for his mother, but he gives it to Arthur to hold. It represents innocence. It is fragile, beautiful, and temporary. Arthur keeps it. He doesn't throw it away. It is a reminder of the softness that still exists in his heart. But flowers wilt. By the end of the game, the necklace is gone, just like the innocence it represented. The fishing trip ends with the arrival of Agent Milton and Agent Ross. This is the first time Jack sees the men who will eventually destroy his life. Ross looks at Jack with a cold curiosity. Enjoy your fishing, kid, while you still can. It is a direct foreshadowing of the final duel in 1914. The man who interrupts his childhood joy is the same man he will kill to end his childhood trauma. The circle is closed before it even begins. The dogs of the Red Dead series are more than just pets. They are barometers of the camp's moral health. Jack's relationship with them highlights his innate kindness in a world of cruelty. Kane, the stray dog that wanders into Cleeman's Point, becomes Jack's shadow. He is a ragged, homeless creature, much like the gang itself. Jack loves him instantly. He feeds him scraps. He talks to him when no one else is listening. But Kane's disappearance in Chapter 6 is a dark omen. Micah implies that he killed the dog. This act of senseless violence against an innocent animal is the final straw for Jack's childhood. It teaches him that evil doesn't always have a reason. Sometimes people are just bad. In the epilogue, Rufus represents the peace that John is trying to build. He is a healthy, happy dog. When he gets bitten by the snake, Jack's panic is palpable. He is terrified of losing another friend. But Rufus survives. This survival is symbolic. It suggests that Beecher's Hope is a place where innocence can be protected, unlike the old camps. Rufus is the anti-Cain, a symbol of the life Jack deserves, but can't quite accept. Fishing is one of the few non-violent activities available in Red Dead Redemption 2, and for Jack, It serves as a form of therapy. It is a quiet, contemplative act that stands in stark contrast to the chaos of the camp. John Marston is a man of action. He gets bored easily. When he fishes, he does it because he has to eat. Jack, however, enjoys the process. He enjoys the waiting. This patience is a trait he inherited from Hosea, not John. It shows that Jack is capable of stillness. He doesn't need constant stimulation. He can sit by a river for hours, lost in his own thoughts. This ability to be alone with oneself is crucial for a writer. The river teaches Jack that not everything can be controlled. You can't force a fish to bite. You have to wait for it. This lesson is diametrically opposed to Dutch's philosophy of making noise and forcing the world to bend to your will. In the quiet moments by the water, Jack learns a different kind of strength, the strength of endurance. In the epilogue, Jack uses the name Lancelot when he plays. This is not a random choice. It is a direct reference to the Arthurian legends he reads, but it also carries a deeper, tragic meaning. Lancelot is the greatest of King Arthur's knights, but he is also the one who betrays him. He is a flawed hero, a man torn between love and duty. By adopting this persona, Jack is subconsciously identifying with the fallen knight archetype. He wants to be a hero, but he knows he is broken. He knows he doesn't fit the mould of the perfect cowboy, King Arthur. He is the sensitive, artistic soul who is destined for tragedy. If Jack is Lancelot, then who is his King Arthur? Is it John? Is it Arthur Morgan? Is it Dutch? Jack spends his entire life looking for a king to serve, a cause to believe in. But every king he finds is either dead or corrupt. He is a knight without a round table, wandering a kingdom that has forgotten the meaning of chivalry. One of. The earliest memories Jack has is collecting flowers for his mother in Chapter 2. This small, optional interaction is heartbreaking in retrospect. In a camp full of hunters, Jack is a gatherer. While Arthur brings back deer and John brings back bounties, Jack brings back thistles. He is trying to contribute in the only way he knows how, by finding beauty. He presents the flowers to Abigail with such pride, and for a moment the harsh reality of their life melts away. This act establishes Jack as the soft heart of the camp. He is the one who notices the small things. He is the one who values aesthetics over utility. Flowers are fragile. They bloom. They wither. They die. They are a perfect metaphor for Jack's childhood. He's trying to preserve something beautiful in a world that is determined to crush it. When he makes the flower necklace for Arthur, he's trying to bind the outlaw to the earth, to ground him in something other than violence. It is a futile gesture, but a noble one. We never see Jack visit Arthur's grave in the game, but it is impossible to imagine that he didn't. After he kills Ross, after he buries his mother, he must have gone to the mountain. The journey to Arthur's grave is a pilgrimage. It is a steep climb, physically and emotionally. Jack stands before the stone that reads, "Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness." He reads the words and he feels the irony. He hungered for righteousness and it turned him into a killer. He thirsted for justice and it left him parched. What would Jack say to Arthur? He would probably apologize. He would apologize for failing to be the man Arthur wanted him to be. He would apologize for letting the anger win, but he would also thank him. He would thank him for the fishing trip. He would thank him for the necklace. He would thank him for saving his father, even if that salvation was temporary. Standing on that mountain, Jack realizes that he is the last living piece of Arthur Morgan. Before John Marston hunted down Javier Escuela, and Bill Williamson. Jack knew them as family. Javier was the one who played the guitar. Bill was the one who was always grumpy but secretly protective. There is a theory that Jack might have tried to find them himself. In the years between 1911 and 1914, he was angry and confused. He knew his father had killed his uncles, but he didn't understand why. Imagine a teenage Jack riding south, crossing the San Luis River, looking for answers in the dust of Mexico. He wouldn't find them, of course. They were already dead. But the journey itself would be a way for him to connect with the past, to walk the same trails his father walked, to see the ghosts that haunted John Marston. If Jack had found Javier's guitar, it would have been a powerful moment. The instrument that once brought joy to the camp would now be a silent relic. The camp ledger is a document of the gang's rise and fall, written in dollars and cents. For Jack, money was always an abstract concept until he grew up. As a child, Jack saw money flow into the camp from jobs. He didn't know that these jobs involved robbery and murder. He just knew that when the men came back, there was food. In the epilogue, he learns the value of honest work. He sees John struggle to pay off the bank loan. He sees the physical toll of earning $1 without a gun. This contrast is stark. The red in the ledger isn't just debt, it's blood. Jack realizes that his entire childhood was funded by crime and that debt can never truly be paid off. The gang's economy was based on a lie, the idea that they could steal enough to eventually live honestly. Jack sees through this. He understands that dirty money can't buy a clean life. Every dollar spent on his clothes, his books, his food, it was all stolen. This knowledge taints his memories. He is a beneficiary of theft, and that guilt is another stone in his pocket. Jack Marston's education didn't come from school. It came from penny dreadfuls, cheap, sensationalist novels about the Wild West. These books shaped his understanding of heroism, and they set him up for disappointment. In the books, the hero always wins. The villain is always punished. The gunfights are clean and honourable. Jack grows up believing in this myth. He expects his father to be like the heroes in his books, noble, fearless, and invincible. But John Marston is none of those things. He is a flawed, dirty, desperate man who kills to survive. The gap between the fiction Jack reads and the reality he lives is a source of constant friction. When Jack eventually writes Red Dead, he is essentially writing his own penny dreadful. But unlike the cheap novels of his youth, his book is grounded in pain. He takes the tropes of the genre, the outlaw, the revenge, the redemption, and he subverts them. He writes a story where the hero dies, the villain wins for a while, and the redemption is ambiguous. He elevates the penny dreadful into high art. Jack Marston's story is eerily similar to the Italian spaghetti westerns that would dominate cinema in the 1960s. Though Jack lived decades before these films were made, his archetype predicts them. In Sergio Leone's films, Clint Eastwood plays a nameless drifter who seeks revenge with cold precision. Jack, in 1914, embodies this archetype before it exists. He is the silent gunslinger, the man who speaks more with his revolver than his mouth. When he confronts Ross, the dialogue is minimal. The action is everything. This is the shift from the classic Western, where heroes talk about their morals, to the revisionist Western, where heroes just kill. Arthur Morgan represents the classic Western. He is the cowboy with a code, the outlaw with a heart of gold. Jack Marston represents the revisionist Western. He is the cowboy who kills because the world left. Him no other choice. There is no romance in his story, only necessity. This evolution mirrors the shift in American cinema from John Ford to Sergio Leone, from idealism to cynicism. Deadeye is the signature mechanic of the Red Dead series, allowing the player to slow down time and mark multiple targets. But what does it mean for Jack Marston? Deadeye is not a superpower, it is a dissociative state. When a person experiences extreme trauma, their brain can enter a state of hyperfocus where time appears to slow down. This is a survival mechanism. For Jack, who has witnessed countless acts of violence, Deadeye is his brain's way of coping with the constant threat of death. When he activates it, he is not becoming superhuman. He is becoming numb. He is shutting down his emotions so he can do what needs to be done. Jack inherits Deadeye from both John and Arthur. It is passed down like a genetic disease. This mechanic represents the intergenerational transmission of trauma. Jack didn't ask for this ability. He didn't train for it. It was given to him by virtue of being born into a family of killers. Every time he uses Deadeye, he is channeling the ghosts of his fathers. He is becoming them. The legend of the East Satchel is the ultimate reward in Red Dead Redemption 2, allowing the player to carry 99 of every item. For Jack Marston, this satchel is more than a gameplay mechanic. It is a symbol of the burden he carries. Jack's satchel contains everything: trinkets from Arthur, letters from his mother, bullets from his father. It is a portable museum of his trauma. The fact that he can carry infinite items is both a blessing and a curse. He is the archivist of the Van der Linde gang. He is the keeper of memories that everyone else has forgotten. But this burden is crushing him. He can't throw anything away. Every object is a ghost. In gameplay terms, the satchel is practical. It allows you to hoard resources. But narratively, it represents Jack's inability to let go. He collects and collects and collects, hoping that if he gathers enough pieces of the past, he can rebuild it. But you can't rebuild what's broken. The satchel is full, but Jack is empty. He has everything, but he has nothing. Edgar Ross didn't just kill John Marston. He watched Jack Marston grow up. The Bureau of Investigation kept tabs on the family for years. This surveillance adds a layer of horror to Jack's life. Jack was living in a fishbowl. Every time he went into town, every time he bought supplies, someone was watching. Ross knew where he lived. He knew what he read. He knew his favourite horse. This violation of privacy is a modern form of torture. It stripped Jack of his autonomy. He wasn't a free man. He was a subject in an experiment. The experiment was, can you domesticate an outlaw's son? The answer, delivered in 1914, was a resounding no. This surveillance makes the final duel feel inevitable. Ross knew Jack would come. He was waiting for it. In a twisted way, Ross might have even wanted it. He was the architect of Jack's tragedy, and he wanted to see the final act. When Jack confronts him, it isn't a surprise, it is an appointment. Jack Marston is a man at war with himself. He is the product of two fathers, John Marston, the biological father who taught him how to survive, and Arthur Morgan, the spiritual father who taught him how to live. From John, Jack inherited his anger, his stubbornness, and his capacity for violence. This is the Marston side of him, the side that seeks revenge at any cost. It is the side that pulls the trigger on the riverbank. It is the side that refuses to let go of the past. From Arthur, Jack inherited his empathy, his artistic soul, and his love of nature. This is the Morgan side of him, the side that writes books and collects flowers. It is the side that wants to be better than the world that made him. The tragedy of Jack's life is that the Marston blood wins the battle, but the Morgan spirit wins the war through the book. He kills Ross, Marston, but he immortalizes the gang, Morgan. We know that Jack eventually meets Mary Beth again at the train station. But what if he wrote her a letter after the events of 1914? What would it say? Dear Mary Beth, I did it. I killed him. I thought it would make me feel better, like in the stories you used to read me. But it didn't. It just made me feel empty. I'm sitting here by the river, and I realise that the only thing I have left is the pen you gave me. I'm going to write it all down. Not the lies Dutch told, but the truth. The ugly, messy truth. Maybe if I put it on paper I can finally stop carrying it. This hypothetical letter highlights the connection between Jack and Mary Beth. They are the only two survivors who truly understood the power of words. Mary Beth wrote romance novels to escape the world. Jack wrote a tragedy to understand it. They are two sides of the same coin, bound together by ink and blood. The story of Jack Marston is the story of the end of the American West. He's the last witness to a world that has been paved over, fenced in, and legislated out of existence. The West was more than a place. It was an idea. It was the idea that a man could be free. That idea died with the gang. In the new world, freedom is conditional. You are free as long as you pay your taxes, obey the laws, and don't cause trouble. Jack remembers a time when freedom was absolute, and the loss of that memory is a tragedy that no one else understands. He is the keeper of a dead flame. The Van der Linde gang was a dream. It was a dream of a better world, a savage utopia where men were judged by their loyalty, not their bank accounts. That dream failed. It collapsed under the weight of its own contradictions. But for Jack, it was the only dream that mattered. He spends the rest of his life trying to wake up from the nightmare of civilization, only to realize that the dream is gone forever. Between the collapse of the gang in 1899 and the start of the epilogue in 1907, there is an 8-year gap. These are the forgotten years of Jack Marston's life, but they are arguably the most formative. We know from dialogue that John, Abigail and Jack spent time in the Yukon and Roanoke Ridge during these years. They were constantly on the move. For Jack, this meant a childhood of instability. He never had a home. He never had friends. His only constant was the fear of being found. This nomadic lifestyle turned him inward. He learned to be quiet. He learned to be invisible. He learned that home was a dangerous concept because it could be taken away at any moment. It is during these years that the Lancelot persona likely solidified. Without a stable reality, Jack retreated into fantasy. He wasn't a poor boy running from the law. He was a knight on a quest. He wasn't sleeping in the mud. He was camping on a crusade. This fantasy was a shield. It protected his mind from the trauma of poverty, but it also arrested his development. He remained a child long after he should have grown up, because growing up meant accepting that he wasn't a knight, but an outlaw's son. During these years, John was often absent or emotionally distant, leaving Abigail to raise Jack alone. Jack became his mother's protector. He saw her struggle. He saw her cry. He developed a fierce loyalty to her, which explains his friction with John in the epilogue. When John tries to act like a father in 1907, Jack resents it because John wasn't there during the hard years. In Jack's eyes, he and Abigail are the team. John is just the man who joined them later. Beecher's Hope is supposed to be a sanctuary, but for Jack, it is a prison. He is trapped on a farm with a father he barely knows and a mother who is constantly worried. The central conflict of the epilogue is the clash between John's reality and Jack's fantasy. John wants Jack to be a cowboy. He buys him a pony. He tries to teach him to ride. He wants to pass on the only skills he has. But Jack rejects them. He retreats into his books. This rejection hurts John, but it also protects Jack. Jack senses that the cowboy life is a death sentence. By refusing to participate, he is trying to save himself. The scene where Jack is bitten by a snake while looking for Rufus is crucial. It shows Jack's vulnerability. He is not built for the wild. He is soft. When John sucks the poison out, it is the act of primal fatherhood, but it also reinforces Jack's helplessness. He hates being the victim. He hates needing to be saved. This incident fuels his desire to prove himself, which eventually manifests in the worst possible way, hunting down Edgar Ross. Although Arthur is dead, his ghost haunts Beecher's Hope. Jack remembers the fishing trip. He remembers the flower necklace. He compares John to Arthur constantly, and John always comes up short. Arthur was the fun uncle who never has to discipline him. John is the strict father who makes him shovel manure. It is an unfair comparison, but a natural one for a grieving child. The period between 1911, John's death, and 1914, Abigail's death, is a black hole in the narrative, but it is where Jack Marston truly dies. He spends 3 years watching his mother fade away. Beecher's Hope becomes a mausoleum. Uncle is buried on the hill. John is buried next to him. Jack and Abigail are left alone in the house that John built. Every floorboard creak is a reminder of the man who isn't there. Jack has to take over the ranch work. He has to become the man of the house. He shovels the manure. He milks the cows. He does the chores that John hated, but he does them with a grim determination. He's keeping the ranch alive because it is the only piece of his father left. When Abigail dies in 1914, Jack is truly alone. He buries her next to John. Now there are 3 graves on the hill. This image, the lone figure standing over 3 graves, is the defining image of Jack's adulthood. He has lost everyone. The family that the gang tried so hard to build is gone. All that remains is the land and the debt. The most terrifying thing about these years is the silence. There is no Dutch making speeches. There is no Arthur making jokes. There is no uncle playing the banjo. There is just the wind on the Great Plains. In this silence, Jack's anger festers. He has no one to talk to, no one to guide him. He only has his books and his guns. The silence drives him mad. It drives him to the riverbank in Mexico. The final duel with Edgar Ross is the climax of the entire Red Dead saga. It is a scene of profound stillness. There is no epic music. There is no dramatic monologue. Just 2 men on a riverbank. Ross is not a supervillain in this moment. He is just an old man hunting ducks. He is pathetic. He dismisses Jack, treating him like a child. This anticlimax is intentional. It robs Jack of the satisfaction he craved. He wanted to kill a monster. Instead, he kills a retiree. The banality of evil is on full display. Ross destroyed the gang not out of malice, but because it was his job. And now that the job is done, he has moved on. Jack is the only one still living in the past. Visually, the duel mirrors the style of Red Dead Revolver, the game that started the franchise. The camera angles, the tension, the dead-eye sound effect. It is a callback to the myth of the West. But the context is tragic. In Red Dead Revolver, Red Harlow finds peace after his revenge. In Red Dead Redemption, Jack Marston finds nothing. The style is heroic, but the substance is hollow. Ross falls into the river. The water carries him away. This is symbolic. The river represents the flow of time, the march of history. It washes away the sins of the past. But Jack is left on the bank. He is still in the world of Red Dead. A man's relationship with his horse is a defining character trait. For John Marston, a horse is a tool. It is an engine made of muscle and bone. He cares for them, yes, but in a utilitarian way. For Jack Marston, however, horses are friends. The pony John buys for Jack in the epilogue is a symbol of their disconnect. John sees it as a starter horse, a way to train the boy. Jack sees it as a pet. He names it. He talks to it. He doesn't want to ride it hard. He wants to groom it. This softness infuriates John, who needs Jack to be tough. But later, in 1914, when Jack rides his father's warhorse, the dynamic shifts. He treats the animal with a grim respect. He has learned that a horse is the only thing standing between him and death. The transition from pet owner to cavalryman marks the death of his childhood empathy. For a boy who spent his entire life being dragged in wagons or locked in rooms, the horse represents the ultimate freedom. It is the only way to escape. When Jack rides away from Beecher's Hope at the end of RDR1, he isn't just leaving a farm, he is leaving a graveyard. The horse is his vehicle out of the tragedy. It is significant that in the final scene, he is looking at his gun, but he is standing next to his horse. The gun is the past, the horse is the future. The campfire is the heart of the Van der Linde gang. It is where they eat, sleep, and tell stories. For Jack, the campfire is his classroom. It is where he learns the history of the world, but it is a history written by liars. Jack sits on his mother's lap and listens to Dutch talk about freedom and loyalty. He hears Javier sing songs about revolutionaries. He hears Bill brag about his days in the army. These stories paint a picture of the gang as noble outlaws, Robin Hood figures fighting against a corrupt system. Jack absorbs this mythology. He believes in the legend of Dutch van der Linde before he even knows the man. This makes the eventual betrayal so much harder. He isn't just losing a leader, he is losing a god. There is a stark contrast between the stories told at the fire and the reality of the road. At the fire, they are heroes. On the road, they are murderers. Jack sees both. He sees Arthur come back to camp covered in blood, only to sit down and sing a happy song. This cognitive dissonance confuses Jack. He learns that truth is malleable. He learns that if you tell a story well enough, it becomes true. This lesson serves him well as a writer, but it destroys his ability to trust. While the uncles, Arthur, Hosea, Dutch, shaped Jack's worldview, the aunts, Tilly, Mary Beth, Grimshaw, shaped his daily life. They were the ones who fed him, clothed him, and kept him safe while the men were out robbing trains. Tilly is the closest thing Jack has to a sibling. She plays with him, she hides him during the shootouts, she treats him with a warmth that is rare in the camp. Tilly represents the innocence that Jack is trying to hold on to. She is a survivor, just like him, but she hasn't lost her kindness. Mary Beth is Jack's intellectual soulmate. She's the one who encourages his reading. She's the one who writes stories. When Jack looks at Mary Beth, he sees a kindred spirit. She validates his escapism. She teaches him that it is okay to live in your head, especially when the real world is so ugly. Grimshaw is the terrifying grandmother figure. She is strict. She yells. She demands order, but she also loves Jack fiercely. She is the one who ensures he is fed. She is the one who organises the camp to protect him. Jack fears her, but he also respects her. She teaches him that survival requires discipline. You can't just dream, you have to work. The mission, Blood Feuds Ancient and Modern, is one of the most iconic in the game. The gang walks up to Braithwaite Manor to burn it down. But at the centre of this inferno is a small boy. Jack is the prize. He is the object that two powerful factions are fighting over. For a child who is often treated as a burden, another mouth to feed, suddenly becoming the most valuable thing in the world is a shock. The gang is willing to die for him. They're willing to burn down a mansion for him. This creates a complex guilt in Jack. He realizes that his existence causes violence. People die because of him. This guilt follows him into adulthood. He feels responsible for the destruction of the gang, even though he was just a pawn. The Braithwaites are destroyed because they took Jack. This teaches Jack a dark lesson about power dynamics. If you take something from the Van der Linde gang, they will erase you from history. It reinforces the idea that violence is the only language the world understands. When Jack kills Ross in 1914, he's applying the Braithwaite lesson. Destroy your enemy completely, or they will come back for you. The death of Hosea Matthews in the St. Denis bank robbery is a catastrophe for the gang, but it is a personal tragedy for Jack. Hosea was his teacher. He was the only one who prioritized Jack's mind over his survival skills. With Hosea gone, the lessons stop. There is no one left to teach Jack how to read, how to think critically, or how to view the world with nuance. Dutch is too busy going insane. Arthur is too busy dying. John is too busy being angry. Jack is left to educate himself. This leads to a stunted intellectual growth. He reads books, but he has no one to discuss them with. He becomes an autodidact, prone to misinterpretation and romanticism, because he lacks a guide to correct him. Hosea was also the moral anchor of the camp. He was the one who kept Dutch in check. When he dies, the camp descends into chaos. Jack witnesses this decline firsthand. He sees the arguments become fights. He sees the loyalty become paranoia. The loss of Hosea signals the end of the golden age of Jack's childhood. After St. Denis, there is only fear. While the men are stranded in Guarma, Jack is stranded in the swamps of Lakay with the women and the few remaining men. This period is often overlooked, but it is terrifying for a child. For weeks, Jack doesn't know if his father is alive. He doesn't know if Arthur is alive. The camp is defenseless. The Pinkertons are closing in. Jack has to rely on Sadie Adler for protection. This shifts his perspective on gender roles. He sees that women can be just as deadly as men. Sadie becomes another uncle figure, a protector who uses violence to keep him safe. The environment of Lakay is oppressive. It is wet, dark, and filled with alligators. It mirrors the psychological state of the group, stuck, sinking, and surrounded by predators. Jack spends these weeks in a state of constant anxiety. He's old enough now to understand that gone might mean dead. The waiting is worse than the running. When John Marston finally returns from Guarma, the reunion with Jack is telling. Arthur hugs the boy. John stands back. He is awkward. He doesn't know how to be a father, especially after abandoning them again, even if it wasn't his choice. To Jack, John is a stranger. He is the man who leaves. He is the man who gets caught. He is the man who brings trouble. When John tries to assert authority after his return, Jack resists. He's been surviving without John for weeks. He's been listening to Sadie and Abigail. John's return disrupts the new order that Jack has gotten used to. It takes a long time for Jack to trust that John isn't going to disappear again. The contrast between Arthur's return and John's return is heartbreaking. Arthur is dying, but he is fully present. He checks on everyone. He reassures Jack. John is alive, but he is distant. He is focused on Dutch, on the money, on the plan. He forgets to focus on his son. This reinforces Jack's belief that he is secondary to the gang's great cause. The scene where John proposes to Abigail on the boat is a moment of pure romance. It is the happy ending they never thought they would get. But Jack is watching from the shore. For him, this moment is confusing. Jack has never seen his parents act like a normal couple. He's used to them arguing or ignoring each other, or fighting for survival. Seeing them hold hands and kiss feels like a performance. It feels like they are playing house. Jack doesn't know how to fit into this new dynamic. He is the third wheel in his own family. He is happy for them, but he also feels a strange sense of loss. The gang family is gone, replaced by this nuclear family that feels fragile and artificial. The ring John gives Abigail is Arthur's ring. It belonged to Mary Linton. This detail adds a layer of tragedy to the proposal. The symbol of their future is a relic of a failed past. Jack doesn't know the history of the ring, but he feels the weight of it. Everything they have, the land, the money, the ring, is built on the graves of the people they lost. Their happiness is haunted. The epilogue is not just about farming. It is about surviving the Skinner brothers. These savages are the stuff of nightmares, and for Jack, they are the monsters in the woods. Beecher's Hope is surrounded by tall trees, the hunting ground of the Skinners. Jack is terrified of the woods. He hears the stories of what they do to their victims. This fear keeps him close to the house. It reinforces his isolation. He cannot explore the world because the world is filled with men who skin people alive. The Skinners represent the untamed, violent nature of the West that refuses to die. When the Skinners capture Uncle and Charles, Jack is forced to confront his worst fears. The men who protect him are vulnerable. They can be taken. They can be tortured. This realization shatters his sense of security. Even with John building a house and a barn, they are not safe. The walls are thin, and the monsters are just outside. Uncle is the comic relief of the series. He is lazy, he drinks too much, and he complains about his lumbago. But in the final mission of Red Dead Redemption 1, he reveals his true character. When the US Army attacks Beecher's Hope, Uncle doesn't run. He picks up a gun and fights. He dies defending the ranch. This sacrifice is a shock to Jack. He always saw Uncle as a parasite, a man who lived off John's hard work. But in the end, Uncle pays his rent with his life. This teaches Jack that heroism can come from the most unlikely places. It also deepens his survivor's guilt. If even the useless old man was willing to die for him, then his life must be worth something. He has to live up to the sacrifice. After Uncle dies, the porch is empty. There is no one to play the banjo. There is no one to tell tall tales. The silence of the porch is a constant reminder of the cost of Jack's survival. He grew up surrounded by noise and laughter, and now he is surrounded by ghosts. The theory that Jack Marston wrote the book Red Dead found in GTA Fisk is more than just an Easter egg. It is a lens through which we can view the entire series. If we accept this theory, then Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 are not objective history. They are Jack's memories. filtered through his trauma and his literary ambitions. This theory explains the heightened reality of the games, the golden sunsets, the cinematic music, the perfectly timed dialogue. These are the flourishes of a writer. Jack is remembering the gang not as they were, but as he needs them to be. He turns Arthur into a saint and Micah into a demon because that fits the narrative he is constructing. He is mythologizing his own life to make the pain bearable. If Jack is the narrator, then we must question everything. Did Arthur really give him the flower necklace, or is that a detail Jack invented to make Arthur seem softer? Did John really say, "Don't look back," or is that just what Jack wishes he had said? The entire story becomes a subjective masterpiece, a son's desperate attempt to understand the father he lost. Ultimately, this theory gives Jack agency. He isn't just a victim of the West, he is its chronicler. By writing the book, he takes control of the narrative. The Pinkertons killed the bodies, but Jack saved the souls. He ensures that the Vander Lind gang will live forever in the pages of his book, safe from the march of civilization that destroyed them in reality. In 1914, Jack Marston is an anachronism. He is a cowboy in the age of the automobile. He is a gunslinger in the age of the machine gun. His very existence is a contradiction. The legend of the East outfit that Jack unlocks is significant. It is a mishmash of styles, a costume that screams outlaw. But in 1914, wearing this outfit makes him look like a relic. People in Blackwater are driving cars and wearing suits. Jack is walking around in spurs and a duster. He looks like he walked out of a history book. This visual dissonance emphasizes his isolation. He is dressed for a world that no longer exists. The frontier is closed. The Wild West is dead. Jack is fighting a war that ended 20 years ago. When he kills Ross, it doesn't change anything. The government is still in power. The law is still absolute. Jack's act of rebellion is futile. He is shouting into a hurricane. The tragedy of Jack Marston is that he wins the duel, but he loses the war against time. The final image of Jack should be him holstering his gun, but the game leaves us with him staring at it. The gun is his only inheritance, but it is also his curse. As long as he carries it, he is trapped. The only way to truly be free is to put it down. Whether he does or not is left ambiguous, but the scene where John teaches Jack to shoot in the epilogue is a rite of passage, but it is a reluctant one. John doesn't want Jack to be a killer, but he knows he has to be able to defend himself. When Jack holds the gun, he comments on how heavy it is. This is a literal observation, but also a metaphorical one. The gun carries the weight of the Marston legacy. It carries the weight of every life John has taken. Jack struggles to hold it steady. He's not built for violence. His hands are made for turning pages, not pulling triggers, but John insists. "Aim for the bottles," he says. He's trying to turn the act of killing into a game, just like he tried to turn the ranch work into a game. This moment marks the transition from toy guns to real iron. As a child in the camp, Jack played with wooden guns. He pretended to be a sheriff. Now the fantasy is over. The gun is real. The bullets are real. The danger is real. Jack's education as a gunfighter begins here, on a quiet afternoon at Beecher's Hope, under the watchful eye of a father who prays his son will never have to use the skills he is teaching him. Micah Bell is dead, but his legacy lives on in Jack's psyche. The revelation that a member of the family could be a traitor shatters Jack's worldview. In the epilogue, Jack is constantly looking over his shoulder. He doesn't trust the neighbours at Beecher's Hope. He doesn't trust the people in Blackwater. He has learned that the person smiling at you might be the one who sells you out. This paranoia makes it impossible for him to integrate into society. He's always waiting for the other shoe to drop. He's always waiting for the next Micah. Micah poisoned the well of Jack's childhood. He turned the camp from a sanctuary into a snake pit. This betrayal is why Jack can never truly go back to being a normal kid. Normal kids trust adults. Normal kids believe that their parents' friends are safe. Jack knows better. He knows that adults are capable of unspeakable cruelty, and that knowledge isolates him. He is an old man in a boy's body, burdened by the sins of a rat he barely understood. One of the most horrifying images in the entire game is Kieran Duffy riding into Shady Bell holding his own head. For the adults, it is a declaration of war. For Jack, it is nightmare come to life. Jack reads stories about monsters and ghosts, but Kieran is a real monster. The sight of a friend, someone who was kind to him, someone who took care of the horses, mutilated in such a way is trauma that goes beyond words. It is grotesque. It is visceral. It teaches Jack that death is not peaceful. It is not like the books where the hero closes his eyes and drifts away. Death is messy, bloody and cruel. We don't hear Jack scream in this scene, but we can imagine it. He is ushered away by the women, shielded from the sight, but he has already seen enough. This image burns into his retina. It becomes the face of the O'Driscolls, the face of the enemy. It fuels a hatred that simmers beneath the surface, a hatred that will eventually be directed at anyone who threatens his family. When Jack arrives in St. Denis, he sees children his own age for the first time in years. But they are not like him. They are street urchins, dirty, hungry and desperate. Compared to these kids, Jack is a prince. He has a family that feeds him. He has clothes that fit, mostly. He has books. This realization is jarring. Jack always thought he was poor, but in the hierarchy of the turn of the century he is actually privileged. He is the mascot of a wealthy gang. The street kids look at him with envy, and Jack looks at them with confusion. He doesn't understand why they're sleeping in the mud when he has a tent. This encounter bursts the bubble of his self-pity. He realizes that there are worse fates than being an outlaw's son. You could be a nobody. You could be one of the thousands of faceless children grinding out a living in the factories and alleys of the city. This perspective shift makes him appreciate the gang more, but it also makes him fear the civilized world even more. If this is what civilization does to children, he wants no part of it. In 1914, the world is changing rapidly. Cars are replacing horses. Paved roads are replacing trails. Jack Marston hates it all. Jack's hatred of civilization is not just philosophical, it is personal. Civilization is what killed his father. Civilization is what destroyed the gang. Every time he sees a car, he sees the machine that crushed his family. He refuses to adapt. He clings to the old ways, not because they are better, but because they are his. He wears the cowboy hat as a protest against the bowler hats of the city. He rides a horse as a protest against the Model T. This rejection makes him an anachronism. He is a man out of time. He doesn't fit in the 20th century. He belongs in the 19th century with Arthur and Dutch. This displacement fuels his depression. He feels like a ghost haunting a world that has moved on. He's waiting for a train that will never come, standing on a platform that has been demolished. Jack Marston is John's son, but he is Dutch's heir. The philosophy that Dutch preached, the idea that the individual is at war with the system, is the philosophy that Jack adopts. John rejected Dutch's philosophy. He saw it for what it was, an excuse for violence. But Jack romanticizes it. He reads the books Dutch read, Evelyn Miller. He quotes the same authors. He sees the savage utopia that Dutch dreamed of as a lost paradise. This is the ultimate tragedy. John died to save Jack from Dutch, but Jack ends up becoming Dutch anyway. He becomes a man who values abstract ideals over human life. Dutch always had a plan. Jack has no plan. He embraces the chaos. When he kills Ross, he isn't trying to build a new world. He's just trying to burn down the old one. He is Dutch without the charisma, a revolutionary without a cause. He is the final twisted evolution of the Van der Linde philosophy, pure nihilistic rebellion. If Jack Marston is indeed the author of the book Red Dead, then the title itself is a revelation. It is not just a catchy name, it is a summary of his life's philosophy. Red represents the violence that defined his existence. It is the blood of his father, the blood of Arthur, the blood of the O'Driscolls. It is the colour of the sunset on the day the gang fell apart. By putting red first, Jack acknowledges that violence is the primary force in his world. It is the inescapable reality. Dead represents the people he lost. The book is a necrology. It is a way to keep the dead alive. By writing about them, he refuses to let them fade into obscurity. He is saying, they were here, they mattered. The word dead is also a descriptor of his own soul. He died the day Ross killed his father. The man who writes the book is a walking corpse. The absence of the word redemption in the book's title, it is simply called Red Dead in GTA Fun, is telling. Perhaps Jack doesn't believe in redemption. Perhaps he believes that there is no saving a man who has done what he has done. Or perhaps the book is the redemption. The act of writing it is the only way to save himself from the madness. It is painful to imagine, but what if Arthur Morgan had lived? What if he had taken Jack and run away, like he once planned with Mary? In this alternate timeline, Jack Marston becomes an artist, not a killer. Arthur would have nurtured Jack's gentle side. He would have encouraged the reading, the writing, the drawing. He would have protected Jack from the violence of the world rather than exposing him to it. Jack would have grown up to be a scholar, a professor, maybe even a famous novelist. He would have been the man Arthur always wanted to be but couldn't. But there is a darker possibility. Perhaps Arthur's influence would have made Jack a better outlaw. Arthur was a killer after all. If he had raised Jack, he might have taught him how to be a more efficient predator. Jack might have become a charming rogue, a Robin Hood figure who robbed banks with a smile. In either case, he would have been loved. That is the tragedy of the real timeline. Jack was loved, but by ghosts. The game ends, the credits roll. But the story continues in the silence that follows. What happens to Jack Marston 5 minutes after he kills Edgar Ross? He has to walk back to his horse. He has to holster his gun. He has to mount up and ride away. These mundane actions are heavy with meaning. The adrenaline is fading. The reality is setting in. He just killed a retired federal agent. He is now a wanted man. The walk back to the horse is the longest walk of his life. It is the walk from avenger to fugitive. The river keeps flowing, the birds keep singing. The world doesn't stop because Jack Marston got his revenge. This indifference of nature is a recurring theme in the series. The universe doesn't care about your tragedy. Jack is alone with his victory, and he realizes that it tastes like ash. There is no applause. There is no heavenly choir. just the sound of the water and the beating of his own heart. With the death of Edgar Ross, the story of the Van der Linde gang is officially over. Jack Marston is the last man standing. He is the period at the end of the sentence. Jack is not just a man, he is a symbol. He represents the gunslinger archetype. When he holsters his gun, he's putting an end to a century of American mythology. The cowboy is dead. The outlaw is dead. The frontier is dead. Jack is the last dinosaur wandering through a world of mammals. He has no place in the future. His skills are obsolete. His code is irrelevant. The most tragic realization is that the world doesn't need Jack Marston. It needed John to build the ranch. It needed Arthur to save the family. But it doesn't need Jack. He is a vestige of a violent past that society is trying to forget. He is a walking scar, and like all scars he will eventually fade, leaving only the faint memory of a wound that once bled. Books are Jack Marston's primary coping mechanism. In a world defined by chaos, books offer order. In a world defined by violence, books offer chivalry. The specific titles he reads are not random. They're a commentary on his psyche. This is Jack's favourite book. It tells the story of a famous outlaw and his young sidekick. The irony is palpable. Jack is living the life of an outlaw's sidekick, but the reality is nothing like the book. In the book, the outlaw is a hero who fights for justice. In reality, the outlaws are desperate men fighting for money. Jack reads this book to rewrite his own reality. He projects the Otis Miller persona onto Dutch and Arthur, turning them into the heroes he needs them to be. Jack's obsession with Wild West dime novels is a tragedy. He is consuming the myth of the West while living through its death. These books romanticize the very violence that is destroying his family. When he meets the real gunslingers, like Midnight or Black Bell, they are pathetic, drunk or dying. But Jack doesn't see that. He stays in the camp reading about the glory, while his father is out in the mud, experiencing the horror. Reading is how Jack dissociates. When the camp is arguing, when Dutch is screaming, when the Pinkertons are shooting, Jack has his nose in a book. It is a form of self-hypnosis. He builds a wall of words around himself. This dissociation protects him as a child, but it cripples him as an adult. He never learns to deal with reality on its own terms. He always tries to filter it through a narrative lens. This is why, when he finally confronts Ross, he treats it like a scene from a book. He waits for the dramatic pause. He waits for the monologue. He is directing his own life as if it were a play. When we first meet Jack in the Coulter chapter, he is small, bundled in furs and silent. He is a piece of luggage that Abigail carries. The gang is freezing, starving and running for their lives, and Jack is just another mouth to feed. But his presence changes the dynamic of the camp. He is the only innocent thing in a world of killers. When Arthur Morgan interacts with him, his voice softens. "Hey there, little man," he says. It is one of the few times we hear genuine tenderness from Arthur early in the game. Jack brings out the humanity in the monsters. But for John Marston, Jack is a mirror he refuses to look into. In the early chapters, John's neglect of the boy is palpable. He doesn't talk to him. He doesn't look at him. When he does, it is with a mixture of confusion and resentment. "I don't know what to do with him," John admits to Arthur. "This isn't just bad parenting. It is a defense mechanism. John believes he's going to die. He believes the gang is doomed. To love the boy is to open himself up to a pain he cannot survive. So he pushes him away. He lets the aunts, Tilly, Mary Beth and Grimshaw, raise him. Jack's life in the camp is a strange, lonely existence. He has no peers. He plays with sticks in the mud while men clean their guns a few feet away. He listens to stories of bank robberies as bedtime tales. He is the camp dog, much like Cain, the stray dog that wanders into camp later. Everyone pets him. Everyone feeds him scraps of affection. But no one truly takes responsibility for him. He belongs to everyone, and therefore he belongs to no one. The tragedy of part 1 is that Jack is happy. He doesn't know he is poor. He doesn't know he's in danger. He thinks Dutch is a funny uncle who reads him books. He thinks Micah is just a mean man to avoid. He is living in a bubble of ignorance that the gang works very hard to maintain. But bubbles are fragile, especially when surrounded by needles. The abduction of Jack Marston by the Braithwaites is the catalyst for the entire second half of the game. It is the moment the family becomes real. But for Jack, it is a surreal fairy tale. He's taken from the mud of Clemens Point and transported to the gilded cage of Angelo Bronte's mansion in St. Denis. When John and Arthur finally find him, they expect to find a traumatized child. Instead, they find a little prince. Jack is sitting at a table eating spaghetti, wearing slippers, and being doted on by the most powerful crime lord in the city. Papa Bronte, Jack calls him. It is a gut punch to John. In a few days, Bronte has shown Jack more affection and luxury than John has in 4 years. This interlude is crucial for Jack's development. It is his first taste of civilization. He sees electric lights, he eats fine food, he sleeps in a soft bed. For a boy raised in tents and caves, this is magic. Bronte treats him like a pet, yes, but a pampered one. He gives him a glimpse of the life he could have if his father wasn't an outlaw. But there is a dark undercurrent. Bronte is a monster. He feeds people to alligators. The fact that Jack finds comfort with him shows how desperate the boy is for a father figure. Any man who pays attention to him becomes papa. It highlights the void John has left. And when the gang slaughters Bronte and drags Jack back to the swamp, they are not saving him in his eyes. They are dragging him back to hell. They are taking away his spaghetti and giving him stew. They are taking away his slippers and giving him mud. The abduction kills the innocence. Jack comes back different. He is quieter. He has seen the outside world and he knows that the camp is not the only way to live. He starts to ask questions. Why do we live like this? Why can't we stay in the big house? These are questions John cannot answer. Because John is absent, Jack is raised by a committee of uncles. Each one leaves a mark on his soul. Arthur is the father Jack should have had. He is gentle, patient, and protective. The fishing trip in Chapter 2 is one of the most wholesome moments in the game. Arthur teaches Jack how to fish, but more importantly, he teaches him that men can be kind. He makes a flower necklace for Jack. He retrieves his book. Arthur treats Jack with a respect that John is incapable of showing. When Arthur dies, Jack loses his true protector. Hosea is the one who teaches Jack to read. He gives him the gift of escapism. While the rest of the gang is planning robberies, Hosea and Jack are sitting by the fire, reading about knights and dragons. Hosea instills in Jack a love for stories, for words, for worlds beyond the gun. This is a double-edged sword. It saves Jack's mind, but it also alienates him from the reality of his life. He becomes a dreamer in a world that kills dreamers. Dutch is a distant looming figure. Jack calls him Uncle Dutch, but there is fear in his voice. Dutch represents authority, power, and unpredictability. He is the man who keeps them safe, but also the man who keeps them running. Jack senses the tension between Dutch and his parents. He knows that Dutch is the reason they are always in the mud. Kieran is the other outcast. He is the O'Driscoll who isn't an O'Driscoll. He bonds with Jack over horses. He is gentle, quiet, and sad. Jack likes him because Kieran doesn't treat him like a baby. He treats him like a fellow prisoner. When Kieran rides into Shady Bell holding his own head, it is Jack who screams. It is one of the first times Jack sees the true horror of their life up close. Beaver Hollow is where Jack's childhood officially ends. The cave is a nightmare. It is dark, damp, and filled with the stench of the Murfree brood. For a child, this is a literal monster's den. Jack is kept near the entrance, huddled with the women, but he sees everything. He sees the fear in his mother's eyes. He sees the madness in Dutch's. He sees Arthur coughing up blood. The atmosphere of Chapter 6 is suffocating. The gang is falling apart, and Jack is the silent witness to the disintegration. He stops playing. He stops reading. He just watches. The camp dog is now a frightened animal, waiting for the kick. The escape from Beaver Hollow is a pivotal moment. When Abigail grabs him and runs, leaving Arthur behind to die, Jack looks back. This is the Lot's wife moment. He sees his hero, Arthur, staying behind to fight the Pinkertons. He sees the flames consuming the wagon. He sees the end of his world. That image of Arthur standing against the darkness burns into his retina. It is the image that will define his concept of manhood forever. A man is someone who stays behind. A man is someone who dies so others can live. In the epilogue, Jack is a teenager. He is awkward, sullen, and buried in books. He reads about King Arthur, about Lancelot, about dragons. He is trying to impose a narrative structure on a chaotic world. If life is a story, then there must be heroes and villains. There must be a happy ending. John tries to connect with him, but he fails. John wants Jack to be a cowboy. Jack wants to be a scholar. The scene where John buys him a pony is painful. Jack is polite but uninterested. He doesn't want to ride. He wants to read. John sees this as weakness. He's got his head in the clouds, John complains. But Abigail defends him. She knows that books are Jack's armour. The incident with Rufus, the dog, and the snake is telling. Jack is bitten while looking for the dog. John saves him, sucking the poison out. It is a rare moment of physical intimacy between father and son. But even here, the dynamic is skewed. John is the saviour. Jack is the victim. Jack hates this dynamic. He hates being the one who needs saving. He wants to be the Lancelot of his stories, but he feels like the damsel. Jack's reading is not just a hobby. It is a rejection of his father's life. John solves problems with a gun. Jack solves them with his imagination. But the tragedy is that imagination cannot stop a bullet. The events of the first Red Dead Redemption are a blur of trauma for Jack. He's abducted again, this time by Edgar Ross. He spends months in custody, separated from his parents. When he returns to Beecher's Hope, he is different. He is harder. He has seen the inside of a cell, and it has stripped away the last of his childhood fantasies. The final mission, the last enemy that shall be destroyed, is the defining moment of his life. He is in the barn with his father. The US Army is outside. John looks at him, really looks at him for the first time. "Get on the horse and ride," John says. "Don't look back." Jack rides away with Abigail, but he hears the shots. He hears the silence that follows. When they return to the barn, he sees his father's body. He sees the blood. He sees the betrayal. In that moment, Lancelot dies. The cowboy dies. The only thing left is the gunfighter. Jack takes his father's hat. It is too big for him. It slides down over his eyes, but he doesn't take it off. He puts on the costume of the man he never wanted to be. 3 years later, in 1914, Jack Marston is a ghost. He wears his father's clothes, rides his father's horse, and carries his father's gun. But he is not his father. John was a reluctant killer. Jack is a determined one. He tracks Edgar Ross down to a riverbank in Mexico. The scene is quiet. There is no music, just the sound of the water and the wind. Ross is an old man, duck hunting. He doesn't even recognize Jack at first. When he does, he isn't afraid. He is dismissive. "You enjoy your fishing, kid, while you still can," he says. He sees Jack as a nuisance, not a threat. But Jack challenges him. The duel is fast, one shot. Ross falls into the river. Jack looks at the gun in his hand. He has done it. He is avenged. His father. He has killed the man who destroyed his family, but there is no triumph. There is no redemption title card. He just stands there, alone, while the river carries the body away. He looks at his gun, and then he looks at the sky. He realizes that he has just become the very thing the world has been trying to kill for 20 years. He is the last gunfighter, and he has no place to go. There is a popular theory, supported by an Easter egg in Grand Theft Auto V, that Jack Marston eventually finds his redemption not in a gun but in a pen. In Franklin Clinton's house in Vinewood Hills, there is a book on the shelf titled Red Dead by J. Marston. This detail changes everything. It suggests that after killing Ross, Jack put down the gun and picked up the pen. He did what Hosea taught him to do. He wrote it all down. He wrote about the wolves, the snow, the mangoes in Tahiti, the betrayal and the barn. He turned his trauma into art. This is the ultimate victory. The Pinkertons tried to erase the Van der Linde gang from history. They wanted them to be forgotten, to be just another statistic in the march of civilization. But Jack refused to let them die. By writing their story, he immortalized them. He made Arthur Morgan and John Marston live forever. In the end, Jack Marston is the most tragic figure in the series, but also the most important. If Arthur Morgan is the tragedy of the man who learned to see too late, then John Marston is the tragedy of the man who refused to look until he was forced to. He is the reluctant hero, the accidental father, and the scar-faced ghost of the Van der Linde gang. When we first meet him in Red Dead Redemption 2, he is not the stoic, principled gunslinger of the first game. He is a boy in a man's body, a father who abandons his son, and a brother who has lost his way. The story of John Marston is not just a story of redemption, it is a story of construction. It is the painful brick-by-brick building of a man from the rubble of a child, and it begins, appropriately, with a wound. But before we begin, I discovered that most of you watching haven't subscribed to the channel. Please do. It really helps out and takes a lot of time to make these videos. Without further ado, let's begin. The game opens in a blizzard. The world is white, cold, and hostile. The gang is starving, and John Marston is missing. This absence is the first thing we learn about him. He is not there. He is gone. This physical absence mirrors his emotional absence. For the first few years of Jack Marston's life, John was gone. Sometimes literally, running away from the camp, and sometimes metaphorically, drinking himself into a stupor to avoid the reality of his responsibilities. When Arthur Morgan and Javier Escuela ride out into the storm to find him, they are not just looking for a lost gang member, they are looking for a lost brother. The dialogue during this mission is revealing. Arthur is bitter. "He ain't never been the sharpest," Arthur grumbles. There is a deep resentment here. Arthur, the loyal soldier, the man who's given everything to Dutch, cannot understand John's flakiness. John was the golden boy, the one Dutch favoured, the one who got away with everything, and now he's gotten himself lost in a storm because he was scouting, or perhaps just running away again. They find him high up on a ridge, bloodied and broken. He has been attacked by wolves. This is the primal scene of John Marston's new life. The snow is waist deep. The wind is a physical weight. When the wolves come, they don't howl, they snarl. It is a wet, guttural sound. John's horse throws him. He hits the ground hard. The first bite isn't pain, it's pressure. The crushing power of the jaw. Then the heat. The blood melts the snow instantly. He is thrashing, screaming, but the sound is swallowed by the storm. He is alone in a white void, being eaten alive. The wolf is a significant symbol in the Red Dead mythos. It represents the wild, the untamed, the savage. For John to be mauled by wolves is a symbolic baptism. The wilderness is claiming him. It is carving its mark into his flesh. The scars that define John's face, the 3 jagged lines running down his cheek and nose, are born here. They are not battle scars from a glorious duel. They are not marks of heroism. They are marks of failure. He got caught. He wasn't fast enough or smart enough or strong enough. He was eaten. In a gang that prides itself on being the apex predators of the West, John has been reduced to prey. When they bring him back to Coulter, the reaction of the camp is telling. Abigail is frantic, but her fear is laced with anger. "You idiot!" she screams, even as she tends to his wounds. She loves him, but she hates him for making her love him. She hates him for being so careless with the life that belongs not just to him, but to her and Jack. And then there is Dutch. Dutch looks at John with a mixture of concern and disappointment. "John, John, John," he sighs. It is the sigh of a parent whose child has scraped their knee for the 100th time. But there is something darker underneath. Dutch needs John to be the golden boy. He needs his sons to be strong because they are the extensions of his own ego. Seeing John broken and bleeding on a table weakens Dutch. It reminds him that his savage utopia is vulnerable to the actual savagery of nature. For the rest of the Coulter chapter, John is bedridden. He is a ghost in the camp. We hear him groaning in the back of the room. We see his bandaged face in the flickering firelight. He is present, but absent. He is helpless. This helplessness is crucial for his arc. John Marston has to be broken down completely before he can be rebuilt. He has to lose his arrogance, his mobility, and his cool. He spends the first chapter of the game as an invalid, dependent on the very people he tried to abandon. This dependency forces him to look at what he has. He is forced to watch Abigail care for him. He is forced to watch Arthur save the gang. He is forced to lie still and think. And for a man like John, who solves problems by running or shooting, thinking is the most painful activity of all. The scars are fresh. They are red and angry. They will fade over time to white, but they will never disappear. They are the permanent record of his stupidity. Every time he looks in a mirror for the rest of his life, he will see the wolf. He will see the moment nature tried to eat him. and he will remember that he survived only because his brothers came for him. This is the debt that John Marston carries. He owes his life to Arthur and Javier, and throughout the game, we watch him struggle to repay that debt, even as the brotherhood that saved him begins to rot from the inside. As the gang descends from the mountains and settles into Horseshoe Overlook, the physical wounds begin to heal, but the emotional wounds fester. It is here, in the idyllic green of the Heartlands, that we see the full extent of John Marston's failure as a man. He is a survivor, yes, but he's not a father. The dynamic between John, Abigail and Jack is painful to watch. It is a triangle of neglect. Abigail is the anchor, desperate to keep the family together. Jack is the innocent, confused and lonely, craving a father figure. And John is the repelling force. He pushes them away with a consistency that borders on cruelty. "I don't know what to do with him," John says to Arthur, referring to his own son. It is a chilling admission. He speaks of Jack not as a child, but as an object, a problem, a mistake. He refuses to call him son. He calls him the boy, or it. This linguistic distancing is a defense mechanism. If Jack is just the boy, then John doesn't have to love him. And if he doesn't love him, he doesn't have to fear losing him. John is terrified of fatherhood because fatherhood requires permanence, it requires staying, it requires being vulnerable. John Marston, at this stage, is defined by his flight reflex. He ran away from the orphanage. He ran away from the gang for a year. He runs away from his feelings. Jack is a tether that keeps him grounded, and John hates the ground. He wants to be the wind. The contrast with Arthur Morgan is stark and deliberate. Arthur, who lost his own son Isaac years ago, treats Jack with a tenderness that breaks the heart. Arthur takes Jack fishing. Arthur makes him a flower necklace. Arthur talks to him like a person. When Jack is around Arthur, he lights up. When he is around John, he shrinks. There is a specific camp interaction that encapsulates this dynamic. Jack is sitting by the fire, playing with a toy. John walks by, nursing a beer. Jack looks up, hopeful. "Pa?" he asks. John doesn't stop. He doesn't look down. "Not now, boy," he mutters, and keeps walking. The camera lingers on Jack's face as it falls. It is a small murder. John kills his son's hope a little bit every day. Abigail sees this, and it drives her mad. Her constant nagging of John, "Do something, be a father, grow up," is often dismissed by players as annoying, but she is fighting for her son's soul. She sees that John is teaching Jack that he is unlovable. She's trying to force John to break the cycle of abandonment that created them all. John's refusal to accept paternity is also rooted in his insecurity. He left the gang for a year because he didn't believe Jack was his. He thought Abigail, being a former prostitute, had slept with the whole gang, which she likely had in the early days. He uses this doubt as a shield. "He probably ain't even mine," he snarls. It is a cowardly excuse. Even if biology were in question, the boy calls him Pa. The boy looks like him. The boy needs him. But John hides behind the biological doubt to escape the emotional duty. This absent father phase is essential because it sets the baseline for his redemption. We need to hate John Marston a little bit here. We need to see him as selfish and immature. If he sent the world of Red Dead Redemption 2 as a food chain, and John Marston spends most of the game trying to figure out where he stands in it, hunting the legendary animals is more than a side quest. It is a ritual. When John tracks the legendary Jaguaro panther or the Tatanka bison, he is engaging with the spirit of the West. These animals are ancient, powerful, and rare. Killing them is a form of communion. It is John proving that he is the apex predator, not just of men, but of nature itself. But there is a sadness to it. Each legendary animal he kills is one less piece of magic in the world. He's helping to civilize the frontier by removing its monsters. The hunting requests from Miss Hobbs are infamous for their difficulty. Finding a perfect robin or a perfect opossum requires a level of patience that John Marston does not naturally possess. But he does it. He spends hours crouching in bushes, waiting for a bird to land. Why? Because it is a distraction. It is a way to focus his mind on something small and controllable. In a world where he cannot control the Pinkertons or his past, he can control the flight of an arrow. The Skinner brothers are the dark mirror of the legendary animals. They are humans who have devolved into beasts. They skin people alive. They hunt for sport. When John fights them in tall trees, he is fighting the worst version of himself. He is fighting the part of the human soul that enjoys violence. The Skinners show us what happens when the wolf takes over completely. John kills them not just to protect Beecher's hope, but to prove that he is not one of them. The challenges in Red Dead Redemption 2 are often seen as tedious checklists for 100% completion, but narratively they represent the different facets of John's survival. The bandit challenges require John to rob trains, hold up townsfolk, and steal horses. Narratively, this is John relapsing. It is the Jim Milton rides again track playing in his head. To complete these challenges as John in the epilogue is to actively dismantle the life he is building. It creates a dissonance. He's building a house by day and robbing coaches by night. It reinforces the idea that the outlaw life is an addiction he cannot shake. The gambler challenges are purely about luck, winning 3 hands of poker in a row, busting out opponents in blackjack. John Marston is not a lucky man. His life is a series of unfortunate events. But the gambler challenges force him to sit at a table and defy the odds. It is a metaphor for his survival. He survived the wolves, the prison, the Pinkertons. He is all in on a bad hand, and somehow he keeps winning. Until, of course, the final hand in RDR1. The survivalist challenges are about crafting, fishing and hunting. They are about self-reliance. This is the Hamish Sinclair influence. John learns to make dynamite arrows, to catch legendary fish, to craft tonics. This is the evolution of the man. He stops relying on the gang's supplies and starts relying on his own skills. He becomes a true frontiersman. The herbalist challenges are the most surprising for John. Picking flowers, tasting berries, it seems out of character. But it represents his connection to Arthur. Arthur was the one who knew the land. Arthur drew the plants in his journal. By completing the herbalist challenges, John is literally walking in Arthur's footsteps, learning the language of the earth. It is a quiet, meditative tribute to his brother. Red Dead Redemption 2 is full of secrets, and some of them seem to speak directly to John Marston's fate. In a cabin in the bayou, there is a painting that evolves over time. It depicts the strange man from the first game, the entity many believe to be death or the devil. John can visit this cabin. He can see the painting. He can see the top hat. He is looking at his own reaper. The strange man told John in RDR1, "This is a fine spot." He was standing on the spot where John would be buried. In RDR2, John is unknowingly walking towards that spot every day. The painting is a silent observer, watching the tragedy unfold. There is a ghost train that appears at night in Lemoyne. It is a spectral locomotive that runs on invisible tracks. For John, the train is a powerful symbol. He robs trains. He arrives on a train. He dies, metaphorically, when he steps off the train in Blackwater in RDR1. The ghost train is the echo of the industrialization that will kill the outlaw. It is a machine that has no driver, no destination, just endless momentum. John can see a UFO at Hanny's Bethel. It hovers, shines a green light, and leaves. It is completely indifferent to him. In a story so focused on human morality, on redemption and sin, the UFO is a reminder that the universe is vast and uncaring. John's struggles, his pain, his redemption, it all means nothing to the stars. It is a moment of cosmic horror that contextualizes the petty squabbles of the gang. In Roanoke Ridge, you can hear the whispers of the past. John can hear the voices of a couple who were killed there, but he also hears the voices of his own past. The gang is a whispering forest. The memories of Arthur, of Hosea, of Dutch, they're always there, just at the edge of hearing. John tries to drown them out with the sound of hammers and nails, but the forest is always louder. John Marston's not a man of many words, but the words he chooses are heavy. His dialogue is a scripture of survival. People don't forget. Nothing gets forgiven. This is John's worldview in a nutshell. It is the antithesis of Christianity. There is no grace in John's world, only consequences. I guess I'm just a man who's been through a lot. A massive understatement. John uses humility as a defense mechanism. If he acts small, maybe the world will stop hitting him. We're all just looking for a way out. John recognizes the universal struggle. Everyone, Dutch, Arthur, Micah, is just trying to escape the trap of their own lives. I ain't no good at being a father. The most honest thing he ever says. He admits his failure, which is the first step to fixing it. You're gonna be a good man, Jack. Better than me. The prayer of every father. He wants his son to transcend him. Don't look back. The advice he gives Jack, which Jack ultimately ignores, John knows that looking back turns you into a pillar of salt. You're my brother. He says this to Arthur on the mountain. It is the validation Arthur has been waiting for his whole life. I'll miss you. Simple, direct, heartbreaking. John doesn't do poetry. He does facts. And the fact is, he will miss Arthur every day for the rest of his life. He saved my life, more than once. John's eulogy for Arthur. He acknowledges the debt he can never repay. I'm a semi-retired outlaw. A joke, but a dangerous one. You can't be semi-retired from the mafia. You're either in, or you're dead. I kill people. That's what I do. John's acceptance of his nature. He isn't proud of it, but he doesn't deny it. He is a weapon. Just one more job, the lie that kills them all. John says it in the epilogue, echoing Dutch. It shows that the cycle is starting again. The camp in Red Dead Redemption 2 is not just a spawn point. It is a living organism. It breathes, it eats, it sleeps, and eventually it dies. For John Marston, the camp is the only home he has ever known, and tracking its migration is tracking the disintegration of his world. Coulter is where John is reborn. It is a place of absolute zero. The mining town is abandoned, a ghost of industry, much like the gang is a ghost of society. For John, Coulter is a place of paralysis. He spends almost the entire chapter in bed, wrapped in bandages. He is an infant, helpless and dependent. The walls of the cabin are his incubator. Outside, the wind howls like a predator, but inside there is warmth. This is the last time the gang is truly united, huddled together against the elements. John's immobility here is crucial. He is forced to be still, to listen, to be cared for. It is a humbling start for a man who prides himself on independence. If Coulter was hell, Horseshoe Overlook is heaven. It is green, lush, and open. The view from the cliff is spectacular, a panorama of the American West that Dutch promises to conquer. For John, this is the period of the absent father. He is physically healed but spiritually distant. He sits on the edge of the camp, literally and metaphorically. He drinks, he broods. The beauty of the location mocks him. How can he be so miserable in paradise? The camp here is spread out, relaxed. People sing by the fire, but John is rarely part of the chorus. He is the shadow in the garden. The move to Clemens Point marks the beginning of the end. The camp is on the water, which sounds idyllic, but the water is murky. The heat is oppressive. The bugs are biting. This is where the gang starts to fracture. For John, this location is defined by the abduction of Jack. The camp stops being a sanctuary and becomes a target. The open water offers no protection. John starts to patrol the perimeter more. He stops looking inward at his own misery and starts looking outward at the threats. The rot of the location, the humidity, the decay, mirrors the rot in Dutch's plan. Shady Bell is a haunted house. It is an old plantation manor, a symbol of a dead era. The gang squatting here is a powerful visual metaphor. Outlaws living in the ruins of the gentry. For John, this is the soldier phase. He sleeps in a room with Abigail and Jack, finally, but the room is peeling, damp and drafty. They're playing house in a graveyard. The location is surrounded by swamps, by alligators, by the night folk. It is a fortress, but a fortress built on mud. John hates it here. He senses the pretension of it. Dutch loves playing the lord of the manor, but John sees it for what it is, a squat. Beaver Hollow is the nadir. It is a cave. It is dark, damp, and smells of death. Murfree brood leavings. The gang has devolved into troglodytes. There is no sunlight. There is no hope. For John, this is the prisoner phase, after he returns. He is placed near the entrance, on the edge. He is ready to run. The cave represents the womb turned into a tomb. It is the earth swallowing them whole. The conversations here are whispered, paranoid. The firelight casts long, distorted shadows. John looks at the stone walls and realizes that this is where Dutch's freedom has led them, into a hole in the ground. The epilogue moves us to Pronghorn Ranch. It is wide open, flat, and dusty. It is a working ranch, not a hideout. For John, this is purgatory. He is working off his sins. He is Jim Milton, a man with no past. The landscape is indifferent to him. It demands labour. The fences need mending. The cows need milking. It is a place of penance. There is no romance here, only sweat. But in that sweat John finds a strange kind of peace. The monotony of the landscape calms his chaotic mind, and finally, Beecher's hope. It is a rocky, scrubby piece of land. It isn't as grand as Horseshoe Overlook or as stately as Shady Bell. It is modest, but it is his. The house he builds is not a fortress. It is a home. It has windows. It has a porch. It faces the sunset. This location represents the synthesis of John's journey. He's taken the wildness of Coulter and the domesticity of Pronghorn Ranch and combined them. He has tamed a small patch of the West, not with a gun, but with a hammer. It is his own private Eden, built with his own hands. John Marston is defined by the company he keeps. The Vanderlyn gang is a family, and like all families, it is a web of complex, often toxic relationships. Hosea is the wisdom of the gang. he is the one who sees the end coming, but John, in the early chapters, rarely listens to him. John is too focused on Dutch, the charismatic father, to pay attention to Hosea, the pragmatic grandfather. It is only after Hosea dies that John begins to quote him. "We're thieves in a world that don't want us no more," Arthur says, quoting Hosea. John eventually internalizes this, but too late. His relationship with Hosea is a tragedy of missed opportunities. Lenny is who John could have been if he'd been smarter and less angry. Lenny is young, literate, and thoughtful. He and John don't share many scenes, but the parallel is clear. Lenny represents the good son. When Lenny dies on the roof in St. Denis, it is a shock to the system. It shows John that being good doesn't save you. It reinforces the nihilism that John fights against. Sean is John without the angst. He is the annoying little brother. He is loud, brash, and reckless. John often dismisses him, calling him an idiot. But in Sean, John sees his own immaturity reflected back at him. Sean's death in Rhodes is a turning point. It is sudden, brutal, and meaningless. It teaches John that the fun of the outlaw life is a lie. One minute you're joking, the next, your head is gone. Bill is John without the brain. They're both enforcers, both loyal to a fault, initially. But Bill lacks John's capacity for growth. Bill stays loyal to Dutch because he has nowhere else to go. John leaves because he has a family. In RDR1, John hunting Bill is John hunting his own worst instincts. "I implore you," John says. "You implore me?" Bill laughs. It is the laughter of a man who knows he's already dead. Javier is the most painful betrayal. In RDR2, Javier is charming, musical, and fiercely loyal. He saves John in the mountains, but his loyalty is blind. He follows Dutch off the cliff because he believes in the idea of Dutch. John's relationship with Javier is a warning about the dangers of ideology. Javier chooses the cause over the man. John chooses the man, Arthur, then Jack, over the cause. Micah is everything John is not. Micah is chaos. John is trying to be order. Micah is selfishness. John is learning selflessness. Micah is a survivor who lives for nothing. John is a survivor who lives for something. Their rivalry is primal. Micah calls John Scarface, attacking his trauma. John calls Micah a snake, attacking his nature. The final duel on the mountain is not just a gunfight, it is a clash of philosophies. If Arthur is the mentor, Charles is the anchor. Charles is the one who teaches John how to build. He is the one who helps him with the house. Charles is calm, stoic, and deeply moral. He reminds John that strength isn't about violence, it's about endurance. John's respect for Charles is immense. It is the respect of a student for a master of life. Sadie is the female John Marston. She is driven by loss, fueled by rage, and incredibly dangerous. In the epilogue, she is the devil on John's shoulder, tempting him back into the life. "Just one more bounty," she says. She represents the thrill of the gun that John is trying to quit. He loves her like a sister, but he knows she's bad for him. She's the part of him that wants to burn the world down. John Marston is a craftsman, and his tools are guns. The specific weapons he uses tell a story about his approach to violence. The cattleman is the default gun. It is the gun John starts with, and for many players, the gun he ends with. It isn't the most powerful or the most accurate, but it is reliable. It is the Ford truck of revolvers. John's affinity for the cattleman speaks to his lack of pretension. He doesn't need a gold-plated Mauser or a fancy volcanic pistol. He needs a gun that shoots when he pulls the trigger. The cattleman is a symbol of the Old West, simple, effective, and obsolete, just like John. When the fighting gets heavy, John switches to the Lancaster. This is the weapon of war. It represents the militarization of the gang. They aren't just robbing coaches, they are fighting armies. The Pinkertons, the US Army. The sound of the Lancaster's lever action is the rhythm of John's life. Click-clack, bang, click-clack, bang. It is a mechanical, rhythmic violence. John is a machine when he holds this gun. He stops being a person and becomes a turret. The sword-off is the gun of the cornered animal. It has no range. It has no grace. It is designed to turn a human being into a red mist at point-blank range. John carries this for the moments when things go wrong. It is his break glass in case of emergency weapon. The brutality of the sword-off mirrors the brutality of John's situation. He's often fighting for his life in tight spaces, caves, cabins, prison cells. He needs a weapon that doesn't ask for precision, only destruction. And finally, the knife. John is surprisingly proficient with the blade. The knife is intimate. To kill with a knife, you have to be close enough to smell the fear on your enemy. John's use of the knife, especially in stealth sections or when hunting, connects him to the primal nature of the world. It is the wolf side of him. The gun is technology. The knife is nature. When he skins a deer or stabs a guard, he's returning to the savage state he was born into. The stranger missions in Red Dead Redemption 2 serve as a Greek chorus. They comment on the main action, often highlighting the absurdity or the tragedy of John's life. This mission line, which John inherits from Arthur, is a deconstruction of the very genre the game inhabits. John hunts down legendary gunslingers, only to find them drunk, old, or cowardly. It teaches John that the glory of the West is a lie. Black Belle is the only one who survives, and she does so by running away. It is a lesson John fails to learn. He sees the emptiness of the legend, yet he still tries to become one. Mr. Black and Mr. White are a comedic mirror of John and Arthur. They are two men on the run, bickering, fighting, but ultimately loyal to each other. John helps them escape, not because he cares about their crimes, but because he recognizes the bond. They are brothers in arms, in the most literal sense. Their escape gives John hope that maybe, just maybe, outlaws can have a happy ending. The twin brothers fighting over a woman in Valentine represent the stupidity of masculine pride. They shoot bottles off each other's heads. They jump off waterfalls. They are willing to die to prove. They are men. John watches this with a mixture of amusement and pity. But is he any different? He rides up a mountain to fight Micah to prove he is a man. The brothers are a parody of the Van der Linde gang's internal conflicts. Marko Dragic and his robot represent the future that is coming to crush John. The robot is a technological marvel, but it ends up alone, rusting on a mountaintop, crying for its papa. It is a Frankenstein story. It shows that progress doesn't bring happiness. It brings isolation. John looks at the robot and sees the future, cold, metal, and heartless. It is the world that the Pinkertons are building, a world where there is no place for a cowboy. The tragedy is that John thinks he is protecting them by staying away. He thinks he is poison. They're better off without me, he tells himself. It is the lie of the self-loathing man. He convinces himself that his absence is a gift, when in reality, it is a theft. He is stealing the father Jack deserves. If the wolf attack was a physical wake-up call, the abduction of Jack Marston in Chapter 3 is the spiritual one. It is the moment the universe grabs John by the throat and screams, "Look at what you are losing!" The Braithwaite's taking Jack is a masterstroke of narrative pacing. Just as John was starting to settle into his apathy, the object of his neglect is stolen. Suddenly the problem is gone. The boy is gone. And in the vacuum left behind, John finally feels the weight of his love. The assault on Braithwaite Manor is one of the most iconic missions in the game, usually remembered for the image of the gang walking up the driveway in a phalanx of fury. But look closely at John. He is not in the back. He is not scouting. He is right there on the front line next to Dutch and Arthur. His gun is drawn. His face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. For the first time, John Marston has a purpose that isn't just survival. He isn't fighting for money. He isn't fighting for Dutch's plan. He is fighting for his blood. The absent father evaporates in the heat of the burning manor. In his place stands the avenging father. When they drag Catherine Braithwaite out of her burning home, John is the one who gets in her face. "Where is my son?" he screams. Note the possessive pronoun. My son, not the boy, not Abigail's kid. My son. In the face of loss, he finally claims ownership. The biological doubt vanishes. It doesn't matter if he shares DNA with Jack. He shares a bond of pain, and that is stronger. This chapter marks the turning point. After Jack is recovered from Angelo Bronte in Chapter 4, John is different. He's still awkward, still gruff, but he is present. He starts spending time with Jack. He sits by the fire with him. He talks to Abigail not with disdain, but with a shared relief. The trauma of the abduction cauterized the wound of his ambivalence. However, this awakening is not a fairy tale. John doesn't become Father of the Year overnight. He's still emotionally stunted. He tries to parent Jack, but he does it clumsily. He tries to teach him to be tough, because that's the only virtue John understands. He scolds Jack for being soft, for liking books, for being afraid. He is trying to mould Jack into a survivor, terrified that the world will eat him just like the wolves ate John. But the intent has shifted. He is no longer pushing Jack away to save himself. He is pushing Jack to save Jack. He is parenting from a place of fear, yes, but it is a fear born of love. He has realized that he is capable of losing something more important than his own life. This phase also subtly shifts his relationship with Dutch. Dutch led the charge to save Jack, and for a moment John looks at Dutch with the old reverence. He came for my boy, John thinks. It buys Dutch a little more time, a little more loyalty. But it is a fragile reprieve. John is beginning to see that the gang's lifestyle, the very thing Dutch preaches, is what put Jack in danger in the first place. The savage utopia is not a safe place for a child, and if it's not safe for Jack, is it a place John can stay? The seeds of the skepticism are planted here. John starts to look at the camp not as a fortress, but as a target. He starts to look at the walls and see a cage. He starts to wonder if being a man means being an outlaw, or if it means being something else entirely. Something he hasn't seen yet. Something he will have to build himself. St. Denis is the graveyard of the gang's dreams, and it is the birthplace of John Marston's cynicism. As the gang moves into the swamps of Shady Bell and the smog of the city, the golden boy begins to tarnish. In Chapter 4, John is back on his feet. The scars have healed into white lines. He is active, participating in missions, robbing stagecoaches and planning heists. He is the soldier again. But he is a soldier who has stopped believing in the general. The Angelo Bronte affair is pivotal. John sees Dutch getting played. He sees the great leader being manipulated by a slick urban crime boss. Dutch's obsession with revenge against Bronte, drowning him and feeding him to the alligator, disturbs John. We see it in his face during the cutscene. He doesn't cheer. He looks away. He recognizes the madness because he saw it in himself when Jack was taken. But Dutch isn't acting out of paternal love. He is acting out of wounded ego. John begins to voice his doubts, tentatively at first, and mostly to Arthur. "This don't feel right, Arthur," he mutters. "He's changing." John is not as articulate as Hosea, or as morally centered as Arthur, but he has a street-smart instinct for survival. He smells the rot. He realizes that Dutch is no longer fighting for the gang. He is fighting for his own legend. This skepticism puts John in a dangerous position. In a cult of personality, doubt is treason. Dutch starts to look at John differently. The golden boy is becoming a doubting Thomas. Dutch starts to make snide comments about John's loyalty, about his intelligence. He starts to elevate Micah Bell, the sycophant who tells him what he wants to hear. John is being pushed out of the inner circle, and ironically, this exclusion saves him. It forces him to find a new centre of gravity, his family. The climax of this phase is the Saint Denis bank robbery. It is a disaster of biblical proportions. Hosea is killed, Lenny is killed, and John is captured. His capture is significant. He doesn't die fighting, he doesn't escape, he gets caught. This reinforces the theme of John's fallibility. He is not the superhero of the story. He is the guy who gets left behind. But the reaction to his capture is the real story. Dutch immediately writes him off. "He's gone," Dutch says. "We can't go back for him." Dutch is ready to abandon John for the second time. The first being the wolf attack, where he didn't lead the search. It is Arthur and Sadie who refuse to accept this. While John sits in a cell in Sisika Penitentiary, the gang falls apart. But his imprisonment serves a narrative purpose. It removes him from the chaos of Guarma. While Dutch is losing his mind on a tropical island, John is sitting in silence thinking. He is stripped of his guns, his horse, and his freedom. He is reduced to a number. This time in prison is his dark night of the soul. He has failed again. He failed to protect the gang. He failed to stay free for his family. He's likely thinking about Jack, about Abigail, about the promise he made to himself to be better. The prison walls are a physical manifestation of the trap he has been in for years, the trap of the outlaw life. He realizes that as long as he follows Dutch, he will always end up in a cage, whether it's made of iron bars or charismatic lies. When the rumour starts spreading that John is the rat, it is the final insult. Dutch, in his paranoia, needs a scapegoat. He chooses John. Why? Because John questioned him. Because John survived. Because John has something to live for, his family, that Dutch does not. Dutch hates John because John has a future, and Dutch only has a past. The rescue of John Marston from Sisika Penitentiary is a mission that defines the endgame of Red Dead Redemption 2. It is an act of open rebellion. Dutch explicitly forbids it. "We wait," he says. But Arthur and Sadie go anyway. They go because they know that leaving John to hang is a line they cannot cross. When they pull John out of the mud of the prison fields, he looks like a broken man. He is gaunt, dirty, and exhausted. The approach to Sisika is a descent into hell. The fog is thick, yellow, and suffocating. The prison looms out of the mist like a fortress of despair. When Arthur and Sadie finally spot John, he is unrecognizable. He is chained to a line of men, knee-deep in mud, his face a mask of grime and hopelessness. He isn't looking for rescue, he is looking at the ground. When Arthur calls his name, he flinches. He expects a guard's whip. The moment of recognition, when his eyes widen and the dullness is replaced by shock, is one of the best acting performances in the game. "Arthur," he croaks. His voice is cracked from disuse. He has forgotten how to speak to a friend. But his eyes are different. The boyishness is gone completely. In its place is a hard, cold clarity. He hugs Arthur, not with the casual camaraderie of the past, but with the desperation of a drowning man grabbing a lifeline. "You came for me," he says. It is a statement of fact, but also a statement of awe. He knows he didn't deserve it. He knows Dutch left him. The ride back to Beaver Hollow is a funeral procession for the old John. He returns to the camp not as a prodigal son, but as a pariah. Dutch greets him with a coldness that chills the bone. "I thought you were dead," Dutch says, and the subtext is clear. "I wished you were dead." John is now a dead man walking in the eyes of the leader. He is tolerated only because Arthur protects him. He's placed on the periphery of the camp near the edge of the cave. This spatial marginalization mirrors his psychological state. He is no longer of the gang. He is with the gang, but his mind is elsewhere. He spends chapter 6 watching. He watches Dutch unravel. He watches Micah whisper poison. He watches Arthur cough blood. And he watches Abigail and Jack huddled in fear. The prisoner mindset hasn't left him. He realizes that Beaver Hollow is just another prison, darker and damper than Sisika. This phase is crucial for his relationship with Arthur. Arthur becomes his mentor, his protector, and his conscience. Arthur, knowing he's dying, pours all his remaining hope into John. "You gotta get out, John," Arthur tells him repeatedly. "Take your family and go." At first, John resists. "I can't just leave," he says. It's the loyalty of the dog that has been kicked but still stays on the porch. He doesn't know how to be anything other than a Vandalin gunman. He's terrified of the freedom Arthur is offering him. What would he do? Be a farmer? He can't farm. Be a father? He barely knows how. But Arthur is persistent. He hammers the lesson home. Loyalty to the gang is death. Loyalty to your family is life. Arthur is trying to give John the life he couldn't have. He sees in John and Abigail the ghost of himself and Mary Linton, or himself and his lost son. He wants to rewrite the ending of his own story through John. John begins to accept this mantle. He starts to plan. He talks to Abigail about the future, a real future, not just one last score. He starts to see himself not as an outlaw, but as a refugee. He's preparing to cross the border from the land of the dead, the gang, to the land of the living. The tension culminates in the train robbery. John is shot. He falls from the train, and once again, Dutch leaves him. "He's dead," Dutch tells the gang. "I saw him die." But John Marston is hard to kill. He crawls back from the brink just like he did with the wolves, and when he walks into the camp for the final confrontation, he is no longer the confused boy from chapter 1. He is a man who has seen the face of his father, Dutch, and recognized the devil. "You left me," John screams. "You left me to die." It is the primal scream of the abandoned child. It is the moment the cord is cut. John finally accepts that Dutch never loved him. He was just a tool, and a tool that is broken gets discarded. This realization is the final key that unlocks his cage. He is free, not because he escaped, but because he stopped believing in the lie that held him. The finale of Chapter 6 is the passing of the torch. It is the moment Red Dead Redemption 2 stops being Arthur's story and starts being John's. The transition happens on a mountain, amidst smoke and gunfire, in a scene that is etched into the memory of every player. "Go," Arthur says. "Get out of here and be a goddamn man." He hands John his hat. He hands him his satchel, the repository of his life, his journal, his drawings. He hands him his legacy. John hesitates. "Arthur, go." This moment is the inheritance. John is not inheriting money, though the Blackwater gold is the MacGuffin. He is inheriting a soul. He is inheriting the lesson that Arthur learned too late, that there is no glory in this life, only pain, and the only redemption is in saving the ones you love. When John rides away, leaving Arthur to die on that ridge, he carries a heavy burden. He is the survivor. Survivor's guilt is a powerful engine. Why him? Why did the better man die so the flawed man could live? This question will haunt John for the rest of his life. It will drive him to try and be worthy of the sacrifice. He has to be a goddamn man, because Arthur paid for that manhood with his blood. The escape from the mountain is a blur of adrenaline and terror. John is wounded, exhausted, and hunted, but he keeps moving. He finds Abigail and Jack. The reunion is brief and desperate. There is no time for sentimentality. They get on horses and they ride. They ride away from the gang, away from Dutch, away from the life. This is the Exodus. John Marston is leading his people, his small family, out of Egypt. But unlike Moses, he doesn't have a promised land. He just has the open road and a price on his head. The years between the main story and the epilogue, 1899-1907, are the wilderness years. We don't see them, but we feel them. We know they moved around. We know they struggled. We know John tried to go straight, but kept failing. He killed a man in the Yukon. He got in fights. The violence was still in his blood. He was trying to wash it out, but the stain was deep. He is the inheritor of a curse, the curse of the outlaw. He is trying to break a generational trauma that has been beaten into him since he was a child. He is trying to learn a language he doesn't speak, the language of peace. When we meet him again in the epilogue, he is Jim Milton. The name itself is a clumsy disguise, Milton being the name of the Pinkerton agent who hunted them. It shows his lack of imagination, but also his subconscious desire to be caught, or perhaps just his dark sense of humour. He is driving a wagon. He's wearing shabby clothes. He looks tired. He looks older. The scars on his face are starker against the greying stubble. He's a man trying to wear a costume that doesn't fit. He's a wolf trying to be a sheepdog, but he is alive, and he is with his family. That is the victory. That is what Arthur bought for him. The chance to be bored, the chance to shovel shit for a living, the chance to be a nobody. For John Marston, nobody is the highest rank he can achieve. It is the only rank that is safe. Pronghorn Ranch is a study in dissonance. It is a beautiful, peaceful piece of the American West, run by the Geddes family, decent, hard-working folk, and in the middle of it stands John Marston, vibrating with suppressed violence. The Jim Milton persona is John's attempt to kill John Marston. He adopts a hunched posture. He speaks less. He does the menial chores, fixing fences, milking cows, shoveling manure, with a grim determination. He's trying to sweat the outlaw out of his system. But the tragedy of Epilogue 1 is that the world won't let him be Jim Milton. The Laramie Gang, a group of bullies hired by a rival rancher, attacks Pronghorn Ranch. They are not serious outlaws, they are thugs. In his old life, John would have slaughtered them in 10 seconds without blinking. Here, he has to hold back. The scene where the Laramie boys harass John in the barn is excruciating. They push him. They mock him. Does the farmhand have a tongue? They sneer. John takes it. He takes the abuse. He thinks of Abigail. He thinks of Arthur. Be a goddamn man. In this context, being a man means being a coward. It means swallowing his pride to protect his cover. But the dam breaks. When the Laramie gang steals the cattle and threatens the Geddia family, John can't help himself. He puts on his guns. The transformation is instantaneous. The hunch disappears. The voice drops an octave. He rides out and decimates them. It is a moment of catharsis for the player, but a moment of horror for Abigail. When John returns, triumphant, Abigail is furious. "You promised!" she screams. She sees what John refuses to see, that violence is an addiction, and he has just relapsed. She knows that once he starts shooting, he won't stop. The guns are a beacon. They attract attention. They attract the Pinkertons. John defends himself. "I had to. They were stealing from Mr. Geddes." He justifies it with a code of honor. But Abigail doesn't care about honor. She cares about survival. She sees that John is fundamentally incapable of being a bystander. If there is a fight, he has to finish it. He is a weapon that keeps firing itself. This friction leads to Abigail leaving him. She takes Jack and walks out. "I can't do this again, John." This is the rock bottom of the epilogue. John is alone in a shack working a job he hates for a life he has lost. He's tried to be Jim Milton and failed. He realizes that he cannot pretend to be someone else. He cannot hide. So he decides to do something radical. He decides to stop running and start building. He decides to buy a piece of land, a rocky, scrubby patch of desert called Beecher's Hope. He decides to build a house. This decision is the pivot point. He stops trying to be Jim Milton and starts trying to be John Marston, rancher. He decides to reclaim his name but change its meaning. He wants to turn the name Marston from a synonym for killer to a synonym for father. But to do that, he needs money. And to get money, he has to use his guns. He takes bounty hunting jobs with Sadie Adler. He slides back into the violence to pay for the peace. It is a Faustian bargain. He is selling pieces of his soul to buy lumber and nails. He is building a house on a foundation of blood. The house-building song is one of the most joyous moments in a game defined by misery. The montage of John, Charles, and Uncle hammering, sawing, and lifting beams is a visual representation of redemption. For the first time in his life, John is creating something. He has spent his entire existence destroying gangs, destroying lives, destroying towns. Now he is making a wall. He is making a roof. He is making a home. The house at Beecher's Hope is a metaphor for John himself. It starts as a pile of raw materials, rough, unshaped, chaotic. Slowly, through hard work and the help of his friends, Charles and Uncle, it takes form. It is not a palace. It is a modest, sturdy ranch house. It is imperfect, but it is standing. Uncle's presence is significant here. Uncle is the lazy old man, but he is also the memory of the gang. He is the link to the past that John allows to stay. Uncle complains. He claims to have lumbago, but he is there. He is family. Charles Smith, too, returns. Charles is the spiritual centre of the group, the moral compass that points true north. Having Charles help build the house blesses it. It infuses the structure with Charles's integrity. When the house is finished, Abigail returns. This is the reward. She walks in, looks around, and sees the effort. She sees that John didn't just buy a house, He built one. He sweated for it. He bled for it, smashing his thumb with a hammer. This physical proof of his commitment wins her back. They stand on the porch, looking out at the land. It is a moment of perfect peace. John proposes to her on the lake. It is a scene of excruciating tenderness. John takes Abigail out in the boat. He is sweating. He tries to make small talk. "You know I love you, right?" he asks. It is the most terrifying question he has ever asked. He hands her the ring. It is Arthur's ring, or Mary's ring, found in the satchel. The weight of that ring is immense. It represents a love that failed, Arthur and Mary being used to seal a love that is trying to survive. Abigail cries, not the pretty movie crying, but the ugly gasping sobs of a woman who has been waiting 10 years for this moment. They take a portrait in the studio. They are a family. They have achieved the American dream. But there is a shadow over Beecher's hope, the debt. John bought the land with a bank loan. He is in debt to the very civilization he used to fight. The bank is the new master. In the old days, Dutch fought the banks with guns. John fights the bank with monthly payments. This is the civilizing of the outlaw. He has traded the freedom of the wilderness for the shackles of a mortgage. And there is a deeper shadow, the location. Beecher's Hope is just outside Blackwater. It is dangerously close to the site of the gang's greatest failure, the Blackwater Massacre. It is dangerously close to the law. By planting his flag here, John is practically daring the past to find him. He thinks he can hide in plain sight. He thinks that if he acts like a rancher, the law will see a rancher. But the law doesn't see costumes. It sees fingerprints. The house is a sanctuary, but it is also a trap. It anchors him. He can no longer run. If trouble comes, he has to stand and fight. He has built a castle, but he has also built a target. The domestic scenes in Epilogue 2 are poignant. John trying to eat Abigail's terrible cooking. John trying to talk to Jack about books. He is trying so hard. He is clumsy, awkward, and endearing. He is finally the father he should have been 10 years ago. He is making up for lost time. But time is the one thing he doesn't have. The clock is ticking. The Pinkertons, now the Bureau of Investigation, are closing the net. And the ghost of Micah Bell is still out there. A loose end that refuses to be tied. Revenge is a fool's game, Arthur Morgan once said. John Marston heard him, but he didn't listen. When Sadie Adler arrives with the news that she has found Micah Bell, John faces the ultimate test. He has the house. He has the wife. He has the son. He has the life Arthur died to give him. All he has to do is stay on the porch. All he has to do is let it go. Abigail begs him, "Don't go, John, please." She knows. She knows that if he walks out that gate, he is opening the door to the past. She knows that violence begets violence, but John goes. Why? Is it justice? Is it honour? Or is it simply that he cannot live in a world where Micah Bell breathes? It is likely a mix of all three, fueled by the survivor's guilt that has been burning a hole in his gut for years. He feels he owes it to Arthur. He feels that the house is built on a lie as long as the rat is alive. He takes his guns. He puts on his winter gear. He rides out with Sadie and Charles. The ascent of Mount Hagen is a mirror of the descent in Chapter 1. We started in the snow. We end in the snow. The music swells. The American Venom theme, a triumphant, aggressive remix of the classic Western score. It makes the player feel powerful. It makes us feel righteous. We are finally going to kill the villain. But look at John. He is a machine of death. He slaughters dozens of Micah's men. He is not Jim Milton the rancher. He is the legend of the West. He is the apex predator again. The restraint he showed at Pronghorn Ranch is gone. He is unleashed. When he finally confronts Micah, it is a standoff. Micah is as slippery as ever, taunting, goading. And then Dutch appears. Dutch van der Linde, the ghost of Christmas past, steps out of the cabin. He looks like a wraith. He is gaunt, quiet, broken. The standoff between John, Micah and Dutch is the emotional climax of the series. The wind on Mount Hagen is deafening, but the silence between the three men is louder. It is a triangle of hate. Micah is manic, laughing, pacing like a caged tiger. Dutch is a statue, his guns holstered, his eyes unreadable, and John is the fulcrum. He has a gun on Micah, but his eyes are on Dutch. Why? He asks. It isn't a tactical question, it's a theological one. He's asking his creator why he was made to suffer. Dutch's face twitches, a micro expression of regret, or just madness. The camera cuts close to their eyes. The tension is unbearable. We're waiting for the click, the bang, the end. But instead, we get a choice. Dutch walks away. It is the only time in the game he doesn't have a plan. John asks the question that has been haunting him. Why? Why did you leave me? Why did you betray us? Dutch has no answer. I ain't got too much to say no more, he whispers. It is the admission of a man who has run out of words, out of plans, out of lies. In a final, unpredictable act, Dutch shoots Micah. He kills the monster he created. He does for John what John couldn't do for himself. He saves him one last time, and then he walks away, into the mist, a ghost fading into the white. John puts the final bullets in Micah. He empties his gun. It is done. The rat is dead. The debt is paid. John finds the Blackwater gold in the cabin. He takes it. He rides home. The wedding scene that follows is beautiful. John and Abigail are married. The ring is placed. The house is full of music. It feels like a happy ending. The credits roll. But then the mid-credits scenes play. We see Edgar Ross, the Pinkerton agent. He is tracking something. He finds the site of the massacre on Mount Hagen. He finds Micah's body. He investigates. He follows the trail, and the trail leads him to Beecher's hope. We see Ross looking at John's ranch through binoculars. The tragedy of American venom is that John's victory is his defeat. By killing Micah, he exposed himself. He made a noise loud enough to wake the law. If he had stayed on the porch, if he had listened to Abigail, Ross might never have found him. He might have lived a long, quiet life, but he couldn't stay on the porch. He had to be the hero. He had to get revenge, and that revenge signed his death warrant. Arthur gave him a second chance, and John spent it on a bullet for Micah Bell. It was a satisfying bullet, but it was the most expensive one ever fired. It cost him his life. While John is busy building a house and hunting rats, he is also engaged in a quieter, sadder project, raising his son. The relationship between John and Jack in the epilogue is the emotional core of the tragedy. It is a study in good intentions and bad outcomes. John wants Jack to be anything but an outlaw. He wants him to be a lawyer, a writer, a rancher. He wants him to be civilized. But John only knows one way to teach, the way of the gun. There is a painful scene where John takes Jack fishing. Jack is a teenager now, bookish, sensitive and anxious. He loves reading about knights and dragons. He lives in his head. John tries to bond with him, but he is impatient. He barks orders. Hold the rod like this. Pay attention. He treats fishing like a drill. Jack shrinks under the criticism. He just wants to talk about his book. John dismisses the book as fantasy. Then there is the pony ride. John teaches Jack to ride. Again he is gruff. "You got to be firm with him," he shouts. He's trying to toughen the boy up. He looks at Jack and sees vulnerability, and it terrifies him. He knows how cruel the world is, and he thinks the only armour is hardness. He's trying to turn Jack into a miniature John, but Jack is not John. Jack is gentle. Jack is intellectual. Jack is in many ways more like Dutch or Hosea, a dreamer. The irony is that by trying to protect Jack, John inadvertently trains him for vengeance. He teaches him to shoot. He teaches him to ride. He teaches him that problems are solved with action. When the Laramie gang attacks, Jack watches John handle it. He sees his father as a hero, a warrior. He sees the power of the gun. John tells him, "This ain't the life for you," but his actions say, "This is the only life that matters." Children listen to what you do, not what you say. And John does violence. In the end of the first Red Dead Redemption, Jack uses the skills John taught him to hunt down Edgar Ross. He becomes the very thing John sacrificed his life to prevent. The tragedy of Jack Marston is that he is his father's son, despite his father's best efforts. John built the house to keep Jack safe, but he couldn't build a wall high enough to keep out in a medium as visual as video games. Character design is narrative, and John Marston's design tells a story of a man who is perpetually out of place. When we first see him in Chapter 1, he is the winter cowboy. But look closely at his coat. It is open, in a blizzard. This small detail speaks volumes about his recklessness. He's a man who doesn't zip up his jacket against the cold. He dares the cold to kill him. He is unkempt, greasy, and scarred. He looks like a wild animal that is forced into clothes. Contrast this with Arthur Morgan. Arthur can be groomed. You can cut his hair, trim his beard, dress him in fine suits. He can look like a gentleman. John Marston, no matter what you put him in, looks like a ruffian. His hair is naturally greasy and stringy. His posture is a permanent slouch. He wears a suit like a child wears a Sunday best, uncomfortably, waiting for the moment he can tear it off. Then there is the Jim Milton outfit, the flat cap, the plain shirt, the suspenders. It is a costume of normalcy. It is the uniform of the working class, the nobody. But on John it looks wrong. His scars are too visible. His eyes are too intense. He looks like a wolf in sheep's clothing, quite literally. The clothes are too clean, too simple for a man with his history. And finally, the gunslinger outfit. The iconic vest, the striped pants, the hat. When he puts this on in the epilogue to Hunt Micah, it is a moment of visual integration. Finally, the outside matches the inside. He looks dangerous, he looks iconic. He looks like the man on the cover of the box. But this visual perfection is tragic, because it signifies his return to the role that will kill him. He looks like a hero, but he is dressing for his own funeral. John Marston is not a horse girl like Arthur Morgan. Arthur talks to his horses. He soothes them. "You're okay, Beau." There is a genuine deep affection there. John is more pragmatic. He respects the animal, but he sees it as a tool. However, the epilogue changes this. When John buys Rachel, the thoroughbred mare, it is a significant purchase. It is a luxury. A rancher needs a workhorse, a sturdy Ardennes or a Shire. A thoroughbred is a racehorse. It is a statement. John is buying something beautiful because he wants his life to be beautiful. Rachel becomes his confidant during the lonely months at Beecher's Hope. As he rides the property lines checking fences, he talks to her, not with the soft cooing of Arthur, but with the grumbling of a man who has no one else to talk to. "Come on, girl," he says, "let's get this done." She is the silent witness to his transformation. The death of the horse in the final mission of the main story, Arthur's horse, is a moment of pure trauma. But the death of John's horse in RDR1 is a moment of pure utility. He shoots his own horse to create a barrier? No, he sends it away to save it. No, in the end, the horse is just another casualty. But in RDR2, the bond is deeper. The horseman aspect of John is about control. He's a man who has lost control of his life, his family, his destiny. But on a horse he is in command. He is faster than the law. He is faster than his past. Until, of course, he isn't. The tragedy of the horseman is that he can always ride away, but he can never ride back. The score of Red Dead Redemption 2 is a character in itself, and for John Marston, the music tells the story his words cannot. The most famous track, American Venom, is a masterpiece of musical storytelling. It plays during the assault on Mount Hagen. It begins with a classic RDR1 trumpet flare, a direct callback to the first game. It is triumphant, aggressive, and heroic. It makes the player feel invincible. But listen closer. Underneath the heroism is a dark, driving rhythm that sounds like a ticking clock. The music is celebrating John's victory, but it is also counting down to his death. It is the sound of a man running towards a cliff and cheering as he jumps. Contrast this with Jim Milton Rides Again. This track plays when John defends Pronghorn Ranch. It starts with a simple driving guitar riff. It is the sound of old habits returning. It is catchy, exciting, and terrifying. It is the sonic equivalent of an alcoholic taking that first drink after 10 years of sobriety. The music seduces the player into enjoying the violence, just as the violence seduces John. And then there is the house-building song. It is the only truly happy piece of music in the entire game. It is folk music, simple, communal, unpretentious. It features harmonicas, banjos, and clapping. It is the sound of people working together. It stands in stark contrast to the operatic, tragic scores of the main story. It represents the life John could have had, a life of simple rhythms, of building rather than destroying. The tragedy is that the house-building song is an interlude. The real soundtrack of John's life is American Venom. He wants to be the banjo player, but he is the trumpet player. He wants the quiet, but he is addicted to the noise. In an open-world game, side missions are optional, but for John Marston, some of them feel mandatory. They are the missing pieces of his soul. The most important of these is the veteran. Hamish Sinclair is everything John wants to be, a man who lives alone in nature, self-sufficient, brave, and at peace with his past. Hamish is a war veteran who lost a leg, but he doesn't let it define him. He hunts, he fishes, he tells stories. When John spends time with Hamish, we see a different side of him. He is respectful, curious, and humble. He is learning. Hamish teaches him that you can be a warrior without being a killer. You can live in the wild without being an outlaw. When Hamish dies, gored by a boar, he gives John his horse, Buell. This transfer is symbolic. John is inheriting the spirit of the true outdoorsman. He rides Buell not as a gangster, but as a friend. Then there is Charlotte Balfour, the widow Arthur taught to hunt. When John visits her, it is a pilgrimage. He is visiting the ghost of Arthur's good deeds. Charlotte tells John about the man who saved her, describing Arthur as a good man. John listens, and for the first time he truly understands the magnitude of Arthur's redemption. It wasn't just about saving John. It was about saving anyone he could. These missions ground John. They show us that his redemption isn't just about building a house. It's about building connections with people outside the gang. It's about becoming a member of the human race again. John wanted to break the wheel, but the wheel is heavy, and it crushed him. And then it rolled over his son. To fully understand John Marston, we must view him through the mirrors of the men who shaped him, Arthur Morgan and Dutch van der Linde. Arthur is the older brother John never had. Their relationship is the emotional spine of the game. In the beginning, it is defined by rivalry. Arthur is the responsible one, the earner, the loyalist. John is the flake, the golden boy, the deserter. Arthur resents John's unearned favour with Dutch, but as the game progresses, the dynamic flips. Arthur realises that he is the past, and John is the future. Arthur is too damaged, too entrenched in the life to get out. He has no family. They are dead. John has a chance. Arthur's sacrifice is not just an act of love. It is an act of defiance against the nihilism of their lives. He saves John to prove that something good can come out of the gang. John, in turn, spends the epilogue trying to be Arthur. He draws in Arthur's journal, badly. He wears Arthur's clothes. He tries to emulate Arthur's morality. He is a man haunted by the ghost of a better man. Dutch is the father who failed. He took John in as an orphan, taught him to read, taught him to shoot, and taught him a philosophy of freedom that was really just a justification for chaos. John's arc is the slow, painful realization that his father is a fraud. It is the classic Freudian struggle. The son must kill the father to become a man. John doesn't kill Dutch physically until RDR1, and even then Dutch kills himself. But he kills him spiritually in Chapter 6. The contrast is in their legacy. Dutch leaves behind a legacy of death and madness. John leaves behind a legacy of love, however tragic. Dutch dies alone on a cliff, raving. John dies, in RDR1, defending his family. John succeeds where Dutch failed because John learned to care about someone other than himself. The John Marston of RDR2 is the rough draft of the John Marston of RDR1. In RDR2 he is uncertain, hot-headed and often foolish. In RDR1 he is weary, wise and eloquent. The bridge between them is the epilogue and the years at Beecher's Hope. The Jim Milton years taught him humility. The house building taught him patience. The death of Arthur taught him gravity. By the time RDR1 starts, John has processed his trauma. He has accepted his fate. He is no longer the boy who ran away from the wolves. He is the man who walks into the wolf's den to save his family. RDR2 gives us the why behind the stoicism of RDR1. It shows us the fire that forged the steel. One of the most heartbreaking details in the epilogue is John's inheritance of Arthur's journal. When we open the satchel as John, we see Arthur's handwriting, elegant, cursive, thoughtful. We see his drawings, detailed sketches of animals, plants and people that capture the soul of the subject. Arthur Morgan was a closet artist, a man who saw beauty in a world that only wanted his brutality. Then we turn the page to John's entries. John's handwriting is chicken scratch. It is blocky, uneven, and functional. But the real tragedy, and the comedy, is in the drawings. Where Arthur would sketch a buck with perfect anatomical precision, shading the muscles and the light in the eyes, John draws a stick figure with antlers. He draws a duck that looks like a potato with a beak. It is easy to laugh at this. It is a great bit of character development through gameplay mechanics. But look deeper. John is trying. He is trying to be Arthur. He saw how much the journal meant to his brother, and he is attempting to carry on the tradition. He lacks the talent, but he has the discipline. He forces himself to sit down and draw, even though he knows he's bad at it. This contrast tells us everything about the two men. Arthur was a romantic disguised as a cynic. He saw the world as a tragedy, but a beautiful one. He looked at a flower and saw a miracle. John is a realist disguised as romantic. He looks at a flower and sees a plant. He looks at a buck and sees meat. He doesn't have Arthur's poetic soul. He is a literalist. But the fact that he keeps the journal at all is a testament to his love. He is carrying Arthur's eyes in his pocket. He is trying to learn to see the world the way Arthur did. Every crude sketch of a bird is a love letter to the man who saved him. It is John saying, "I am still looking, Arthur. I am still trying to see." The relationship between John and Arthur is not just emotional, it is tactical. To understand their bond, we must look at how they fight together. They are the two enforcers of the gang, the hammer and the anvil. In the mission, The Sheep and the Goats in Valentine, we see them at their peak. They are relaxed, joking, herding sheep like it's a game. When the shooting starts, the transition is seamless. They cover each other without speaking. They know each other's rhythms. There is a professional respect here that transcends their personal friction. They are the only two men in the gang who truly understand the weight of the gun. Then look at blood feuds, ancient and modern. The assault on Braithwaite Manor. They walk side by side. The banter is gone. In its place is a shared, cold fury. They are united by a single purpose, saving Jack. This mission is the moment they stop being rivals and start being co-parents. They are both fighting for the future of the boy. But the most critical mission is the bridge to nowhere in Chapter 6. This is where the dynamic shifts permanently. Arthur and John are planting dynamite to blow up Bacchus Bridge. It is a mission of destruction, but the dialogue is about construction. Arthur uses this time to pass the torch. He tells John about the money. He tells him to leave. Watch the animations in this scene. Arthur is coughing, weak, struggling to lift the crates. John is doing the heavy lifting. The physical roles have reversed. The younger brother is carrying the older brother, but the intellectual roles have also reversed. Arthur is the wise elder, and John is the listening student. "I know," John says when Arthur tells him he's dying. "I know." That simple line carries the weight of 20 years. It is an acknowledgement of the tragedy they are both trapped in. They are brothers in arms, but they are also brothers in doom. And in this final mission together, they are conspiring to cheat the hangman, not by saving themselves, but by saving the family. If Arthur was Dutch's right hand, John was his masterpiece. Dutch found him at 12 years old, a feral child facing the noose. He didn't just save John, he reinvented him. He taught him to read, to shoot, to think. For years, John was the golden boy, the proof that Dutch's philosophy could turn a street rat into a prince. But the tragedy of their relationship is that Dutch only loved John as long as John remained a child. The moment John began to think for himself, the moment he left the gang for a year, he became a threat. Not a physical threat, but an ideological one. John's skepticism was a mirror that showed Dutch his own failures. We see this resentment bubbling under the surface throughout the game. Listen to how Dutch speaks to John in Chapter 2. It's patronising. "I saved you, son." It's not love, it's a receipt. He's constantly reminding John of the debt he owes. The breaking point isn't the bank robbery, it's the reaction to it. When John is arrested, Dutch's first instinct is hesitation. "I have a plan," he says, "but the plan involves leaving John to rot in Sisika. It is Arthur and Sadie who have to defy Dutch to save him. Then comes the train robbery in Red Dead Redemption. John is shot. He falls off the train. Dutch goes back to check on him. When he returns, he tells Arthur he's dead. He doesn't say, 'I couldn't save him.' He doesn't say, 'He fell.' He says, 'He's dead.' It is a lie delivered with terrifying ease. In that moment, Dutch makes a choice. He discards the golden boy because the boy has become a burden. It is the ultimate betrayal of a father, sacrificing the son to save the myth of himself. And yet, the scar remains. Even in the epilogue, even in 1911, John is still defined by Dutch. He hates him, he hunts him, but he can never quite escape the shadow of the man who taught him how to be a man. It is impossible to talk about John Marston without talking about Abigail Roberts. In a story filled with larger-than-life men, Dutch, Arthur, Hosea, Abigail is often overlooked. But she is the most important person in John's life. She is the anchor that keeps him from drifting away. Without Abigail, John is just another Bill Williamson. He is a violent man with no direction, looking for a father figure to tell him who to be. Abigail forces him to grow up. She doesn't care about his code or his loyalty. She cares about survival. She's the anti-Dutch. While Dutch speaks in grand, abstract ideals about freedom and utopia, Abigail speaks in concrete realities: food, shelter, safety. The most pivotal moment in their relationship isn't a shootout. It's when she leaves him at Pronghorn Ranch. It is a shocking moment for the player. We've just spent hours building fences and shoveling manure trying to be a good man. But Abigail sees through it. She sees that John is still playing a role. He is playing at being a father, just like he played at being an outlaw. Her departure is the wake-up call he needs. It forces him to buy Beecher's hope. It forces him to build a house, not just a shack, but a home. When she returns, it is on her terms. The proposal scene on the lake is a masterclass in writing. It is awkward, unromantic, and clumsy. John fumbles with the ring. He stammers. It is the furthest thing from a fairy tale, and that is why it works. It is real. It is two broken people trying to glue themselves back together. Abigail saves John from himself. She drags him, kicking and screaming, into fatherhood. She teaches him that being a man isn't about how many people you can kill. It's about how many people you can protect. In the end, she is the only reason he has a soul left to redeem. It is easy to dismiss Uncle. He is the lazy, lumbago-ridden jester of the gang, a man who seems to exist only to complain and drink. But to ignore Uncle is to ignore a critical piece of John's redemption. If Abigail is the anchor, Uncle is the ballast. He is the dead weight that somehow keeps the ship steady. In the main story, Uncle is a cautionary tale. He is what happens to an outlaw who survives too long without a plan. He is a parasite living off the glory of better men. But in the epilogue, something shifts. When John is lost, it is Uncle who finds Beecher's hope. It is Uncle who suggests buying the property. It is Uncle who, despite his terminal lumbago, helps build the barn. There is a profound scene in the epilogue where the Skinner brothers kidnap Uncle. When John and Charles rescue him, they find him being tortured over a fire. He is in agony, but he hasn't given them up. He hasn't betrayed the family. Beneath the laziness and the excuses, there is a core of iron. Uncle represents the messy, frustrating reality of family. He is annoying. He is useless. He is expensive. But he is theirs. John's acceptance of Uncle is a sign of his maturity. He stops looking for the perfect father figure, Dutch, or the perfect brother, Arthur, and accepts the flawed, broken old man in front of him. In the end, Uncle dies defending the ranch. He dies for the home he helped build. He isn't a hero in the traditional sense, but he is a Marston. And in John's world, that is enough. The map of Red Dead Redemption 2 is not just a play space, it is a graveyard. For John Marston in the epilogue, the world is haunted. He is a man walking through the ruins of his own history. One of the most poignant activities in the epilogue is simply riding back to the old camps. Go to Horseshoe Overlook. Stand on the cliff where Dutch once gave his speeches. It is silent now. The tents are gone. The fire is cold. But you can almost hear the echoes of the gang singing, laughing, dreaming. It was the high water mark of their lives, and it is gone forever. Then ride to Clemens Point. The water is still beautiful, but the memory of Sean's death stains the ground. Ride to Shady Bell, the decaying mansion where they played at being lords and ladies. Ride to Beaver Hollow, the dark, damp cave where the dream finally died. Each location represents a stage of their decay. The mountains were survival, the heartlands were hope, the swamp was stagnation, the cave was death. John's journey through the map is a journey through his own trauma. But the most significant location is one that isn't marked on the map. It is a specific spot on a ridge near the mysterious hill home. It is the spot where Arthur Morgan watched his last sunrise. When John visits this place, there is no cutscene, there is no dialogue, but the weight of it is crushing. This is the holy ground of his life. It is the place where his brother died so that he could live. The geography of the game forces John and the player to confront the permanence of loss. The world moves on, trees grow back, towns expand, but the empty spaces where the gang used to be remain, silent monuments to a time that will never come back. Red Dead Redemption 2 does something remarkable. It makes the original game better. It takes the vague backstory of John Marston and fills it with excruciating detail, recontextualizing every line of dialogue in the first game. When John says in RDR1, "People don't forget, nothing gets forgiven," it originally sounded like a generic cowboy aphorism. Now we know the specific weight of those words. We know he is thinking of the Pinkertons, of Ross, of the relentless march of civilization that crushed his family. He isn't just being cynical, he's quoting the lesson Arthur died to teach him. Consider his line about being a semi-literate farmhand. We now know that Arthur Morgan taught him to read. We know that his journal is filled with sketches and thoughts that mirror Arthur's. That line is a defense mechanism. He is downplaying his intelligence, hiding the part of himself that was shaped by a man he loved too much to mention. And that is the elephant in the room of RDR1, the absence of Arthur's name. Critics pointed this out as a plot hole, but narratively it makes perfect sense. John doesn't talk about Arthur because he can't. The wound is too fresh. To speak his name is to admit the magnitude of the loss. Arthur is the ghost that haunts every frame of the first game, the invisible force pushing John forward. When John hunts down Bill and Javier, it isn't just a bounty mission. It is a fratricide. We now know the history they shared. We know Bill was the one who stayed loyal to Dutch when John left. We know Javier was the one who didn't point his gun at Arthur and John during the standoff. Killing them isn't justice. It is an amputation. The two games form a perfect circle. RDR2 is the question, and RDR1 is the answer. And the answer is that you cannot escape your past. You can build a house, You can change your name. You can try to be a father, but eventually the sins of the father become the sins of the son. We often talk about John Marston as a victim, a father, a husband. But we must also talk about him as a killer, because he is one of the most efficient killers in the history of the American West. The Deadeye mechanic is more than just a gameplay tool, it is a narrative device. It represents the supernatural speed and precision that separates John and Arthur from common men. When the world slows down, it isn't time-stopping, it is John's perception accelerating. In those moments, he is a god of death. He can clear a room before the first casing hits the floor, but this gift is his curse. John Marston was born with a talent for violence in a world that was rapidly outlawing it. He is a master craftsman, but his trade is murder. There is a moment in the epilogue where he picks up his revolvers again to defend the ranch. The music swells. The old John is back, and for the player it is a moment of excitement. But for the character, it is a moment of failure. Every time he draws his gun, he is admitting that he cannot live the life Abigail wants for him. He is admitting that he is not a rancher. He is a gunslinger playing dress-up. Landon Ricketts, the legendary shooter from the first game, tells John, "I'm the last of my kind." But he's wrong. John is the last. And the tragedy of the philosophy of the gun is that it only has one ending. You live by it. You die by it. There is no retirement plan for men who can shoot the wings off a fly. There is only the barn door, the army of soldiers, and the final fatal stand. Many players complained about the epilogue. They complained about the pacing, the lack of action, the endless chores. Why are we shoveling manure? Why are we milking cows? We are outlaws, not farmers. But that is exactly the point. The chores mechanic is the most subversive piece of game design in Red Dead Redemption 2. Rockstar forces the player to physically enact the monotony of redemption. It isn't a cutscene where John says, "I'm a changed man." It is hours of pressing buttons to lift hay bales. It is boring. It is repetitive. It is hard work. And it is beautiful. John is trying to rewrite his muscle memory. For 20 years, his hands have only known how to hold a gun. Now he is teaching them to hold a hammer, a pitchfork, a milk bucket. He is trying to sweat the violence out of his system. The house-building song is the emotional climax of this effort. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. We see John, Charles, and Uncle working together to build something that will last. It is the antithesis of the gang's lifestyle, which was always about taking, moving, destroying. Here they are creating. But the tragedy of the epilogue is that we know the ending. We know that in 4 years this house will be a tomb. We know that the barn John builds is the same barn he will die in. Every nail he hammers is a promise he won't be able to keep. Yet he builds it anyway. He builds it because he loves Abigail. He builds it because he wants Jack to have a future. Redemption isn't a single act of heroism. It is the quiet daily choice to wake up, put on your boots, and do the work, even when you know the storm is coming. So what is the story of John Marston? Is it a tragedy, a triumph, a warning? It is all of them. John Marston is the embodiment of the American struggle. He is the tension between the wild and the civilized, the individual and the community, the past and the future. He tried to bridge the gap. He tried to be an outlaw and a rancher. He tried to be a killer and a father, and the tension tore him apart. His legacy is not the house he built, which will eventually rot. It is not the money he left, which will be spent. His legacy is the effort. He tried. God, he tried. He tried to be better than he was raised to be. He tried to break the cycle of abuse. He tried to be a goddamn man. And for a few brief years at Beecher's Hope, he succeeded. He gave Jack and Abigail a home. He gave them peace. He gave them the feeling of being normal. That peace was purchased with blood, and eventually the bill came due, but the fact that he bought it at all is a miracle. Red Dead Redemption 2 ends with John looking at his ranch, at his wife, at his son. He smiles. It is a genuine smile. He thinks he won. We, the players, know he lost. We know Ross is watching. We know the barn doors will open in 1911. We know he will die in a hail of gunfire, betrayed by the government he tried to appease. But in that moment, on that porch, John Marston is happy, and perhaps that is enough. He was the boy who was eaten by wolves and lived. He was the man who was abandoned by his father and forgave. He was the outlaw who built a house. John Marston is the scar on the face of the West. A mark of violence, yes, but also a mark of healing. A mark that says, I survived. I was here. I mattered. This is the story of Javier Escuela, a revolutionary who became an outlaw, a loyal friend who became a betrayer, and a man whose choices in moments of crisis revealed who he truly was beneath the charm and the guitar songs. If this story helps you rest easy, feel free to like the video because I found that 90% of you haven't subscribed to the channel. Please do. It really helps out and takes a lot of time to make these videos, and I'd love to know in the comments where you're listening from. It's always good to know who else is out there settling in for the night. Javier Escuela's story is one of loyalty tested and broken, of idealism corrupted by pragmatism, of a man who fled one failed revolution only to find himself in the middle of another. His journey through the Red Dead Redemption series is both tragic and revealing, showing how good intentions and genuine bonds can be twisted by fear, manipulation, and the desperate need to belong. Understanding Javier means understanding the Mexico he fled, the gang he joined, the choices he made when everything fell apart, and the man he became when loyalty to Dutch van der Linde overrode everything else he once believed. This is the complete story of Javier Escuela, revolutionary, outlaw, musician, friend, and ultimately survivor at any cost. Javier Escuela was born in Nuevo Paraíso, Mexico, probably in the late 1860s or early 1870s, making him in his late 20s or early 30s during the events of Red Dead Redemption 2 in 1899. His early life in Mexico was shaped by poverty, oppression, and the brutal dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz, who ruled Mexico with an iron fist for over 3 decades. Diaz's regime was characterized by extreme inequality, with a small elite controlling most of the country's wealth, while the vast majority of Mexicans lived in desperate poverty. Land was concentrated in the hands of a few wealthy families, workers had no rights or protections, and political dissent was crushed with violence and imprisonment. Javier grew up in this environment of injustice and oppression, watching his people suffer under a government that served the wealthy and foreign interests while ignoring the needs of ordinary Mexicans. This experience shaped Javier's political consciousness and his sense of justice. He wasn't content to accept the status quo, to live his life in poverty and submission, while others prospered from his people's labour. Javier became involved in revolutionary activities, joining groups that opposed Diaz's dictatorship and fought for land reform, workers' rights, and political freedom. These weren't just abstract political positions for Javier, they were personal, rooted in his own experiences and his genuine desire to make life better for his people. The exact nature of Javier's revolutionary activities is never fully detailed in the games, but we know he was involved in violent resistance against the Diaz regime. Javier killed a powerful man in Mexico, someone connected to the government or the wealthy elite, someone whose death made Javier a wanted man. This wasn't a random act of violence or a crime of passion. It was a political act, an assassination, or an act of revolutionary justice. But regardless of Javier's motivations or the justice of his cause, the result was that he had to flee Mexico or face execution. The Diaz regime didn't tolerate dissent, and revolutionaries who killed government officials or wealthy landowners were hunted down and killed without trial. Javier fled north across the border into the United States, probably in the early to mid-1890s. He arrived in America as a refugee and a fugitive, alone in a foreign country where he didn't speak the language well, where Mexicans faced discrimination and suspicion, where he had no money, no connections, and no prospects. Javier survived through whatever means he could, probably doing manual labour, possibly engaging in petty crime, living on the margins of American society. This period of Javier's life was difficult and lonely, a time when he was cut off from his home and his cause, surviving day to day without purpose or community. Then Javier met Dutch van der Linde, and everything changed. The exact circumstances of their meeting aren't detailed in the games, but it happened sometime in the mid-1890s, probably around 1895 or 1896. Dutch found Javier in a bad situation, possibly starving or in danger, and helped him. Dutch didn't just give Javier food or money. He offered Javier something more valuable: belonging, purpose, and a new cause to believe in. Dutch's philosophy about living free from civilization's rules, about taking from the rich and helping the poor, about creating a community of outcasts who looked after each other, resonated deeply with Javier's revolutionary ideals. Dutch seemed to offer what Javier had been fighting for in Mexico: a way of life based on justice and mutual support rather than exploitation and oppression. Javier joined the van der Linde gang and quickly became one of its most loyal and valued members. He brought skills that the gang needed. He was an excellent gunfighter, skilled with both revolvers and rifles, capable in combat and reliable under pressure. He was also charming and personable, able to talk to people and gather information, useful for scouting and for maintaining relationships with contacts and allies. Javier spoke Spanish fluently and English well enough to function, making him valuable for operations in areas with large Mexican populations or for dealing with Spanish-speaking contacts. And Javier was a talented musician, playing guitar and singing songs that brought joy and culture to the gang's camps, creating moments of beauty and connection in the midst of their violent, chaotic lives. But more than his skills, Javier brought loyalty and genuine belief in Dutch's vision. Javier wasn't just following Dutch for profit or protection. He genuinely believed in what Dutch claimed the gang stood for. Dutch had saved Javier when he was alone and desperate, had given him a new family and a new purpose. Javier's loyalty to Dutch was personal and deep, rooted in gratitude and genuine affection. Dutch became a father figure to Javier, much as he was to Arthur and John, and Javier would do anything for Dutch, would follow him anywhere, would believe anything Dutch told him. By 1899, Javier had been with the gang for several years and had become one of its core members. He was close friends with Arthur Morgan, John Marston, Bill Williamson, and the other long-time gang members. He participated in the gang's major operations, fought in their battles, and contributed to their survival and success. Javier was known for his loyalty, his skill, his charm, and his music. He seemed content with his life in the gang, having found the belonging and purpose he'd lost when he fled Mexico. The gang was his family, Dutch was his leader and saviour, and the outlaw life, for all its dangers and hardships, gave Javier something to believe in and fight for. Javier's relationships within the gang were generally positive and warm. He was friendly with most gang members, got along well with the women in camp, and was particularly close to Arthur, John, and Bill. These men were his brothers, people he'd fought alongside, people he trusted with his life. Javier's friendship with Arthur was especially significant, as Arthur was Dutch's right hand and the gang's most respected member. Arthur and Javier worked together on numerous jobs, watched each other's backs in fights, and shared the bond that comes from surviving danger together. There was genuine affection and respect between them, a friendship that seemed unbreakable. Javier's relationship with John Marston was also close, though perhaps less deep than his friendship with Arthur. John was younger and less mature than Arthur, more prone to mistakes and poor decisions, but Javier seemed to like John and enjoy his company. They worked together, drank together, and shared the camaraderie of the gang. Javier's relationship with Bill Williamson was more complicated, as Bill was less intelligent and more volatile than Arthur or John, but they were still friends and allies, united by their loyalty to Dutch and their shared experiences in the gang. The events of Red Dead Redemption 2 begin with the gang in crisis, fleeing into the mountains after the disastrous Blackwater ferry robbery. Javier is there with the gang, helping them survive the harsh winter conditions, participating in the search for supplies and the rescue of John from wolves. During this early part of the game, Javier is still the loyal, capable gang member he's always been, doing his part to help the gang survive and recover from the Blackwater disaster. There's no indication yet of the choices Javier will make later, no sign of the betrayal that's coming. As the gang descends from the mountains and establishes camp at Horseshoe Overlook, Javier continues to be a reliable and active member. He goes on jobs with Arthur and other gang members, helps gather supplies and money, participates in the gang's operations. Javier is particularly useful in situations that require charm or Spanish language skills, able to talk to people and gather information in ways that some of the other gang members can't. He's also valuable in combat, skilled and brave, someone who can be counted on in a fight. Throughout the early and middle parts of Red Dead Redemption 2, Javier remains loyal and supportive of Dutch, even as Dutch's judgment begins to deteriorate and his decisions become increasingly questionable. When Dutch starts listening more to Micah Bell and less to Hosea Matthews and Arthur, Javier doesn't question it. When Dutch makes reckless decisions that endanger the gang, Javier supports him. When tensions rise between Arthur and Dutch, Javier sides with Dutch without hesitation. This loyalty isn't blind or stupid. Javier can see that things are going wrong, that Dutch is changing, that the gang is falling apart. But Javier's loyalty to Dutch is so deep, so fundamental to his identity and his sense of belonging, that he can't bring himself to question or oppose Dutch, even when Dutch is clearly wrong. This unwavering loyalty is both Javier's greatest virtue and his fatal flaw. Loyalty is admirable, especially in the context of the gang where loyalty to each other is supposed to be paramount. Javier's loyalty to Dutch is genuine and rooted in real gratitude and affection. Dutch saved Javier's life, gave him a new family and purpose, and Javier genuinely believes Dutch is a good man trying to do right by his people. But loyalty becomes a flaw when it's given to someone who doesn't deserve it, when it prevents you from seeing truth or doing what's right, when it makes you complicit in harm and betrayal. As the gang situation deteriorates throughout Red Dead Redemption 2, Javier's loyalty to Dutch is tested in increasingly difficult ways. The gang loses members to death and capture. They're constantly on the run from law enforcement. Dutch's plans consistently fail or make things worse, and tensions within the gang grow as members start questioning Dutch's leadership. Through all of this, Javier remains loyal to Dutch, defending him in arguments, supporting his decisions, refusing to acknowledge that Dutch might be the problem rather than the solution. The turning point comes after the gang returns from Guarma, the Caribbean island where they were stranded after the failed St. Denis bank robbery. The gang that returns to America is smaller, more fractured, and more desperate than the one that left. Hosea Matthews is dead, executed by the Pinkertons during the bank robbery. Lenny Summers is dead, killed during the escape. The gang's money's gone, their camps have been destroyed, and they're more wanted than ever. Dutch is increasingly paranoid and erratic, believing there's a traitor in the gang, listening almost exclusively to Micah Bell while dismissing or ignoring the counsel of Arthur and others. Arthur, who's been diagnosed with tuberculosis and is dying, starts actively working against Dutch's plans, trying to ensure that John Marston and his family escape and have a chance at a better life. Arthur can see that Dutch is leading the gang toward destruction, that Dutch's ego and paranoia are making him dangerous to the people who followed him for years. Arthur tries to get other gang members to see this, to recognize that Dutch has changed, and that following him will only lead to death or capture. But most gang members, including Javier, refuse to see it, or refuse to act on it. The final confrontation comes after the gang's last train robbery, which turns out to be an army ambush that nearly kills them all. John is captured during the chaos, and Dutch, instead of immediately planning a rescue like he would have in the past, hesitates and makes excuses. Arthur, knowing he's dying and determined to save John, decides to rescue John with or without Dutch's blessing. This is the moment when the gang splits completely, when members have to choose between Dutch and Arthur, between blind loyalty and doing what's right. Javier's choice in this moment is revealing and tragic. When Arthur confronts Dutch about abandoning John, when the gang divides into those supporting Arthur and those supporting Dutch, Javier sides with Dutch. But notably, Javier doesn't draw his gun on Arthur. He points his gun up in the air, unable or unwilling to actually aim at his friend, but also unable or unwilling to support Arthur against Dutch. This moment shows Javier's internal conflict, his loyalty to Dutch warring with his friendship with Arthur, his inability to choose between them, leading him to a compromise that satisfies neither loyalty nor friendship. This choice, this moment of pointing his gun in the air rather than at Arthur or at Dutch, is the defining moment of Javier's character. It shows that Javier isn't evil or cruel, that he still cares about Arthur and doesn't want to hurt him. But it also shows that Javier's loyalty to Dutch is stronger than his friendship with Arthur, that when forced to choose, Javier chooses Dutch, even though Dutch is clearly wrong. Javier's compromise, pointing his gun in the air, is an attempt to avoid making a real choice, to maintain both loyalties without committing to either. But in a moment of crisis, neutrality is itself a choice, and Javier's refusal to support Arthur is effectively support for Dutch. After this confrontation, Javier flees with Dutch, Micah, Bill and a few other gang members, abandoning Arthur and John and the others who opposed Dutch. Javier's fate after this point isn't shown in Red Dead Redemption 2, but we know from the first Red Dead Redemption game what happens to him. Javier continues to follow Dutch for a while, but eventually the group fragments. Dutch disappears into the wilderness, becoming increasingly isolated and paranoid. Micah forms his own gang and continues his criminal activities. Bill forms his own gang in New Mexico, and Javier returns to Mexico, going back to the country he fled years earlier. The Javier we meet in Red Dead Redemption, set in 1911, 12 years after the events of Red Dead Redemption 2, is a changed man. He's working as an enforcer for Colonel Agustin Allende, a corrupt Mexican army officer who's allied with the remnants of the Diaz regime that Javier once fought against. This is a stunning betrayal of everything Javier once believed in, everything he fought for as a young revolutionary. Javier fled Mexico because he killed a powerful man in opposition to the Diaz dictatorship, because he believed in justice and freedom for his people. Now he's working for the very type of corrupt official he once opposed, helping to oppress the Mexican people he once tried to liberate. This transformation from revolutionary to enforcer for a corrupt regime is tragic and revealing. It shows how far Javier has fallen, how completely he's abandoned his principles and his ideals. The young Javier who joined Dutch's gang believed in something, believed in justice and freedom and fighting for the oppressed. The older Javier working for Allende believes in nothing except survival and self-interest. He's become exactly the type of person he once fought against, using violence to maintain an unjust system rather than to challenge it. When John Marston, now working for the government to hunt down his former gang members, comes to Mexico looking for Javier and Bill, Javier is initially unaware of John's presence. John has to work with various factions in the Mexican Revolution, helping rebels and government forces alike in his search for his former friends. When John finally tracks down Javier, the confrontation is tense and painful. These were men who were once brothers, who fought together and trusted each other with their lives. Now they're on opposite sides, with John hunting Javier to save his own family. Javier's reaction to seeing John again is complex. There's recognition and perhaps some nostalgia for their shared past, but there's also fear and anger. Javier knows why John is there, knows that John is hunting him for the government. Javier feels betrayed by John, feels that John has sold out to the very authorities they once fought against. But there's also an element of projection in Javier's anger, because Javier has also betrayed his principles by working for Allende. Both men have compromised themselves, both have done things that would have shamed their younger selves, but Javier can't or won't acknowledge his own betrayal while condemning John's. The confrontation between John and Javier can end in two ways. Depending on player choice, John can kill Javier in a shootout, ending Javier's story with violence and death, or John can capture Javier alive, taking him back to the American authorities to face trial and imprisonment. The game doesn't specify which ending is canonical, leaving it ambiguous whether Javier dies in Mexico or is captured and imprisoned. Either way, Javier's story ends in defeat and disgrace, a far cry from the idealistic revolutionary or the loyal gang member he once was. Javier's story is ultimately about the corruption of idealism and the cost of misplaced loyalty. Javier started with genuine ideals, fighting for justice and freedom in Mexico, believing in something larger than himself. When he joined Dutch's gang, he thought he'd found a new cause to believe in, a new way to fight for justice and live according to principles. But Dutch's cause was always more about Dutch's ego than about any real principles, and Javier's loyalty to Dutch led him to abandon his real principles in favour of following a man who didn't deserve that loyalty. The tragedy of Javier's story is that his loyalty, which should have been a virtue, became the mechanism of his downfall. If Javier had been less loyal, if he'd been willing to question Dutch and recognise when Dutch was wrong, he might have sided with Arthur and John when the gang split. He might have escaped with them, might have had a chance at redemption, or at least at a better life than the one he ended up with. But Javier's loyalty to Dutch was so complete, so fundamental to his identity, that he couldn't break it. Even when breaking it was clearly the right thing to do. This raises interesting questions about the nature of loyalty, and when loyalty becomes a vice rather than a virtue. Loyalty is generally considered admirable, a sign of good character and strong relationships. But loyalty to a bad person or a bad cause isn't admirable, it's complicity. Javier's loyalty to Dutch made him complicit in Dutch's crimes and betrayals, made him an accomplice to Dutch's destruction of the gang and abandonment of the people who'd followed him for years. Javier's loyalty prevented him from seeing truth, from doing what was right, from protecting the people he cared about from Dutch's increasingly destructive behaviour. The game presents Javier's loyalty somewhat sympathetically, showing it as rooted in genuine gratitude and affection, rather than in stupidity or malice. Javier isn't a villain in Red Dead Redemption 2. He's a tragic figure who makes understandable but wrong choices. His loyalty to Dutch is understandable given that Dutch saved his life and gave him a new family. His inability to see Dutch's flaws is understandable, given how much Javier needs to believe in Dutch, and what Dutch represents. His choice to side with Dutch over Arthur is understandable, given the depth of his bond with Dutch, and his fear of losing the only family and purpose he has. But understanding Javier's choices doesn't mean excusing them. Javier had opportunities to see the truth about Dutch, to recognise that Dutch was leading the gang toward destruction. Arthur tried to show him, tried to get him to see that Dutch had changed, and that following Dutch would only lead to death or capture. Other gang members questioned Dutch's decisions and expressed doubts about his leadership. The evidence was there for anyone willing to see it, but Javier chose not to see it, chose to maintain his loyalty to Dutch, even when that loyalty required ignoring obvious truth and betraying friends who deserved better. Javier's transformation from idealistic revolutionary to corrupt enforcer is particularly tragic because it shows the complete abandonment of everything he once believed in. The young Javier who fought against the Diaz dictatorship believed in justice, freedom, and fighting for the oppressed. He was willing to risk his life for these principles, willing to kill and to flee his home rather than submit to injustice. This Javier had integrity and courage, even if his methods were violent and his cause was ultimately unsuccessful. The older Javier working for Colonel Allende has abandoned all of these principles. He's working for a corrupt official who oppresses the Mexican people, who represents everything Javier once fought against. Javier is using his skills and his violence not to fight injustice but to maintain it, not to liberate his people but to help keep them oppressed. This isn't just a compromise or a pragmatic choice, it's a complete betrayal of everything Javier once was and believed. The young revolutionary Javier would have been horrified and disgusted by what he became. This transformation didn't happen suddenly or all at once. It was a gradual process of compromise and rationalization, each choice making the next one easier, each betrayal of principle making the next betrayal less shocking. Javier's loyalty to Dutch was the first compromise, choosing personal loyalty over principle, choosing belonging over integrity. When Javier sided with Dutch over Arthur, he was choosing loyalty to a man over loyalty to what was right. When Javier fled with Dutch and abandoned the gang members who opposed Dutch, he was choosing self-preservation over friendship and responsibility. After the gang fell apart and Javier returned to Mexico, he probably told himself he was just surviving, just doing what was necessary to stay alive in a dangerous world. Working for Allende was just a job, just a way to make money and have protection. Javier probably rationalized it, told himself it didn't matter who he worked for as long as he survived. But these rationalizations are how principles die, how idealistic young revolutionaries become corrupt enforcers for the very systems they once opposed. Each compromise makes the next one easier, each rationalization makes the next betrayal less shocking, until you wake up one day and realize you've become everything you once hated. The contrast between Javier and Arthur is instructive and tragic. Both men were loyal to Dutch, both believed in him and followed him for years. But when Dutch's true nature became undeniable, when Dutch started betraying the principles he claimed to uphold, Arthur and Javier made different choices. Arthur chose to break with Dutch, to prioritize doing what was right over maintaining loyalty to a man who didn't deserve it. This choice cost Arthur dearly. It meant breaking with the only family he'd known, accepting that he'd wasted years of his life following a lie, facing his own mortality without the comfort of believing his life had meaning and purpose. But Arthur's choice also allowed him to achieve redemption, to become a better man in his final months, to ensure that John and his family escaped and had a chance at a better life. Arthur died knowing he'd done the right thing, knowing he'd helped people who deserved help, knowing he'd stood up to Dutch and Micah even when it cost him everything. Arthur's story is tragic but also redemptive, showing that it's never too late to do the right thing, that breaking with a bad cause is better than maintaining loyalty to it. Javier made the opposite choice. He maintained his loyalty to Dutch even when Dutch was clearly wrong, even when that loyalty required betraying friends and abandoning principles. This choice allowed Javier to avoid the pain of breaking with Dutch, to maintain his sense of belonging and purpose, to avoid confronting the reality that he'd wasted years following a man who didn't deserve his loyalty. But this choice also prevented Javier from achieving any redemption, from becoming better, from doing what was right when it mattered most. The result is that Javier's story ends in disgrace and defeat, working for a corrupt regime, hunted by his former friend, dying or being captured without dignity or redemption. Javier's loyalty to Dutch, which he probably thought was his greatest virtue, became the mechanism of his destruction. If Javier had been willing to break with Dutch when Arthur did, if he'd been willing to prioritize doing what was right over maintaining loyalty to a man who'd betrayed everything he claimed to believe, Javier might have had a different ending. But Javier couldn't or wouldn't make that choice, and the result is a tragic waste of a man who once had principles and ideals worth fighting for. Javier's relationship with the other gang members is worth examining in more detail, as these relationships show different aspects of his character and his choices. Javier's friendship with Arthur was genuine and deep, built on years of working together, fighting together, and trusting each other. Arthur clearly liked and respected Javier, saw him as a brother and a friend. When Arthur is dying and trying to save John, When Arthur is making his final stand against Dutch and Micah, he probably hoped Javier would support him, would recognize that Dutch was wrong, and that doing the right thing mattered more than maintaining loyalty. Javier's failure to support Arthur in this crucial moment is a betrayal of their friendship, even if Javier didn't see it that way. By siding with Dutch, by refusing to support Arthur against Dutch's increasingly destructive behaviour, Javier was choosing Dutch over Arthur, was valuing his loyalty to Dutch more than his friendship with Arthur. The fact that Javier couldn't bring himself to point his gun at Arthur shows that he still cared about Arthur, that he was conflicted about his choice. But in a moment of crisis, being conflicted isn't enough. Arthur needed Javier's support, and Javier failed to provide it. Javier's relationship with John was also close, though perhaps less deep than his friendship with Arthur. John was younger and less mature, more prone to mistakes and poor judgment, but Javier seemed to like him and enjoy his company. When John is captured after the train robbery and Dutch hesitates to rescue him, Javier sides with Dutch rather than supporting Arthur's insistence that they rescue John immediately. This is another betrayal, another moment when Javier's loyalty to Dutch overrides his friendship and his sense of what's right. When John comes hunting for Javier in Red Dead Redemption, 12 years after the gang fell apart, Javier's reaction is anger and betrayal. Javier feels that John has sold out, that John is working for the government and hunting his former friends. But this anger is somewhat hypocritical, because Javier has also betrayed his principles by working for Allende. Both men have compromised themselves. Both have done things that would have shamed their younger selves. But Javier can't or won't acknowledge his own betrayal while condemning John's. The truth is that John's situation is more sympathetic than Javier's. John is hunting his former gang members because the government is holding his family hostage, because it's the only way to save his wife and son. John doesn't want to hunt Javier and Bill, doesn't take pleasure in it, but he does it because he has no choice if he wants to protect his family. Javier, by contrast, is working for Allende by choice, because it's profitable and provides protection, not because he's being coerced or because he's protecting anyone he loves. John is doing something dishonourable to protect his family, while Javier is doing something dishonourable for money and security. Javier's relationship with Bill Williamson is interesting because both men make similar choices when the gang splits, both siding with Dutch over Arthur, both fleeing with Dutch and Micah, but their motivations seem different. Bill sides with Dutch partly out of loyalty, but also partly out of stupidity and inability to think for himself. Bill isn't smart enough to see through Dutch's manipulation, isn't capable of the kind of critical thinking that would allow him to recognize that Dutch is wrong. Javier, by contrast, is intelligent and perceptive enough to see the truth if he wanted to. Javier's choice to side with Dutch is more about emotional loyalty and fear of losing his sense of belonging than about inability to see the truth. After the gang falls apart, Bill and Javier go their separate ways. Bill forms his own gang in New Mexico, becoming a brutal and incompetent gang leader who terrorizes the region. Javier returns to Mexico and eventually ends up working for Allende. When John comes hunting for them, Bill and Javier are allies of convenience, both wanted by the American government, both hiding in Mexico. But there doesn't seem to be much genuine friendship or loyalty between them at this point. They're both survivors doing what they need to do to stay alive, and their shared past in the Van der Linde gang is more a source of danger than of comfort. Javier's relationship with Dutch is the most important and most tragic of all his relationships. Dutch saved Javier's life, gave him a new family and purpose, and became a father figure to him. Javier's loyalty to Dutch was rooted in genuine gratitude and affection, in real belief that Dutch was a good man trying to do right by his people. This loyalty was Javier's defining characteristic, the thing that shaped his choices and his identity. But Dutch didn't deserve this loyalty, and Javier's inability to see this or to break with Dutch, even when Dutch's true nature became undeniable, led to Javier's downfall. Dutch's manipulation of Javier was subtle and effective. Dutch didn't need to threaten or coerce Javier, he just needed to appeal to Javier's loyalty and his fear of losing the only family he had. When Arthur and others started questioning Dutch's leadership, Dutch framed it as betrayal, as people abandoning the gang and abandoning him. Dutch made it seem like supporting him was the same as supporting the gang, that loyalty to Dutch was the same as loyalty to the family they'd built together. This framing was effective because it played on Javier's deepest fears as needs, his fear of being alone again, his need to belong to something larger than himself. Javier couldn't see or couldn't accept that Dutch was the one betraying the gang, that Dutch's ego and paranoia were destroying the family they'd built. Javier needed to believe in Dutch, needed to believe that following Dutch was the right thing to do, because accepting the truth would have meant accepting that he'd wasted years of his life following a lie. This is a common psychological phenomenon, the sunk cost fallacy, where people continue investing in something that's clearly failing because they've already invested so much that admitting failure feels impossible. Javier had invested years of his life in the gang and in his loyalty to Dutch. Accepting that Dutch was wrong, that the gang was doomed, that his loyalty had been misplaced, would have meant accepting that those years were wasted, that his sacrifices were for nothing. This was too painful for Javier to accept, so he chose to maintain his loyalty to Dutch, even when that loyalty required ignoring obvious truth and betraying friends who deserved better. This choice is understandable from a psychological perspective, but it's still a choice, and Javier bears responsibility for it. The question of whether Javier could have made different choices, whether he could have broken with Dutch and sided with Arthur, is interesting to consider. On one hand, Javier's loyalty to Dutch was so deep and so fundamental to his identity that breaking it might have been psychologically impossible for him. Javier's entire sense of self was built around being Dutch's loyal follower, around belonging to the gang and believing in Dutch's vision. Breaking with Dutch would have meant destroying this identity and facing the world alone again, something Javier had done once before when he fled Mexico, and something he probably couldn't bear to do again. On the other hand, Arthur managed to break with Dutch despite having an even deeper and longer relationship with him. Arthur had been with Dutch since he was a teenager, had been raised by Dutch and Hosea, had devoted his entire adult life to the gang. If Arthur could break with Dutch when Dutch's true nature became undeniable, then Javier could have too. The difference is that Arthur was forced to confront his own mortality through his tuberculosis diagnosis, and this forced him to think about what really mattered, about what kind of man he wanted to be in his final months. Javier didn't have this kind of catalyst, didn't have anything that forced him to question his loyalty and his choices. But even without a terminal illness forcing him to confront mortality and meaning, Javier had opportunities to make better choices. He could have listened to Arthur's warnings about Dutch. He could have recognized that Dutch's behavior was becoming increasingly erratic and dangerous. He could have prioritized his friendships with Arthur and John over his loyalty to Dutch. He could have chosen to do what was right rather than what was comfortable. Javier didn't make these choices, and while his failure is understandable, it's still a failure, and Javier bears responsibility for it. Javier's story also raises questions about the nature of family and belonging. The Van der Linde gang presented itself as a family, a group of people who looked after each other and who were bound by something deeper than just profit or convenience. This family narrative was powerful and appealing, especially for people like Javier who'd lost their biological families or who'd been rejected by mainstream society. The gang offered belonging, purpose, and genuine relationships in a world that offered these things to very few people, especially to outcasts and criminals. But the gang's family narrative was always partly a lie, or at least partly manipulation. Dutch used the language of family to create loyalty and to make gang members feel obligated to follow him and sacrifice for him. The family narrative made it harder for gang members to leave or to question Dutch's leadership, because leaving the gang felt like abandoning family, and questioning Dutch felt like betraying the person who'd created and maintained the family. This manipulation was effective because it played on real human needs and real emotions, but it was still manipulation. The gang was a family in some ways. The bonds between members were real, and the care they showed for each other was genuine. But it was also a criminal organization led by a narcissistic manipulator who ultimately cared more about his own ego than about the people who followed him. The tension between these two realities, between the gang as genuine family and the gang as criminal enterprise led by a manipulator, is central to understanding the tragedy of Red Dead Redemption 2. Gang members like Javier wanted to believe in the family narrative, needed to believe in it, and this need made them vulnerable to Dutch's manipulation. When the gang fell apart, when Dutch's true nature became undeniable, gang members had to choose between maintaining the family narrative and accepting reality. Arthur chose reality, recognizing that Dutch had betrayed the family and that the family narrative was no longer true if it ever had been. Javier chose the narrative, maintaining his loyalty to Dutch and his belief in the gang, even when doing so required ignoring obvious truth. This choice allowed Javier to maintain his sense of belonging and purpose in the short term, but it ultimately led to his downfall and disgrace. Javier's musical talent is worth discussing because it shows a side of his character that's often overlooked in discussions of his loyalty and his choices. Javier was a skilled guitarist and singer, and he often played music around the camp, entertaining the gang and creating moments of beauty and culture in the midst of their violent, chaotic lives. This musical talent shows that Javier was more than just a gunfighter or a loyal follower. He was someone with artistic sensibility and the ability to create and appreciate beauty. The songs Javier plays and sings are often Mexican folk songs or revolutionary songs, connecting him to his heritage and his past as a revolutionary. These songs are about love, loss, struggle, and resistance, themes that resonate with Javier's own life and experiences. When Javier plays music, he's not just entertaining the gang, he's expressing something about himself, about where he came from and what he believes or once believed. The music is a connection to the idealistic young revolutionary Javier once was, a reminder of the principles and passions that led him to fight against the Diaz dictatorship. The tragedy is that Javier's music survives even as his principles die. In Red Dead Redemption, when John encounters Javier in Mexico, Javier is still playing guitar, still singing songs, but the music has become hollow, disconnected from any real belief or principle. Javier is singing revolutionary songs while working for a corrupt regime, playing music about resistance while helping to oppress his own people. The music that once expressed Javier's ideals and his connection to his heritage has become just performance, just entertainment, empty of real meaning or conviction. This hollowing out of Javier's music parallels the hollowing out of his character. The young Javier who joined Dutch's gang had substance, had beliefs and principles and genuine passion for justice. The older Javier working for Allende is hollow, going through the motions of life without any real conviction or purpose beyond survival. The music continues, but it's empty, just like Javier himself has become empty, a shell of the person he once was. Javier's Mexican heritage and his experience as a refugee and immigrant in America are important aspects of his character that shape his perspective and his choices. Javier came to America as a fugitive, fleeing political persecution in Mexico, arriving in a country where he didn't speak the language well and where Mexicans faced discrimination and suspicion. This experience of being an outsider, of being vulnerable and alone in a foreign country, made Javier desperate for belonging and community. When Dutch offered him that belonging, when Dutch gave him a place in the gang and treated him as an equal, it meant everything to Javier. This context helps explain why Javier's loyalty to Dutch was so absolute, and why breaking with Dutch was so difficult for him. For Javier, the gang wasn't just a criminal organization or even just a family. It was his only home, his only source of belonging in a world that had rejected him. Leaving the gang, or breaking with Dutch, would have meant being alone again, being a refugee and an outsider again, facing a hostile world without protection or community. This fear of being alone again, of losing the only home he had, made Javier willing to overlook Dutch's flaws and to maintain his loyalty, even when that loyalty required betraying his principles and his friends. The irony is that Javier's loyalty to Dutch ultimately led to exactly what he feared: being alone, being an outcast, losing his home and his community. When the gang fell apart, when Javier fled with Dutch and then eventually went his own way, he ended up alone anyway, without the family and belonging he'd sacrificed everything to maintain. If Javier had broken with Dutch and sided with Arthur and John, he might have maintained those friendships, might have had some connection to his past and some people who cared about him. But by choosing Dutch over his friends, Javier lost everything anyway, and he ended up alone and working for people he once would have despised. Javier's return to Mexico after the gang fell apart is significant because it represents both a physical return to his homeland and a betrayal of everything he once fought for there. Javier fled Mexico as a revolutionary, as someone who'd killed a powerful man in opposition to the Diaz dictatorship, as someone who believed in justice and freedom for his people. When he returns to Mexico years later, he's no longer a revolutionary, he's an enforcer for the very type of corrupt official he once opposed. This return is a kind of defeat, an acknowledgement that his revolutionary ideals failed and that he's given up on fighting for justice. Working for Colonel Allende is the ultimate betrayal of Javier's younger self and his revolutionary principles. Allende is exactly the type of corrupt, brutal official that Javier once fought against. Allende oppresses the Mexican people, serves the interests of the wealthy and powerful, and uses violence to maintain an unjust system. The young revolutionary Javier would have seen Allende as an enemy. as someone who deserved to be killed for his crimes against the people. The older Javier, working for Allende, has abandoned all of these principles, has decided that survival and self-interest matter more than justice or integrity. This transformation is tragic but also somewhat realistic. Many revolutionaries and idealists, when their causes fail, and when they're forced to survive in a world that doesn't reward idealism, end up compromising their principles and working for the very systems they once opposed. The process is gradual, each compromise making the next one easier, each rationalization making the next betrayal less shocking. Javier probably told himself he was just surviving, just doing what was necessary to stay alive in a dangerous world. But these rationalizations are how principles die, how idealistic young revolutionaries become corrupt enforcers for unjust systems. The Mexican Revolution, which is ongoing during the events of Red Dead Redemption in 1911, provides context for Javier's choices and his betrayal of his principles. The revolution was a genuine popular uprising against the Diaz dictatorship and the corrupt officials who served it, a movement that sought land reform, workers' rights, and political freedom. This was exactly the kind of cause that the young Javier had fought for, exactly the kind of revolution he'd risked his life to support. But the older Javier, working for Allende, is on the wrong side of this revolution, is helping to oppress the revolutionaries rather than supporting them. This positioning shows how completely Javier has betrayed his younger self and his principles. He's not just failing to support the revolution, he's actively working against it, using his skills and his violence to help maintain the unjust system the revolutionaries are fighting to overthrow. When John Marston arrives in Mexico and ends up helping various revolutionary factions, he's doing what Javier should be doing, what the young Javier would have done. The contrast between John, the former outlaw who helps the revolutionaries, and Javier, the former revolutionary who works for the corrupt regime, is stark and damning. Javier's fate, whether he's killed by John or captured and taken back to America to face trial, is tragic and somewhat pathetic. This is a man who once had principles and ideals worth fighting for, who once believed in something larger than himself, who once had the courage to risk his life for justice. But through a series of choices and compromises, through misplaced loyalty and fear of being alone, Javier became a hollow shell of his former self, working for people he once would have despised, betraying everything he once believed in. His end, dying or being captured in Mexico while working for a corrupt regime, is a far cry from the heroic revolutionary death he might have imagined for himself as a young man. The question of whether Javier deserves sympathy or condemnation is complicated and doesn't have a clear answer. On one hand, Javier's choices were his own, and he bears responsibility for them. He chose to maintain his loyalty to Dutch even when Dutch was clearly wrong. He chose to betray his friends and his principles. He chose to work for Allende and to help oppress his own people. These choices weren't forced on him. He made them freely, and he deserves to be held accountable for them. On the other hand, Javier's choices were shaped by circumstances and experiences that made them understandable, if not excusable. His experience as a refugee and immigrant made him desperate for belonging. His gratitude to Dutch for saving his life created a sense of obligation that was hard to break. His fear of being alone again made him willing to overlook Dutch's flaws and maintain his loyalty, even when it was clearly wrong. These factors don't excuse Javier's choices, but they help explain them, help us understand why a man who once had principles and ideals ended up betraying everything he believed in. The game's treatment of Javier is somewhat sympathetic, presenting him as a tragic figure rather than a villain. In Red Dead Redemption 2, Javier is shown as a loyal, capable, and generally likable gang member who makes understandable but wrong choices when the gang falls apart. His moment of pointing his gun in the air rather than at Arthur shows that he's conflicted, that he still cares about his friends even as he chooses Dutch over them. This presentation invites players to see Javier as a tragic figure whose loyalty and fear led him to make terrible choices, rather than as a villain who deserves only condemnation. In Red Dead Redemption, Javier is presented more negatively, as a corrupt enforcer working for a brutal regime, as someone who's betrayed his principles and his people. But even here, there's some sympathy in his presentation. Javier's anger at John feels genuine. His sense of betrayal seems real, even if it's somewhat hypocritical. When John confronts Javier, there's a sense of tragedy, of two former friends who've both compromised themselves in different ways, who've both ended up in places their younger selves would have been ashamed of. Javier's story serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of misplaced loyalty and the importance of maintaining principles even when doing so is difficult or costly. Javier's loyalty to Dutch was admirable in some ways, rooted in genuine gratitude and affection. But loyalty to a bad person or a bad cause isn't a virtue, it's a vice. Javier's loyalty prevented him from seeing truth, from doing what was right, from protecting the people he cared about from Dutch's destructive behaviour. If Javier had been willing to question his loyalty, to prioritise his principles and his friendships over his need to belong and his fear of being alone, he might have had a different ending. The contrast between Javier and Arthur is instructive. Both men were loyal to Dutch, both believed in him, and followed him for years. But when Dutch's true nature became undeniable, Arthur chose to break with him, to prioritise doing what was right over maintaining loyalty to a man who didn't deserve it. This choice was painful and costly for Arthur, but it also allowed him to achieve redemption, to become a better man in his final months, to ensure that people he cared about had chances at better lives. Arthur's story shows that it's never too late to do the right thing, that breaking with a bad cause is better than maintaining loyalty to it. Javier made the opposite choice, maintaining his loyalty to Dutch even when Dutch was clearly wrong, even when that loyalty required betraying friends and abandoning principles. This choice allowed Javier to avoid the pain of breaking with Dutch in the short term, but it led to his downfall and disgrace in the long term. Javier's story shows the cost of misplaced loyalty, the danger of valuing belonging over principle, the tragedy of compromising yourself to maintain relationships that aren't worth maintaining. The theme of identity is central to Javier's story. Javier's identity was built around being a revolutionary, then around being a loyal member of the Van der Linde gang, then around being Dutch's follower. Each of these identities gave Javier purpose and belonging, gave him a sense of who he was and what he was fighting for. But each of these identities was also fragile, dependent on external circumstances and relationships rather than on internal principles or values. When the gang fell apart and Dutch's true nature became undeniable, Javier's identity collapsed because it was built on loyalty to Dutch, rather than on any independent sense of self or principle. This fragility of identity is a common human experience, especially for people who've experienced trauma or displacement. Javier's experience as a refugee, fleeing his home and arriving alone in a foreign country, would have been deeply traumatic and would have shaken his sense of identity and belonging. When Dutch offered him a new identity as a member of the gang, Javier embraced it completely, perhaps too completely, building his entire sense of self around this new role in this new family. This made Javier's identity dependent on the gang and on Dutch, which meant that when the gang fell apart, Javier's identity fell apart with it. If Javier had maintained a stronger sense of independent identity, if he'd held on to his revolutionary principles and his sense of self separate from his role in the gang, he might have been able to break with Dutch when Dutch betrayed those principles. But Javier's identity was so completely bound up with being Dutch's loyal follower that breaking with Dutch would have meant destroying his sense of self. This made breaking with Dutch psychologically very difficult, perhaps impossible, even when maintaining loyalty to Dutch required betraying everything Javier once believed in. The question of what Javier could have become if he'd made different choices is poignant and tragic. If Javier had sided with Arthur when the gang split, if he'd broken with Dutch and helped Arthur save John and his family, Javier might have achieved some measure of redemption. He might have maintained his friendships with Arthur and John, might have had some connection to his past and some people who cared about him. He might have returned to Mexico and joined the revolution, fighting for the principles he once believed in rather than working for the corrupt regime he once opposed. But Javier didn't make these choices, and we can only speculate about what might have been. The Javier we see in Red Dead Redemption is a broken man, hollow and corrupt, working for people he once would have despised, betraying everything he once believed in. His end, whether death or capture, is tragic and somewhat pathetic, a far cry from the heroic revolutionary or the loyal gang member he once was. Javier's story is a tragedy of wasted potential, of a man who had principles and ideals and courage, but who lost all of these things through fear and misplaced loyalty. Javier's relationship with his Mexican heritage is complex and evolves throughout his story. As a young revolutionary in Mexico, Javier's Mexican identity was central to who he was and what he fought for. He was fighting for his people, for Mexican peasants and workers who were oppressed by the Diaz dictatorship. His revolutionary activities were an expression of his Mexican identity and his commitment to his people's liberation. When Javier fled Mexico, he lost this connection to his heritage and his people, becoming a refugee and an outsider in a foreign country. Joining the Van der Linde gang gave Javier a new identity and a new sense of belonging, but it also meant further disconnection from his Mexican heritage. The gang was primarily American, operating in American territories, and while Javier maintained his language and his music, he was living in a world that wasn't his own. This disconnection from his heritage might have contributed to Javier's desperate loyalty to the gang, as the gang became his only source of identity and belonging after he'd lost his connection to Mexico and his revolutionary cause. When Javier returns to Mexico after the gang falls apart, it's both a return to his heritage and a betrayal of it. He's back in his homeland, speaking his language, surrounded by his people, but he's working for the very type of corrupt official he once fought against, helping to oppress the people he once tried to liberate. This return to Mexico is hollow, a physical return without any real reconnection to his heritage or his principles. Javier is in Mexico, but he's not of Mexico anymore. He's become something else, something that doesn't belong anywhere. The theme of belonging is central to understanding Javier's choices and his tragedy. Javier's desperate need for belonging, for family and community, drove many of his decisions and ultimately led to his downfall. This need for belonging is understandable and human. We all need connection and community. We all need to feel like we're part of something larger than ourselves. But Javier's need for belonging was so strong, so desperate, that it overrode his principles and his judgment, making him willing to follow Dutch, even when Dutch was clearly wrong, making him willing to betray his friends and his ideals to maintain his place in the gang. This desperation for belonging came from Javier's experiences of loss and displacement. He'd lost his home in Mexico, had been alone and vulnerable in America, had experienced what it was like to be an outsider without protection or community. When Dutch offered him belonging, when the gang became his family, Javier held on to it with desperate intensity, terrified of losing it and being alone again. This fear made Javier vulnerable to manipulation, made him willing to overlook Dutch's flaws and to maintain his loyalty, even when that loyalty required terrible compromises. The tragedy is that Javier's desperate attempt to maintain his belonging ultimately led to him losing it anyway. By choosing Dutch over Arthur and John, by refusing to break with Dutch even when Dutch was clearly wrong, Javier lost the friendships and connections that might have survived the gang's collapse. If Javier had been willing to prioritize his friendships and his principles over his loyalty to Dutch, he might have maintained some connections to his past, some relationships with people who cared about him. But by choosing Dutch, Javier lost everything, ending up alone anyway, working for people who didn't care about him, without friends or family or any real sense of belonging. Javier's story raises questions about the nature of loyalty and when loyalty becomes destructive rather than constructive. Loyalty is generally considered a virtue, a sign of good character and strong relationships. But loyalty can also be destructive when it's given to people or causes that don't deserve it, when it prevents us from seeing truth or doing what's right, when it makes us complicit in harm and injustice. Javier's loyalty to Dutch was destructive in all of these ways, preventing him from seeing Dutch's true nature, preventing him from doing what was right when the gang split, making him complicit in Dutch's betrayal of the gang and abandonment of the people who'd followed him. The question of how to balance loyalty with principle, how to maintain commitments while also being willing to break them when they become destructive, is difficult and doesn't have easy answers. Javier's story suggests that principles should take precedence over loyalty, that we should be willing to break with people or causes when they betray the values they claim to uphold. Arthur's story supports this lesson, showing that breaking with Dutch when Dutch betrayed his principles was the right thing to do, even though it was painful and costly. But the game also shows sympathy for Javier's difficulty in breaking with Dutch, acknowledging that loyalty and belonging are powerful human needs that can't be easily dismissed or overcome. Javier's failure to break with Dutch is presented as tragic rather than simply villainous, as an understandable human failing rather than as pure evil. This nuanced presentation invites players to think about the complexity of loyalty and belonging, about how difficult it can be to break with people or causes we've invested ourselves in, even when breaking with them is clearly the right thing to do. Javier Escuela's story is ultimately about the cost of misplaced loyalty, the danger of building your identity around belonging to a group or following a leader, and the tragedy of betraying your principles to maintain relationships that aren't worth maintaining. Javier started as an idealistic revolutionary fighting for justice in Mexico, became a loyal gang member who believed in Dutch's vision, and ended as a corrupt enforcer working for the very type of regime he once opposed. This transformation wasn't sudden or inevitable. It was the result of choices Javier made, compromises he accepted, principles he abandoned in favor of maintaining his loyalty to Dutch and his place in the gang. The tragedy of Javier's story is that his loyalty, which should have been a virtue, became the mechanism of his destruction. If Javier had been less loyal, if he'd been willing to question Dutch and prioritize his principles over his need for belonging, he might have had a different ending. But Javier's loyalty to Dutch was so complete, so fundamental to his identity, that he couldn't break it, even when breaking it was clearly the right thing to do. The result is a wasted life. A man who once had ideals and courage ending up hollow and corrupt, dying or being captured without dignity or redemption, remembered not as the revolutionary he once was, but as the betrayer he became. Javier's story serves as a warning about the dangers of blind loyalty, about the importance of maintaining independent judgment and principles even when doing so threatens our sense of belonging. It shows that loyalty without principle is not a virtue but a vice, that following someone simply because we're loyal to them rather than because they deserve our loyalty leads to complicity in their crimes and betrayal of our own values. And it shows that the desperate need for belonging, while understandable and human, can make us vulnerable to manipulation and can lead us to betray everything we once believed in. In the end, Javier Escuela is a tragic figure, a man who had potential for greatness but who made choices that led to his downfall. His story is a reminder that our choices matter, that loyalty must be balanced with principle, and that maintaining our integrity and our values is more important than maintaining our place in any group or our loyalty to any leader. Javier's failure to learn these lessons led to his destruction, and his story stands as a cautionary tale about the cost of misplaced loyalty and the importance of having the courage to break with people or causes when they betray the principles they claim to uphold. The legacy of Javier Escuela within the Red Dead Redemption universe is one of tragedy and wasted potential. Among the former members of the Vanderlinde gang, Javier occupies a unique position. He's not as sympathetic as Arthur, who achieved redemption through sacrifice. He's not as villainous as Micah, who was always cruel and self-serving. He's not as pathetic as Bill, whose stupidity and brutality made him easy to condemn. Javier falls somewhere in between, a man who once had principles and ideals but who abandoned them through fear and misplaced loyalty. When players encounter Javier in Red Dead Redemption, 12 years after the gang's collapse, the contrast between who he was and who he's become is stark and painful. The Javier of 1899 was charming, talented, loyal and capable. He had friends who cared about him, skills that were valuable, and at least some connection to his principles and his heritage. The Javier of 1911 is hollow and corrupt, working for people he once would have despised, without real friends or connections, having betrayed everything he once believed in. The transformation is complete and tragic. The confrontation between John and Javier in Red Dead Redemption is one of the game's most emotionally complex moments. These were men who were once brothers, who fought together and trusted each other with their lives. They shared years of experiences, dangers and triumphs. They were part of the same family, bound by loyalty and shared purpose. Now they're on opposite sides, with John hunting Javier to save his own family, and Javier seeing John as a betrayer who sold out to the government. The tragedy is that both men have betrayed their younger selves and their principles in different ways. John is hunting his former friends for the government, doing exactly the kind of work that the Van der Linde gang once opposed. Javier is working for a corrupt Mexican official, helping to oppress the people he once tried to liberate. Both men have compromised themselves. Both have done things that would have shamed their younger selves. But John's compromise is more sympathetic because he's doing it to protect his family, because he has no choice if he wants to save his wife and son. Javier's compromise is less sympathetic because he's doing it for money and security, because he's chosen survival and self-interest over principle. When John finally confronts Javier, the dialogue between them is bitter and accusatory. Javier accuses John of betraying the gang, of selling out to the government, of hunting his former friends. John responds that Javier betrayed himself, that he's working for the very type of corrupt official he once opposed, that he's become everything he once hated. Both accusations are true. Both men have betrayed something important. But Javier's betrayal is more complete and more damning because he's betrayed not just his friends but his principles, not just his past but his entire identity as someone who once fought for justice. The player's choice in how to resolve the confrontation with Javier, whether to kill him or capture him alive, reflects different interpretations of Javier's character and his culpability. Killing Javier can be seen as justice, as giving him the death he probably deserves for his crimes and his betrayals. It's also arguably more merciful than capture, as death is quick while capture means imprisonment and disgrace. Capturing Javier alive can be seen as giving him a chance to face justice through the legal system, or as a crueler punishment that forces him to live with his failures and his shame. The game doesn't specify which choice is canonical, leaving it ambiguous whether Javier dies in Mexico or is captured and imprisoned. This ambiguity is probably intentional, allowing players to decide for themselves what Javier deserves and what kind of ending is most appropriate for his story. Either way, Javier's story ends in defeat and disgrace. Far from the heroic revolutionary or loyal gang member he once was. His end is tragic but also somewhat fitting, the natural consequence of the choices he made and the principles he abandoned. Javier's story also serves as commentary on the nature of revolution and idealism. Javier started as a revolutionary fighting against the Diaz dictatorship in Mexico, believing in justice and freedom for his people. This revolutionary idealism was genuine and admirable, rooted in real experiences of oppression and real desire to make things better. But Javier's revolutionary activities failed, forcing him to flee Mexico and abandon his cause. This failure seems to have broken something in Javier, to have taught him that idealism doesn't work, that principles are luxuries that people in his position can't afford. When Javier joined the Van der Linde gang, he thought he'd found a new cause to believe in, a new way to fight for justice and live according to principles. But Dutch's cause was always more about Dutch's ego than about any real principles, and when the gang fell apart, Javier was left without any cause or principles to guide him. His return to Mexico and his work for Allende represent the complete abandonment of his revolutionary ideals, the acceptance that survival and self-interest are all that matter, that principles and justice are illusions that only fools believe in. This trajectory from idealistic revolutionary to corrupt enforcer is tragic, but also somewhat realistic. Many revolutionaries, when their causes fail, and when they're forced to survive in a hostile world, end up compromising their principles and working for the very systems they once opposed. The process is gradual and insidious, each compromise making the next one easier, each rationalization making the next betrayal less shocking. Javier's story shows how this process works, how someone who once had genuine ideals and courage can end up hollow and corrupt, betraying everything they once believed in. But Javier's story also shows that this trajectory isn't inevitable, that people can maintain their principles even when doing so is difficult or costly. Arthur maintained his principles in his final months, breaking with Dutch and doing what was right, even though it cost him everything. John, despite his compromises, maintains some connection to his principles and his humanity, doing what he must to protect his family, but not losing himself completely in the process. The contrast between these characters and Javier shows that maintaining principles is possible, even in difficult circumstances, that the choices we make matter, and that we bear responsibility for them. Javier's musical talent and his connection to Mexican culture add depth to his character and make his betrayal of his principles more tragic. The songs Javier plays and sings are often about resistance, struggle, love, and loss, themes that connect to his revolutionary past and his experiences as a refugee and immigrant. When Javier plays music in the gang's camps, he's not just entertaining people, he's expressing something about himself, about his heritage and his beliefs. The music is a connection to who he once was, to the idealistic young revolutionary who believed in justice and fought for his people. The fact that Javier continues to play music even after he's betrayed his principles makes his corruption more tragic. The music continues, but it's become hollow, disconnected from any real belief or conviction. Javier is singing songs about resistance while helping to oppress his people, playing music about justice while working for a corrupt regime. The music that once expressed his ideals has become just performance, just entertainment, empty of real meaning. This hollowing out of Javier's music parallels the hollowing out of his character, showing how someone can go through the motions of who they once were, while having lost all substance and conviction. Javier's relationship with his revolutionary past is complex and painful. As a young man in Mexico, Javier's revolutionary activities gave him purpose and identity, made him part of something larger than himself. Fighting against the Diaz dictatorship was dangerous and difficult, but it was also meaningful, rooted in genuine belief that he was fighting for justice and for his people's liberation. When Javier had to flee Mexico, he lost this purpose and this identity, becoming a refugee without a cause or a home. The Van der Linde gang gave Javier a new purpose and a new identity, but it was never quite the same as his revolutionary past. The gang's activities were criminal rather than political, motivated by profit and survival rather than by ideological commitment to justice. Dutch's philosophy about living free and taking from the rich had some superficial similarity to revolutionary ideals, but it lacked the depth and the genuine commitment to social change that characterized real revolutionary movements. Javier probably recognized this difference on some level, but he needed to belong to something, needed to have purpose and community, so he embraced the gang and Dutch's philosophy as a substitute for the revolutionary cause he'd lost. When Javier returns to Mexico and ends up working for Allende, he's in a position to reconnect with his revolutionary past. The Mexican Revolution is ongoing. Genuine revolutionaries are fighting against the corrupt regime that Allende represents. Javier could join them, could return to the cause he once believed in, could fight for his people's liberation like he did as a young man. But Javier doesn't make this choice. Instead, he works for Allende, helping to oppress the revolutionaries, betraying everything his younger self believed in and fought for. This choice shows how completely Javier has abandoned his principles and his ideals. It's not just that he's failed to live up to his revolutionary past, it's that he's actively working against it. Javier would have needed to break with Allende and join the revolutionaries, to return to the cause he once believed in and fight for his people's liberation. He would have needed to acknowledge his betrayal of his principles and work to make amends for it. He would have needed to prioritize doing what was right over his own survival and security. These choices would have been difficult and dangerous, but they were possible, and making them would have allowed Javier to reconnect with his principles and achieve some measure of redemption. But Javier didn't make these choices. He continued working for Allende, continued betraying his principles, continued prioritizing his own survival over justice or integrity. When John came hunting for him, Javier's response was anger and self-justification rather than acknowledgement of his failures or any attempt to make amends. Javier's story ends without redemption, without any return to the principles and ideals that once defined him. He dies or is captured as a corrupt enforcer for a brutal regime, having never reconnected with the revolutionary ideals that once gave his life meaning and purpose. Javier Escuella's complete story, from idealistic revolutionary to loyal gang member to corrupt enforcer, is a tragedy of compromised principles and misplaced loyalty. It shows how someone who starts with genuine ideals and courage can end up betraying everything they once believed in through a series of choices and compromises, each one making the next easier, each one moving further from the person they once were. It shows the danger of building your identity around loyalty to a person or a group rather than around independent principles and values, and it shows that the desperate need for belonging, while understandable and human, can make us vulnerable to manipulation and can lead us to betray our own values and our own best selves. In the end, Javier's story is a warning and a tragedy, a warning about the cost of misplaced loyalty and the importance of maintaining principles even when doing so threatens our sense of belonging. Lenny Summers is 19 years old when he dies. This fact alone is enough to shatter the heart of anyone who pays attention to the Vander Lind gang's roster. While most of the gang members are seasoned outlaws in their 30s and 40s, men and women hardened by decades of violence and betrayal, Lenny is barely out of boyhood. He should be in college. He should be courting a girl at a church social. He should be learning a trade, reading books for pleasure rather than survival, dreaming about a future that extends beyond the next robbery. Instead, he is running with outlaws, sleeping under the stars and waiting for a bullet with his name on it. 19 in 1899 is not the same as 19 in the 21st century. There is no safety net. There is no second chance. There is no gap year to find yourself before settling into adulthood. At 19, you're expected to be a fully formed person, working, married, building a life. But for Lenny, that timeline has been shattered. Instead of building, he is running. Instead of growing roots, he is pulling them up. His youth is being consumed by a life that ages you in dog years, where every shootout, every night sleeping on the ground, every moment of fear carves another year off your life expectancy. The age gap within the gang creates a unique pressure that defines Lenny's experience. He is surrounded by men who have already lived full lives. Arthur has been with Dutch for 20 years, Hosea even longer. These men have accumulated wisdom through scars, through losses, through the slow erosion of idealism. Lenny has none of that armour. He is raw, unformed, still figuring out who he is while simultaneously being asked to kill for a cause he doesn't fully understand. This makes him vulnerable in ways the older members are not. When Dutch gives a speech about freedom and civilization, Arthur can roll his eyes internally and follow orders anyway. Lenny actually believes it. What makes Lenny's youth even more tragic is his intelligence. In an era when literacy rates among African Americans hovered around 50%, a direct consequence of slavery's prohibition against teaching slaves to read, Lenny is not just literate, he is well read. He quotes philosophers, he discusses literature with Hosea, he engages Dutch in debates about politics and morality. This is not a man who stumbled into outlawry because he lacked options. This is a man who could have been anything, a lawyer, a teacher, a writer, a politician, but chose the gun because the world left him no other choice. Think about what this means in context. Lenny's father, who we can assume was born enslaved or born in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War, made educating his son a priority. In a world where black children were often pulled out of makeshift schools to work in fields, where white mobs burned down schoolhouses that educated black students, where literacy itself was a dangerous act of defiance, Lenny's father ensured his son could read. Not just read, but engage with complex ideas, challenge authority, think critically. Every book Lenny opens is a testament to his father's sacrifice. Every debate he has is a continuation of his father's dream for a better future. But intelligence without opportunity is a special kind of torture. Lenny is smart enough to see the hypocrisy in Dutch's philosophy. He is educated enough to know that civilization is not the enemy. Racism is. He is strategic enough to understand that robbing banks will not liberate anyone. But he is also young enough, damaged enough, isolated enough that he needs to believe in something. And so he buries his doubts, adopts Dutch's rhetoric, and becomes a true believer in a cause that will kill him. The game introduces Lenny during the Blackwater aftermath, a new recruit brought in by Dutch during the gang's flight from disaster. His youth is immediately apparent. When he speaks, there is an earnestness in his voice that the older members have long since lost. He believes in the cause. He believes in Dutch. He believes that they are fighting for something more than survival. This idealism is both his greatest strength and his fatal flaw. Unlike Arthur, who has grown cynical through experience, or John, who never believed in the first place, Lenny drinks the Kool-Aid. He sees the Vanderlyn gang as a family, a revolutionary cell, a beacon of hope in a corrupt world. He doesn't yet understand that he is just another body to throw at the Pinkertons, another name to be forgotten when the smoke clears. He calls the older members Mr. Morgan and Mr. Matthews, a formality that speaks to both respect and distance. He defers to their judgment even when his own instincts might be better. He volunteers for dangerous missions to prove himself, to earn his place, to show that he's worth keeping around. This need for validation is heartbreaking because it's so transparent. Lenny is trying to earn love from a family that views love as transactional. The moment he stops being useful, the moment a bullet finds him, that love evaporates. There's also the uncomfortable reality that Lenny joined the gang after Blackwater, which means he came aboard a sinking ship. The other members had years of success, years of family building, years of believing that Dutch's plan might actually work. Lenny joins during the decline, during the panic, during the moment when cracks are already showing. He never experiences the good times that Arthur sometimes reminisces about. His entire tenure with the gang is one long disaster in slow motion, and he mistakes the chaos for normalcy because he has no frame of reference. He is frozen in amber at 19, forever the believer, forever the boy who thought he could change the world with a rifle and a dream. Unlike Arthur, who gets a redemption arc, or John, who gets a second chance at a normal life, Lenny never gets to grow up. He never gets to become disillusioned, never gets to make the choice to leave, never gets to look back and realize he was wrong. He dies in the naive certainty that he was fighting for something righteous, and in a way that makes his death even more tragic than Arthur's slow, painful reckoning with his own complicity. Lenny never reckons. He never knows. He just dies. Lenny's backstory is revealed in fragments, but the core is clear. His father was murdered by racists, and Lenny killed the men responsible. This is the wound that drives him, the trauma that pushed a brilliant young man into a life of crime. His father was killed simply for being black in post-Civil War America. The Reconstruction era promised freedom and equality, but it delivered neither. The 13th Amendment abolished slavery, but it couldn't abolish hate. Black men were lynched for looking at white women the wrong way, for being too successful, for existing in spaces that white society deemed off limits. Lenny's father was likely one of these men, a hard-working, law-abiding citizen who made the fatal mistake of believing that the law would protect him. The details Rockstar gives us about Lenny's father are deliberately sparse, but that sparseness is historically accurate. How many black men were killed in the 1870s and 1880s whose stories were never recorded? How many fathers, sons, brothers were murdered, and the only record of their existence is the grief of the families they left behind? Lenny's father's death is not an exception, it's the rule. It's the everyday violence of Reconstruction's collapse, the casual brutality that white America preferred to forget. When Lenny killed his father's murderers, he crossed a line that American society would never allow him to uncross. A white man could kill in self-defense and walk free. A black man who killed white men, even in righteous vengeance, was a dead man walking. Lenny had no choice but to run. The law would not have been on his side. The courts would not have been fair. He would have been hanged, not as a murderer, but as an example. There would have been no trial, or if there was, it would have been a farce. A room full of white men deciding the fate of a black teenager who had the audacity to demand justice for his father. Think about the psychology of this. Lenny is a teenager when he commits this act. His brain is not fully formed. His sense of morality is still developing, and in the moment when he should be learning right from wrong, learning how society functions, learning how to navigate the world as an adult, he instead learns that the system is irredeemably corrupt, that there is no justice for people who look like him, that violence is the only language power understands. This is not a lesson you recover from. This is a wound that festers for the rest of your life, however short that life may be. Lenny represents the failure of Reconstruction. He is intelligent enough to have thrived in the world Reconstruction promised, a world where black men could be lawyers, doctors, politicians. But he is trapped in the world Reconstruction failed to create, a world where black men are lynched for sport, where education doesn't protect you from racism, where talent means nothing in the face of structural oppression. Let's be specific about what Reconstruction's failure meant. From 1865 to 1877, there was a brief window where it seemed like America might actually honour the promises it made to the 4 million people it had enslaved. The Freedmen's Bureau established schools. Black men voted and held office. There were black congressmen, black sheriffs, black entrepreneurs. For 12 years it looked like change was possible, and then, systematically, violently, it was all taken away. The Compromise of 1877 withdrew federal troops from the South, and without federal protection, white supremacists unleashed a reign of terror. The Ku Klux Klan and similar organizations burned schools, assassinated black leaders, and lynched anyone who dared to assert their rights. Voter suppression laws, poll taxes, literacy tests, all designed to disenfranchise black citizens. By the 1890s, the brief promise of Reconstruction had been replaced by the nightmare of Jim Crow. Segregation became law. Separate but equal became the lie that justified apartheid. And young black men like Lenny, born in this liminal period between promise and betrayal, inherited a world that had briefly opened and then slammed shut. By 1877, Reconstruction was dead, killed by white supremacist violence and northern indifference. The men who killed Lenny's father were likely former Confederates or their sympathizers, emboldened by the rollback of federal protection for black citizens. They killed him because they could, because the law was on their side again, because America had decided that black lives didn't matter. Lenny was born into the ashes of that broken promise. He is old enough to have heard the stories about the brief period when things were better, but young enough that all he has ever known is oppression. This is how Lenny ended up with Dutch van der Linde, a man who promised a world where the colour of your skin didn't determine your worth, where loyalty mattered more than race, where justice was something you took into your own hands. Dutch's pitch to Lenny must have been intoxicating. Here was a white man who claimed to see him as an equal, who valued his intelligence, who offered him a family. For a young man who had just lost his father, who was running from the law, who had nowhere else to go, Dutch was a lifeline. It didn't matter that the lifeline was attached to an anchor, but here is the tragedy within the tragedy. Lenny's act of revenge didn't heal him. It didn't bring his father back. It didn't make the world a safer place for black men. All it did was turn Lenny into the very thing the racists accused all black men of being, a violent criminal. He became the stereotype, not because it was true, but because the system gave him no other option. This is the insidious genius of structural racism. It creates conditions that force people into desperate acts, and then uses those acts as justification for a further oppression. Lenny killed because the system denied him justice, and then the system used his killing as proof that men like him don't deserve justice. Lenny Summers is a black man in 1899 America, and the game does not shy away from what this means. From the moment he steps into a saloon, he is met with suspicion. From the moment he walks down a Saint-Denis street, he is subjected to slurs. The game gives us a mission where Lenny and Arthur take a trolley ride through the city, and it is a masterclass in depicting systemic racism without being preachy. A drunk white man starts harassing Lenny, calling him slurs, demanding he give up his seat. Arthur, to his credit, intervenes, but the intervention itself is revealing. Arthur has to step in because Lenny can't defend himself. If Lenny fights back, he will be arrested, or worse, lynched. If Arthur fights back, he'll get a slap on the wrist. This is the reality of being black in the post-Reconstruction South. The law is not on your side. Violence against you is excused. Your humanity is conditional. Watch how Lenny's body language changes in these moments. His shoulders hunch, his eyes drop. He makes himself smaller, less threatening, trying to disappear into the background. This is survival instinct honed by years of experience. Every black person in 1899 America had to develop a sixth sense for danger, had to learn how to read a room, had to know when to run and when to endure. Lenny has mastered this dance. He can code switch between the intellectual he is in camp and the non-threatening figure he presents to white society. But this constant code switching is exhausting. It's performing a role every waking moment of your life, never being able to relax, never being able to just exist. Lenny handles the racism with remarkable grace. He doesn't explode in anger. He doesn't seek revenge. He just endures. This is survival. He has learned, through painful experience, that fighting back only makes things worse. When the drunk man spits venom, Lenny swallows his pride and stays silent. When the conductor looks at him with disgust, Lenny ignores it. This is the daily humiliation of being a second-class citizen in your own country. It's death by 1,000 cuts, each one small enough that you're expected to ignore it, but cumulatively devastating. But the racism doesn't just come from strangers, it exists within the gang as well. Micah Bell, the gang's resident psychopath, makes several comments that reveal his contempt for Lenny and Charles. He calls them slurs, he questions their loyalty, he treats them as expendable, and while Dutch claims to be above such prejudice, his actions suggest otherwise. When the gang needs someone to take a risk, it's often Lenny or Charles who get volunteered. When the gang is dividing up loot, the lion's share goes to the white members. Dutch's philosophy of equality is just that, philosophy. In practice, the Van der Linde gang is as racist as the society it claims to reject. This is particularly insidious because Dutch uses Lenny and Charles as proof of his progressive values. Look, he can say, "I have black men in my gang. I'm not like those other racists." But true equality isn't just about who you let into your gang. It's about how you treat them once they're there. It's about whether they have equal voice in decisions, equal share of rewards, equal protection from harm. And on all those measures, the Van der Linde gang fails. Lenny is tolerated, but he is not truly equal. There's also the reality that Lenny can never fully relax around the white gang members. With Charles, he can be himself. But with the others, there's always a guardedness, an awareness that one wrong move, one perceived slight, could turn the gang against him. He has to be twice as good to get half the credit. He has to prove his loyalty constantly, whereas white members' loyalty is assumed. This is the exhausting reality of being the diversity hire in any organization, even a criminal one. One of the game's most harrowing missions is Pouring Forth Oil 4, where Lenny is captured by the O'Driscolls and nearly hanged. Arthur rescues him just in time, cutting him down from the noose as the life is being squeezed out of him. The O'Driscolls don't capture Lenny for strategic reasons. They don't interrogate him about Dutch's plans. They don't use him as leverage. They just decide to hang him, immediately, without trial or discussion. This is what happens to black men in this era. They are lynched for sport, for entertainment, because white men have decided that their lives have no value. The noose is not just a method of execution, it's a symbol. Between 1877 and 1950, over 4,000 black Americans were lynched, often for invented crimes or no crime at all. The noose represented white supremacy's ability to kill with impunity, to turn murder into public spectacle, to terrorize entire communities. When the O'Driscolls put that noose around Lenny's neck, they are participating in that history of terror. They are actors in America's longest-running horror show. When Arthur cuts him down, Lenny is shaken in a way we rarely see. He coughs, gasps for air, and for a moment the facade drops. He is not the confident intellectual. He is not the loyal gang member. He's a terrified 19-year-old who just came within seconds of death. His hands are shaking. His voice is hoarse. The rope has left a burn around his neck that will take weeks to heal, a constant reminder of how close he came. Arthur, to his credit, doesn't mock or belittle him. He just helps him up and tells him to get to safety. This is one of the purest moments of friendship in the game. Arthur saves Lenny not because it advances Dutch's plan, but because Lenny is his friend, and friends don't let friends hang. But the trauma of this event lingers. After this mission, if you pay attention, Lenny is quieter, more cautious. He touches his neck sometimes, unconsciously, as if reassuring himself that the rope is gone. He has nightmares. You can hear him crying out in his sleep if you pass his tent at night. He has looked death in the face, felt the rope tighten, felt his feet leave the ground. That is not something you forget. That is not something you recover from. The noose becomes a ghost that follows him for the rest of his short life, a preview of the violent death that all black men in 1899 must fear. If Arthur is Lenny's older brother, then Hosea Matthews is his surrogate father, and Dutch van der Linde is the corrupt prophet who misleads him. These three relationships define Lenny's arc, and understanding them is key to understanding why he dies believing in a lie. But there are others in the gang who shape him as well. Charles Smith, who understands what it means to be a man of colour in a white world, and Sean Maguire, whose death foreshadows Lenny's own. Hosea is the gang's intellectual, the reader, the thinker. He is the one who engages Lenny in philosophical debates. He is the one who lends him books. He is the one who sees Lenny not as a soldier, but as a scholar. In camp conversations, you can overhear Hosea and Lenny discussing literature, and it is clear that Hosea is grooming Lenny to be his intellectual heir. But this relationship is also tinged with sadness. Hosea knows that outlawry is no life for a young man like Lenny. He knows that Lenny's talents are being wasted on stagecoach robberies and shootouts. Watch their conversations carefully. Hosea doesn't just recommend books. He teaches Lenny how to think. He asks Socratic questions. He challenges Lenny's assumptions. He tries, in his quiet way, to make Lenny question Dutch's rhetoric. There are moments where Hosea will say something like, "Dutch makes it sound simple, but the world is more complicated than that," and you can see Lenny struggling with the cognitive dissonance. He respects Hosea too much to dismiss his concerns, but he needs Dutch's certainty too much to fully embrace Hosea's doubts. There are hints in their conversations that Hosea tried to convince Lenny to leave, to pursue a different path. In one particularly heartbreaking exchange, Hosea tells Lenny, "You could do so much more than this." And Lenny, loyal to a fault, responds, "I'm doing what needs to be done." Hosea's face in that moment, the disappointment, the resignation, tells us everything. He knows he's lost this argument. He knows Lenny is going to die with the gang, and he knows there's nothing he can do to stop it. When Hosea dies in St. Denis, Lenny loses his mentor. There is a brief conversation where Lenny mourns Hosea's death, and it is one of the few times we see Lenny's facade crack. He is devastated. Hosea was the one person in the gang who truly understood him. With Hosea gone, Lenny is alone in his intellectualism. The gang's moral centre has died, and Lenny knows it. But he doesn't leave. He stays, because leaving would mean admitting that Hosea was right, that the gang is doomed, that there is no plan. The emotional weight of this loss cannot be overstated. Lenny is 19. He has already lost his father, and now he's lost the only father figure he had left. The grief is compounded by guilt. Guilt that he never told Hosea how much he meant to him. Guilt that he didn't take Hosea's advice to leave. Guilt that he's still here, following Dutch, when everything Hosea warned him about is coming true. In the days after Hosea's death, if you listen to Lenny's camp dialogue, there's a hollowness to his voice. He goes through the motions, he takes orders, he rides out on missions, but the light is gone. He's just waiting now, waiting for the inevitable. Dutch recognizes Lenny's intelligence and uses it to validate his own worldview. He engages Lenny in debates about freedom, civilization, and the nature of progress. On the surface, these conversations appear to be intellectual sparring, but in reality they are manipulation. Dutch doesn't debate Lenny to be challenged. He debates him to mould him. Lenny is young, impressionable, and desperate for a father figure after losing his own. Dutch exploits this. He feeds Lenny quotes from Evelyn Miller, watered-down philosophy that sounds profound but is ultimately hollow. He frames the gang's robberies as acts of resistance against an oppressive system. He convinces Lenny that violence is justified when it serves a higher purpose. And Lenny, brilliant as he is, falls for it. He parrots Dutch's talking points in camp conversations. He defends the gang's actions using the same rhetorical tricks Dutch employs. He has been intellectually colonized by a man who values loyalty over truth. This is Dutch's special skill. He finds damaged people, people desperate for belonging, and he gives them an ideology that makes their pain meaningful. For Lenny, whose father was murdered by an unjust system, Dutch's anti-civilization rhetoric is seductive. It reframes Lenny's trauma as political awakening. It makes his anger feel righteous. But there are cracks. After Hosea's death, when Dutch becomes more erratic, Lenny starts asking harder questions. He pushes back gently on the contradictions in Dutch's philosophy. There's a camp conversation where Lenny asks, "But Dutch, if we're fighting for people's freedom, why are we robbing banks that hold poor people's money?" And Dutch sidesteps the question with more rhetoric, but you can see Lenny's face. He knows he's been given a non-answer. The problem is, by this point, Lenny has invested too much in the gang to leave. To admit Dutch is wrong would mean admitting his entire life since his father's death has been a waste. So he stays, even as doubt begins to creep in. He stays until a bullet makes the decision for him. Lenny Summers and Charles Smith rarely interact directly in the game, but their shared experience as men of colour in a predominantly white gang creates an unspoken bond. They are the only two members who fully understand what it means to navigate a world that has decided before you even open your mouth that you are less than human. There is a moment in camp where Lenny and Charles have a brief conversation about their experiences with racism. It is easy to miss, tucked away in the ambient dialogue, but it is heartbreaking. Lenny asks Charles how he deals with it. The slurs, the stares, the constant reminder that you are different. Charles's answer is simple: you endure. This conversation reveals something crucial about both men. Charles is older, more reserved, more resigned to the reality of his situation. He has learned to survive by making himself indispensable. He hunts, he fights, he does the dirty work without complaint. He has armoured himself in stoicism. Lenny, by contrast, still has hope. He still believes that intelligence, education and loyalty can earn him respect. He hasn't yet learned Charles's lesson, that in 1899 America, no amount of excellence will make you equal. What makes their relationship even more poignant is what happens after Lenny dies. Charles is one of the few gang members who explicitly mourns him. In a conversation with Arthur, Charles says that Lenny didn't deserve this, and there is real grief in his voice. Charles understood Lenny in a way the others couldn't. They are both outsiders in their own gang, tolerated but never truly accepted. When Lenny dies, Charles loses the only person who truly knew what he was going through. The loneliness that follows is crushing. Charles carries that loneliness all the way to the end of the game and beyond. Sean Maguire and Lenny Summers are the gang's two youngest adult members, but they couldn't be more different. Sean is loud, reckless, and perpetually drunk. Lenny is quiet, careful, and perpetually sober. Sean is all-laid, acting on impulse. Lenny is all superego, thinking before he acts. They are opposites, and yet they are bound together by their youth and their shared fate. Both will die before they turn 21. Sean's death comes first. He's sudden headshot in Rhodes that leaves the gang reeling. Lenny is one of the few characters who explicitly mourns him. In a campfire conversation, Lenny talks about how Sean didn't deserve it, how he was just a kid. This is revealing. Lenny sees himself in Sean, another young man dragged into outlawry, another life cut short. Sean's death is a preview of Lenny's own, and on some level, Lenny knows it. After Sean dies, Lenny becomes more cautious, more paranoid. He checks his surroundings more often. He sleeps with his gun closer. He knows that death can come at any moment, for any reason, without warning. What makes their dynamic even more impactful is how they complement each other. Sean provides the levity that Lenny can't. Lenny provides the seriousness that Sean won't. Together they represent the full spectrum of youth, the joy and the gravitas, the recklessness and the caution. When Sean dies, the gang loses its laughter. When Lenny dies shortly after, the gang loses its conscience. The two deaths taken together mark the end of the gang's youth. Everyone left behind is a hardened adult, scarred and cynical. The boys are gone, and with them, any pretense that the gang is anything other than a death cult. But if there is one relationship that truly reveals Lenny's character, it's his friendship with Arthur Morgan. One of the most beloved missions in Red Dead Redemption 2 is A Quiet Time, where Arthur and Lenny get drunk in a Valentine saloon and stumble through a surreal, hilarious adventure. The mission is a masterclass in game design. The distorted visuals, the slurred dialogue, the moment where Arthur yells Lenny while searching for his young friend. But it's also a window into one of the game's most underappreciated relationships. Arthur Morgan is not an easy man to like. He is gruff, violent, and emotionally shut down. He has spent decades as Dutch's enforcer, doing terrible things and burying his guilt under layers of cynicism. But with Lenny, Arthur softens. He sees the kid as a younger brother, someone worth protecting, someone who still has a chance. Arthur doesn't get drunk with just anyone. He doesn't let his guard down. But with Lenny, he does. This tells us everything we need to know about how much Arthur values him. The mission begins with Arthur and Lenny sitting at the bar in Valentine, drinking whiskey and talking about nothing in particular. Already this is significant. Arthur doesn't socialize. He drinks alone, broods alone, kills alone. For him to invite Lenny for a drink means he sees something in the kid worth protecting. The conversation they have is light. Lenny talks about his life, his dreams, his fears, and Arthur listens, really listens. He doesn't interrupt. He doesn't mock. He just nods and drinks and lets Lenny talk. For a man as emotionally shut down as Arthur, this is intimacy. This is Arthur saying without words, "You matter to me." There's a beautiful moment early in the mission where Lenny is talking about wanting to see the world, to travel, to experience life beyond the gang. And Arthur, who knows the gang is doomed, who knows that Lenny is probably going to die, doesn't crush that dream. He doesn't say, "Kid, you're never leaving this life." He just nods and says, "You should. You deserve it." It's a lie, but it's a kind lie. It's Arthur giving Lenny one night where he can believe in a future that will never come. Then the alcohol kicks in. The screen starts to blur. The controls become sluggish. Arthur stumbles around the saloon, searching for Lenny, yelling, "Lenny!" in a slurred shout that has become one of the most memed moments in gaming history. But beneath the humour is vulnerability. Arthur is lost. He needs Lenny. And when he finally finds him, there is relief. The game turns this into comedy. The two of them laughing, dancing, causing chaos, but it's also deeply sad. This is Arthur at his most human, his most vulnerable. And it's only possible because Lenny makes him feel safe. The distorted visuals are intentional and multi-layered. At various points, everyone in the saloon looks like Lenny. The bartender is Lenny, the piano player is Lenny. Even Arthur himself, when he looks in the mirror, is Lenny. This is not just a drunk hallucination. It is Arthur's subconscious revealing something crucial. Lenny has gotten under his skin. Arthur sees himself in Lenny, the younger version of himself, the version that still had hope. The visual metaphor is brilliant. Arthur is searching for Lenny, but he's also searching for his lost youth, his lost innocence, his lost chance to be better. There's another layer to this. The game is showing us that Arthur wants to be Lenny. He wants to believe in something again. He wants to have dreams. He wants to look at the world with Lenny's optimism. For a few drunken hours, by literally becoming Lenny in the mirror, Arthur gets to experience what it's like to not be broken. And that's why the mission hurts so much in retrospect. It's Arthur's last night of genuine joy. The next time he searches for Lenny, screaming his name, it will be in horror, not laughter. The mission ends with Arthur and Lenny stumbling out of the saloon, laughing arm in arm. It is one of the few moments of pure joy in the entire game. They're sloppy, happy, free. For one night, they're not outlaws. They're just two friends who had too much to drink. But it is also foreshadowing. The next time Arthur will search for Lenny, screaming his name, it will be in the chaos of Shady Bell, and Lenny won't answer. The laughter will be replaced by gunfire. The joy will be replaced by grief. Rockstar Games gave us this perfect moment of happiness so that the loss would hurt more. And it works. Every single time. Lenny Summers is one of the few gang members who can read. And he doesn't just read, he devours literature. In camp conversations, he mentions authors and philosophers that most outlaws wouldn't recognize. He talks about Evelyn Miller, the same writer Dutch obsesses over, but where Dutch uses Miller to justify his actions, Lenny engages with the ideas critically. The significance of Lenny's literacy cannot be overstated. For Lenny to be not just literate but well-read means that someone, likely his father, prioritized his education despite the enormous barriers. Every book Lenny reads is an act of resistance. Every philosophical debate he engages in is a middle finger to a society that wanted to keep him ignorant and subservient. Education in 1899 for a black child was not just difficult, it was dangerous. Schools were underfunded, often just one-room shacks with second-hand books. Teachers were rare and underpaid, and the white community actively opposed black education. Schools were burned, teachers were threatened, children were pulled out to work in fields because their labour was more valuable to the family than their potential. For Lenny's father to prioritise education in this environment meant sacrifice. Financial, social, physical. It meant believing in a future that might never come. And it worked. Lenny became exactly what his father hoped he would be. Intelligent, articulate, capable of critical thought. He can discuss philosophy with Hosea, referencing Kant and Locke. He can debate politics with Dutch, pointing out logical fallacies. He can write, though we never see his writing. Other gang members mention that his handwriting is impeccable, that he helps them compose letters to family. This young man, barely 19, has the intellectual tools to succeed anywhere. Law school would have accepted him, if only the system allowed it. Universities would have admitted him, if only they weren't segregated. Publishing houses would have published his work, if only they looked at the ideas instead of the colour of the author's hand. But reading also isolates Lenny. He exists in a strange liminal space within the gang. He's too educated to bond with the likes of Bill or Micah, who see books as useless. But he is too young and too black to be fully accepted by the gang's intellectual elite, Dutch and Hosea. So Lenny reads alone. He sits by the campfire, book in hand, while the others drink and gamble. He finishes chapters while others play poker. He annotates margins while others tell stories. The books are his companions, but they are also his escape. When the world becomes too brutal, when the violence becomes too much, Lenny opens a book and enters a different reality. In this way, reading is both his greatest strength and his coping mechanism. It keeps him sane, but it also keeps him disconnected from the harsh truth of his situation. And what is he reading? We know he's read Evelyn Miller, the fictitious philosopher that Dutch worships. We know he's familiar with classical philosophy. He makes references to ancient Greek ideas in his camp conversations. We can assume he's read Frederick Douglass, the former slave who taught himself to read and became one of America's greatest orators. These are not light reads. These are dense, challenging texts that require focus and intelligence. Lenny is engaging with ideas at collegiate level, while most of his peers can barely write their own names. Unlike Arthur, whose journal we can read, Lenny's inner thoughts remain a mystery. We never get to see what he writes, what he truly thinks about the gang, about Dutch, about his place in a world that hates him. This absence is telling. Lenny is the intellectual voice that is never heard, the writer whose story was never written. Imagine what Lenny's journal would contain. Entry about missing his father, the ache that never fully heals, the conversations he wishes he could still have. Reflections on the books he's reading. How Douglas's escape from slavery mirrors his own flight from justice. How philosophical concepts of freedom ring hollow when you're sleeping in mud. doubts about Dutch's plan that he can't voice aloud, the growing realization that robbing trains won't liberate anyone, that Dutch's speeches are beautiful but empty, observations about the racism he faces daily, the casual cruelty of Micah, the performative progressivism of Dutch, the exhausting code switching required to survive. Maybe there are poems in that unwritten journal. Lenny strikes me as someone who would try his hand at verse, who would attempt to capture in metre and rhyme the inexpressible grief of being young and brilliant and doomed. Maybe there are political essays, arguments for why Reconstruction failed and how it could be revived. Maybe there are love letters to a girl he met once, a girl he never had time to court because he was too busy running. All of these thoughts, all of these words died with Lenny on that staircase. His journal, if it existed, was left behind in the chaos of Shady Bell. It was burned, or looted, or buried in mud. The ideas that could have changed minds, the stories that could have preserved history, the insights that could have illuminated an era, all gone. This is the tragedy of the unwritten book. It's not just that Lenny died, it's that his voice was silenced before he could speak. Lenny's skills extend beyond literacy. For all his intellectualism, Lenny is also a damn good shot. During the St. Denis bank robbery, Lenny holds his own against waves of Pinkertons. During the various gang shootouts, Lenny's kill count rivals that of the older members. This raises an uncomfortable question. How did 19-year-old Scholar become so proficient at killing? The answer, of course, is trauma and necessity. Lenny didn't learn to shoot for sport. He learned because his father's murderers needed to die, and the law wasn't going to do it for him. He learned because joining the Van der Linde gang meant learning how to survive gunfights. Every bullet Lenny fires is continuation of the violence that began the day his father was murdered. He is stuck in a cycle he doesn't know how to escape. Watch Lenny in combat. He's methodical, not reckless like Sean. He uses cover effectively. He reloads quickly. He doesn't waste ammunition shooting wildly. Every shot is calculated, aimed, intentional. This is the marksmanship of someone who has been trained, or who has trained himself through brutal trial and error. Lenny has the reflexes of a natural gunfighter, which makes his potential as an intellectual even more tragic. He could have been a lawyer with those analytical skills. He could have been a surgeon with that hand-eye coordination. Instead, he's using those gifts to kill other young men who also had no choice but to pick up a gun. But what's truly devastating is the contrast between Lenny's skill and his fate. He is good enough to survive dozens of shootouts. He is fast enough to outdraw lawmen and rival gang members. He is smart enough to position himself correctly, to use cover, to reload efficiently. And yet, in the end, none of it matters. A nameless Pinkerton fires a nameless bullet, and Lenny Summers dies on a staircase. All that skill, all that training, all that survival, it ends in an instant. This is the cruelty of gun violence. It doesn't matter how good you are. It only takes one bullet, one moment of bad luck, and you're gone. The irony is that Lenny's death is statistically inevitable. The more gunfights you survive, the closer you get to the one you won't walk away from. Lenny survived shootout after shootout, defying the odds every time, until the odds caught up with him. He was always going to die. The only question was when. Lenny Summers has no love interest in Red Dead Redemption 2. Unlike Arthur, John, or even Javier, Lenny's romantic life is completely absent from the narrative. This isn't an oversight. It's a deliberate choice that reveals something about his character and his fate. Lenny is too young and too focused on survival to pursue romance. He is 19, an age when most young men are falling in love for the first time, but Lenny has no time for it. He is too busy proving himself to the gang, too busy avenging his father, too busy staying alive in a world that wants him dead. But the absence of romance also speaks to what has been stolen from Lenny. In a normal life, a 19-year-old would be courting someone. He'd be nervous around girls. He'd be writing awkward love notes. He'd be daydreaming about a future with a partner, about marriage, about children. Lenny has none of this. The trauma of his father's death and the violence of his life have robbed him of the ability to be vulnerable in that way. Romance requires safety, requires the belief in a future, requires the emotional bandwidth to think about someone else's needs. Lenny has none of those things. Imagine an alternate timeline where Lenny meets a girl, a teacher in St. Denis maybe, or a shopkeeper's daughter, a woman who sees past the outlaw exterior to the brilliant young man beneath. They flirt tentatively. She lends him books. He writes her letters when he's on the road. They talk about leaving, about building a life together somewhere the law won't find him. This timeline ends in one of two ways. Either Lenny leaves the gang for her, and Dutch orders Arthur to hunt him down for betrayal, or Lenny stays with the gang, and she waits for him in St. Denis, and one day he just doesn't come back. Either way, it's tragic. By denying Lenny a love interest, Rockstar flattens him slightly. We never get to see his capacity for tenderness. We never get to see him stumbling over words, nervous and smitten. We never get to see him make someone else happy. His humanity is constrained to the intellectual and the violent. The romantic, the soft, the hopeful, those parts are erased. When Lenny dies, he dies alone in every sense of the word. No lover mourns him. No children carry on his legacy. No romantic subplot gives his death extra weight. He's just a kid on a staircase, and the girl he might have loved will never know his name. This is the cruelest cut of all. Not just that he dies young, but that he dies without ever experiencing the kind of love that makes life worth living. If Lenny Summers had lived, if he had somehow escaped the gang and the violence and the inevitable bullet, what could he have become? This question haunts anyone who pays attention to his character. The answer is both inspiring and devastating. He could have been anything. He could have been a lawyer. Imagine Lenny in 1910, having survived the gang's collapse, studying law under the mentorship of a progressive attorney who saw his potential. Imagine him passing the bar against all odds, becoming one of the few black lawyers in America. He would have specialized in civil rights, defending black men falsely accused of crimes, fighting against the Jim Crow laws that were tightening their grip on the South. He would have worn a suit instead of gun holsters. He would have argued in courtrooms instead of firing in shootouts. His weapon would have been words, not bullets. And he would have been brilliant at it. His analytical mind, his rhetorical skills, his understanding of injustice from personal experience, all of it would have made him a formidable advocate. He could have been a writer. Imagine Lenny chronicling the outlaw life, but with literacy and insight that few possessed. He could have written the definitive account of what it meant to be young, black, and running from the law in 1899. He could have become the next Frederick Douglass, a voice for the voiceless. His book would have been taught in schools. His essays would have been published in newspapers. His voice would have reached people across the country, challenging them to see black humanity, to reckon with America's original sins. Or maybe he becomes a teacher. He returns to the South, opens a school for black children in defiance of segregationist policies. He teaches them to read, to think, to question. He becomes the father figure to dozens of children who have lost their own fathers to violence, to illness, to the grinding poverty of the post-Reconstruction era. He doesn't make much money. He lives simply. But every child he educates is a victory against the system that tried to keep black people ignorant. Or perhaps, in a more radical timeline, Lenny become an activist. He joins the early civil rights movement, the organizations forming to fight back against disenfranchisement and terror. He organizes voter registration drives. He leads protests against lynching. He speaks at rallies, his voice ringing with the passion of someone who has lost everything and has nothing left to fear. He is arrested repeatedly. He is beaten. But he doesn't stop. And maybe, just maybe, his work plants seeds that will bloom decades later in the civil rights movement of the 1960s. All of these futures were possible. Lenny had the intelligence, the passion, the courage. What he didn't have was opportunity. What he didn't have was a world willing to let a young black man thrive. What he didn't have was time. In literature and history, the intellectual martyr is a common archetype. The brilliant mind cut down before their time, their ideas dying with them. Socrates drinking hemlock. Hypatia murdered by a mob in Alexandria. The countless scholars burned at the stake for heresy. Lenny Summers belongs to this tradition, a young intellectual killed not necessarily for what he did, but for what he represented, the possibility of change. Lenny's education makes him dangerous in 1899 America. A literate black man who can quote philosophy and debate politics is a threat to the social order. He is proof that the racist ideology of black inferiority is a lie. He is a walking refutation of every claim that black people are intellectually lesser. The system that killed his father is the same system that will eventually kill him, not because of any crime he committed, but because men like him cannot be allowed to exist. The Pinkertons who raid Shady Belle aren't just after Dutch's gang. In Lenny, they're erasing the idea that men like him could exist on their own terms, outside the rigid hierarchies of race and class. But what makes Lenny's martyrdom particularly cruel is that it's accidental. He doesn't die making a grand statement. He doesn't die defending an ideal. He dies because he was standing on the wrong staircase at the wrong time. His death has no meaning, no purpose, no legacy. He is an intellectual martyr without a cause, which is perhaps the saddest kind of martyr there is. The game never acknowledges this dimension of Lenny's character explicitly, but it's there in the subtext. Every book he reads is an act of resistance. Every debate with Dutch is a challenge to authority. Every day he survives in a world designed to crush him is a victory. And when he dies, that resistance dies with him. The gang becomes dumber, crueler, more violent after his death. The intellectual tradition, the part that asked questions, that demanded answers, that believed in something beyond survival, dies on that staircase with Lenny Summers. If Lenny had lived, if he had escaped the gang and written his memoir, it would have been a document of resistance. It would have shown the world that black men in 1899 were not what the dominant narrative claimed. They were human, complex, brilliant, worthy. But Lenny never got to write that book. His story remains untold, his voice remains unheard, and that silence is its own form of violence. Lenny Summers dies on a staircase in Shady Belle during a Pinkerton raid. There is no dramatic cut scene. There is no final speech. One moment he is covering the gang's retreat. and the next moment he is dead, shot by a nameless enemy we never see. His body crumples on the stairs and the mission continues. If you're not paying attention, you might not even notice that he is gone. Let's talk about how this death happens. The gang is escaping Shady Bell. The Pinkertons have found them. There's gunfire everywhere, windows shattering, bullets ricocheting off walls, people screaming. In the chaos, Lenny is doing what he always does, his job. He's providing covering fire so others can escape. He's not running for himself. He's making sure the gang gets out. This is Lenny's character in a nutshell. Loyal to the end, putting others before himself, and then he's gone. A bullet finds him. We don't see the shooter. We don't see the bullet. We just see Lenny fall. His body crumples mid-step, tumbling down the staircase like a rag doll. There's no slow-motion death scene. There's no meaningful last words. There's just a young man falling, and then stillness. If you're playing Arthur, you might not even notice immediately. You're too busy shooting, too busy running. It's only when the dust settles that Arthur realizes Lenny isn't following, and by then, it's too late. The staircase is not accidental. It represents Lenny's entire life, a constant state of in-between. He is between boyhood and manhood, between slavery's legacy and freedom's promise, between intellectualism and violence. He is climbing towards something, striving for something, but he never reaches it. The bullet catches him mid-step and he falls. He will never make it to the top. This is the perfect metaphor for Lenny's wasted potential. He was climbing. He was trying. He had the ability, the intelligence, the drive. But the world wouldn't let him reach the summit. The staircase is also liminal space, a place of transition, a place where you're vulnerable. You're not in a room where you can fortify yourself. You're exposed, moving, unbalanced. Lenny dies in this vulnerability, which reflects how he lived. He was always exposed, always vulnerable, as a young black man in a white gang in a racist country. He had no safe space. The staircase is just the physical manifestation of that reality. He spent his entire life on the stairs, caught between worlds, and he died before he could reach solid ground. Think about what goes through his mind in those final seconds. Does he know he's been shot? Sometimes gunshot victims don't realize it immediately. The adrenaline masks the pain. Maybe Lenny feels the impact, looks down, sees the blood spreading across his shirt and thinks, "No, not yet. I'm not ready." Maybe he tries to call out for help, but his lungs won't work. Maybe he thinks about his father, about Hosea, about all the people he's failed to save. Or maybe there's no time for thought at all. Maybe the bullet severs his spine, and it's just instant darkness. This is the most heartbreaking thing about Lenny's death. It is meaningless. He doesn't die saving someone. He doesn't die for a cause. He doesn't even die in a blaze of glory. He dies because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time, because a bullet found him before he could find cover, because luck, which had carried him through dozens of gunfights, finally ran out. There's no poetry to it. There's no justice. It's just random, stupid, wasteful violence. The gang's reaction to his death is equally devastating. There is no funeral. There is no eulogy. Arthur has a brief line of dialogue mourning him, something like, "Lenny, God damn it." And then they have to keep moving. They're in the middle of being hunted. They don't have time to grieve. They barely have time to register that he's gone. Lenny's body is left behind on that staircase and the gang flees into the night. Later, they'll bury him. The game doesn't show us this moment, but we know it happens because we can find the grave. But even the burial is cursory, rushed. They put him in the ground next to Hosea in the swamp, not because it's a beautiful resting place, but because it's convenient. There's no gravestone, just a simple wooden cross that will rot away within a few years. No one says words over the grave. No one cries, or if they do, we don't see it. The gang has learned to compartmentalize death. You mourn for 5 minutes, and then you move on, because if you don't, the grief will kill you faster than the Pinkertons. What makes Lenny's death even more tragic is the timing. He dies in Chapter 4, long before the gang's ultimate collapse. He doesn't get to see Micah's betrayal revealed. He doesn't get to see Dutch's descent into complete madness. He doesn't get to make the choice that Arthur and John eventually make, to leave, to change, to try to be better. Lenny dies still believing in the dream, which means he dies a fool. But isn't that the most tragic death of all? To die for a lie you never stopped believing in? Arthur survives long enough to see through Dutch's bullshit. He gets his moment of clarity, his chance to say, "I gave you all I had." John gets a second chance at life, a chance to build something with Abigail and Jack. But Lenny never gets that arc. He never becomes disillusioned. He never questions Dutch in a way that matters. He dies in the naive certainty that he was fighting for something righteous. And in a way, maybe that's crueler than a slow, painful reckoning. Lenny dies without ever knowing that he wasted his life. Let's compare Lenny's death to the other major deaths in the game. Hosea dies in St. Denis, executed by the Pinkertons during the bank robbery. It's a dramatic moment. A cut scene, a close-up on his face, Dutch screaming his name. The game pauses to let you feel the weight of it. Hosea was a father figure to the gang, and his death is treated as the turning point, the moment when everything starts to collapse. Sean dies in Rhodes, shot in the head mid-sentence. It's shocking because of how sudden it is. 1 second he's talking, the next his brains are on the ground. But even Sean's death gets a cutscene. Even Sean gets a moment where the game forces you to stop and process what just happened. Kieran's death is horrific. Decapitated, his headless corpse dumped in camp. The game lingers on the horror of it, showing you the body, making you confront the brutality. But Lenny gets none of that. His death is almost accidental from a narrative perspective. It happens in the chaos of the mission. There's no cutscene. There's no close-up. You might not even realize he's dead until the mission ends and the game tells you. This isn't laziness on Rockstar's part. This is a deliberate choice. Lenny's death is meant to feel disposable, forgettable, meaningless. Because that's how the world saw him. That's how the gang treats him, despite all their talk of family. When Lenny dies, he doesn't get the hero's send-off. He gets the death of a foot soldier. He gets forgotten. And yet, in the forgetting, there's a different kind of tragedy. Sean's death is shocking, but we process it quickly, because the game helps us process it. Hosier's death is devastating, but we're given time to mourn. Lenny's death sneaks up on you. It's only later, when you're riding away from Shady Belle, that it hits you. Lenny is gone. The kid who was laughing with Arthur in the saloon. The intellectual who was going to do great things. The 19-year-old who deserved so much better. He's gone, and you didn't even get to say goodbye. There's also the cruel irony that Lenny survived so much only to die here. He survived the O'Driscoll hanging. He survived the Rhodes shootout that killed Sean. He survived the St. Denis bank robbery that killed Hosea. He was good enough, skilled enough, lucky enough to make it through all of that. And then a random bullet from a random Pinkerton ends it all. This is the lottery of violence. It doesn't matter how skilled you are. It doesn't matter how careful you are. All it takes is one bullet, 1 second of bad luck, and you're done. In the immediate aftermath, Arthur is the only one who seems genuinely shaken. You can hear it in Roger Clark's voice acting, the way Arthur says Lenny's name, the grief underneath the anger. Arthur cared about Lenny. He saw himself in the kid, and now Lenny is gone, and Arthur couldn't save him. This will haunt Arthur for the rest of his life. When Arthur is dying on the mountain, does he think about Lenny? Does he see the kid's face among all the other ghosts? We don't know, but we can imagine. The other gang members barely react. Dutch gives a cursory acknowledgement. We lost good people today, but he's more focused on the fact that they had to abandon their camp. Micah probably doesn't care at all. Bill might feel something, but he won't show it. The women of the gang, Susan, Sadie, Abigail, they might mourn privately, but we don't. We see it. Charles grieves, we know that from his later conversation with Arthur. But even Charles's grief is quiet, contained. The gang has no room for prolonged mourning. They have to keep moving, and that's the final insult. Lenny Summers dies, and the world doesn't stop. The mission continues. The gang keeps running. The Pinkertons keep hunting. The cycle of violence grinds on, indifferent to one more dead kid. Lenny is gone, but nothing changes. His death doesn't inspire reformation. It doesn't wake anyone up. It's just another name added to the list of casualties, another reminder that the Van der Linde gang is doomed. Lenny is buried next to Hosea in the swamp, far away from the open plains he dreamed of. But while John Marston visits Arthur's grave with reverence, Lenny's resting place feels like an afterthought of the narrative. He is buried in the mud, in the same place where he died, left behind as the gang fled. While we can visit the grave for a trophy, the story itself seems to leave him there. John never speaks his name in the epilogue. The grave exists, but the memory is gone. Lenny's grave is a metaphor for the erasure of black lives in American history. How many young black men died in the post-Reconstruction South, their deaths unrecorded, their names forgotten? How many Lennys were buried in unmarked graves, or worse, left to rot where they fell, their potential wasted, their stories untold? The game gives us a grave, but it feels like the bare minimum. A wooden cross in swamp mud. No epitaph. No flowers. Nothing to indicate that this was a brilliant young man who deserved so much more than he got. The location of the grave is telling. It's in Shady Bell's swamp, a place of decay, of things rotting in stagnant water. Not the mountains where Arthur is buried, with a view of the sunrise. Not even a proper cemetery. Just mud and mosquitoes and the smell of decomposition. This is where Lenny ends up. This is his final resting place. And while we can visit it as players, the narrative itself forgets him almost immediately. But the lack of proper commemoration also robs the player of closure. We can visit Arthur's grave on the mountain, and the game gives us a beautiful, melancholy moment. The sunrise, the view, the sense that Arthur found peace. We can visit Hosea's grave in St. Denis, pay our respects to the gang's conscience. We can even visit Sean's grave. But Lenny. Visiting Lenny's grave feels hollow because the game itself doesn't seem to care. There's no special dialogue. There's no moment of reflection. It's just there. A checkbox for completionists, The final insult to a character who deserved so much better. If you pay attention during the epilogue, John Marston never mentions Lenny. Not once. In the entire epilogue, hours of gameplay, dozens of conversations, John does not say Lenny's name. This is deliberate erasure, and it is devastating in its completeness. John talks about Arthur constantly. He remembers Hosea with fondness. He even mentions Sean occasionally. But Lenny, it's as if he never existed. This could be interpreted charitably. Maybe John is trying to forget the trauma, trying to build a new life by putting the past behind him. But it could also be interpreted darkly. Lenny never mattered to John in the first place. John and Lenny don't have a strong relationship in the game. They're not enemies, but they're not friends either. John is too self-absorbed, too focused on his own family, his own survival, to notice the quiet intellectual who died on a staircase. Lenny was just another gang member, and when he died, John didn't lose anything personally valuable. This erasure extends to the broader narrative. After Lenny's death, the game never brings him up again in a meaningful way. No one reflects on his potential. No one wonders what he could have become. No one even argues about who's going to read the books he left behind. He is forgotten completely, as if he was never part of the gang at all. The people who get remembered are the people who are useful, the people who are dramatic, the people whose death served a narrative purpose. Lenny's death served no purpose, so he gets no remembrance. This is the most brutal commentary the game makes about the value of life in the Van der Linde gang, and by extension, the value of black lives in 1899 America. You're worth remembering only if you die the right way, if your death is spectacular, tragic, meaningful. If you die quietly, if you die as a footnote, you are erased. Lenny Summers is erased from his own story. And this erasure, this forgetting, is its own form of violence. The Lenny shout from A Quiet Time has become one of the most iconic moments in gaming history. It's been memed to death. Players dress up as drunk Arthur for Halloween. They create remix videos, TikToks, entire compilations of Arthur stumbling around shouting Lenny. It's been parodied, celebrated, quoted endlessly. And yet, there's a deep and painful irony here. Lenny Summers is remembered primarily for a drunk scene, not for his intelligence, his trauma, or his wasted potential. This is both beautiful and heartbreaking. On one hand, it means Lenny isn't forgotten. The meme ensures that his name lives on, that new players will always experience that moment of drunken joy. Players who never even finish the game know about Lenny. It's become part of gaming culture. In this way, Lenny achieved a kind of immortality that the real Lenny, the character, never could. Millions of people know his name. Millions of people have screamed it while laughing. But on the other hand, it reduces him to a punchline. The young intellectual who could have been a lawyer or a writer is now best known as the guy Arthur drunkenly searches for in a saloon. He's not remembered for his debates with Dutch. He's not remembered for surviving a hanging. He's not remembered for his father's murder or his quest for justice. He's remembered for a comedy mission. It's the digital equivalent of an unmarked grave. You're remembered, but not for the right reasons. The irony deepens and the tragedy sharpens when you realise what comes next. The next time Arthur screams Lenny, it will be in Shady Bell, in the chaos, in genuine anguish. He'll be searching for Lenny's body, not his friend. The comedy mission becomes unbearable tragedy. Every time someone memes Lenny, they're participating unknowingly in a memorial for a character who deserved to be remembered for so much more. And maybe that's fitting. Maybe the meme is the only memorial Lenny gets because the game itself won't give him one. Players remember him even if John Marston doesn't. The meme becomes his headstone, crude and imperfect, but better than nothing. Lenny, shouted into the void by millions of players, becomes a kind of prayer, a refusal to let him disappear completely. It's not the legacy he deserved, but it's the legacy he got. There's also something to be said about how players who've never analysed Lenny deeply still feel the loss. They might not be able to articulate why his death hurts, but it does. Maybe it's because the game gave us that one perfect night of friendship. Maybe it's because he was so young. Maybe it's because his death feels so random, so preventable, so wasteful. Even casual players feel it when Lenny dies. They might not cry, but they notice. They feel the absence. And in a game where death is constant, where you kill dozens of nameless enemies every mission, the fact that Lenny's death registers at all is significant. For players who pay attention, who listen to his camp conversations, who think about what his character represents, Lenny's story is devastating. He represents the cost of systemic racism. He represents the tragedy of wasted potential. He represents all the young people who never got the chance to become who they could have been. His story is about how talent and intelligence and goodness are not enough to save you in a world designed to crush you. And that's a message that resonates far beyond the game itself. Lenny also represents something crucial about Arthur's redemption arc, or rather, the limits of it. Arthur can save John. He can save Abigail and Jack. He can even help Sadie find purpose beyond revenge. But he can't save Lenny. Lenny dies despite Arthur's best efforts, despite their friendship, despite everything. This means Arthur's redemption is incomplete. He couldn't protect everyone. He couldn't stop the gang from falling apart. Lenny's death is proof that Arthur, for all his power and skill, is not omnipotent. He can't undo the systemic forces that killed Lenny any more than he can cure his own tuberculosis. And maybe that's the point. Red Dead Redemption 2 is not a power fantasy. It's a tragedy. And in tragedies, good people die for no reason. Talented people have their potential wasted. The world grinds on, indifferent to individual suffering. Lenny's death reinforces this. It tells us that this is a world where intelligence doesn't save you, where being a good person doesn't protect you, where youth and potential are no defense against a bullet. It's a nihilistic message, but it's also honest. This is what 1899 was like. This is what America has always been like for people like Lenny. Finally, Lenny represents the player's complicity. When we play Red Dead Redemption 2, we participate in the violence that kills him. We take on missions that escalate tensions with the Pinkertons. We make choices that lead to the Shady Bell raid. We prioritize the main characters, Arthur, John, Dutch, over the side characters like Lenny. We could spend more time with him in camp. We could pay more attention to his conversations. We could role-play Arthur as someone who protects the kid at all costs. But we don't. We chase the main story, and Lenny dies because we, as players, didn't value his story enough to demand more for him. This is Rockstar holding up a mirror. Whose stories do we value? Whose deaths do we mourn? When we talk about Red Dead Redemption 2, we talk about Arthur's arc, John's fate, Dutch's descent. We don't talk about Lenny, and that's the point. Lenny's legacy is a question. If we don't remember him, who will? The question that haunts anyone who thinks deeply about Lenny Summers is simple and terrible. What was it all for? What did his life accomplish? What did his death mean? The bleak answer is nothing. Lenny's life didn't change the world. His death didn't inspire a revolution. The gang didn't reform after losing him. The Pinkertons didn't stop hunting. Dutch didn't have a moment of clarity. John didn't become a better man. The system that killed Lenny's father continued to kill young black men for generations afterward. In the grand calculus of history, Lenny Summers is a footnote at best, forgotten entirely at worst. But there's another answer, one that's harder to articulate but no less true. Lenny's life mattered because all lives matter, even lives that don't change the world. He mattered to Arthur, who let his guard down for the first time in years during that bar scene. He mattered to Hosea, who saw in Lenny the future the gang could have had if it had chosen differently. He mattered to Charles, who recognized a kindred spirit in a world that tried to dehumanize them both. And he matters to every player who saw his potential and mourned its loss. Lenny Summers is a reminder that tragedy is not always grand. Sometimes it's small. Sometimes it's a 19-year-old kid dying on a staircase, unmourned, forgotten, erased by the narrative itself. Sometimes it's a brilliant mind extinguished before it could shine. Sometimes it's a life that should have been great reduced to a memory that no one bothers to keep. But he's also a reminder that even small tragedies deserve to be witnessed, that even forgotten lives deserve to be remembered, that even stories without happy endings deserve to be told. So we tell his story, we analyze his character, we mourn his death. We write essays like this one, refusing to let him disappear into the swamp where he's buried. We refuse to let the narrative erase him. Because if we don't remember Lenny Summers, who will? If we don't tell his story, who will? The game won't. History won't. John Marston sure as hell won't. The only people left to carry his memory forward are us. The players who paid attention, who saw his potential, who recognized the tragedy of a life cut short. Lenny Summers was 19 years old when he died. He was brilliant, he was kind, he was loyal, he was everything a young man should be, and he died on a staircase in Louisiana, shot by a man whose name we'll never know, for a cause that was already lost. His life was wasted, his potential was squandered, his story was forgotten by everyone who knew him, but not by us, never by us. We remember Lenny Summers. We remember the boy who could have been a lawyer, a writer, a teacher, a voice for the voiceless. We remember the young man who laughed with Arthur in a Valentine saloon, who debated philosophy with Hosea, who survived a noose only to fall to a bullet. We remember the intellectual who was never heard, the dreamer who never woke, the climber who never reached the top of the stairs. There's something uniquely disturbing about watching evil work. Not the cartoonish, over-the-top villainy of moustache-twirling bad guys, but the real kind. The kind that wears a smile, tells you what you want to hear, and slowly destroys everything around it. Micah Bell is that kind of evil. When he walks into the Vanderlinde gang's camp in the winter of 1899, he seems like just another outlaw. Rough around the edges, sure, but so is everyone. What nobody realizes is that Micah will be the infection that turns a dying gang's slow decline into a catastrophic collapse. Understanding Micah Bell means understanding how evil doesn't always announce itself with thunder and lightning. Sometimes it just walks into camp one day, acts friendly, and waits for the perfect moment to strike. Micah Bell comes from a family of outlaws. His father was a petty criminal who taught his sons that the world was divided into predators and prey. You were either strong enough to take what you wanted or weak enough to have it taken from you. There was no middle ground, no room for concepts like honour or loyalty or family. Those were just words weak people used to make themselves feel better. Micah learned these lessons well. His father was abusive and violent, and Micah internalized that violence until it became his entire worldview. Unlike Arthur Morgan, who was found by Dutch and Hosea as a teenager and taught to read, to think, to question, Micah was raised in pure cynicism. He never had anyone to show him that there could be more to life than violence and selfishness. The game reveals Micah's background through conversations and a newspaper article you can find. His brother tried to escape the family business, tried to live an honest life. Micah views this as betrayal, as weakness. There's a mission where you can encounter Micah's brother, and the contempt in Micah's voice when he talks about his brother choosing a different path tells you everything. Micah doesn't just accept violence as necessary. He embraces it as virtue. He's proud of being cruel, proud of being selfish, proud of being exactly what his father made him. When we first meet Micah in Chapter 1, the gang is already wounded. They're fleeing from a botched ferry robbery in Blackwater that left several members dead and forced them into the mountains during a blizzard. The Blackwater job was supposed to be simple: rob the ferry, take the money, disappear. But something went wrong. Dutch shot a girl named Heidi McCourt during the chaos. The Pinkertons were waiting. Gang members died, including Jenny Kirk and the Callender brothers. The survivors barely escaped with their lives, leaving behind a significant amount of money that they never recovered. The Blackwater money becomes a ghost that haunts the gang throughout the entire story. It's sitting somewhere in Blackwater, buried or hidden, representing everything they've lost and everything they're chasing. Dutch keeps talking about going back for it, about how that money will solve all their problems, how it'll fund their escape to Tahiti or Australia, or wherever they dream of going. But they can never get it. The law is watching Blackwater too closely. The Pinkertons know they'll come back for it eventually. That money represents the gang's past success and their current desperation. It's a symbol of how they're trapped, unable to move forward, but unable to let go of what they've lost. Micah wasn't there for the Blackwater job. He joined the gang a few months before, but he missed the disaster. This is important. He shows up after the gang is already desperate and vulnerable, and like any predator, Micah can smell blood in the water. The gang is fractured, scared, and looking for someone to blame. Micah positions himself as the solution, the loyal soldier who will help Dutch rebuild. The first mission with Micah sets the tone for everything that follows. Dutch asks Arthur to ride with Micah to scout ahead for a new camp location. From the very beginning, Arthur doesn't like him. The dialogue makes this clear. Arthur is curt, dismissive, barely tolerating Micah's presence, and Micah is trying too hard. He's complimenting Dutch constantly, talking about loyalty, making grand statements about the gang. It feels false, performative. Arthur sees through it immediately, but Dutch doesn't. During that first ride, Micah talks constantly. He tells Arthur about his philosophy, about how the strong survive and the weak perish. He talks about loyalty to Dutch, about how Dutch is a great man with a vision. He talks about how some people in the gang don't appreciate what they have. All of it is designed to drive a wedge between Arthur and Dutch. Micah is testing the waters, seeing how Arthur responds, looking for weaknesses he can exploit later. Arthur shuts him down, tells him to be quiet, makes it clear he's not interested. But the seed is planted. Micah has identified Arthur as an obstacle, someone who won't be easily manipulated. In Chapter 2, the gang settles near Valentine, a rough frontier town in the Heartlands. It's a temporary camp at Horseshoe Overlook, a scenic spot with a view of the valley below. The gang is still reeling from Blackwater, still trying to figure out what went wrong. Dutch is making plans to get enough money to escape, to start over somewhere far away. Maybe Tahiti, he says, maybe Australia, somewhere the law can't reach them. But first, they need money. Valentine is a livestock town, full of cowboys, ranchers, and rough men. The gang starts doing small jobs, robbing homesteads, stealing horses, collecting debts. It's during one of these debt collection missions that Arthur contracts tuberculosis from Thomas Downs, a sick farmer who owes the gang money. Arthur beats him badly, and Downs coughs blood in Arthur's face. It's a moment that will define the rest of Arthur's life, though he doesn't know it yet. The debt collection mission is brutal to watch. Thomas Downs is clearly sick, coughing constantly, barely able to stand. His wife and son beg Arthur not to hurt him, but Arthur needs the money for the gang, and he's been taught that debts must be paid. He beats Downs mercilessly, and when Downs falls to the ground, coughing up blood, some of it splatters on Arthur's face. Arthur wipes it off, annoyed, not realizing he's just been infected with the disease that will kill him. The game doesn't tell you this is happening. There's no dramatic music, no cutscene highlighting the moment. It's just another job, another debt collected. But that blood on Arthur's face is a death sentence, and the tragedy is that neither Arthur nor the player knows it yet. During this time, Micah is constantly trying to prove himself. He suggests bigger scores, more violent solutions. When the gang robs a train, Micah is the one pushing to kill witnesses. When they encounter rival gangs, Micah wants to wipe them out completely. He's always advocating for the most extreme option, and he frames it as strength. Anyone who suggests caution is weak in Micah's eyes. In the early chapters, Micah is relatively contained. He causes problems, gets into fights with other gang members, makes racist comments toward Lenny and Charles, is crude with the women in camp. But he's not yet in a position of power. Dutch still listens to Hosea Matthews, his oldest friend and the gang's voice of reason. Arthur is still Dutch's most trusted enforcer. Mike is an outsider, a recent addition who hasn't earned trust or respect. So he bides his time, plays the loyal soldier, and waits. The strawberry jailbreak is one of the first times you see what Micah is really capable of. Early in Chapter 2, Micah gets himself arrested for murder in the town of Strawberry. The details are murky, but it seems Micah got into a fight with someone and killed them. Dutch wants him freed, so he sends Arthur to break him out. Arthur is reluctant. He doesn't like Micah, doesn't trust him, and doesn't understand why Dutch cares so much about getting him back. But Dutch insists, so Arthur goes. The jailbreak goes wrong immediately. Micah's plan, if you can call it that, is to just start shooting. Arthur picks the lock on Micah's cell, and instead of quietly escaping, Micah grabs a gun and starts killing. The sheriff, the deputies, anyone who gets in his way. Arthur tries to get him to stop, to just leave, but Micah is laughing and joking as he shoots his way through the building. He's treating it like a game, like the lives he's taking don't matter at all. The violence spills out into the street. The entire town of Strawberry becomes a war zone. Innocent people die. Shopkeepers, townsfolk, anyone unlucky enough to be outside. Micah doesn't care. He's having fun. Arthur is disgusted. You can hear it in his voice, see it in his body language. This is one of the first times you really understand what Micah is. Not just an outlaw, but someone who enjoys causing pain, who revels in chaos, who has no regard for human life. When they finally escape and ride back to camp, Arthur confronts Micah about the bloodbath. Micah just shrugs it off, says they're outlaws, that killing is what they do, that Arthur is being soft. And when they get back to camp, Micah goes straight to Dutch and thanks him for sending Arthur to rescue him. He tells Dutch how loyal Arthur was, how brave, how they make a great team. It's all lies, but Dutch eats it up. Micah is already learning how to play Dutch, how to use flattery and manipulation to get what he wants. Around camp, Micah's behaviour becomes increasingly problematic. He makes racist comments to Lenny Summers, calling him boy and making jokes about his intelligence. Lenny, who's well-read and articulate, sees right through Micah, but can't do anything about it because Dutch tolerates Micah's presence. Charles Smith, the gang's half-native American tracker, gets similar treatment. Micah uses slurs, makes jokes about scalping, treats Charles as less than human. Charles is quiet about it, but you can see the anger in his eyes. The women in camp fare no better. Micah makes inappropriate comments to Mary Beth, Karen and Tilly. He's crude and disrespectful, treating them as objects rather than people. When Sadie Adler joins the gang after her husband is murdered by the O'Driscolls, Micah mocks her grief. He tells her to stop crying, that her husband was weak for dying, that she should be grateful the gang took her in. Sadie, still raw from her loss, can barely contain her rage. But again, Dutch does nothing. He tells everyone to get along, to be civil, but he doesn't actually stop Micah's behaviour. Other gang members notice. Charles tells Arthur that Micah is trouble, that they should get rid of him before he causes real problems. Sadie says she doesn't trust him, that there's something wrong with him. Even Bill Williamson, who's not the brightest, seems uncomfortable around Micah sometimes. But Dutch has made his choice. Micah is part of the gang now, and questioning that means questioning Dutch's judgment. In Chapter 3, the gang moves to Rhodes, a town in the Scarlet Meadows region. They set up camp at Clemens Point, a beautiful spot on the shore of Flatiron Lake. The area is controlled by two feuding families, the Greys and the Braithwaites. These families have been at war for generations, each one trying to destroy the other. The Greys are former Confederate soldiers who control the law in Rhodes. Sheriff Lee Gray and his family have turned their Civil War connections into political power. The Braithwaites are plantation owners who made their fortune in moonshine after losing everything in the Civil War. Catherine Braithwaite and her sons run illegal distilleries and have their own private army. Dutch sees an opportunity. He thinks he can play them against each other, rob them both, and escape with enough money to finally leave the outlaw life behind. It's a classic Dutch plan. Complicated, risky, and ultimately doomed. The gang does jobs for Sheriff Lee Gray and his family pretending to be their allies. At the same time, they do jobs for Catherine Braithwaite and her sons, pretending to be loyal to them. It's a dangerous game, and Hosea warns Dutch repeatedly that it's going to blow up in their faces. But Micah supports it enthusiastically. He tells Dutch it's brilliant, that it'll work perfectly, that anyone who doubts it is just scared. When Hosea expresses concerns, Micah dismisses them. When Arthur suggests caution, Micah calls him soft. The plan involves doing jobs for both families, gaining their trust, and then robbing them when they're vulnerable. For a while, it seems to work. The gang does jobs for the Greys. jobs for the Braithwaites, and collects money from both. The gang helps the Greys rob a Braithwaite moonshine operation. They burn down stills, steal product, and make it look like they're committed to the Grey family's cause. Then they turn around and help the Braithwaites steal horses from the Greys, raiding their stables in the dead of night. Each family thinks the gang is exclusively working for them. Dutch is convinced he's playing them perfectly, that he's smarter than both families combined. Micah constantly reinforces this belief, telling Dutch how clever he is, how the families are too stupid to see what's happening. The gang even gets involved in local politics. They help the Greys rig an election, intimidating voters and stuffing ballot boxes. It's dirty work, and Arthur can see how far they've fallen. They're not robbing from the rich anymore. They're helping corrupt politicians maintain power. But Dutch justifies it as necessary, as part of the larger plan. And Micah is right there, agreeing with everything Dutch says, but the situation spirals out of control. During this time, Sean Maguire, the young Irish gang member, is killed during a robbery in Rhodes. The gang walks into an ambush set by the Greys, who have figured out that the gang is playing both sides. Sean is shot in the head by a Grey family member, dying instantly. It's sudden and shocking. One moment Sean is joking and laughing, the next he's dead on the ground. The gang barely escapes, and they realise their deception has been discovered. Sean's death hits the gang hard. He was young, optimistic, full of life. He had a thick Irish accent and was always making jokes, always trying to lighten the mood. He called Arthur English, even though Arthur wasn't English, and he had a crush on Karen Jones that everyone in camp knew about. His death is meaningless, the result of Dutch's complicated scheme. Arthur is devastated. Hosea is angry. But Micah frames it differently. He tells Dutch that Sean died like a warrior, that this is what happens in war, that they need to hit back harder. Instead of seeing Sean's death as a warning to change course, Micah uses it to justify escalation. The Braithwaites kidnap Jack Marston, John's son, as revenge for the gang's deception. They take the 4-year-old boy and hide him, demanding that the gang stop working with the Greys. But Dutch is too proud to back down. Instead of negotiating, he decides to attack. The gang burns down the Braithwaite manor to rescue Jack, killing Catherine Braithwaite and most of her family. They've made powerful enemies, drawn attention from the law, and gained nothing. The money they collected is gone, spent on supplies and bribes. It's a disaster. The assault on Braithwaite Manor is one of the most intense missions in the game. The entire gang rides out together, armed to the teeth, ready for war. They storm the plantation, shooting their way through guards and servants. Catherine Braithwaite, the matriarch, stands on her porch and taunts them, telling them they'll never find Jack. Dutch shoots her sons right in front of her, then demands to know where Jack is. She tells them the boy has been sold to a man named Angelo Bronte in St. Denis. As the manor burns behind her, Catherine Braithwaite laughs at them, telling them they're all doomed. Dutch leaves her to burn with her house. But Micah frames it differently. He tells Dutch that the gang showed strength, that they proved they can't be pushed around, that this is what being an outlaw means. And Dutch, frustrated by the failure and looking for validation, starts listening more closely to Micah's words. Hosea Matthews sees what's happening. He's known Dutch for over 20 years, and he can see Micah's influence growing. He tries to talk to Dutch privately, tries to warn him that Micah is dangerous, that they need to cut him loose before it's too late. But Dutch won't hear it. He accuses Hosea of being jealous, of being too old and cautious, of not believing in him anymore. It's the beginning of the end of their friendship, and Micah is the wedge driving them apart. In Chapter 4, the gang moves to St. Denis, a bustling city modelled after New Orleans. They set up camp in Shady Belle, an abandoned plantation manor that's falling apart but provides shelter. St. Denis is unlike anywhere the gang has been before. It's a modern city with electric lights, streetcars and tall buildings. There are police everywhere, Pinkerton agents, and wealthy businessmen who represent everything Dutch claims to hate about civilization. The gang feels out of place here. They're used to small towns and wilderness camps. St. Denis is crowded, noisy, and full of people who look at them like they don't belong. Dutch sees this as an opportunity to strike at the heart of the system he despises. The Bank of St. Denis holds a fortune, and if they can pull it off, they'll have enough money to disappear forever. Before the bank robbery, the gang gets involved with Angelo Bronte, an Italian crime boss who controls much of St. Denis's underworld. Bronte has Jack Marston, having bought him from the Braithwaites. He returns Jack to the gang as a gesture of goodwill, but it's clear he's testing them. Bronte is sophisticated, educated, and dangerous in ways the gang isn't used to. He speaks multiple languages, has connections with politicians and police, and runs his criminal empire like a business. Bronte invites Dutch to a fancy party at the mayor's house. It's a garden party with the city's elite, and Dutch sees it as an opportunity to prove he belongs in their world. He dresses in his finest clothes, practices his manners, and attends the party with Arthur and a few others. But the wealthy elite see right through him. They mock his clothes, his accent, his philosophy. They treat him like a curiosity, a wild man from the frontier who's amusing but ultimately beneath them. One man asks Dutch to tell stories about the Wild West, like Dutch is some kind of performing animal. Another makes jokes about outlaws and savages, laughing at Dutch's expense. Dutch leaves the party furious and embarrassed. Arthur can see how much it hurt Dutch's pride, how the humiliation has wounded him deeply. Dutch has always seen himself as a philosopher, an intellectual, someone who's chosen the outlaw life because he's too smart and too principled to accept civilization's lies. But these people made him feel like a fool, like an uneducated criminal pretending to be something he's not. Micah uses this humiliation to fuel Dutch's anger. He tells Dutch that these people think they're better than him, that they need to be taught a lesson. When Dutch suggests robbing the trolley station as practice for the bank job, Micah enthusiastically supports it. The trolley station robbery is a disaster. It's heavily guarded and the gang barely escapes with any money. But instead of seeing this as a warning, Micah frames it as proof that they need to hit harder, steal more, show these city people what real outlaws can do. Dutch also decides to deal with Angelo Bronte. He's angry about the humiliation at the party, angry that Bronte set him up to be mocked, angry that this Italian immigrant has more power and respect than he does. So Dutch plans to kidnap Bronte and force him to help with the bank robbery. The gang crashes one of Bronte's parties, grabs him, and takes him away. Bronte is defiant, mocking Dutch even as he's being kidnapped. He tells Dutch that he's a fool, that the bank robbery will fail, that Dutch is leading his people to their deaths. Dutch's response is chilling. He takes Bronte to the swamp and drowns him, feeding his body to an alligator. It's brutal and unnecessary. Bronte was already beaten, already helpless. but Dutch kills him anyway, and there's something in Dutch's eyes that shows he's enjoying it. Arthur is disturbed. This isn't the Dutch he knows. This is someone darker, someone who kills not out of necessity, but out of rage and wounded pride. The bank robbery is supposed to be the big score, the one that sets them up for life. Dutch has been planning it for weeks, convinced this is their ticket to freedom. Hosea has doubts, Arthur has doubts, but Dutch is committed. And Micah is right there beside him, telling him it's going to work, that they'll be rich, that this is their destiny. The plan involves going in during business hours, taking hostages, and robbing the vault while keeping the law at bay. The day of the robbery, you can feel the tension. The gang members are nervous. Hosea looks worried. Arthur has a bad feeling. But they go through with it anyway because Dutch has decided. And questioning Dutch means questioning everything. They walk into the bank dressed in suits, trying to look like customers. Then they pull their guns and take control. For a few minutes it seems to work. They get into the vault, start loading money into bags. The hostages are scared but cooperative. The law hasn't arrived yet. But then everything goes wrong. The Pinkertons are waiting for them, having been tipped off by someone. Leviticus Cornwall, the oil magnate the gang has been robbing, shows up and gets killed by Dutch in a moment of rage. Cornwall confronts Dutch, calls him a killer and a thief, and Dutch just shoots him. No hesitation, no thought, just pulls the trigger and kills one of the most powerful men in America. In the chaos of the escape, Hosea Matthews is shot and killed by Agent Milton on the street outside the bank. The old man, Dutch's oldest friend and the gang's voice of reason, dies in the street like a common criminal. He's trying to surrender, trying to talk his way out, when Milton just shoots him in the chest. Hosea falls, and you can see the life leave his eyes. It's devastating. Hosea was the heart of the gang, the one who kept Dutch grounded, the one who reminded everyone what they were fighting for. Lenny Summers is killed by Pinkertons on a rooftop. The young man who had so much potential, who was smart and kind and full of promise, is cut down in his prime. Arthur watches him fall, unable to save him. John Marston is captured, dragged away by the law while the others can only watch. The rest barely escape, and only by fleeing on a boat that takes them to Guarma, an island off the coast of Cuba. Hosea's death is the turning point. With him gone, there's no one left to counter Micah's influence. Arthur tries, but Arthur is Dutch's son, his protégé, and there's a complicated dynamic there. When Arthur questions Dutch, it starts to sound like doubt to Dutch's ears. And Micah is always there to confirm that interpretation. He tells Dutch that Arthur doesn't believe in him anymore, that Arthur thinks he's losing it, that Arthur wants to take over. None of it is true, but it doesn't have to be. It just has to plant the seed of suspicion. Chapter 5 takes place on Guarma, and it's where Dutch truly begins to unravel. The island is a fictional Caribbean location, a sugar plantation colony ruled by a brutal dictator named Alberto Fussar. The gang washes up on the beach after their ship sinks in a storm. They're stranded thousands of miles from home, with no money, no supplies, and no way to get back. It's the lowest point in the gang's history. Only a few gang members made it to Guarma: Dutch, Arthur, Micah, Bill, and Javier. The others either stayed behind in America or were lost in the shipwreck. The 5 of them are alone, exhausted and desperate. They quickly get involved in a local revolution. A rebel leader named Hercule Fontaine is fighting against Fussa's regime, and he offers to help the gang escape if they help him overthrow the government. Dutch agrees immediately. It's classic Dutch, inserting himself into someone else's fight and pretending it's about principles when really it's about survival. But there's something different about Dutch on Guama. He's more aggressive, more violent, more willing to kill without hesitation. The island brings out something dark in him, or maybe it just reveals what was always there. The gang helps the rebels attack Fussa's compound. They fight through soldiers, blow up a warship and storm the fortress. It's brutal, bloody work. The rebels are poorly armed and poorly trained, and many of them die. But Dutch doesn't seem to care. He's focused on escaping, on getting back to America, on continuing his plans. Micah is right there beside him, encouraging every violent decision, praising Dutch's leadership, telling him he's doing what needs to be done. On Guama, Micah doesn't have to hide his true nature. There's no Hosea to call him out, no camp full of people watching. It's just the 5 of them, and Micah can be as cruel and violent as he wants. He kills without remorse, treats the locals with contempt, and constantly whispers in Dutch's ear about strength and survival. During the assault on the fortress, something happens that shows everyone who Dutch really is. An old woman confronts Dutch in the street. She's just a civilian, caught in the crossfire of the revolution. She accuses Dutch of being just another violent American, of bringing death and destruction wherever he goes. She's not wrong. The gang has killed dozens of soldiers, helped start a war and caused chaos across the island, and Dutch's response is to shoot her. Just shoots her, in cold blood, for speaking truth to power. Arthur is horrified. He's seen Dutch kill before, but always with some justification, some reason. This is different. This is murder, plain and simple. Bill and Javier are shocked too. But Micah doesn't even blink. He tells Dutch it was necessary, that she was going to cause problems, that Dutch did what had to be done, and Dutch, desperate for validation, accepts this interpretation. He tells himself that Micah is right, that the woman was a threat, that he had no choice. The Guama experience changes everyone. They're fighting in a foreign war they don't understand, killing people who aren't their enemies, all to escape an island they never should have been on in the first place. The heat is oppressive, the jungle is hostile, disease and exhaustion wear them down. But more than the physical hardship, it's the psychological toll that matters. Guama strips away the pretense of the gang's mission. There's no talk of freedom or living outside civilization's rules. There's just survival, raw and desperate. Micah thrives in this environment. Without the constraints of camp life, without Hosea's voice of reason, without the women and children who remind them they're supposed to be better than common thugs, Micah can be his true self. He kills without hesitation. He loots bodies. He treats the locals with contempt. And he constantly reinforces to Dutch that this is what strength looks like, that this is what it means to survive. Later, when they're alone, Arthur tries to talk to Dutch about the woman he killed. He asks Dutch why he did it, what threat she posed. Dutch gets defensive, angry. He says Arthur is questioning his judgment, that Arthur doesn't understand what it takes to survive. Micah overhears the conversation and jumps in, telling Dutch that Arthur's been doubting him for a while now, that Arthur thinks he's losing control. It's the first time Dutch openly sides with Micah over Arthur, and it's a moment Arthur will never forget. The gang eventually helps the rebels overthrow Fussar. They storm his fortress, kill him, and secure a boat for their escape. but the victory feels hollow. They've left behind a country in chaos, a revolution that will probably fail, and countless dead. As they sail away from Guarma, Arthur looks back at the island and realizes something has fundamentally changed. Dutch isn't the man he thought he was. Maybe he never was. When they return to America, everything has changed. The gang has scattered. Sadie Adler and Charles Smith have been holding things together at a new camp in Lacaille, a swamp in Lemoyne, but barely. The Pinkertons are closing in, money is running out, and Dutch is different, harder, more paranoid, more willing to listen to Micah and dismiss everyone else. Chapter 6 is where everything falls apart. The gang sets up camp in Beaver Hollow, a cave system in the mountains of Roanoke Ridge. It's the most miserable camp in the entire game. The location itself is cursed, a dark cave surrounded by dense forest where strange things happen. There's no music, no laughter, no sense of family, just fear and suspicion, and the slow realization that everything is falling apart. People are leaving. Pearson, the camp cook, talks about opening a store in Rhodes. Mary Beth wants to become a writer, having already started working on her first novel. Tilly's thinking about getting married to a lawyer she met. Even Reverend Swanson, who struggled with addiction throughout the game, gets clean and leaves to start a new life. The gang is dissolving, and everyone can feel it. The people who stay are either too loyal to leave, like Arthur and John, or too invested in Dutch's delusions, like Micah and Bill. Dutch's plans become increasingly desperate and irrational. He wants to rob a train one more time. He wants to help the Wapiti Native Americans fight the US Army, not because he cares about their cause, but because he sees them as a distraction he can use. He's grasping at straws, making decisions that put everyone in danger, and refusing to listen to anyone who questions him. This is when Micah's true nature becomes impossible to ignore. He's openly hostile to Arthur now, no longer bothering to hide his contempt. He questions Arthur's loyalty in front of Dutch, suggests that Arthur is planning to betray them, implies that Arthur's tuberculosis has made him weak and unreliable. The tuberculosis diagnosis comes in Chapter 6, when Arthur finally sees a doctor about his persistent cough. He's been coughing for weeks now, getting weaker, losing weight. He tells himself it's just a cold, just exhaustion, just the stress of everything that's happening. But deep down, he knows it's something worse. The doctor examines him and delivers the devastating news. Arthur has tuberculosis, and in 1899 it's essentially a death sentence. The doctor tells Arthur he has weeks, maybe months to live. There's no cure, no treatment that will save him. The best he can do is rest, eat well, and try to stay comfortable. But Arthur is an outlaw on the run. Rest isn't an option. Arthur sits in the doctor's office, stunned. Everything he's worked for, everything he's believed in, and now he's dying. The doctor's words echo in his head. Weeks, maybe months. He thinks about all the things he'll never do, all the people he'll never see again. He thinks about Dutch and the gang, and how he's wasted his life following a man who's lost his mind. He thinks about Mary Linton, the woman he loved and lost, and wonders if things could have been different. Arthur's reaction to the diagnosis is complex. At first, he's angry. Angry at the unfairness of it. Angry at the timing. Angry that he's going to die just when he's starting to see Dutch clearly. Then he's sad, thinking about all the things he'll never do, all the people he'll never see again. But eventually, Arthur finds a kind of peace in it. Knowing he's dying gives him clarity, It makes him realise what's really important. Not Dutch's approval, not the gang's success, but doing the right thing with the time he has left. The other gang members react differently to Arthur's illness. Charles and Sadie are sympathetic and supportive. They tell Arthur they're sorry, that they'll help him however they can. Charles offers to make medicine from herbs, traditional remedies his mother taught him. Sadie just sits with Arthur sometimes, not saying anything, just being there. Others, like Micah, see it as weakness to be exploited. Micah starts making comments about Arthur being sick, about how he's not reliable anymore, about how he's a liability to the gang. Dutch's reaction is perhaps the most painful. He doesn't offer comfort or support. Instead, he seems annoyed that Arthur is sick, as if Arthur chose to get tuberculosis just to inconvenience him. When Arthur tries to talk to Dutch about it, Dutch changes the subject, talks about plans and money and escape. He doesn't want to deal with Arthur's mortality because it forces him to confront his own failures. If Arthur is dying, if the gang is falling apart, then Dutch has to admit that his plans have failed. And Dutch's ego won't allow that. Micah uses Arthur's illness as a weapon. In camp conversations, he questions whether Arthur can still be trusted to do jobs. He suggests that Arthur's judgment is compromised, that the disease is affecting his mind. He tells Dutch that Arthur is trying to undermine him, that Arthur wants to take over the gang before he dies. Every cough, every moment of weakness, Micah uses it to drive a wedge between Arthur and Dutch. Dutch doesn't defend Arthur. The man who raised Arthur, who called him son, who trusted him for over 20 years, just sits there and lets Micah attack him. It's heartbreaking to watch. Arthur has given everything to Dutch. He's killed for him, robbed for him, believed in him, even when that belief required ignoring obvious problems. And now, when Arthur needs Dutch most, Dutch chooses Micah. The reason is simple. Micah tells Dutch what he wants to hear. Arthur tells Dutch what he needs to hear. Dutch wants to hear that he's a genius, that his plans are perfect, that anyone who doubts him is a traitor. Micah provides that. Arthur wants Dutch to see reality, to recognize that they're in a death spiral, to prioritize the gang's survival over his own ego. But that requires Dutch to admit he's been wrong, and Dutch's ego won't allow it. Micah understands Dutch's fundamental flaw. Dutch van der Linde is a narcissist. He has an inflated sense of his own importance, a deep need for admiration, and an inability to handle criticism. His entire identity is built on being the leader, the visionary, the man with the plan. When that identity is threatened, Dutch doesn't respond with reason. He responds with anger and defensiveness. Micah recognizes this and exploits it ruthlessly. Every time Arthur suggests a different approach, Micah frames it as disloyalty. Every time someone expresses doubt, Micah calls them a traitor. Every time Dutch makes a mistake, Micah blames someone else. It's a classic manipulation tactic. Isolate the target from anyone who might provide a reality check. Surround them with yes men and make them dependent on you for validation. Specific examples of Micah's manipulation are everywhere once you know to look for them. When Arthur suggests they should lay low after a job goes wrong, Micah tells Dutch that Arthur is getting soft, that he's lost his nerve. When John questions Dutch's decisions, Micah reminds Dutch that John abandoned the gang for a year, that his loyalty can't be trusted. When Sadie wants to help with jobs, Micah tells Dutch that women shouldn't be involved in men's work, that it's a sign of how desperate they've become. Micah is particularly skilled at reframing events to support his narrative. When a robbery goes wrong, it's not because the plan was flawed, it's because someone didn't follow orders properly. When gang members get killed, it's not because they were put in unnecessary danger. It's because they weren't strong enough to survive. When the law closes in, it's not because they've been too reckless. It's because someone betrayed them. The dynamic between Micah and Bill Williamson shows this manipulation clearly. Bill is not a smart man. He's loyal and strong, but easily manipulated and desperate for approval. Micah recognizes this and uses Bill as a tool. He flatters Bill, makes him feel important, and turns him against Arthur and John. Micah tells Bill that Arthur thinks he's stupid, that John looks down on him, that only Micah and Dutch truly appreciate his worth. By the end of the game, Bill is firmly in Micah's camp, following his lead even when it means betraying people he's known for years. Bill doesn't even realize he's being used. He thinks Micah is his friend. Javier Escuella's relationship with Micah is more complicated. Javier is loyal to Dutch above all else, and when Dutch sides with Micah, Javier follows. But you can see Javier's discomfort. He doesn't like Micah. He doesn't trust him. During the final confrontation, when people have to choose sides, Javier points his gun up in the air rather than at Arthur or John. He's following Dutch, but he's not fully committed. It's a small detail that shows even people who side with Micah often do so reluctantly. But here's the truth about Micah that makes him truly despicable. He doesn't even believe in Dutch. He's not a true believer who's been corrupted by Dutch's philosophy. He's a con man who recognized a mark. Micah doesn't care about Dutch's vision of freedom and living outside civilization's rules. He cares about himself. He saw an opportunity to use Dutch's gang for his own benefit, to hide behind Dutch's leadership while pursuing his own agenda, and to eventually betray everyone for money. The revelation comes in Chapter 6 during a mission where Arthur and Sadie rescue Abigail from the Pinkertons. Agent Milton, the lead Pinkerton hunting the gang, tells Arthur that Micah has been their informant since they returned from Guarma. Micah has been feeding the Pinkertons information about the gang's location, their plans, everything. In exchange, the Pinkertons have been letting Micah operate freely, promising him money and freedom once the gang's destroyed. It's the ultimate betrayal. And it's made worse by what happened earlier. Molly O'Shea, Dutch's girlfriend, had a breakdown and drunkenly confessed to being a rat. Susan Grimshaw shot her dead for it. The gang killed one of their own based on a false confession. Molly never talked to the Pinkertons. She was just desperate for Dutch's attention, so desperate that she claimed responsibility for the gang's troubles, even though she had nothing to do with them. And the whole time, the real traitor was standing right there, pretending to be the most loyal member. When Arthur learns about Micah's betrayal, everything clicks into place. All of Micah's behaviour, all of his manipulation, all of his attempts to turn Dutch against the others, it all makes sense now. Micah wasn't trying to take over the gang or become Dutch's right-hand man for power. He was trying to destroy the gang from within while positioning himself as the last man standing. Every terrible decision Dutch made, Micah encouraged it, because he knew it would lead to disaster. Every person who left or died, Micah celebrated it because it meant fewer people to deal with. Arthur confronts Dutch with this information. He tells Dutch that Micah is a rat, that Agent Milton confirmed it before Abigail killed him. It's not speculation or paranoia, it's fact. And Dutch's response is to doubt Arthur, to suggest that maybe Arthur is lying, that maybe Arthur is the one who can't be trusted. After everything they've been through, after 20 years of loyalty, Dutch chooses to believe Micah over Arthur. The gang gets involved with the Wapiti Native Americans during this time, led by a young warrior named Eagle Flies and his father, Chief Rains Fall. The Wapiti are being pushed off their land by the US Army and oil companies. They're desperate, angry, and looking for allies. Dutch sees them as useful tools, people he can manipulate into fighting his battles for him. He doesn't care about their cause or their suffering. He just sees them as a distraction he can use against the US Army. Eagle Flies is young and angry, much like Dutch was once, and Dutch uses that anger to manipulate him into increasingly violent actions. Dutch tells Eagle Flies that the only way to fight oppression is through violence, that peaceful resistance is weakness, that his father's wisdom is cowardice. Eagle Flies listens because Dutch is telling him what he wants to hear, validating his anger and his desire for revenge. Arthur sees what Dutch is doing and tries to stop it. He talks to Rainsfall, the wise old chief who understands that fighting the US Army is suicide. Rainsfall knows his people can't win a war against the government, but he can't control his son's anger. Arthur tries to be a voice of reason, warning Eagle Flies that Dutch is using him, that this path leads only to death. But Eagle Flies won't listen. He's too angry, too desperate to strike back at the people who've taken everything from him. Eventually, Eagle Flies dies in a raid on an oil refinery, killed by the very system his father warned him about. Arthur is there when it happens, watching another young man die because of Dutch's manipulation. Eagle Flies dies in Arthur's arms, and with his last breath he realizes his father was right. His death accomplishes nothing except proving Rainsfall right. The Wapiti are no better off. The oil companies continue their work. The US Army continues pushing them off their land. Eagle Flies died for nothing, just another victim of Dutch's ego. Dutch also insists on robbing one more train, despite the fact that the gang is falling apart and the law is closing in. It's a desperate, pointless gesture, but Dutch needs to prove that he's still in control, that he can still pull off the big scores. The train belongs to Leviticus Cornwall's company, even though Cornwall is dead. Dutch wants to rob it as a final insult to the man he killed. The train robbery is a disaster. They stop the train in a remote area, blow open the safe, and find almost nothing inside. The money they get barely covers the cost of the dynamite they used. Several gang members are nearly killed when the law shows up faster than expected. They have to fight their way out, leaving bodies behind, drawing even more attention from the Pinkertons. But Micah frames it as a success, telling Dutch that they showed courage, that they proved they're still dangerous. There's a mission in Chapter 6 where Micah convinces Dutch to rob a stagecoach, and he insists that Arthur come along. The whole thing feels wrong from the start. Micah is too eager, too insistent. During the robbery, things go wrong. The law shows up in force, and the gang barely escapes. Arthur realizes afterward that Micah was trying to get him killed. He was hoping the law would do what Micah couldn't do directly. It's one of many examples of Micah's cowardice. He talks big about strength and survival of the fittest, but he won't face Arthur in a fair fight. The final confrontation happens during the Pinkerton assault on Beaver Hollow. The gang is falling apart. People are leaving, taking what they can and running. Susan Grimshaw, one of the original members, tries to defend Arthur. She accuses Micah of being the traitor. Micah's response is to shoot her. Just shoots her dead, right there in camp in front of everyone. And Dutch does nothing. He doesn't defend Susan. He doesn't arrest Micah. He doesn't even react. He just stands there, and in that moment, everyone realizes that Dutch is gone. Arthur and John make a run for it, trying to escape with what's left of the gang's money. Micah and Dutch chase them, along with a few remaining gang members who are still loyal to Dutch. It all comes to a head on a mountain, with the Pinkertons closing in and nowhere left to run. Arthur, knowing he's dying from tuberculosis, tells John to run, to get to his family, to live the life Arthur never could. And Arthur stays behind to hold off Micah and Dutch, to buy John time to escape. The confrontation between Arthur and Micah is brutal. Arthur is dying, coughing up blood, barely able to breathe, but he fights anyway. In the high honor version, Arthur beats Micah despite being half dead. He's on top of Micah, ready to finish him, when Dutch arrives. Dutch points his gun at both of them, unable or unwilling to choose a side. Arthur makes one final plea. He tells Dutch that Micah is a rat, that everything Micah has said has been a lie, that Dutch needs to see the truth, and for a moment, just a moment, you can see doubt in Dutch's eyes. But then Micah starts talking. He tells Dutch that Arthur is lying, that Arthur has always been jealous, that Arthur wants to destroy everything Dutch has built. And Dutch lowers his gun and walks away, leaving Arthur to die. In the high honor ending, Micah leaves Arthur to die from his illness. Arthur crawls to a rock overlooking the valley and watches the sun rise one last time. He's at peace. He knows John made it. He knows his death meant something. The sun rises over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold, and Arthur Morgan dies watching the beauty of the world he's leaving behind. In the low honor ending, Micah shoots Arthur in the face, killing him execution style. Either way, Micah survives. The traitor wins. Arthur's final ride before the confrontation is one of the most iconic moments in gaming. As Arthur rides to face his death, the song "That's the Way It Is" plays. The lyrics talk about standing unshaken amid the crash of worlds, about facing the end with dignity. Arthur rides through the places he's been, past the camps where the gang once laughed and sang, through the towns where they pulled jobs, across the landscapes that have become so familiar. It's a farewell to the world, a final moment of reflection before the end. Players who've spent hundreds of hours with Arthur feel the weight of this moment. This is goodbye. The game's epilogue, set 8 years later in 1907, follows John Marston as he tries to build a new life. He's got a ranch called Beecher's Hope in West Elizabeth, a family, and a chance at the honest life Arthur died to give him. He's working with Charles Smith and Uncle to build a house from the ground up. They clear land, haul lumber, construct walls and a roof. It's honest work, the kind of work John never thought he'd do. The house building sequence is surprisingly emotional. You're doing manual labour, simple tasks like hammering nails and carrying wood, but it represents everything Arthur wanted for John. A home, a family, a future. Charles helps because he loved Arthur and wants to honour his memory. Uncle helps because despite his laziness, he cares about John and Abigail. Together they build something real, something permanent, something that represents hope. John is also working as a ranch hand for other people, learning the trade, trying to be a normal person. He works for a man named Geddes, herding cattle and mending fences. It's hard work, but it's honest. John is learning what it means to earn money through labour rather than theft. He's learning what it means to be part of a community, to have neighbours who trust him, to build relationships based on something other than crime. He proposes to Abigail by the lake, a simple moment that means everything John is nervous, fumbling with his words, trying to express feelings he's never been good at expressing. He tells Abigail that he wants to marry her, that he wants to be a proper husband and father, that he wants to give her and Jack the life they deserve. Abigail says yes, and for the first time in years, John feels like maybe he can have a future. They get married in a simple ceremony with Charles' uncle and Sadie in attendance. Jack is growing up, learning to read and write, becoming the kind of person Arthur would have been proud of. For a while, it seems like maybe the cycle can be broken, like maybe John really can leave the outlaw life behind. The epilogue lets you experience this peace, this normalcy, and it makes what comes next even more tragic. You can work the ranch, tend to animals, spend time with your family. It's quiet and peaceful, and after everything that happened in the main story, it feels earned. But then, Sadie Adler shows up with information about Micah's location. Micah has his own gang now, operating out of a camp in the mountains near Strawberry. He's been robbing and killing, living like a king with the money he stole from the Van der Linde gang. Sadie has been tracking him for years, driven by her own need for revenge. She tells John where Micah is, and she can see the conflict in John's eyes. He knows he should walk away. He has everything Arthur wanted him to have. He's free, safe, with his family. Abigail begs him not to go, tells him that Arthur died so John could have this life, that throwing it away for revenge would make Arthur's sacrifice meaningless. She's crying, pleading with him to stay, to let Micah go, to choose his family over his past. But John can't let it go. He tells himself it's about justice, about making sure Micah pays for what he did. But really, it's about the fact that John can't fully leave the outlaw life behind. Part of him misses it. Part of him feels guilty for having peace when Arthur is dead. Part of him needs to prove that he's still the man he used to be. So he agrees to go with Sadie and Charles to hunt down Micah, even though he knows it's a mistake. John, Sadie and Charles track Micah to his camp at Mount Hagen, high in the mountains where snow covers everything. The journey there is treacherous. They ride through blizzards, up narrow mountain paths, knowing that they're riding toward violence and death. Charles tries one last time to talk John out of it, telling him that Arthur wouldn't want this. But John's mind is made up. The assault on Micah's camp is brutal. You fight through Micah's gang, killing everyone in your path. These aren't the Van der Linde gang. They're just thugs, hired guns with no loyalty to each other. When the shooting starts, they scatter and die. There's no coordination, no willingness to sacrifice for each other. Micah has built nothing of value, just a collection of violent men held together by money. It's everything the Van der Linde gang wasn't, and it shows what Micah's philosophy really creates. Nothing but death and emptiness. You finally reach Micah. He's standing in the snow outside a cabin, arrogant as ever. Even now, even surrounded by dead men, even facing John Marston with murder in his eyes, Micah is smiling. He taunts John, tells him that Arthur died like a dog, coughing and weak. He says the gang was always weak, that they were all fools following Dutch's stupid dreams. He calls Arthur a traitor, says he deserved what he got. He's trying to get under John's skin, trying to make him angry and sloppy. Every word is designed to hurt, to provoke, to make John make a mistake. But before the fight can truly begin, before John can pull his gun, Dutch Van der Linde appears. He walks out of the cabin, older and more weathered than the last time John saw him. For a moment nobody moves, nobody speaks. The three of them stand in the snow, the wind howling around them, and the weight of history hangs heavy in the air. Dutch has been on the run for 8 years, leading a new gang of Native Americans in increasingly desperate robberies. He's a shadow of what he once was. His hair is longer, greyer, his eyes are haunted. He looks like a man who hasn't slept well in years, who's been running from ghosts he can't escape. The standoff between John, Micah and Dutch is electric. Dutch has his guns drawn, and for a moment it's unclear what he's going to do. Is he there to help Micah, to kill John, to finish what they started 8 years ago? Micah starts talking immediately, telling Dutch that John came to kill them both, that John is the traitor, that they need to work together. But something in Dutch's eyes has changed. He's looking at Micah differently now. Maybe it's seeing John again, the son he abandoned. Maybe it's 8 years of living with what he's done. Maybe it's just that he's finally seeing Micah for what he really is. Then Dutch shoots Micah, just shoots him, right in the chest, killing him instantly. The gunshot echoes across the mountain. Micah looks down at the wound, surprise on his face for the first time. He tries to say something, but blood fills his mouth. He falls to his knees, then face first into the snow. The man who destroyed the Van der Linde gang, who betrayed everyone, who caused so much death and suffering, dies in the snow on a mountain, killed by the man he manipulated for so long. Dutch finally sees the truth, finally understands that Micah was the rat, that Micah destroyed everything, that Micah played him for a fool. It's 8 years too late. Arthur is dead. Hosea is dead. Lenny, Sean, Molly, Susan, all dead. The gang is destroyed. Countless people have died. But Dutch finally sees Micah for what he is. Dutch doesn't say anything to John. He just looks at Micah's body lying in the snow, then at John, and there's something in his eyes. Regret, maybe. Acknowledgement. An understanding that he destroyed everything good in his life. Then he turns and walks away into the snow, disappearing into the blizzard. He leaves the money behind, the money that so many people died for, the Blackwater money that started all of this. It's not redemption for Dutch. He'll go on to do terrible things in the years between this moment and Red Dead Redemption 1, but it's acknowledgement, an admission that he was wrong, that Arthur was right, that Micah was poison. Micah's death is satisfying in the moment. You've spent the entire game hating this man, watching him destroy everything you care about. Finally, you get to see him pay for it. You can search his body, take his guns, take the money he stole. You can stand over him and feel that justice has been served, but the satisfaction is hollow. Micah's death doesn't bring Arthur back. It doesn't bring Hosea or Lenny or any of the others back. It doesn't undo the damage he caused. It doesn't heal the wounds he inflicted. And worse, by killing Micah, John has put himself back on the Pinkertons' radar. They'll find Micah's body frozen in the snow. They'll investigate. They'll find witnesses who saw John Marston in the area. They'll trace it back to Beecher's Hope. And in a few years they'll come for him. Agent Ross, who was Milton's partner, will show up at John's ranch and force him to hunt down his old gang members. And when that's done, when John has done everything they asked, they'll kill him anyway. John's revenge costs him everything, just like Arthur warned it would. Arthur's final words to John were about revenge being a fool's game, about letting go and moving forward. But John couldn't do it, and it destroys him. In Red Dead Redemption 1 we see the consequences. John is forced to hunt down Bill Williamson, Javier Escuela, and eventually Dutch himself. He does it to protect his family, but in the end, the government betrays him. They gun him down outside his barn while his family watches. Jack grows up without a father and becomes an outlaw himself, killing Agent Ross in revenge. The cycle continues, generation after generation, because no one can let go. Micah Bell is effective as a villain because he's realistic. He's not supernatural or superhuman. He's just a man who understands human weakness and has no conscience. He knows how to find the cracks in people's armour and exploit them. With Dutch, it's ego. With Bill Williamson, it's the need for approval. With Javier Escuela, it's loyalty to Dutch above all else. Micah identifies what each person wants or fears and uses it against them. The game never tries to make you sympathise with Micah. There's no tragic backstory that excuses his behaviour, no moment of vulnerability that makes you understand him. He's presented as purely antagonistic from start to finish. Some people are just broken in a way that makes them dangerous to everyone around them. Micah is that kind of broken. His father's abuse explains how he got that way, but it doesn't excuse what he becomes. Micah represents a dark mirror of Arthur. Both men are enforcers, skilled with guns and violence. Both are products of their upbringing. But where Arthur was taught loyalty and honour, Micah was taught that loyalty is weakness. Where Arthur questions and doubts and tries to be better, Micah embraces his worst impulses. Where Arthur sacrifices himself for others, Micah sacrifices others for himself. They're two sides of the same coin, showing how similar starting points can lead to radically different destinations. The game uses Micah to explore the danger of blind loyalty. Dutch's gang operates on loyalty. It's the foundation of everything they do. But Micah weaponizes that loyalty. He uses the language of loyalty to isolate Dutch from anyone who might help him. He tells Dutch that he's the only one who truly believes, that everyone else is doubting, that only Micah can be trusted. It's a classic cult tactic, and it works because Dutch wants to believe it. Micah also represents what happens when the Old West mythology is stripped of its romance. Dutch talks about freedom and living by your own rules, about rejecting civilization's hypocrisy. But Micah shows what that philosophy looks like without any moral framework. It's just violence and selfishness. It's taking what you want and killing anyone who gets in your way. It's the dark truth beneath the romantic myth of the outlaw. The game uses Micah to show how toxic masculinity destroys communities. Micah's version of masculinity is all about dominance, violence, and the rejection of anything he perceives as weakness. Compassion is weakness. Loyalty is weakness. Love is weakness. The only thing that matters is power and survival. This philosophy poisons the gang, turning brothers against each other, creating an environment where trust is impossible and everyone is a potential threat. The contrast between Arthur's redemption arc and Micah's static evil is crucial to the game's themes. Arthur changes throughout the story. He starts as Dutch's enforcer, willing to do whatever Dutch asks. But as he sees Dutch's true nature, as he contracts tuberculosis and faces his own mortality, Arthur becomes a better person. He helps people without expecting anything in return. He tries to save the gang members who want to leave. He sacrifices himself so John can have a future. Arthur's arc is about growth and redemption. Micah never changes. He's the same person at the end that he was at the beginning. He doesn't grow or learn or develop. He's static, unchanging, a constant force of destruction. This makes him terrifying in a different way than a villain who becomes more powerful. Micah is terrifying because he's predictable. You know he's going to betray everyone. You know he's going to cause destruction. You know he's going to survive while better people die. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. The voice acting for Micah, provided by Peter Blomqvist, is phenomenal. Blomqvist gives Micah a distinctive voice that's both charming and unsettling. He can sound friendly and reasonable one moment, then switch to threatening and cruel the next. The performance captures Micah's ability to manipulate people, to seem like he's on your side even as he's plotting against you. There's a sliminess to Micah's voice, a false friendliness that makes your skin crawl. The physical design of Micah is also perfect. He's got blonde hair, a moustache and fancy clothes. He dresses better than most of the gang, always trying to look important and successful. His guns have ivory handles, expensive and showy, but there's something off about him. His eyes are cold. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. He looks like a snake in human form, and the game's artists captured that perfectly. One of the most chilling aspects of Micah's character is how he never shows remorse. When he kills Susan Grimshaw, he doesn't hesitate or feel bad. When he betrays the gang to the Pinkertons, he doesn't lose sleep. When Arthur confronts him about being a rat, he doesn't deny it or try to justify it. He just smirks and keeps going. Micah is a sociopath in the truest sense. He doesn't feel guilt or empathy. He doesn't form real emotional connections. He just uses people and discards them. Micah's treatment of women throughout the game is consistently reprehensible. In one camp interaction, you can see him bothering Mary Beth while she's trying to read. He makes crude comments, invades her personal space, and won't leave her alone even when she clearly wants him to go. Arthur can intervene, telling Micah to back off, but Micah just laughs it off. He does the same thing to Karen and Tilly, treating them as objects for his amusement rather than as people. When Sadie Adler first joins the gang, she's grieving her husband's death. She's traumatized, barely functional. Micah mocks her for it. He tells her to stop crying, that her husband was weak, that she should be grateful the gang took her in. Later, when Sadie starts learning to fight and becomes more active in the gang's operations, Micah mocks her for that too. He calls her mannish, suggests she's trying to be something she's not, questions her femininity. No matter what Sadie does, Micah finds a way to belittle her. The racism Micah displays is equally ugly. He constantly makes comments to Lenny about his intelligence, suggesting that Lenny can't read or think properly. This is particularly cruel because Lenny is one of the most educated members of the gang. He reads philosophy, writes in a journal, and is articulate and thoughtful. Micah's racism isn't based on anything real. It's just hatred for the sake of hatred. Charles Smith gets similar treatment. Micah makes jokes about scalping, calls Charles savage, and treats him as less than human. Charles is quiet about it, but in one mission, he tells Arthur that Micah is going to get himself killed if he keeps running his mouth. Charles is a patient man, but even his patience has limits. The game shows how the other gang members react to Micah's racism. They shut him down, defend Lenny and Charles, and make it clear that Micah's views aren't shared by the group. There's a scene where Micah and Lenny are both in camp, and Micah makes one of his racist comments. Lenny responds with a cutting remark about Micah's intelligence, pointing out that Micah can barely read. It's a small moment, but it shows that Lenny isn't intimidated by Micah. He sees Micah for what he is, an ignorant bully who uses racism to make himself feel superior. The contrast between how Arthur treats people and how Micah treats people is stark. Arthur, even at his worst, has lines he won't cross. He doesn't hurt women or children. He doesn't betray his friends. He doesn't kill for pleasure. Micah has no lines. He'll do anything to anyone if it benefits him. The game uses this contrast to show two different paths. Arthur's path leads to redemption and peace, even in death. Micah's path leads to a lonely death in the snow, hated by everyone who knew him. Micah's relationship with his guns is telling. He has 2 custom revolvers with ivory handles, and he's constantly cleaning them, admiring them, talking about them. They're extensions of his identity, symbols of his power. The game uses this to show how Micah defines himself through violence. He's not a person with interests and relationships and depth. He's a killer with fancy guns. When you finally kill him in the epilogue, you can take his revolvers as trophies. Some players do, wanting to own the weapons of the man they hated. Others refuse, not wanting anything that belonged to Micah. The game's epilogue shows the long-term consequences of Micah's actions. 8 years later, the survivors are scattered. Charles has found peace, helping the Wapiti tribe and eventually settling down. Sadie is still hunting bounties, but seems directionless, unable to find purpose after her revenge is complete. John is trying to build a normal life, but can't escape his past. When John kills Micah, he thinks he's closing a chapter, getting justice for Arthur. But he's actually opening a new chapter of violence. The Pinkertons will find Micah's body, trace it to John, and come for him. John's revenge against Micah leads directly to his death in Red Dead Redemption 1. This is where the tragedy of Micah Bell truly lies. Not in his death, which he deserves, but in the destruction he causes. He destroys the Vanderlyn Gang, one of the most successful outlaw gangs in the West. He destroys Dutch Van, Delinda, turning a charismatic leader into a paranoid madman. He destroys the relationships between gang members, turning brothers against each other. He destroys Arthur's faith in Dutch, and indirectly he destroys John Marston, because John's need for revenge puts him back on the Pinkertons' radar. The relationship between Micah and Dutch is the core of the game's tragedy. Dutch is a flawed man with a genuine vision, corrupted by his own ego and Micah's manipulation. Micah is a purely selfish man with no vision beyond his own enrichment, using Dutch's ego to achieve his goals. Together they're catastrophic. Dutch provides the authority and charisma, Micah provides the manipulation, and the combination is lethal. The game shows how one toxic person can destroy an entire community if they're allowed to operate unchecked. Micah isn't the strongest member of the gang. He's not the smartest. He's not the most skilled. But he's the most willing to lie, manipulate, and betray. And in a community built on trust and loyalty, that makes him incredibly dangerous. The gang's strength was their unity, their willingness to die for each other. Micah systematically destroys that unity, creating suspicion and paranoia until the gang tears itself apart from within. Arthur's hatred of Micah is one of the most consistent elements of his character throughout the game. From their first meeting to Arthur's death, Arthur never trusts Micah, never likes him, and never stops warning Dutch about him. Arthur's instincts are right from the beginning, but no one listens. It's frustrating because you can see the disaster coming, but you're powerless to stop it. Arthur tries. He warns Dutch repeatedly. He tells the other gang members to watch out for Micah. He refuses to work with Micah whenever possible, but it's not enough. The missions where you're forced to work with Micah are some of the most uncomfortable in the game. The dialogue is hostile. Arthur barely tolerates Micah's presence. Micah makes snide comments and tries to get under Arthur's skin. It's clear that they hate each other, and it's only Dutch's authority that keeps them from killing each other. These missions show how toxic the gang has become, how the family atmosphere has been replaced by suspicion and hostility. There's a moment in Chapter 6 where Arthur is talking to Sadie, and he says something like, "We're more ghosts than people." It's a recognition that the gang is already dead, that they're just going through the motions until the inevitable end. Micah is the one who killed them, not with guns or violence, but with words and manipulation. He convinced Dutch to make terrible decisions. He turned the gang against each other. He betrayed them to the Pinkertons. The game's treatment of Micah serves as a commentary on loyalty and trust. The gang's downfall comes from misplaced loyalty. They're loyal to Dutch, who's loyal to Micah, who's loyal to no one. It's a chain of loyalty that leads to destruction because the person at the end is rotten. The game shows how loyalty without discernment is dangerous, how trusting the wrong person can destroy everything. Arthur understands this by the end. He questions Dutch not because he's disloyal, but because he's loyal to what the gang was supposed to be, not what it's become. He's loyal to the idea of family and honour, not to Dutch's ego. But by the time Arthur figures this out, it's too late. The damage is done. Arthur can only try to save what's left, which is John and his family. Micah Bell succeeds as a villain because he's so thoroughly, completely hateable. Every player who finishes Red Dead Redemption 2 hates Micah. He's designed to be hated, from his racist comments to his betrayal, to his treatment of Arthur. But he's not a cartoon villain. He's a realistic portrayal of a certain type of person. The manipulator who uses others' trust against them. The sociopath who feels no remorse. The opportunist who sees every relationship as transactional. The game makes you work with Micah on several missions, forcing you to cooperate with someone you hate. It's uncomfortable and frustrating, which is exactly the point. The game wants you to feel what Arthur feels, the disgust and anger at having to tolerate Micah's presence. By making you work with Micah, the game creates a personal investment in seeing him fail. When Micah finally dies, it's not just Arthur getting revenge, it's you, the player, getting revenge for hours of having to tolerate this character. Micah's impact on the narrative can't be overstated. He's the catalyst for everything bad that happens. Without Micah, Dutch might have listened to Hosea, the gang might have escaped, Arthur might have lived longer, John might have stayed away. Micah is the domino that starts the chain reaction, the infection that spreads through the gang. The game also uses Micah to show how evil often hides behind a mask of normalcy. Micah doesn't look like a monster. He looks like just another outlaw. He doesn't act like a villain in every scene. Sometimes he's charming, funny, even helpful. But it's all performance. The game shows how real evil often doesn't announce itself. It blends in, acts normal, and waits for the right moment to strike. The final confrontation between Arthur and Micah on the mountain is the culmination of everything the game's been building toward. Two men who have hated each other from the beginning, finally facing off with no one to stop them. Arthur is dying, barely able to stand. Micah is healthy and strong, but Arthur fights anyway because it's not about winning. It's about buying time for John to escape, about standing up to evil one last time, about dying on his feet rather than on his knees. In the High Honor version, Arthur wins the fight. He beats Micah despite being half dead from tuberculosis. It's a testament to Arthur's strength of will, his determination, his refusal to let Micah win. But then Dutch arrives and chooses to walk away, leaving Arthur to die. It's the ultimate betrayal. And Micah survives because Dutch won't make a choice. Micah's survival past Arthur's death is important thematically. It shows that justice isn't automatic, that bad people often get away with their crimes, that the universe doesn't always punish evil. Arthur dies believing that Micah will continue to destroy lives, that Dutch will never see the truth. It's only 8 years later, when John tracks Micah down, that justice is finally served. But even then it's not really justice, it's revenge. And revenge, as Arthur tried to teach John, is a fool's game. John's revenge costs him everything. The Pinkertons find Micah's body, trace it to John, and eventually come for him. John dies defending his ranch, gunned down by the army. His son Jack grows up without a father and becomes an outlaw himself. The cycle continues. The game's message is clear. Evil exists. It's often successful, and fighting it has a cost. But the game also shows that fighting evil is still worthwhile, even when you lose. Arthur doesn't defeat Micah, but he saves John. He doesn't change Dutch's mind, but he dies with his honour intact. He doesn't win, but he doesn't surrender either. The game argues that how you face evil is more important than whether you defeat it. Micah Bell is a masterclass in villain design. He's hateable without being cartoonish. He's effective without being overpowered. He's realistic without being boring. He serves the story's themes perfectly, while also being a compelling character in his own right. He's the kind of villain that makes you genuinely angry, that makes you invested in seeing him fail, that makes his eventual death one of the most satisfying moments in gaming. When you finally kill Micah in the epilogue, standing over his body in the snow, there's a moment of satisfaction. Justice has been served. The villain is dead, but that satisfaction is fleeting. Micah's death doesn't change anything. It doesn't bring Arthur back. It doesn't save the gang. It doesn't break the cycle of violence. It's just one more death in a story full of death. As you walk away from Micah's body, leaving him to freeze in the snow, you realize that killing him was necessary but ultimately hollow. Arthur died without seeing justice. Hosea died not knowing Micah was the rat. Lenny, Sean, Molly, Susan, all of them died while Micah lived. By the time Micah pays for his crimes, the damage is irreversible. Micah Bell represents a truth we don't want to acknowledge. Sometimes evil wins. Sometimes the bad guy gets away with it. Sometimes justice is delayed or denied entirely. Micah embodies this uncomfortable reality. He destroys the gang, betrays everyone, and survives. He gets 8 years of freedom before justice catches up with him, and even his death doesn't undo the damage he caused. But the game also shows that even when evil wins, it doesn't really win. Micah gets money and power, but he dies alone, hated by everyone who knew him. He has no friends, no family, no one who mourns his passing. His death is meaningless, just another outlaw killed in the snow. Compare that to Arthur, who dies surrounded by love and respect, who's remembered as a hero by those who knew him, whose sacrifice saves John's family. Micah Bell is the villain Red Dead Redemption 2 needed. He's the perfect antagonist for Arthur's protagonist, the dark mirror that shows what Arthur could have become. He's the catalyst for Dutch's descent into madness, the infection that destroys the gang from within. He's the embodiment of everything wrong with the outlaw life, the violence and selfishness and betrayal, stripped of any romantic notions. In the end, Micah Bell is exactly what he appears to be, a snake. He slithers into the gang, destroys everything he touches, and strikes when you're not looking. He's patient, calculating, and completely without conscience. He uses people's trust against them, their loyalty as a weapon, their love as a vulnerability. He's the worst kind of villain because he's realistic. We've all met people like Micah, people who manipulate and lie and use others for their own benefit. That's what makes him so effective as a villain. He's not a fantasy. He's a warning about manipulation, about toxic people, about the cost of misplaced trust. The Van der Linde gang's mistake was trusting Micah, or more accurately, allowing Dutch to trust Micah without question. They saw the warning signs but didn't act on them because questioning Dutch meant questioning the gang's entire structure. Micah Bell's story teaches a lesson about trust and discernment. Not everyone who claims to be loyal is actually loyal. Not everyone who speaks the language of family actually cares about family. Some people are just using those words to manipulate you, to get what they want, to exploit your trust. Arthur's instincts about Micah were right from the beginning. He should have trusted them. The gang should have listened to him. The tragedy of Micah Bell isn't his own. He lived exactly the life he wanted, did exactly what he wanted, and only paid for it at the very end. His tragedy is what he did to others, the lives he destroyed, the trust he betrayed, the family he tore apart. The Van der Linde gang was doomed from the moment they let Micah in. He accelerated their decline, turned a slow death into a catastrophic collapse, transformed a family into a collection of paranoid, suspicious individuals who couldn't trust each other. When you think about Red Dead Redemption 2's story, you think about Arthur's redemption, Dutch's fall, and Micah's betrayal. These three elements are intertwined, each one affecting the others, creating a tragedy that feels inevitable in hindsight, but devastating in the moment. Micah is the catalyst, the infection. Without him, the story would be different. Maybe the gang was always doomed, but Micah's presence changes everything. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a masterpiece of storytelling, and Micah Bell is a crucial part of why. He's the villain the story needs, the antagonist who makes the tragedy work, the character you love to hate. He's perfectly written, brilliantly performed, and utterly despicable. And when he finally dies in the snow, shot by the man he manipulated for so long, it's one of gaming's most satisfying moments. But the satisfaction is temporary. As you walk away from Micah's body, as you ride back to your ranch with the money he stole, as you try to build the life Arthur died to give you, you realize that Micah's death doesn't fix anything. It's just one more death in a story full of death. One more act of violence in a world that runs on violence. One more tragedy in a game about tragedy. Micah Bell, the rat, the snake, the betrayer, one of gaming's greatest villains, and a character you'll never forget. Not because you love him, but because you hate him so completely. And that hatred is a testament to how well the character is written, how effectively he's portrayed, how perfectly he serves the story's themes. He's a reminder that evil exists, that it often succeeds, and that fighting it requires sacrifice. He's a warning about manipulation and toxic people, and the cost of misplaced trust. And he's proof that sometimes the most effective villains are the ones who feel real, who remind us of people we've actually met, who show us the darkness that exists not in fantasy worlds but in our own. The game's exploration of Micah as a villain goes beyond simple good versus evil. It examines how evil operates in the real world. Micah doesn't announce himself as a villain. He doesn't wear black and cackle maniacally. He presents himself as loyal, as strong, as someone who understands what it takes to survive. He uses the language of the gang's values against them. When he advocates for violence, he frames it as strength. When he questions others, he frames it as protecting Dutch. When he betrays them, he's already positioned himself as the most loyal member. This is how real manipulation works. Real manipulators don't tell you they're manipulating you. They make you think they're helping you, protecting you, looking out for your best interests. Micah is a master of this. He makes Dutch think that questioning him is the same as questioning Dutch's own judgment. He makes Bill think that following him is the same as being strong. He makes everyone who opposes him seem like the problem. The game also explores how Micah represents the death of the Old West. The Van der Linde gang, for all their flaws, represented a certain ideal. They were outlaws, yes, but they had principles. They didn't kill innocents. They took care of each other. They saw themselves as fighting against a corrupt system. Dutch's philosophy, however flawed, was about freedom and living by your own rules. Micah represents the corruption of that ideal. He's what happens. When you strip away all the principles and just keep the violence, he's the outlaw with no code, no honour, no loyalty. He's pure selfishness dressed up in the language of strength. And his success shows how the Old West is dying. The romantic ideal of the noble outlaw can't survive in a world where people like Micah exist. The game uses the contrast between Arthur and Micah to show this. Arthur represents the old way, the outlaw with a code. He's violent, yes, but he has lines he won't cross. He's loyal to his family. He tries to protect the innocent. He questions authority but respects wisdom. Micah represents the new way, the outlaw as pure predator. No code, no loyalty, no lines, just survival and selfishness. Arthur's death and Micah's survival symbolize the death of the Old West. The world doesn't reward honour anymore, it rewards ruthlessness. Arthur dies poor and sick, having given everything for people who didn't appreciate it. Micah survives rich and powerful, having betrayed everyone and gotten away with it, at least for a while. But the game doesn't let Micah's victory stand. 8 years later, justice catches up with him. It's delayed, but it comes. And when it does, Micah dies alone in the snow, unmourned and unloved. The game's message is that even if evil wins in the short term, it ultimately destroys itself. Micah's philosophy of pure selfishness leaves him with nothing. No friends, no family, no legacy, just a frozen corpse in the mountains. The game also uses Micah to explore the concept of the banality of evil. Micah isn't a grand villain with elaborate schemes. He's just a petty, cruel man who takes advantage of every opportunity. He doesn't have a master plan to destroy the gang. He just does what benefits him in the moment, and the cumulative effect is catastrophic. This is often how real evil works. Not through grand schemes, but through countless small acts of selfishness and cruelty. Micah's racism, sexism, and general cruelty aren't part of some elaborate plan. They're just who he is. He's cruel because he enjoys it, because it makes him feel powerful, because he can get away with it. The game shows how this kind of casual evil can be just as destructive as any grand villainy. Micah doesn't need a plan to destroy the gang. He just needs to be himself, and the destruction follows naturally. The relationship between Micah and the player is also interesting. The game forces you to spend time with Micah, to work with him, to tolerate his presence. This creates a unique kind of frustration. You're not just watching a villain from a distance. You're forced to interact with him, to hear his voice, to endure his presence. This makes the hatred more personal, more visceral. When you finally get to kill Micah in the epilogue, it's not just satisfying because he's a villain. It's satisfying because you've personally had to deal with him for dozens of hours. You've heard his voice, endured his comments, watched him destroy everything you care about. His death is personal in a way that most video game villain deaths aren't. The game's writing team deserves credit for creating a villain who's so thoroughly hateable without being one-dimensional. Micah has personality. He has quirks and mannerisms. He's not just the bad guy. He's a fully realised character who happens to be thoroughly evil. This makes him more effective as a villain because he feels real. Peter Blomquist's performance brings Micah to life in a way that makes him unforgettable. The way he delivers Micah's lines, the tone of voice he uses, the subtle inflections that show Micah's manipulation and cruelty, all of it combines to create one of gaming's most memorable villains. You can hear the false friendliness in Micah's voice when he's trying to manipulate someone. You can hear the cruelty when he's mocking someone. You can hear the cowardice when he's faced with real danger. The game's animation team also deserves credit. Micah's body language tells you everything you need to know about him. The way he stands too close to people, invading their personal space. The way he touches his guns constantly, reminding everyone that he's armed and dangerous. The way he smirks when he thinks he's gotten away with something. All of these small details combine to create a character who feels real and threatening. Micah's impact extends beyond the main story. In the epilogue, when you're playing as John and trying to build a normal life, Micah's shadow still looms. The money he stole, the people he killed, the gang he destroyed, all of it still matters. Even dead, Micah's actions have consequences. John's decision to hunt him down, to get revenge, leads directly to John's own death. Micah destroys John's life even from beyond the grave. This is perhaps the most tragic aspect of Micah's character. He doesn't just destroy the gang, he destroys the future. Arthur dies trying to give John a chance at a normal life, but John can't let go of the past. He can't let Micah's betrayal stand. So he goes after him, and in doing so puts himself back on the path that leads to his death. Micah wins even in death, because he drags John down with him. The game uses Micah to explore the cycle of violence that defines the outlaw life. Micah betrays the gang, so John kills Micah, so the Pinkertons come for John, so Jack kills Agent Ross, and the cycle continues. Each act of violence leads to another. Each revenge creates a new grievance. Micah is part of this cycle, but he is also a symbol of it. He represents how violence and betrayal perpetuate themselves, how one evil act creates ripples that spread outward, affecting everyone they touch. The game's final message about Micah is that evil is real, it's dangerous, and it often succeeds, but it's also ultimately empty. Micah gets what he wants in the short term. He gets money, power, and freedom, but he dies alone, hated, and unmourned. His life meant nothing. He built nothing. He created nothing. He just destroyed and consumed until there was nothing left, including himself. Compare this to Arthur, who dies poor and sick but surrounded by love. Arthur's life meant something. He saved people. He helped people. He made the world slightly better, even if only for a few individuals. His death has meaning because he chose to make it meaningful. Micah's death is just the end of a parasite, unmourned and unremembered except as a cautionary tale. The game's treatment of Micah serves as a meditation on what makes a life meaningful. It's not money or power or survival. It's the connections you make, the people you help, the legacy you leave. Micah has none of these things. He's rich when he dies, but his wealth dies with him. He's powerful, but his power evaporates the moment he's gone. He survives longer than Arthur, but his survival is meaningless because he has nothing worth living for. This is the game's ultimate judgment on Micah Bell. Not that he's evil, though he is. Not that he's a traitor, though he is. But that his life is meaningless. He's a void, a black hole that consumes everything around it and produces nothing. He's the opposite of creation, the opposite of meaning, the opposite of life. He's just destruction and emptiness wearing human skin. Red Dead Redemption 2 uses Micah Bell to explore some of the darkest aspects of human nature. The capacity for betrayal, the appeal of cruelty, the seduction of selfishness, the danger of charisma without conscience. Micah embodies all of these things, and the game forces you to confront them. You can't ignore Micah. You can't skip his scenes. You have to deal with him, have to watch him destroy everything, have to feel the frustration and anger and helplessness of watching evil succeed. And then finally you get to kill him, and it's satisfying, but it's also hollow, because by the time you kill Micah, the damage is done. The gang is destroyed. Arthur is dead. The future is compromised. Micah's death doesn't fix anything. It just ends one chapter of a tragedy that will continue long after he's gone. This is what makes Micah Bell such an effective villain. He's not just a character you defeat. He's a force that shapes the entire story, that influences every character, that drives the tragedy forward. He's the catalyst, the infection, the poison, and even when he's gone, his effects linger. The game doesn't let you forget Micah Bell. His shadow falls across the entire story, from the moment he appears to long after he's dead. Micah Bell is a reminder that evil is real, that it exists in the world, and that it often wears a friendly face. He's a warning about the dangers of manipulation, about the importance of trusting your instincts, about the cost of misplaced loyalty. He's a character study in sociopathy, in how someone without conscience operates in the world, and he's a perfectly crafted villain who serves every aspect of the story he's in. When you finish Red Dead Redemption 2, you remember Arthur's redemption, you remember Dutch's fall, and you remember Micah's betrayal. These three elements define the story, and Micah is essential to all of them. He's the villain who makes Arthur's heroism in the grand violent opera of Red Dead Redemption 2, where men are defined by the guns they carry and the blood they spill, Molly O'Shea is defined by a silk dress, a pocket mirror, and a silence that screams louder than any revolver. She is the ghost of the Van der Linde gang long before she actually dies. To the other members of the gang, she is a nuisance, a high-maintenance burden who refuses to work. To the player, she is often just background noise, a figure pacing nervously outside Dutch's tent. But if we stop and look, truly look at Molly O'Shea, we find perhaps the most tragic figure in the entire narrative. She's not a warrior like Sadie Adler. She's not a survivor like Abigail Roberts. She's a victim. She's a canary in a coal mine, singing a song of doom that no one wants to hear until the explosion has already happened. Tonight, we're going to tell her story. Not the story of a rat, but the story of a woman who fell in love with the dream and woke up in a nightmare. But before we begin, I discovered that most of you watching haven't subscribed to the channel. Please do. It really helps out and takes a lot of time to make these videos. Without further ado, let's begin. To understand Molly, we must first understand where she came from, because her origin is the key to her tragedy. Unlike the others, who were born into poverty, violence or chaos, Molly O'Shea was born into privilege. She hails from Dublin, Ireland, likely from a wealthy or at least upper middle class family. We know this from her accent, which is refined and lacks the rough edges of Sean Maguire's working class brogue. We know this from her clothes, which are consistently more expensive and impractical than anyone else's, and we know this from her attitude. Molly is not built for the frontier. She is built for drawing rooms, for tea parties, for poetry readings. She's a creature of civilization dropped into the heart of the wilderness. So, how does a girl from Dublin end up in a tent in the American West with a gang of outlaws? The answer is simple and devastating. Romance. Not just romantic love, but the romantic ideal. Molly O'Shea is a victim of literature. She likely grew up reading the penny dreadfuls and the romanticised accounts of the Wild West that were popular in Europe at the time. She imagined a life of freedom, of dashing bandits and noble rebels. She imagined a life that was real, away from the stifling corsets and social expectations of Dublin society. And then she met Dutch van der Linde. Dutch is the ultimate salesman of the romantic ideal. When he met Molly, he wouldn't have shown her the dirt, the blood, or the fear. He would have shown her the dream. He would have quoted Evelyn Miller. He would have talked about savage utopia. He would have told her that she was special, that she was trapped in a gilded cage, and that he held the key. For a young, bored, perhaps rebellious woman like Molly, Dutch was not just a man. He was a portal to a fantasy. She didn't run away to be a criminal. She ran away to be a heroine in a story. She ran away to be the Pirate King's queen. But the tragedy of Molly O'Shea is that the story she thought she was joining ended the moment she stepped onto the boat to America. The reality of the outlaw life is not poetry. It is mud. It is cold. It is fear. It is washing socks in a creek while your hands freeze. It is sleeping on the hard ground. It is the constant gnawing anxiety that the law is coming to hang you. Molly was prepared for the romance. She was wholly unprepared for the reality. And this disconnect, this chasm between what she expected and what she got, is the wound that festers throughout the entire game. We see this disconnect immediately in the opening chapter at Coulter. The game begins in a blizzard. The gang is freezing, starving and desperate. Everyone is pitching in. Arthur is hunting, Charles is scouting, Pearson is cooking. Even the other women, Grimshaw, Karen, Tilly, Mary Beth, are working, tending to the wounded, mending clothes, keeping the camp running. And then there is Molly. Molly does not work. This is the primary grievance the camp has against her. She thinks she's too good for us, the other women whisper. She acts like a queen. And they're right, but they're also wrong. Molly doesn't refuse to work because she is lazy, though she is certainly entitled. She refuses to work because working would mean admitting that the fantasy is a lie. In her mind, she is not a worker bee. She is the queen bee. She is Dutch's partner, not his servant. If she starts scrubbing floors or skinning deer, she becomes just another camp follower. She loses the one thing that makes her special, her status as the lady of the gang. So she clings to her idleness like a shield. She sits in the tent, she checks her makeup, she reads her poems. It is a desperate performance of aristocracy in a world that has no use for aristocrats. This refusal to integrate isolates her completely. In Coulter, she is physically and emotionally frozen out. Watch the interactions. Susan Grimshaw, the camp's matriarch and taskmaster, despises Molly. Grimshaw is a pragmatist. She values utility above all else. To her, Molly is dead weight. The animosity is palpable. Grimshaw snaps at her, belittles her, and encourages the other girls to do the same. Karen Jones and Tilly Jackson, who are working-class girls who have had to scrap for everything they have, look at Molly with a mix of envy and contempt. They see a spoiled brat who doesn't know how lucky she is to be protected. They don't see the terror in her eyes, and there is terror. Molly is terrified. She is thousands of miles from home, surrounded by killers in a frozen wasteland, and the only person she has, Dutch, is beginning to look away. The move to Horseshoe Overlook in Chapter 2 should be a relief. The snow melts, the sun comes out, the heartlands are beautiful. But for Molly, the thaw only reveals the rot. It is here that the cracks in her relationship with Dutch become undeniable. In the beginning, we can assume Dutch loved her, or at least loved the idea of her. She was a trophy, a symbol of his sophistication. A man who reads Evelyn Miller should have a refined Irish poetess on her arm. But as the pressure mounts, as the Pinkertons close in, Dutch needs soldiers, not ornaments. He needs people who can shoot, who can earn, who can contribute. Molly can do none of these things. She becomes a ghost in the camp. While the others gather around the campfire to sing songs or share stories, Molly is usually pacing. Pacing is her primary animation state. She walks back and forth in front of Dutch's tent, wringing her hands, smoking cigarettes with a frantic intensity. She is waiting for Dutch to notice her, waiting for him to look at her with that old fire. But he doesn't. He is looking at maps. He is looking at the horizon. He is looking at Mary Beth, who listens to his philosophy with wide, adoring eyes. He's looking at Sadie Adler, who's turning into a warrior. He looks everywhere but at Molly. This is where the mirror comes in. Molly is constantly checking her pocket mirror. It is a nervous tick. On the surface, it looks like vanity. Look at her, the player thinks, obsessed with her face while we're out here dying. But psychologically, it is something far more painful. Molly is checking the mirror to make sure she still exists. In a camp where she's ignored, ridiculed and dismissed, she feels herself fading away. She looks in the mirror to confirm her own reality. I'm still here. I'm still Molly O'Shea. I am still beautiful. It is an act of self-preservation. She is trying to hold on to the identity of the beloved woman, even as the evidence of that love crumbles around her. The isolation is compounded by the fact that she has no friends, not one. Even Micah Bell has his cronies, Joe and Cleet. Even Kieran, the O'Driscoll hostage, eventually finds a place with the horses and a tentative friendship with Mary Beth. Molly has no one. She's too proud to befriend the servants, Tilly, Karen, and too afraid of the men. She's trapped in a silo of her own making. The only person she talks to is Dutch, and Dutch stopped listening a long time ago. We see this dynamic play out in the background conversations. If you linger near Dutch's tent in Chapter 2, you will hear the arguments starting. They are low, hissing whispers at first. Dutch, please, talk to me. I am busy, Molly. Can't you see I'm thinking? You're always thinking. You never look at me anymore. Woman, have you no concept of the weight I am carrying? Notice the language. She asks for connection. Talk to me. Look at me. He responds with duty and burden. Busy. Wait. He frames her need for affection as a distraction from his great work. This is classic narcissistic devaluation. He makes her feel small, selfish, and crazy for wanting basic human contact. He gaslights her into believing that her unhappiness is her own fault, that she's simply not strong enough to understand his vision. And Molly, who has staked her entire life on this man, believes him. She doubles down on her anxiety. She tries harder to get his attention, which only pushes him further away. It is a death spiral. There is a particularly heartbreaking moment in Horseshoe Overlook where Molly tries to tell Dutch about a poem she wrote. She approaches him tentatively, like a child approaching a volatile parent. "Dutch, I wrote something. I thought you might like it." Dutch doesn't even look up from his book. "Not now, Molly. Please." She stands there for a moment, the paper trembling in her hand, and then turns away. That moment is the death of the romance. It is the realization that he doesn't care about her mind, her soul, or her art. He only cared about the reflection of himself he saw in her eyes. And now that the reflection is cracking, he is bored. As the gang moves to Clemens Point in Chapter 3, the environment shifts from the open plains to the humid, sticky heat of Lemoyne. The physical decay of the camp mirrors the psychological decay of Molly O'Shea. The heat makes everyone irritable, but for Molly it is suffocating. She's still wearing her heavy, high-collared dresses, refusing to adapt to the climate just as she refuses to adapt to the lifestyle. She sweats, she paces, she unravels. The arguments become louder, they spill out of the tent. "You are not the man I fell in love with," she screams. This is a dangerous thing to say to Dutch van der Linde. Dutch's entire ego is built on the idea that he is a messianic figure, a saviour, a king. To tell him that he has changed, that he is failing, is heresy. When Molly says this, she seals her fate. She's no longer just a nuisance, she's a threat. She's a witness to his decline, and narcissists destroy witnesses. It is also at Clemens Point that we see Dutch's wandering eye become more obvious. He spends more time with Mary Beth. Mary Beth is younger, sweeter, and more compliant than Molly. She sits by the fire and writes in her journal, and Dutch sits with her, offering mentorship. Molly watches this from the shadows. It destroys her. It is not just sexual jealousy. It is intellectual jealousy. Mary Beth is replacing her as the literary muse. Mary Beth gives Dutch the adoration he craves without the nagging questions about safety or loyalty. Molly sees herself being replaced by a newer, less damaged model. And then there is Sadie. Sadie Adler is everything Molly is not. Sadie wears pants. Sadie shoots guns. Sadie demands respect. Dutch is fascinated by Sadie. He calls her Mrs. Adler with a tone of reverence. He sees her as a peer, a fellow warrior. Molly looks at Sadie and sees her own obsolescence. In this new world, this savage, violent world, Sadie Adler is the queen. Molly O'Shea is just a relic of a civilization that is being left behind. The cracks in the mirror are now fissures. Molly stops caring about her appearance as much. Her hair is a little looser. Her voice is a little shriller. She starts drinking more. The other camp members start to avoid her not out of annoyance but out of discomfort. It is uncomfortable to watch someone disintegrate. It is like watching a building slowly collapse. You don't want to be too close when it finally comes down. But the collapse doesn't happen all at once. It is a slow, agonizing erosion. And the cruelest part is that Molly is right. She is the only one who sees Dutch for what he is becoming. While Arthur is still loyal, while Hosea is still hoping for a way out, Molly sees the truth. "He's using us," she mutters to herself. "He doesn't care." But because she is the crazy one, the drunk one, the high-maintenance one, no one listens. She is Cassandra, cursed to see the future and have no one believe her. As the gang moves to Shady Belle, the setting becomes a perfect gothic horror backdrop for Molly's final descent. The old crumbling plantation house, with its peeling paint and ghosts of the past, is a physical manifestation of Molly's mind. She wanders the halls like a spectre. She stops pacing outside a tent and starts haunting a mansion. Shady Belle is where the silence becomes deafening. Dutch effectively stops speaking to her entirely. He locks himself in his room on the balcony, planning, scheming, spiralling. Molly is left downstairs, alone in a house full of people. She tries to engage Arthur. "Arthur, he won't listen to me," she pleads. Arthur, to his credit, is not cruel to her, but he is dismissive. "He's got a lot on his mind, Molly. Leave him be." Arthur sees Molly's pain as a distraction from the real problems of the gang. The Pinkertons, the money, the O'Driscolls. He doesn't realise that Molly's pain is the symptom of the gang's terminal illness. It is here that the idea of betrayal begins to take root in her mind, but not the betrayal of the gang, the betrayal of her. Dutch promised her a life. He promised her love. He took her from her home, her family, her world, and he dumped her in a swamp to rot. In her mind, the contract has been broken. And if the contract is broken, what does she owe him? What does she owe any of them? The player often misses the subtlety of her breakdown because the game is so focused on the external threats. We are looking for Pinkertons in the bushes. We are looking for O'Driscolls on the road. We aren't looking at the woman sitting on the porch, staring into the dark, realizing that she has already died. As the gang settles into Clemens Point, the cracks in the mirror widen into chasms. The location itself is a mockery of paradise, a beautiful lakeside view corrupted by the humidity, the bugs, and the looming threat of the brazen Braithwaites. For Molly, this chapter is defined by a frantic, desperate attempt to reclaim her position. She stops being passive and starts being vocal, but her voice is shrill, panicked, and easily dismissed. The arguments with Dutch become public spectacles. In Horseshoe Overlook they were whispers. Here they are shouting matches. "You're not the man I fell in love with," she screams, her voice cracking. This line is pivotal. It is the first time anyone in the gang explicitly verbalizes the decay of Dutch van der Linde. Arthur suspects it. Hosea fears it, but Molly says it. She is the canary choking on the gas, but instead of evacuating the mine, the miners just complain about the noise. Dutch's reaction to these outbursts is chilling. He doesn't yell back. He dismisses her with a wave of his hand, a roll of his eyes. He treats her not like a partner, but like a hysterical child. "She's got the vapours," he implies to the others. "She's crazy." This is a masterclass in gaslighting. By framing her legitimate grievances as symptoms of madness, he absolves himself of any responsibility. He turns the camp against her. When Molly walks by, people don't ask, "Is she okay?" They ask, "Is she drunk again?" And she is drunk. Alcohol becomes her only solace. It numbs the pain of the rejection and the fear of the impending doom, but it also destroys her credibility. A drunk woman screaming about betrayal is easy to ignore. A sober woman making the same points might have been dangerous. Dutch knows this. He likely encourages her drinking, or at least does nothing to stop it, because it keeps her discredited. The arrival of the gang at Shady Bell marks the beginning of the unravelling. The setting is perfect. A rotting antebellum mansion, a monument to a dead era filled with ghosts. Molly fits right in. She stops changing her clothes as often. Her hair, once perfectly coiffed, becomes loose and wild. She wanders the upper halls like a spectre, a Lady Macbeth who can't wash the stain of rejection from her hands. It is in St. Denis, however, that the final break occurs. The city is a false promise of civilization. For a moment, Molly might have thought, this is it. We are back in society. We can be normal. But the gang isn't there to join society. They are there to rob it. The disconnect between her desires and their reality becomes absolute. While the men are planning the bank heist, the one last score, Molly is invisible. She's not included in the planning. She's not included in the social events, like the mayor's party where Dutch takes Arthur and Hosea. She's left behind at camp, festering. This exclusion leads to the most misunderstood moment in her arc, the betrayal. Let us be clear, Molly O'Shea never betrayed the gang. Agent Milton confirms this later. She never talked, she never gave them up, but she wanted to. Or rather, she wanted Dutch to think she did. Why? Why would she claim to be a rat if she wasn't? Because hate is better than indifference. By chapter 4 and into chapter 6, Dutch has become completely indifferent. To her, he looks through her. To him, she is furniture. For a narcissist victim, this is the ultimate torture. Being hated means you still exist in their mind. Being ignored means you are dead. Molly's claim that she told them everything is a desperate suicidal scream for attention. She wants to hurt him. She wants to shake him. She wants to force him to look at her, even if it's with murder in his eyes. He wouldn't even look at me, she says later. That is the motive. It is not treachery. It is a twisted form of love. She is willing to die just to be the centre of his world for one last second. The tragedy is that it works, but not in the way she hoped. She doesn't get his attention. She gets his contempt. And she gets a shotgun shell from Susan Grimshaw. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Before the end, there is the long, slow slide into the abyss. The weeks in Lakay and Beaver Hollow are a blur of misery for Molly. She is practically catatonic. She sits by the fire, rocking back and forth, muttering poetry. Savage utopia, she whispers, a land of dreams. She is deconstructing Dutch's philosophy in real time, mocking it, mourning it. The other camp members have completely dehumanized her by this point. To them, she's just crazy Molly. They step around her like she's a puddle of mud. Even Arthur, the good man, offers her little comfort. He is too consumed by his own dying to save someone who seems intent on drowning. This lack of empathy from the gang is a collective moral failure. They pride themselves on loyalty, on being a family. But their definition of family is conditional. You are family as long as you are useful. You are family as long as you buy into the lie. Molly stopped being useful, and she stopped believing the lie. So she stopped being family. The move to Beaver Hollow is the final nail in the coffin. The cave is dark, damp, and evil. It is the antithesis of the gilded cage she started in. It is a stone tomb. And it is here, in the flickering light of the campfire, that Molly O'Shea decides to end her story. She doesn't do it quietly. She doesn't slip away into the woods. She stages a performance. She waits until everyone is watching. She waits until Dutch is holding court, and she enters the stage for her final monologue. "I told them," she slurs, stumbling into the centre of the camp. "I told them everything. The camp freezes. Uncle stops playing his banjo. Bill stops drinking. Dutch turns slowly, his eyes cold and dead. "I wanted them to kill you," she says, pointing a shaking finger at Dutch. "I wanted them to kill all of you." This is the moment she's been rehearsing in her head for weeks. She expects what? Anger, passion, a fight. She expects Dutch to grab her, to shake her, to ask her why. She expects a reaction that acknowledges her power. But Dutch doesn't give her that. He just stares at her with disgust. "You're drunk, Molly," he says. "Go to bed." Even in her confession of treason, he dismisses her. He refuses to grant her the dignity of being a villain. He treats her like a naughty child. This is the final insult. She screams again, desperate to be heard, to be taken seriously. "I told them," and then the shot. Susan Grimshaw, the enforcer of the camp's rules, the woman who has despised Molly from day one, steps forward with a shotgun. Boom! Molly falls. Silence descends on the camp. It is brutal, it is sudden, and it is arguably the most tragic death in the game. Not because she was a hero, but because she died for a lie. She died for a man who didn't care. She died alone, surrounded by people who were relieved to see her go. The aftermath is even worse. They burn her body, not out of respect, but to get rid of the evidence. There is no funeral, no eulogy, just a fire in the night. And the next day, she is gone. The camp moves on, Dutch moves on. It is as if she never existed, but we remember. And now we must dissect the corpse. We must perform a psychological autopsy on Molly O'Shea to understand exactly what killed her. The cause of death was a shotgun blast, but the underlying condition was narcissistic abuse. Molly O'Shea is a textbook victim of a narcissist. Dutch van der Linde fits the clinical profile perfectly. The relationship follows the 3 stages of narcissistic abuse: idealization, devaluation, and discard. Stage 1. Idealization. This happened before the game started. Dutch found Molly, a bored romantic girl. He love-bombed her. He told her she was the most beautiful, intelligent, special woman in the world. He made her the centre of his universe. He gave her the gilded cage. This is the hook. It creates an addiction to the narcissist's approval. Molly spent the entire game chasing the high of this initial phase. Stage 2. Devaluation. This is the majority of the game. Once Dutch had her hooked, he started to pull away. He criticised her. He ignored her. He compared her to others, Mary Beth Sadie. He made her feel like she was crazy for wanting the affection he used to give freely. This erodes the victim's self-esteem. They start to believe that they are the problem. If I just try harder, Molly thinks, he will love me again. This is why she stays. This is why she doesn't run. She is waiting for the good Dutch to return. Stage 3. Discard. This is the end. Dutch is done with her. She's no longer useful as a trophy. She's crazy and drunk. And she's no longer useful as a supply of adoration. She's questioning him. So he discards her. He doesn't even kill her himself. He lets Grimshaw do it. He washes his hands of her. The gaslighting in this relationship is severe. Dutch constantly rewrites reality. He tells Molly she's imagining things. He tells the camp she is unwell. He isolates her from reality until she can no longer trust her own mind. This is why she drinks. Alcohol blurs the edges of a reality that is too painful to look at directly. We must also look at the role of the other women. Grimshaw, Karen and Tilly are enablers. They see the abuse, but they blame the victim. She's so difficult, they say. She's so needy. They internalize Dutch's narrative. They don't see a woman being emotionally destroyed. They see a woman who is annoying their leader. This is a common dynamic in cults, and the gang is a cult. The leader can do no wrong, so if there is a problem, it must be the followers' fault. Molly O'Shea is the scapegoat. Every cult needs one. The person who carries the sins of the group. The person everyone can point to and say, "At least I'm not her." By hating Molly, the other women bond with each other. Her isolation cements their community. She is the sacrifice that keeps the tribe together, at least for a little while longer. To fully appreciate the tragedy of Molly O'Shea, we must look beyond the clinical and into the mythical. She is not just a character, she is an archetype. She is Ophelia from Shakespeare's Hamlet. Like Ophelia, Molly is a young woman in love with a man who is slowly going mad. Hamlet Dutch. Like Ophelia, she is used as a pawn in the political games of the court, the gang. Like Ophelia, she is rejected by her lover. "Get thee to a nunnery, you're drunk, Molly." And like Ophelia, this rejection drives her to madness and eventually to death. Ophelia drowns in a river, singing songs. Molly drowns in a bottle, reciting poetry. Both are collateral damage in a tragedy centred on male ego. She is also the bird in a cage. This is a common motif in Victorian literature, the woman who is trapped by her own beauty and social status. Dutch even refers to her as his little bird in earlier, happier times, implied. But a bird in a cage is only beautiful as long as it sings. When it starts to scream, it becomes a nuisance. Molly's story is the story of the bird realizing the door is locked. There is also a touch of Madame Bovary in her. Emma Bovary was a woman who read too many romance novels and destroyed her life trying to live them out. Molly O'Shea read too many poems about the Wild West. She fell in love with an aesthetic, not a man, and the aesthetic killed her. But unlike these literary figures, Molly does not get a soliloquy. She does not get a grand death scene until the very end, and even that is cut short. She is denied the dignity of tragedy. She is treated as a farce. This makes her story even more heartbreaking. She is a tragic heroine trapped in a gritty western that refuses to acknowledge her genre. Now, let us turn our attention to the words. The specific language Molly uses, and the language used against her, reveals the architecture of her prison. "He wouldn't even look at me." This line, delivered to the Pinkertons in her lie, or to the camp in her confession, is the core of her motivation. It is not about safety, it is not about money, it is about the gaze. The narcissist's gaze is the sun. When it shines on you, you feel alive. When it turns away, you freeze. Molly is freezing to death. She is begging for the sun to turn back. "You're not the man I fell in love with." We analysed this earlier, but let's look deeper. This implies that there was a man she fell in love with. It validates the idea that Dutch has changed. It makes Molly the memory keeper of the gang. While everyone else is trying to adapt to the new Dutch, Molly is holding on to the old Dutch. She is the anchor dragging behind the ship, trying to stop it from sailing into the storm. And because she won't let go, the ship cuts the line. And then there is the poem. If you look closely at the props in the game, you can find a poem Molly writes. It is titled The Scent of the Rose. It talks about beauty, about fading, about the cold. It is not great poetry. It is derivative, sentimental, Victorian doggerel, but that is the point. It represents her attempt to impose order and beauty on a chaotic world. She's trying to write a romance novel in the middle of a horror story. The fact fact that Dutch ignores it is the ultimate rejection of her soul. He doesn't just reject her body, he rejects her art. He rejects the only thing she has left to give. The poem also serves as a foreshadowing. It speaks of things withering. Molly withers. She doesn't die in a blaze of glory like John Marston. She fades. She shrinks. Until she's just a small, drunk woman shouting at a giant, begging him to see her. But the story is not just in the words she speaks. It is in the silence she inhabits. We must look at the invisible woman in a game famous for its camp interactions, where you can play poker with John, go fishing with Javier, or listen to Uncle's stories. Molly O'Shea is conspicuously absent. She does not participate. She does not play dominoes. She does not sing songs. She does not sit by the fire. This absence is a deliberate design choice by Rockstar. It forces the player to feel her isolation. If you want to interact with Molly, you have to go out of your way to find her. You have to walk over to Dutch's tent, away from the warmth of the main campfire. You have to enter her cold, lonely orbit. And when you do, the interactions are almost always negative. She is complaining. She is crying. She is asking for a mirror. This makes the player dislike her. We are conditioned to like characters who give us things. Pearson gives stew, Lenny gives friendship. Molly gives us nothing but anxiety. But this dislike is the point. We are complicit in her isolation. We, the players, avoid her just like the gang avoids her. We are part of the problem. We are part of the cult that rejects the non-believer. Finally, let us look at the fashion of despair. Visual storytelling is key in Red Dead Redemption 2, and Molly's wardrobe tells a story of its own. In Chapter 1 and 2, her clothes are pristine. High collars, expensive fabrics, vibrant colours, greens and golds. She looks like a doll. She stands out against the mud and the leather of the other gang members. This visual dissonance highlights her status as an outsider. She's a peacock in a flock of crows. As the game progresses, the clothes change. They become looser, the colours fade. By Chapter 6, she looks dishevelled. Her hair is unkempt. The doll is broken. But even in her disarray, she clings to the remnants of her style. She refuses to wear pants like Sadie. She refuses to wear practical work clothes like Tilly. She would rather be a ragged queen than a well-dressed servant. Her pocket mirror is the most tragic prop in the game. It is her only friend. It is the only thing that tells her the truth, or at least a version of it. When she looks in the mirror, she's trying to find the girl that Dutch fell in love with. But every day, that girl is a little harder to find. Every day, the reflection gets a little older, a little sadder, a little more ghost-like. So, why does Molly O'Shea matter? Why spend thousands of words on a minor character? Because she is the reality check. In a game that romanticizes the outlaw life, that makes us love the bank robberies and the gunfights, Molly O'Shea is the cold splash of water. She shows us the cost of the fantasy. She shows us that for every Dutch van der Linde who gets to play king, there is a Molly O'Shea who has to play the victim. She is the collateral damage of the American dream. She is the woman who was promised a castle and was given a cave. She is the silence that screams, and in the end she is the only one who told the truth. Dutch was a traitor. He did betray them. He did kill them all, in spirit if not in body. Molly saw it first. She screamed it from the rooftops, and we shot her for it. Rest in peace, Molly O'Shea. You deserve better than a shallow grave and a legacy of lies. You deserve to be heard. To truly understand the depth of Molly O'Shea's isolation, we cannot view her in a vacuum. vacuum. We must view her in relation to the other women of the Van der Linde gang. The camp is a microcosm of society, and within this microcosm, the women form a distinct hierarchy. Molly is not just at the bottom of this hierarchy, she is outside of it entirely. Let us begin with the most volatile relationship, Molly O'Shea and Susan Grimshaw. Susan Grimshaw is the camp's matriarch, its enforcer, and its spine. She is a woman who has survived by making herself indispensable. She cooks, she cleans, she organises, she yells. She is the embodiment of utility. To Grimshaw, a person's value is directly tied to what they can do for the group. If you don't work, you don't eat. Molly O'Shea is the antithesis of this philosophy. She produces nothing. She doesn't hunt, she doesn't cook, she doesn't guard. In Grimshaw's eyes, Molly is a parasite. But the hatred goes deeper than mere pragmatism. Molly represents a version of femininity that Grimshaw despises, the delicate flower. Grimshaw has had to kill that part of herself to survive in a man's world. She's become hard, leathery and sharp. Seeing Molly prance around in silk dresses complaining about the heat is an insult to Grimshaw's entire existence. It reminds her of the softness she can no longer afford. When Grimshaw shoots Molly in Chapter 6, it is not just an execution of a traitor. It is the final triumph of utility over ornament. The worker bee kills the queen bee. It is a brutal assertion that in the Darwinian world of the gang, only the useful survive. Next, consider Molly O'Shea and Sadie Adler. These two women are mirror images of tragedy. Both enter the story having lost their previous lives. Sadie loses her husband and her home to the O'Driscolls. Molly loses her dignity and her agency to Dutch. But their reactions to trauma are diametrically opposed. Sadie turns her pain outward. She becomes a weapon. She channels her grief into rage, and that rage makes her powerful. She earns the respect of the men because she can kill like a man. She adopts the language of violence, which is the only language the gang truly respects. Molly turns her pain inward. She implodes. She channels her grief into depression and alcoholism. Instead of picking up a gun, she picks up a bottle. Instead of screaming at the world, she screams at Dutch. In the eyes of the gang, Sadie is strong and Molly is weak. But this is a survivor bias. Sadie's coping mechanism, violence, is useful to a gang of outlaws. Molly's coping mechanism, despair, is not. The tragedy is that Molly tries to be strong in her own way. She tries to assert her boundaries with Dutch. She tries to maintain her self-respect by refusing to become a servant. But because her strength doesn't result in dead O'Driscolls or bags of money, it is invisible to them. Sadie Adler is the phoenix rising from the ashes. Molly O'Shea is the woman burning in the fire. Then there is Molly O'Shea and Karen Jones. On the surface they seem similar. Both are camp girls, both are pretty, and both end up as severe alcoholics. But their alcoholism tells two different stories. Karen drinks to forget. She drinks to blur the lines of the brutal life she lives. She's a fun drunk for most of the game, the life of the party, until she isn't. She is one of the boys. She participates in scams like the bank robbery in Valentine. She's integrated. Molly drinks to remember. She drinks to hold on to the ghost of the romance she was promised. She's a sad drunk. She isolates herself. When Karen gets drunk, she sings bawdy songs with Sean. When Molly gets drunk, she paces alone and mutters poetry. Karen's tragedy is that she burns out. Molly's tragedy is that she fades away. The gang pities Karen, but they despise Molly. Why? Because Karen is us, and Molly is them. Karen is a fallen angel of the underclass. Molly is a fallen angel of the aristocracy. Molly O'Shea and Mary Beth Gaskill. This is the most painful comparison for Molly because Mary Beth is her replacement. Mary Beth is the romance novel heroine that Molly thought she was. She is young, beautiful, and obsessed with stories. She sits by the fire writing in her journal, dreaming of adventure. Dutch is drawn to Mary Beth for the same reasons he was drawn to Molly. Her innocence, her adoration, her literary bent. But Mary Beth is compliant. She doesn't challenge him. She doesn't ask him why the plans are failing. She just looks at him with big, hopeful eyes. Molly watches this transition happen in real time. She sees Dutch using the same lines, the same charm on a younger woman. It is a slow-motion replacement. Molly hates Mary Beth, not because Mary Beth is cruel, she's actually quite kind, but because Mary Beth is the before picture to Molly's after. Molly wants to scream at her, "Run! He will consume you just like he consumed me." But she can't. She's paralysed by her own obsolescence. Finally, Molly O'Shea and Tilly Jackson. Tilly has arguably had the hardest life of any woman in the camp. She was kidnapped by the Foreman brothers, abused, and forced into a life of crime from a young age. Yet Tilly is resilient. She works hard. She plays dominoes. She smiles. She maintains a sense of self-worth despite her trauma. The contrast with Molly is stark. Tilly, who has every right to be bitter, chooses hope. Molly, who chose this life voluntarily, chooses despair. This contrast makes Molly look ungrateful to the others. Look at Tilly, they think. She's been through hell and she doesn't complain. What is Molly whining about? They fail to understand that resilience is not a moral virtue. It is a survival skill. Tilly learned to survive because she had to. Molly never had to learn. She was protected by her class and her wealth until she wasn't. Throwing Molly O'Shea into the Van der Linde gang is like throwing a house cat into a wolf pack. You cannot blame the cat for not knowing how to hunt. You blame the person who threw it there. In conclusion, the women of the gang form a sorority of survival. They bond over work, over shared trauma, over the struggle. Molly is excluded from this sorority because she refuses to accept the premise of their existence. She refuses to accept that she is just another woman trying to survive. She insists on being the heroine. And in a story that deconstructs heroism at every turn, the heroine is the first to die. But Molly's isolation is not just social, it is epistemological. She knows things the others do not. She sees things the others cannot. To understand the fall of the Van der Linde gang, we usually look through the eyes of Arthur Morgan or John Marston. But the most terrifying view is through the eyes of Molly O'Shea. She's the witness to the architecture of madness. Molly's the only person in the camp who shares a bed with Dutch van der Linde. This intimacy grants her a clearance level that even Hosea Matthews does not possess. Hosea sees Dutch the leader, Dutch the brother. Arthur sees Dutch the father. Molly sees Dutch the man, and the man is a fraud. We know from camp interactions that Dutch rehearses his speeches. He practices his impromptu words of wisdom. Who hears these rehearsals? Molly. She lies in the tent night after night listening to him mutter lines about faith and loyalty to himself. She sees the performance being constructed. To the rest of the gang, Dutch's charisma feels like magic. To Molly it looks like a script. This knowledge destroys the mystique. You cannot worship a god when you see him putting on his makeup. Molly's disillusionment is not just romantic, it is intellectual. She realizes that the savage utopia Dutch preaches is not a philosophy. It is a sales pitch. And she realizes that she was just the first customer. Consider the Evelyn Miller connection. Dutch is obsessed with the writer Evelyn Miller. He quotes him constantly. He bases his entire worldview on Miller's transcendentalist ideas about nature and freedom. Molly, coming from a refined background, is likely well read. She might be the only other person in camp who has actually read Miller, and she likely realizes that Dutch misunderstands him. Dutch uses Miller's words to justify violence and chaos. He twists a philosophy of peace into a manifesto for murder. Imagine the horror of that realization. You run away with a man because you think he's a visionary, only to discover he's a charlatan. You realize that the freedom he promised is just homelessness with a gun. This is why Molly mocks him. He's always thinking, she sneers. She isn't criticizing his intellect, she is criticizing his pretension. She knows that his thinking is just a cover for his lack of a plan. The Angelo Bronte incident. In chapter 4 is a turning point for the gang, but for Molly the turn happened long before. When Dutch drowns Bronte and feeds him to the alligator, the gang is horrified. Arthur is shaken, John is disgusted, but if we could see Molly's reaction, it would likely be one of grim resignation. She has seen the violence simmering under the surface for months. She has seen the way he looks at her when he thinks no one is watching. The cruelty he shows to Bronte is the same cruelty he shows to her, just turned outward. Bronte is a disposal of a political enemy. Molly is a disposal of an emotional one. Then there is the Guarma chapter, or rather the void it leaves in Molly's life. When the bank robbery goes wrong and the core leadership disappears to Guarma, Molly is left behind. We talked about how Charles and Sadie stepped up during this time. But what did Molly do? She disintegrated. For weeks she didn't know if Dutch was dead or alive. But worse, she knew that if he was alive, he hadn't come back for her. He had left her in a swamp with a group of people who hated her. This period of abandonment confirms her worst. Fear. She is disposable. She is not a partner. She is luggage. And when you realize you are luggage, you stop trying to be a person. You just wait to be claimed or thrown away. When Dutch finally returns, he doesn't run to her. He doesn't apologize. He barely acknowledges her existence. He's too busy planning his next move, too busy fighting his war. This is the final confirmation. The plan does not include her. In fact, the plan doesn't exist. The plan is just noise. The plan is just Dutch trying to outrun his own irrelevance. Molly tries to warn Arthur. "He's changed, Arthur," she says. "He's not the same." But Arthur, loyal to a fault, dismisses her. He thinks she's talking about their relationship. He thinks she's just a scorned woman complaining about a cold lover. He doesn't realize she's giving him a tactical assessment. She is telling him that the general has gone insane. If Arthur had listened to Molly, really listened, he might have seen the end coming sooner. He might have saved himself. But he couldn't listen, because the source was tainted. The messenger was crazy Molly. And so the warning went unheard, until the gun was already pointed at her chest. The tragedy of Molly O'Shea is not just in the main cutscenes. It is hidden in the ambient noise of the camp. Rockstar Games is famous for its missable content, and Molly's story is almost entirely told in these fleeting moments. If you sprint through the story missions, you see a nagging girlfriend. If you walk slowly through the camp, you see a woman drowning. Let us examine the ambient dialogues that paint the true picture. Take, for instance, her interactions with Uncle. Uncle is the camp's jester, a lazy, lovable drunk. But when he approaches Molly, the tone shifts. He tries to be friendly, perhaps even a little flirtatious in his clumsy way. "You look like a flower in the desert, Miss O'Shea," he might slur. Molly's response is immediate and sharp. "Go away, you old fool." On the surface, this makes Molly look stuck up. Why can't she take a compliment? But look closer. Uncle represents the decay of the gang. He is dirty, useless, and parasitic. Molly sees him and sees her future. She sees what happens when you stop being useful to Dutch. You become a joke. Her hostility towards Uncle is not snobbery. It is fear. She is terrified of becoming the female version of him, a drunk tolerated only for old time's sake. Then there is Bill Williamson. Bill is a bully. He targets anyone he perceives as weaker than him to boost his own fragile ego. Molly is a prime target. "What do you do all day, princess?" he sneers. "Polish your nails?" Molly doesn't fight back with insults. She fights back with silence. She turns her back on him. This infuriates Bill. He wants a reaction. He wants her to cry. By denying him that satisfaction, she maintains a shred of power. But it costs her. Every insult chips away at her armor. She absorbs the toxicity of the camp like a sponge. The most revealing dialogues, however, are the ones she has with herself. If you stand near the edge of the camp in chapter 3 or 4, you can hear Molly talking to herself. She isn't just muttering, she's rehearsing arguments. "I'll tell him, I'll just tell him," she whispers. "He has to listen." This is heartbreaking. It shows that she spends her entire day planning how to have a conversation with her boyfriend. She is strategizing for basic affection. It reveals the immense power imbalance in their relationship. She has to prepare to speak to him, like a lawyer preparing for a trial, because she knows that one wrong word will lead to dismissal. And then there are the arguments with Dutch that you can overhear through the tent canvas. "You're playing a game, Dutch," she screams one night. "Life is a game, Molly," he retorts, "and we are winning. We are losing. We are losing everything." This exchange is crucial. It confirms that Molly is not crazy. She is the only one who is keeping score correctly. Dutch defines winning as still being alive and free. Molly defines winning as having a future. She sees that their current path leads to a cliff. Dutch thinks he can build a bridge before they fall. Molly knows they're just going to crash. There is also a subtle, often missed interaction with Arthur Morgan. In chapter 3, Molly approaches him, looking for an ally. "Arthur, he respects you," she says. "Talk to him." Arthur brushes her off. "He's a grown man, Molly." This is Arthur's greatest failure regarding Molly. He treats her concerns as domestic squabbles. He separates the personal, Molly, from the political, Dutch's leadership. He fails to see that for a leader like Dutch, the personal is the political. How he treats his woman is a reflection of how he treats his followers. If he can discard the woman he loves the moment she becomes inconvenient, what will he do to the sons he loves? Molly was the warning shot. Arthur ignored it. Finally, let's look at her silence. In the later chapters, specifically at Beaver Hollow, Molly stops talking almost entirely. She stops arguing, she stops pacing, she just sits. This silence is not peace, it is defeat. It is the silence of a prisoner who has stopped rattling the bars. When she finally breaks this silence with her confession, it is an explosion of all the words she swallowed for months. It is a verbal suicide bombing. These ambient moments are the breadcrumbs of a tragedy. They show us a woman who was fighting for her life every single day, armed only with a sharp tongue and a pocket mirror, against an army of killers and a narcissist god. She never stood a chance. To fully grasp the tragedy, we must map it. We must look at the Camp Chronicles, a spatial biography of Molly O'Shea. In Red Dead Redemption 2, geography is destiny, where a character stands, tells you who they are. Chapter 1. Coulter, the Frozen. Prologue. In Coulter, the camp is a huddle of survival. Everyone is packed into the few habitable buildings, but even here, the segregation begins. Molly is almost always found inside the main cabin, near the fire, often with Dutch. This physical proximity to the leader is at its peak here. She is inside the circle of warmth. However, she is also static. While the others move, Arthur goes hunting, Javier scouts, Pearson cooks, Molly sits. She's a fixture, not an agent. The cold outside mirrors the cold reality she's about to enter, but for now she's protected by walls and by Dutch's arm. Chapter 2. Horseshoe Overlook. The stage. This is the golden age of the gang, and for Molly it is the beginning of the performance. Her primary location is the tent she shares with Dutch, but notice how she occupies it. She is rarely in the tent relaxing. She's usually in front of it. The space in front of Dutch's tent is her stage. She paces back and forth, performing her anxiety for an audience of one, Dutch, who isn't watching. The tent itself is symbolic. It is the most luxurious structure in the camp, filled with rugs, books, and a phonograph. It is a gilded cage, in the literal sense. Molly is the queen of this small canvas castle, but she's not allowed to leave it. If she wanders too far towards the campfire, the other women give her the cold shoulder. If she wanders towards the horses, she is out of her element, so she stays in her designated square footage, pacing a trench into the grass. Chapter 3. Clemens Point, the pressure cooker. The geography of Clemens Point is defined by water and heat. The camp is on a peninsula surrounded by the lake. It is beautiful, but it is a trap. There is nowhere to run. Molly's location shifts slightly here. She spends more time sitting on the crates and chairs, away from the tent. She's been pushed out. The heat makes the tent unbearable, but the emotional heat makes it worse. She's often found sitting by the water's edge, looking out at the lake. This is the Ophelia motif again. She's drawn to the water. Her animations change too. In Horseshoe, she was anxious but upright. In Clemens Point, she is wilting. She fans herself constantly. She slumps. The environment is physically crushing her. The humidity ruins her hair. The mud ruins her dresses. The camp is slowly stripping away her armour. Chapter 4. Shady Belle. The Haunted House. Shady Belle is a pivotal shift. It is a house, not camp. It should be what Molly wanted. A return to civilization, to a roof, to a bedroom. But it is a ruined house. It is a corpse of a mansion. Molly's placement here is devastating. Dutch takes the master bedroom on the upper floor with the balcony. He literally elevates himself above the gang. Molly's often found downstairs or wandering the hallways. The vertical separation is symbolic of their relationship. Dutch is above her now. He looks down on the camp like a king. She wanders the ruins like a ghost. She is also more hidden here. In the open camps you couldn't miss her. In Shady Belle she can disappear into a room. This invisibility allows her depression to metastasize unchecked. No one sees her drinking alone in the parlour. No one sees her crying in the corner. The house swallows her. Chapter 5. Laquais. The Purgatory. Laquais is a nightmare, a swamp village infested with night folk and alligators. Molly is barely present here. She's a background asset. She sits in the mud, huddled in a blanket. She has ceased to be a character and has become a prop of misery. This is the discard phase manifest in geography. She is just there, waiting to die. Chapter 6. Beaver Hollow. The Tomb. The final camp is a cave. It is dark, damp, and fundamentally evil. It is the mouth of hell. Molly's position here is crucial. She is usually found near the entrance of the cave, but not in the command centre where Dutch and Micah plot. She's on the periphery of the darkness. The lighting in Beaver Hollow is key. Dutch is often bathed in the orange glow of the fire, looking demonic. Molly is often in the shadows. She's become a creature of the dark. When she finally steps into the light for her death scene, it is blinding. She forces the camp to look at her one last time. Her body is burned just outside the cave. She doesn't even get buried in the earth. She's turned into smoke. She becomes part of the atmosphere of the camp, a lingering, acrid smell that no one can quite wash off. By tracking her movement from the warm cabin of Coulter to the fire of Beaver Hollow, we see a trajectory of descent. She moves from the centre to the periphery, from the light to the dark, from the solid to the smoke. Molly O'Shea is a character trapped in the wrong genre. She thinks she's in a romantic poem. She's actually in a naturalist tragedy. To understand her mind, we must look at her library, or at least the library she carries in her head. As an educated Irish woman of the late 19th century, her worldview would have been shaped by the Romantic poets, and it is this literary ancestry that provides the blueprint for her doom. First, consider Duby Yeats. Although Yeats was just beginning his career during the game's timeline, 1899, the spirit of the Celtic revival was already in the air. Molly embodies the Yeatsian ideal of the tragic beauty, but more specifically her arc mirrors the terrifying prophecy of Yeats's later poem, The Second Coming. Things fall apart, the centre cannot hold. This line could be the tagline for the entire Van der Linde gang, but Molly feels it first. She is the one who senses the centre, Dutch, collapsing. While the others are distracted by the blood-dim tide of violence, Molly is watching the ceremony of innocence being drowned. She is the sensitive instrument that detects the earthquake before the ground shakes. Then there is John Keats, specifically La Belle Dame sans merci, the beautiful lady without mercy. In the poem, a knight is seduced by a beautiful fairy woman who takes him to her elfin grot, lulls him to sleep, and then abandons him on a cold hillside where he starves to death, palely loitering. In Red Dead Redemption 2, the roles are reversed. Dutch is the belle dame. He is the beautiful, charismatic enchanter who seduces Molly, the knight. He takes her to his elfin grot, the camp, feeds her roots of relish sweet and honey wild and manna dew, his philosophy, and then abandons her. Molly spends the entire game palely loitering around the camp, starving for affection, haunted by the dream she can't wake up from. She is the knight-at-arms, alone and palely loitering, though the sedge is withered from the lake and no birds sing. We must also look at Percy Bysshe Shelley, particularly Ozymandias. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Dutch van der Linde is building an empire of sand. He believes he's a king of kings. Molly is the traveller from an antique land who sees the truth, that nothing beside remains. She sees the lone and level sands stretching far away. While Dutch is screaming about Tahiti and utopia, Molly's looking at the decay. She realizes that Dutch's legacy will not be a golden age, but a colossal wreck. Her cynicism is not born of malice, it is born of clarity. She sees the statue crumbling while Dutch is still posing for the sculptor. This literary delusion is fatal. Molly tries to apply the logic of poetry to the logic of survival. In poetry, suffering is noble. In poetry, the lover returns. In poetry, death is beautiful. In the Wild West, suffering is just suffering. The lover moves on to a younger woman, and death is a shotgun blast in the chest. Molly's mistake was believing that her life had a narrator. She thought there was a scriptwriter who would ensure a thematic resolution to her pain. She didn't realize that the only scriptwriter was Dutch, and he had written her out of the show chapters ago. Her own poem, The Scent of the Rose, is a desperate attempt to reclaim the narrative. By writing it, she is trying to force the world back into the shape of a poem. She's trying to make the mud and the blood rhyme, but the ink runs, the paper tears, and the poem is lost, just like her. Finally, let us indulge in a brief exercise of alternate history. Tragedy is often defined by the inevitability of the ending, but it is illuminated by the possibilities of what could have been. What if Molly O'Shea had made different choices? Scenario A. The real rat. What if Molly had actually betrayed the gang? What if she had walked into the Pinkerton office in St. Denis and spilled everything? Paradoxically, this might have been the most merciful outcome for everyone. If the Pinkertons had raided Shadybell or Lakay with full knowledge, the gang would have been destroyed sooner. Dutch would have been captured or killed before he could drag Arthur and the others into the madness of Guarma and Beaver Hollow. John, Abigail and Jack might have escaped earlier. Arthur might have died in a prison cell rather than on a mountain, but he would have been spared the agony of watching his father figure rot. By not being the rat, Molly actually prolonged the gang's suffering. Her loyalty, or her fear, allowed Dutch to keep operating. In a twisted irony, her silence was more destructive than her betrayal would have been. Scenario B. The escape. Could she have left? We often ask this of the gang members. Why didn't they just leave? For Charles or Sadie or John, leaving was difficult but possible. They had skills. They could hunt, shoot, ride and work. For Molly, leaving was a death sentence. She had no survival skills. She had no money. Dutch controlled the funds. She had no allies in America. If she had walked out of camp, where would she have gone? The brothels of St. Denis, the slums of Ansburg? She would have been chewed up by the frontier in a week. The gilded cage was not just a metaphor. It was a life support system. She stayed with Dutch because the alternative was starvation. She was a domesticated animal that had forgotten how to hunt. Scenario C. The murderess. What if Molly had picked up a gun instead of a bottle? What if, in her rage, she had tried to kill Dutch? This is the Sadie Adler path. If Molly had channeled her despair into violence, she might have become a legend. Imagine a version of the story where Molly O'Shea puts a bullet in Dutch van der Linde's head in Chapter 4. She would have been executed by the gang immediately, of course. But she would have saved them all. She would have been the tragic hero who slew the monster before he could devour his children. But Molly was not a killer. She was a lover, and that was her fatal flaw. She brought her heart to a gunfight. These alternate histories serve only to reinforce the tragedy of the reality. Molly O'Shea was not destined to be a saviour, a survivor, or a warrior. She was destined to be a ghost. Her fate was sealed the moment she stepped on that boat in Dublin. She bought a ticket to a dream, and the destination was a nightmare. To truly understand the nuance of Molly's tragedy, we must move beyond the general narrative and perform a forensic analysis of the specific scenes where she appears. We will treat these cutscenes as evidence, examining the body language, the camera angles, and the unspoken subtext. This is the Cutscene Chronicle. Exhibit A, The Coulter Argument, Chapter 1. The first time we see Molly and Dutch interacting meaningfully is in the background of the Coulter chapter. The camera often frames them from a distance, usually through a window or across a room. This visual language establishes their separation from the rest of the group. They are a vignette within a vignette. Watch Molly's hands. In these early scenes, her hands are often reaching out, touching Dutch's arm, his shoulder. She is physically trying to anchor him. Dutch's body language is receptive but distracted. He allows the touch, but he doesn't reciprocate. He's looking at Hosea, at Arthur, at the map. Molly is an accessory to his scene, not the co-star. This establishes the dynamic. She is the pursuer. He is the distancer. Exhibit B, The Savage Utopia. Speech, Chapter 2. In Horseshoe, Overlook, there is a scene where Dutch is giving a speech around the campfire. The camera pans across the faces of the gang. Most are enraptured. Mary Beth is wide-eyed. Javier is nodding. Arthur is sceptical but listening. Then the camera lands on Molly. She is not looking at Dutch. She is looking at the ground. She is smoking a cigarette with a nervous, jerky motion. This is a crucial directorial choice. By having her look away while he speaks, the game tells us that she has heard this all before. She's immune to the charisma that is intoxicating the others. She's the only sober person at the party, and that makes her dangerous. Exhibit C, The He's Thinking Confrontation, Chapter 3. This is one of the few times Molly interacts directly with Arthur about Dutch. She approaches Arthur in Clemen's Point. The framing here is significant. Molly is small in the frame, often looking up at Arthur. Arthur is large, imposing, but his posture is closed off. He has his arms crossed. Molly's voice cracks when she says, "He's thinking. He's always thinking." It's not just sarcasm, it's desperation. She is begging Arthur to see what she sees. But the camera stays over Arthur's shoulder, putting the player in his perspective. We look down on Molly. We are forced to adopt Arthur's dismissal of her. The game makes us complicit in her marginalization. Exhibit D, The Balcony Scene, Chapter 4. In Shady Belle, there is a moment where Dutch is on the balcony and Molly is below. This is literal Romeo and Juliet staging, but inverted. Instead of the lover climbing up, the lover is being locked out. Dutch stands on the balcony like a king addressing his subjects. Molly stands in the mud. The verticality is the story. Dutch has ascended to a level of delusion where he believes he is above human concerns and human relationships. Molly is grounded in the mud of reality. She shouts up at him, but her voice is lost in the wind. He doesn't even look down. He looks out at the city of St. Denis. He is looking at his conquest. She is looking at her husband. They are in two different worlds. Exhibit E, The Confession, Chapter 6. This is the climax. The lighting is apocalyptic. The orange glow of the fire against the pitch-black cave. Molly stumbles in. She is centre stage for the first time. Watch the reaction shots. When she says, "I told them," the camera cuts to the gang members. Bill looks angry. Javier looks confused. Micah looks amused. Micah's reaction is key. He knows she is lying because he is the rat. He watches her self-destruction with the glee of a predator watching a wounded animal. He knows that her death takes the heat off him. Then look at Dutch. He doesn't look angry. He looks bored. He looks disgusted. It's the look a man gives a dog that has soiled the rug. This lack of passion is the ultimate cruelty. If he hated her, it would be something. But he just wants her gone. When Grimshaw shoots her, the camera doesn't linger on the body. It cuts back to Dutch. He turns and walks away. He doesn't check for a pulse. He doesn't close her eyes. He walks back into his cave. The scene ends not with grief, but with a dismissal. Get that out of here is the subtext. She is trash to be burned. These scenes, when viewed in sequence, show a clear progression from accessory to nuisance to threat to trash. The visual language of the game supports the narrative of her dehumanization. Molly O'Shea is not just a woman, she is an Irish woman. But in the world of Red Dead Redemption 2, Irish is not a monolith, it is a spectrum. To understand Molly's place in the world, we must compare her to the other Irish figures in the game, Sean Maguire and the O'Driscolls. This comparison reveals the Irish diaspora in all its fractured complexity. Molly versus Sean. Class war in miniature. Sean Maguire is the other Irish member of the gang, but he and Molly might as well be from different planets. Sean is a Fenian, a rebel, a street kid. He speaks with a thick working-class brogue. He is loud, brash, and comfortable in the mud. He represents the fighting Irish stereotype, the scrappy underdog who laughs in the face of danger. Molly is the ascendancy Irish. She speaks with a refined, educated accent. She represents the class that Sean's ancestors likely fought against. In the camp they rarely interact, and when they do, it is cold. Sean jokes with everyone, but he gives Molly a wide berth. Why? Because to Sean, Molly represents the West Brit, the Irish who aspire to be English. This class divide isolates Molly even further. She cannot bond with Sean over their shared heritage, because their heritage is defined by conflict with each other. In America, they are both just Irish, but in the camp, the old world hierarchies still ghost them. Sean fits in because he is useful and funny. Molly stands out because she is refined and tragic. Molly versus the O'Driscolls, the savage mirror. The O'Driscolls are the bad Irish. They are the stereotype of the violent, drunken, lawless immigrant horde that terrified Victorian America. They are the monsters under the bed. Molly is the good Irish, in the eyes of society, not the gang. She is the poet, the beauty, the romantic. But the tragedy is that the gang treats Molly with the same ultimate disdain that they treat the O'Driscolls. They are both outsiders. The O'Driscolls are killed with guns. Molly is killed with silence, and then a gun. Kieran Duffy, the former O'Driscoll, is an interesting bridge. He is abused by the gang, treated like a dog, forced to work for scraps. In many ways, Kieran and Molly are the two lowest-ranking members of the camp hierarchy, but Kieran eventually earns a modicum of respect through work. He saves Arthur's life. He cares for the horses. He earns his keep. Molly never earns her keep, and in the brutal meritocracy of the frontier, that makes her lower than an O'Driscoll. Kieran dies a gruesome death, but he dies a member of the gang. Molly dies a traitor, allegedly. The tragedy of the exile. Ultimately, Molly's Irishness emphasises her displacement. She's not just an exile from Ireland, she is an exile from her own culture. She is too posh for the slums, too wild for the drawing rooms, too Irish for the Americans, and too Americanized for the Irish. She is a woman without a country. Her savage utopia was supposed to be a place where these labels didn't matter. Dutch promised a world where we are all just people. But the camp is not a utopia. It is a pressure cooker where every prejudice and hierarchy is magnified. Molly O'Shea came to America to be free, but she found that she was still trapped by the accent on her tongue and the dress on her back. But Molly O'Shea's story does not end with her death. In fact, she becomes more powerful dead than she ever was alive. She becomes a ghost, not literally, though in a game with ghosts one might wonder, but narratively. This is the ghost in the machine. The epilogue, 8 years of silence. In the epilogue, when we play as John Marston in 1907, Molly's never mentioned, not once. The surviving gang members, Sadie, Charles, Uncle, Tilly, Mary Beth, gather for reunions, for weddings, for funerals. They reminisce about Arthur, about Hosea, about Sean, about Lenny. They even talk about the bad old days. But Molly's name is conspicuously absent. This silence is not an oversight by Rockstar. It is a deliberate commentary. Molly has been erased from the gang's mythologizing. In their retelling of the story, she is not a tragic victim. She is an embarrassment. She is the drunk girlfriend who betrayed them. She's the footnote they don't want to read aloud. But the absence speaks louder than words. It tells us that the guilt runs deep. If Molly truly was a traitor, they could laugh about it, mock her, make her a villain in the story. But they don't. They pretend she never existed. This is the behaviour of people who know they killed an innocent woman. This is the silence of shame. Arthur's journal, the written record. If you read Arthur Morgan's journal after Molly's death, there is a brief entry. Arthur writes something to the effect of, Molly claimed she was the rat. Grimshaw shot her. I don't know what to believe anymore. This entry is crucial. Arthur, the moral compass of the gang, questions it. He doesn't accept the narrative wholesale. He is beginning to see the cracks in Dutch's empire, and Molly's death is one of the fault lines. Arthur's doubt validates Molly's perspective. She was not crazy. She was seeing the collapse that the others refused to acknowledge. Later, when Agent Milton tells Arthur that Molly never talked, Arthur doesn't express surprise. He doesn't say, "What?" He just nods grimly. A part of him already knew. He knew they killed an innocent woman, and that knowledge is part of what pushes him to finally break from Dutch. Red Dead Online, the doppelganger. In Red Dead Online, which is set 1 year before the events of RDR2, there are NPCs with Molly's character model wandering around. These are procedurally generated, generic wealthy women, but the implications are haunting. We see what Molly might have been before Dutch, just another rich girl in St. Denis, shopping, gossiping, living a normal life. The online mode also features missions where players rob the wealthy elite of St. Denis, the exact class Molly came from. In these missions, the NPCs scream, they beg, they call for help. They are portrayed as weak, cowardly, parasitic. The game is asking us to rob them, to hate them. But if you've played the story mode, if you know Molly's story, these NPCs take on a different tone. They are not just targets, they are victims of a romanticized violence. They are what Molly would have faced if she had been on the other side of Dutch's gun instead of his bed. The campfire ghost. There is a subtle, almost subliminal detail in the camps after Molly's death. If you sit by the campfire at Beaver Hollow, sometimes the other gang members will shift uncomfortably. They will glance over their shoulders. The ambient dialogue occasionally includes muttered half-sentences. Shouldn't have, Didn't need to. These are not scripted conversations, just procedural mutterings, but they create an atmosphere of unease. The camp feels haunted, and it should. They burned a woman alive. Well, dead, but still. The smoke from that fire is still in their lungs. Molly is the ghost in the machine, the subroutine of guilt running in the background of every conversation, the cultural echo. Outside the game, Molly O'Shea has become a cult figure in the RDR2 fandom. Players create art, write fan fiction, and build entire theories around her. Why? Because she represents the unfinished story. She is the tragedy that didn't need to happen. In the player community, Molly gets the eulogy she was denied in the game. She gets the voice. Fans often ask what-if questions. What if Arthur had helped her escape? What if she had survived? What if she had actually betrayed them? These questions keep her alive in the cultural imagination. She is the character who haunts us because we feel we failed her. Molly O'Shea is dead, but death, in storytelling, is not the end. It is the transformation. She went from being a nuisance to being a symbol. She is the cautionary tale. She is the proof that Dutch van der Linde was not a Robin Hood. He was a cult leader who destroyed anyone who questioned him. Her ghost whispers the truth that the gang spent 8 years trying to forget. He wouldn't even look at me. Now, as we stand at the end of this examination, we must confront the larger question. Why does Molly O'Shea matter? Why dedicate this depth of analysis to a character who appears in perhaps a dozen scenes, who has no missions dedicated to her, who dies halfway through the story? The answer is simple and profound. Molly O'Shea is the emotional truth of Red Dead Redemption 2. The game is ostensibly about Arthur Morgan's redemption. It is about John Marston's survival. It is about the death of the Wild West and the birth of industrial America. These are the grand, sweeping themes. But Molly's story is the intimate counterpoint. She is the microcosm of the macrocosm. Every betrayal, every delusion, every gaslighting that Dutch inflicts on the gang is first tested on Molly. She is the laboratory mouse of his narcissism. When Dutch tells Arthur, "I have a plan," and Arthur believes him, we see the same dynamic that kept Molly chained. When Dutch accuses John of disloyalty, we hear the same accusations he levelled at Molly. When Hosea tries to warn Dutch that he is losing his way, and Dutch dismisses him, we are watching the same scene as Molly trying to talk sense into her lover. The gang's tragedy is Molly's tragedy writ large. She is the canary, and they are the miners who ignored the song. Consider the symbolism of her clothing. In a game obsessed with costume design, where every character's outfit tells a story, Molly's wardrobe is a dissertation on decline. She starts the game in emerald green, the colour of Ireland, of hope, of life. By the end, she's in faded browns and greys, the colour of mud, of ash, of death. Her dresses go from structured and pristine to loose and stained. She is literally unravelling before our eyes, thread by thread. Her pocket mirror is equally symbolic. In literature, mirrors often represent truth or vanity. For Molly, it represents both and neither. The mirror is her attempt to hold on to an identity that Dutch is erasing. But it is also a trap. She is Narcissus, but instead of falling in love with her reflection, she is searching desperately for a reflection that Dutch will love. The mirror shows her the truth, that she is aging, fading, dying, but she interprets it through the lens of, am I still beautiful enough for him? The mirror becomes a tool of her own oppression. And then there is her silence. The most powerful moments of Molly's arc are the ones where she says nothing. In the later camps, she stops arguing. She stops demanding attention. She just sits, rocking back and forth, humming to herself. This silence is not peace, it is surrender. It is the silence of a person who has exhausted every avenue of expression and found them all blocked. When she finally breaks this silence with her confession, it is not a betrayal of the gang. It is a resurrection of her voice. She would rather be hated than ignored. She would rather be shot than invisible. The fire that consumes her body is the final symbol. In many cultures, fire is purification, transformation, rebirth. But Molly's fire is none of these. It is erasure. They don't cremate her with honour, they burn her like trash. The fire takes her physical form and turns it into smoke, into nothingness. She becomes air. She becomes a memory that the gang actively tries to forget. The fire is the gang's attempt to destroy the evidence of their collective sin. But fires leave scars. The ground where Molly burned never quite grows back. If you return to Beaver Hollow in the epilogue as John, the scorch mark is still there. Nature has reclaimed the camp, but that particular patch of earth remains cursed. Rockstar did not have to include this detail, but they did, because Molly's death is a wound that cannot heal. There's also a bitter irony in her fate. Molly came to America to escape the constraints of Dublin high society. She wanted to be free, but she found that the outlaw life was not freedom. It was a different kind of prison. Instead of being trapped by social expectations, she was trapped by Dutch's expectations. Instead of being judged by her family name, she was judged by her usefulness. She traded a gilded cage for a canvas tent and found that both were cages nonetheless. The savage utopia was just savagery. The promised land was just a swamp. And what of her poem, The Scent of the Rose? We never get to read the full text, only fragments. But the title alone is a eulogy. A rose is beautiful, fragrant, and fleeting. Its scent lingers long after the petals have fallen. Molly is the rose. Her beauty attracted Dutch. Her spirit gave the camp a whiff of culture. But roses wilt, and when they do, they are discarded. The scent remains. In the guilt of the survivors, in the nightmares of Susan Grimshaw, in the silent knowledge that they killed an innocent woman. Molly O'Shea forces the player to confront an uncomfortable truth about the Van der Linde gang. They were not good people. The game works hard to make us love them. Arthur is honourable, John is a devoted father, eventually. Hosea is wise, Javier is loyal. We rob trains and banks, but we tell ourselves we are Robin Hoods, stealing from the rich. The game itself plays into this romanticisation, with its sweeping landscapes and its mournful score. But Molly's death rips off the mask. A group that could execute a drunk, unarmed woman on a false confession, without trial, without evidence, without mercy, is not a family. It is a mob. When Susan Grimshaw pulls that trigger, she is not protecting the gang, she is protecting the myth. Molly became a loose end, and loose ends get snipped. The fact that no one stopped her is the gang's ultimate indictment. Arthur could have. John could have. Hosea was already dead, but if he were alive, perhaps he would have. But they didn't. They stood there and watched, and then they burned the body and moved on. They chose the lie over the truth. They chose Dutch over Molly, and that choice doomed them. In the end, Molly O'Shea is a mirror held up to the player. We too ignored her. We walked past her in camp. We dismissed her as annoying. We focused on the fun parts, the heists, the shootouts, the adventures. We didn't want to sit with her sadness. We didn't want to see the horror of what was happening under our noses. The game gave us the option to greet her, to talk to her, to see her as a person. Most players didn't bother. We, the players, are complicit in her marginalisation just as much as the gang. But now we know. Now we see. Molly O'Shea was not a villain, not a traitor, not a nuisance. She was a victim. She was a woman who made the mistake of believing in love and paid for it with her life. She was the truth-teller who was executed for heresy. She was the ghost at the feast, reminding everyone that the party would end in blood. So, we're looking at a character who begins her journey as a trembling victim in a root cellar and ends it as a scarred, ruthless bounty hunter riding off into the sunset of a dying era. Sadie Adler. To call her a strong female character is a reductive cliché that fails to capture the specific, jagged nature of her trauma and her rage. She's not just strong, she's broken, and she has reassembled her broken pieces into a weapon. In a game dominated by men grappling with their morality, Arthur Morgan with his redemption, Dutch van der Linde with his delusions, John Marston with his past, Sadie Adler stands apart because she has no interest in redemption. She has no interest in philosophy. She is driven by a singular, consuming need to balance the scales of a universe that took everything from her. Her story is a revenge tragedy played out against the backdrop of the American frontier. A story about what happens when a person decides that survival isn't enough, that the only way to live in a world of wolves is to become a wolf yourself. This is the complete, exhaustive history of Sadie Adler, examining every line of dialogue, every hidden detail, and every psychological shift that defines the widow of Coulter. To understand Sadie Adler, we must first understand the world that created her, and the world she was intended to inhabit. The American West of 1899 was a place of dying myths and harsh realities. The popular culture of the time, and indeed the Western genre that followed, often categorized women into narrow archetypes: the damsel, the schoolmarm, the saloon girl, the stoic wife. Sadie Adler begins as one and ends as none of them. Born Sadie McKenna, likely in the mid to late 1870s, she was a product of the frontier, raised in a time and place where the division of labour was stark, but survival required everyone to be capable. She tells Arthur later in the game, "I was married to a good man. We had a ranch. It was good." These simple words hide a lifetime of context. Sadie was raised to be a partner. She wasn't a city girl like Molly O'Shea, nor was she a street urchin like Tilly Jackson. She was a woman of the land. Her father, a man she mentions only in passing, taught her to ride and shoot, not because he wanted her to be an outlaw, but because on the frontier, a woman who couldn't handle a gun was a liability. This upbringing is crucial because it explains why her transformation is so rapid. She didn't have to learn the mechanics of violence. She already knew them. She just had to learn the will to use them against other human beings. The historical context here is vital. In the real American West, women often held roles that were far more egalitarian than their Eastern counterparts. They ran ranches, they defended homes, they managed businesses. The harshness of the environment stripped away some of the Victorian gender norms simply because there wasn't time for them. If the cattle needed herding, you herded them. If the coyotes were attacking the chickens, you shot them. Sadie McKenna was forged in this pragmatic fire. She was tough, capable and resilient long before she ever met Dutch van der Linde. Her life before 1899 is defined by her relationship with Jake Adler. Jake is a character we never truly meet. We only see his frozen corpse, but his presence haunts every action Sadie takes. He is the ghost in the machine of her psyche. From the way Sadie speaks of him, we can reconstruct a relationship that was rare for the time, a partnership of equals. They met, fell in love, and made the decision to move north, to Amberino, to the Grizzlies' west. This was not a decision made lightly. The Grizzlies are unforgiving. It is a land of perpetual winter, of wolves and bears, where the nearest town is a day's hard ride away. To move there, to build a ranch there, speaks to a desire for isolation, for a life built solely on the reliance of two people upon each other. They built Adler Ranch together. Every log in that cabin, every fence post was likely placed by their hands. It was a hard life, but it was their life. Sadie mentions that she and Jake shared the work. I did my share, he did his. We was partners. This line, delivered to Arthur in Chapter 3, is the key to her entire character arc. In 19th century society, and even within the hierarchy of the Van der Linde gang, women were often relegated to domestic spheres. But on the Adler Ranch, those gender roles were blurred by necessity. If a wolf attacked the livestock, Sadie didn't wait for Jake to come home. She grabbed the repeater. If a horse needed breaking, she broke it. This equality in her marriage is what makes her subsequent treatment by Pearson and the gang so infuriating to her. She wasn't just grieving her husband, she was grieving her status as an equal human being. She went from being a partner in a rugged enterprise to being a widow, expected to peel potatoes and mourn quietly. We can imagine their evenings. The wind howling outside, the fire crackling in the hearth. Jake playing the harmonica, an instrument Sadie later picks up. A heartbreaking detail of her carrying his memory. They likely talked about the future, about children, about expanding the herd. They were living the American dream in its purest, most rugged form. They were self-sufficient, free, and in love. It was a paradise built in a frozen hell. And because it was a paradise, it was fragile. The tragedy of Sadie Adler is that she did everything right. She didn't rob banks. She didn't swindle people. She didn't look for trouble. She followed the rules. Work hard. Build a home. Love your spouse. And it meant absolutely nothing. In May of 1899, the chaos of the outlaw world arrived at her doorstep in the form of the O'Driscoll boys. In that cellar, Sadie McKenna died. The woman who emerged was a creature of pure trauma. When Micah Bell kicks open that cellar door in the opening mission of Red Dead Redemption 2, he isn't finding a damsel in distress, he is finding a cornered animal. Sadie attacks him instantly. She has a knife. She is screaming. She is not asking for help. She is trying to kill. It is a chaotic, frantic moment, but it sets the tone for everything that follows. She is not passive. Even in her lowest moment, she is fighting. Dutch van der Linde's intervention here is one of his few genuinely noble moments in the game, though it is also self-serving. He drapes his coat over her, a visual symbol of her being enveloped by the gang, and speaks to her with a gentle authority. We are bad men, but we ain't them. It is a distinction that matters to Dutch, and at that moment it matters to Sadie. It is the difference between death and survival. But the most poignant moment of this opening sequence is the fire. During the shootout with the O'Driscolls, a lantern is knocked over. The ranch catches fire. As Sadie is led away by Dutch and Arthur, she stops. She watches her home burn. The fire is consuming everything. Her clothes, her furniture, her memories, and Jake. Jake's body is inside or on the porch, consumed by the heat. She's watching her husband's funeral pyre. The symbolism here is heavy. Fire cleanses, but it also destroys. The burning of the ranch is the final severance from her old life. There is no going back. Even if she wanted to, there is no home to return to. It is ash. She's riding away into a blizzard with a group of strangers, leaving her entire identity burning behind her. The camera lingers on her face, illuminated by the orange glow of the flames. It is a mask of hollow shock. She has lost her past, her present, and her future in the span of a few days. The Coulter chapter serves as a chrysalis for Sadie. For the player, she is a background detail, a shivering figure by the fire. She barely speaks. She refuses to eat. This depiction of grief is remarkably realistic. She isn't immediately plotting revenge. She is simply trying to remember how to breathe. The gang, dealing with their own crisis of survival, largely leaves her be. The women, Abigail, Karen, Tilly, tend to her, but there is a barrier. They are outlaws, women of the life. Sadie is a civilian, a normal woman who has been dragged into their world. She doesn't fit. She's a reminder of the collateral damage their lifestyle causes. Every time Arthur or Dutch looks at her, they are reminded of the violence they inflict on the world. She is a mirror reflecting their own savagery back at them. Arthur Morgan's early interactions with her are distant. He brings her food, he asks how she is, but he is awkward. Arthur is a man who solves problems with violence. He doesn't know how to solve grief. He sees her as a burden, another mouth to feed in a time of starvation. She's terrified, Arthur, Dutch says. But it's not just terror. It's a recalibration of her entire reality. She's processing the fact that the rules she lived by no longer apply. God didn't save Jake. Being good didn't save the ranch. The only thing that saved her was a group of outlaws with guns. The lesson is being etched into her soul. Only power matters. Only violence protects. There is a specific interaction in Coulter that is often overlooked. When Arthur brings her food, she barely acknowledges him. She is staring into the fire. The fire that warms her is the same element that destroyed her home. She's trapped in a liminal space, suspended between the life she lost and the life she has not yet accepted. She's a ghost haunting the camp, a silent accusation. This silence is important. Sadie Adler is loud later in the game. She screams, she shouts, she curses. But in Coulter, she is silent. This silence is the pressure building. It is the calm before the storm. She is gathering her strength, compressing her grief into a dense, volatile core. She's surviving the winter, just as she survived the cellar. And when the snow melts, the ghost will fade, and the avenging angel will begin to take form. The transition from Coulter to Horseshoe Overlook marks the beginning of Sadie's awakening. As the snow melts and the gang moves to the greener pastures of the Heartlands, Sadie begins to emerge from her catatonic state. But she didn't emerge as the sweet widow they might have expected. She emerged angry. The grief had curdled into a rage that she didn't know how to process. She was put to work with the other women, peeling potatoes, washing clothes, doing the domestic chores that kept the camp running. But Sadie Adler was not a woman who could be content with domesticity anymore. The domestic life she had wanted was dead, murdered along with Jake. Every potato she peeled, every shirt she washed, was a reminder of the role she had lost and the violence that had taken it. The move to Horseshoe Overlook is a shift from survival to stagnation for Sadie. While the rest of the gang is relieved to be out of the snow, Sadie is trapped. The camp is a bustle of activity, scams being run, hunting trips organised, plans being made, but Sadie is excluded from all of it. She's placed in a box labelled Grieving Widow, and the walls of that box are made of unwashed dishes and unpeeled vegetables. Her conflict with Simon Pearson is the defining narrative thread of this chapter. Pearson, the camp cook and former Navy man, represents the traditional order. He is loud, somewhat pompous, and deeply invested in the hierarchy of the camp. To him, Sadie is a resource to be managed, a pair of hands to do the work that the men are too important to do. He doesn't understand that he is giving orders to a woman who has stared into the abyss and is currently looking for something to throw into it. The arguments between them are often played for comic relief, Sadie shouting about the quality of the meat or the dullness of the knives, but they are deeply revealing. "I ain't washing no more of your damn clothes, Mr. Pearson," she screams in one memorable exchange. "I didn't survive the O'Driscolls to peel potatoes." This isn't just about laziness or a dislike of chores, it is about identity. By forcing her into a domestic role, Pearson is trying to force her back into the box of wife and woman. But that box is empty. Jake is dead. The ranch is gone. Performing the duties of a ranch wife without the ranch or the husband is a cruel pantomime that Sadie refuses to participate in. She feels useless, and for Sadie, uselessness is dangerous. If she is useless, she is vulnerable. If she's peeling potatoes, she isn't holding a gun, and she has vowed never to be without a gun again. She watches the men, Arthur, John, Bill, Javier, ride out. She sees them cleaning their weapons, planning robberies, hunting game. She sees the agency they possess. They are the masters of their fate. They don't hide in cellars. And slowly, a resolve forms in her mind. She will not be one of the women waiting by the fire. She will be one of the riders. She will be a shooter. This tension is exacerbated by the other women in camp. Susan Grimshaw, the camp matriarch, tries to enforce order. She scolds Sadie, pushes her to work, tries to mould her into a productive member of the family. But Grimshaw's authority is based on a social contract that Sadie no longer recognises. Mary Beth tries to be kind, reading romance novels and dreaming of a better life, but her innocence is alien to Sadie now. Karen Jones drinks to forget, a coping mechanism Sadie rejects. Sadie doesn't want to forget. She wants to remember, and she wants to punish. The breaking point comes in Chapter 3 at Clemens Point. The camp is located on the water, a beautiful idyllic spot that belies the rotting core of the gang's situation. The heat is oppressive, the tensions are high. Sadie approaches Arthur. She doesn't ask for a favour, she issues a challenge. "I want to go shopping. I want to get out of this camp." Arthur's reaction is telling. He is hesitant. He still sees her as the fragile creature from the snow. But he also sees the look in her eyes, a look that says she is about to snap. Perhaps sensing that keeping her cooped up is more dangerous than letting her out, he agrees to take her to Rhodes. The drive to Rhodes is one of the most important dialogue sections for Sadie's character. As they ride the wagon through the red dust of Lemoyne, Sadie opens up to Arthur, but she doesn't talk about her feelings. She talks about her skills. She tells him about the ranch, about the work she did. "I can handle a horse, I can shoot, I can skin. I ain't some delicate flower," she tells him. She's rewriting her resume for him. She's saying, "I am not what you think I am. I am not a victim. I am a survivor." This conversation recontextualizes her entire backstory. We learn that she wasn't just a passenger in her marriage, she was a co-pilot. She broke horses, she hunted, she did the hard, dirty work of frontier life. This information forces Arthur and the player to re-evaluate her. She isn't a civilian trying to be an outlaw. She is a frontier woman who is simply changing targets. When they arrive in Rhodes, Sadie's actions are symbolic. She goes into the general store, but she doesn't buy flour or sugar. She buys clothes, and not a dress. She buys pants, a yellow shirt, a gun belt. In 1899, a woman wearing pants was a statement. It was a rejection of societal norms, a visual declaration of independence. For Sadie, it is practical armor. You can't ride a horse hard in a skirt. You can't fight in a corset. She is shedding the costume of the widow and donning the uniform of the outlaw. When she walks out of that store, she walks differently. She holds herself differently. The transformation is physical. She's no longer hunched over, hiding in a shawl. She stands tall, her hand resting near her new holster. She's arming herself for the war she has declared on the world. The return trip is the spark that ignites the powder keg. The Lemoyne Raiders, local Confederate holdouts, who are essentially the O'Driscolls with a different flag, ambush them. They block the road, demanding tribute. Arthur, ever the diplomat of violence, tries to handle it. He expects Sadie to cower. He yells at her to get down, to hide. Instead, she grabs the reins. She pulls her cattleman revolver, and she fights. It is a revelation. Sadie Adler is a natural. She doesn't flinch at the gunfire. She doesn't hesitate to kill. In fact, she revels in it. She drives the wagon through the ambush, shooting back with a steady hand. She is shouting, not in fear, but in aggression. "You want some of this?" she screams. It is a moment of pure adrenaline-fueled catharsis. For the first time since the ranch, she feels powerful. She feels in control. The gun in her hand is a magic wand that turns fear into power. Arthur is shocked. "You're a maniac, Mrs. Adler," he yells, but there is admiration in his voice. He is a man who respects competence above all else, and he has just seen it in spades. He realizes that he has misjudged her. She isn't a liability. She is an asset. After the smoke clears, Sadie is breathless, grinning. "I want to do that again," she says. It is a disturbing line, but a pivotal one. It marks the death of her innocence. She has tasted blood, and she finds that she has a taste for it. It isn't just about survival anymore. It's about the rush. It's about the feeling of being the predator instead of the prey. From that moment on, Sadie's role in the gang changes. She's no longer just the widow. She's a gun. She starts standing guard duty. She joins the men around the campfire not as a server of coffee, but as an equal. She participates in the planning, but her integration is not seamless. She's still a loose cannon. Her hatred for the O'Driscolls a blinding force. The other gang members react to this change in various ways. Dutch is amused and pleased. He sees another soldier for his army. Micah is dismissive, calling her Mrs. Adler with a sneer that suggests he knows she is dangerous but refuses to respect her. Pearson is terrified. The woman he was ordering around is now cleaning a repeater at the table where he serves stew. But it is her relationship with Arthur that shifts the most. They become partners. Not in the way she was partners with Jake. That kind of love is gone. But partners in violence. Arthur begins to trust her. He sees a kindred spirit, someone who has been broken by the world and has decided to break it back. He stops protecting her and starts relying on her. This chapter of her life is about defining her new identity. She's no longer Sadie McKenna, the rancher's daughter. She's no longer Mrs. Adler, the grieving widow. She's becoming simply Sadie, a force of nature, a woman who has looked at the options available to her, victim or victimizer, and made her choice. She will never be in a cellar again. If Clemens Point was the spark, Shady Belle is the fire. The gang moves into an old, decaying plantation house in the swamps of Lemoyne. It is a place of ghosts, fitting for a gang that is slowly becoming ghosts themselves. Sadie takes an active role in securing this new home. When Arthur rides in to clear out the Lemoyne raiders who are squatting there, Sadie is right beside him. This mission is a showcase of her tactical evolution. She isn't just shooting wildly anymore. She is clearing rooms. She moves with purpose. She covers angles. She and Arthur work as a unit, a seamless team of destruction. There is a moment where they find the raiders' leader in the master bedroom. Sadie doesn't hesitate. She is the one who pushes the action. She is claiming this space, not just for the gang, but for herself. She is carving out a territory where she feels safe, and she is doing it with bullets. But the true test of her resolve comes later, when the O'Driscolls launch a surprise attack on Shady Belle. The gang is caught off guard. The O'Driscolls swarm the property. In the chaos, Dutch orders the women and children to hide inside. Most comply. Abigail, Tilly, Mary Beth, they run for cover. Sadie Adler does not run. She stands on the balcony, rifle in hand, and refuses to retreat. "I told you I ain't hiding in no cellar no more," she screams. This line is the thesis statement of her entire life now. The cellar was a place of helplessness, of victimization. She would rather die on her feet, gun in hand, than survive on her knees in the dark. She fights with a ferocity that is terrifying to behold. She isn't just defending the camp, she is hunting. She is punishing every O'Driscoll who dares to step onto the property. She's exorcising the demons of the ranch with every pull of the trigger. Arthur, seeing her refusal to hide, joins her. They hold the line together. It is a bonding moment forged in blood. Arthur sees that her trauma has not made her weak. It has made her dangerous. And in the world they live in, dangerous is good. Dangerous keeps you alive. However, Sadie's greatest contribution to the gang, and perhaps her most heroic period, happens largely off-screen for the player. It occurs during the Guarma chapter. The bank robbery in St. Denis goes catastrophically wrong. Hosea is killed. Lenny is killed. Dutch, Arthur, Javier, Bill and Mika are shipwrecked on a tropical island, leaving the rest of the gang behind in America. Consider the situation. The gang's leadership is gone. The heavy hitters are gone. The Pinkertons are swarming St. Denis, hunting for the survivors. The gang is left with a terrified Reverend Swanson, a drunk uncle, a confused Strauss, and the women and children. They're leaderless, vulnerable, and panicked. Into this vacuum steps Sadie Adler. She doesn't panic. She doesn't flee. She takes command. She recognizes that Shady Belle is compromised. She knows the Pinkertons will come there first. She organizes the evacuation. She rallies the frightened members. She coordinates with Charles Smith, the only other capable warrior left. Together, they move the gang into the deep swamps of Lacay, a hidden, miserable, but safe location. This is not a simple task. Moving a group of civilians, supplies and wagons through a swamp while being hunted by federal agents is a logistical nightmare. It requires not just courage, but strategic thinking. Sadie has to scout routes, set up perimeters, and manage the personalities of a group on the verge of collapse. She becomes the leader they needed. She is decisive. She is protective. She is the mother wolf guarding her pack. We can imagine the nights in the swamp, the mosquitoes, the alligators, the constant fear of a Pinkerton lantern piercing the fog. Sadie would have been awake for days, rifle across her lap, watching the tree line. She kept them alive through sheer force of will. When the player finally returns from Guarma and finds the gang at Lakay, the dynamic has shifted. Sadie is sitting at the table, map spread out, planning. She is the one giving orders. She is the one keeping morale up. She has kept them alive. Without her, the gang would have been captured or killed. She saved Abigail. She saved Jack. She saved the family that Dutch abandoned. This period transforms her standing in the gang. She's no longer a gunman. She's a lieutenant. She's a leader. When the Pinkertons attack Lakay shortly after the reunion, Sadie is on the front lines. She fights with a desperate courage, refusing to let the law take anyone else she cares about. She has found a new family, not to replace Jake, but to give her a reason to keep breathing. She will not let the O'Driscolls or the Pinkertons or anyone else take this family from her. She's lost enough. Her relationship with Charles Smith during this time is worth noting. Charles is a stoic, honourable warrior. Sadie is a chaotic, vengeful fury. Yet they work perfectly together. They are the two outsiders, the Native American and the widow, who prove to be the most loyal members of the gang. They bond over their shared duty to protect the weak. They are the adults in the room while Dutch plays his games. They respect each other's competence. There is no romance there, only the deep, abiding respect of two soldiers who have held the line together when all hope was lost. The reunion with Arthur is poignant. When Arthur walks into Lakay, Sadie's relief is palpable. But it isn't the relief of a damsel seeing her saviour. It is the relief of a soldier seeing her captain return. She hands command back to Dutch, but with a caveat. She is no longer following blindly. She has led. She knows she is capable, and she knows that Dutch's leadership is failing. She has seen the cracks in the foundation, and she has been the one holding the building up. This chapter cements Sadie as one of the most important characters in the lore. She is the reason there is a gang left to save in Chapter 6. She is the bridge over the abyss, and she did it all while carrying the weight of her own grief, a weight that never gets lighter, only more familiar. By the time the gang settles into the grim, bat-infested cave of Beaver Hollow, the world is ending. Dutch is unravelling, Micah is whispering poison, and Arthur is dying. In this atmosphere of decay, Sadie Adler shines like a blade in the dark. She's no longer just a member of the gang, she is one of its pillars. Her relationship with Arthur reaches its zenith here. They are the two adults in the room, the only ones who see the situation clearly. Arthur, facing his own mortality, trusts Sadie implicitly. You and me, Sadie. We're the only ones left, he seems to feel, even if he doesn't say it exactly like that. He trusts her with his life, and more importantly, he trusts her with the lives of the people he cares about. The first major act of defiance in this chapter is the rescue of John Marston. John has been arrested and is being held at Siska Penitentiary, a fortress island. Dutch, paranoid and influenced by Micah, refuses to break him out. He claims it's part of the plan, but it's clear he is willing to let John rot or hang to save his own skin. Sadie Adler says no. She approaches Arthur with a plan. It is a plan born of loyalty, not obedience. She shames Dutch by doing what a leader should do, protecting their own. The Sissika breakout is a masterclass in Sadie's tactical audacity. She scouts the prison. She arranges for a hot air balloon for reconnaissance, a mission that ends in the tragic death of the pilot, Arturo, but showcases her willingness to use any means necessary. When they storm the prison, she is right there beside Arthur, covering his flank, taking out guards with a precision that is almost mechanical. She is fighting for John, not because she has a deep personal bond with him yet, but because she knows what it means to lose a husband. She looks at Abigail and sees herself. She looks at Jack and sees the children she never had. She will not let Abigail suffer the same fate. She is fighting for the sanctity of the family unit, the one thing she can never have again. But while she's a hero to the Marstons, she is a monster to the O'Driscolls. Her obsession with them remains her fatal flaw, the one thing that can make her lose control. In Chapter 6, she learns that Colm O'Driscoll has been captured and is set to hang in St. Denis. She demands to be there. She needs to see it. She needs to witness the death of the man who authorized the destruction of her life. Along with Dutch and Arthur, she infiltrates the execution. But things go wrong. She spots O'Driscoll men in the crowd. She realizes there is a rescue plan. She and Arthur have to act. In the chaos, she kills the O'Driscoll gunman. She watches Colm hang. She sees him dance at the end of a rope, his face turning purple, his life extinguishing. And the look on her face is not relief. It is a grim satisfaction, but it is empty. The death of Colm O'Driscoll does not bring Jake back. It does not rebuild the ranch. It is just a death. It is a period at the end of a sentence that she wishes she could rewrite, and it is not enough. The O'Driscolls still exist. The gang is still out there. Sadie tracks them to their final stronghold, Hanging Dog Ranch. She asks Arthur to ride with her. "I need to finish this," she says. "I need to kill them all." This mission is Sadie unleashed. It is the climax of her vengeance arc. She's a whirlwind of death. She charges into the ranch, screaming, shooting, stabbing. She clears the barn, a dark echo of her own barn, and kills the fat, bearded O'Driscoll lieutenant who taunts her. She stabs him repeatedly, long after he is dead. She is covered in blood, shaking, weeping. It is a terrifying scene. Arthur watches her with a mix of horror and pity. He sees that the vengeance has consumed her. She has become the thing she hated. She has become a killer of men. "It's done," she whispers, "but we know, and she knows, that it will never truly be done. The hole in her heart is too big to be filled with bullets." As the Van der Linde gang collapses, Sadie remains loyal to the people, not the leader. She sees Dutch for the fraud he has become. She sees Micah for the snake he is. She aligns herself fully with Arthur and John. When the Pinkertons raid the camp, she helps Abigail escape. She is the one who stays with Arthur until the very end, helping him protect the Marston family. In the chaos of the final confrontation, while Dutch and Micah are tearing the family apart, Sadie is fighting to save the future. She helps John get to his family. She covers their retreat. She fights off Pinkertons while Arthur goes back for the money or to help John. She is the bridge to the future. She ensures that the Marstons survive. Sadie Adler is the reason Red Dead Redemption 1 happens. Without her, John dies in 1899. Without her, Abigail dies. Jack dies. She is the guardian angel of the Marston family, an angel with blood on her wings and a repeater in her hands. The epilogue picks up years later, in 1907. The world has moved on. The Vanderlyn gang is a memory, a ghost story told in saloons. But Sadie Adler hasn't moved on. She has just professionalized her rage. She's a bounty hunter now, working out of Blackwater and Rhodes. It is a fitting profession for her. It allows her to channel her violence into something legal, something that pays. She is successful, feared by criminals across the state. The Widow Adler is a name whispered with dread. She wears leather dusters, carries high-powered weapons, and rides with a confidence that borders on arrogance. When she reconnects with John Marston, she is hardened, scarred, but there is a warmth there too. She helps John build his ranch, not by hammering nails, but by helping him earn the money to pay for it. She drags him into bounty hunting, reminding him of who he is, but also helping him secure the future he wants for his family. She becomes a sort of aunt figure to Jack, a protector to Abigail. But she knows she doesn't fit in their domestic bliss. She looks at Beecher's hope and sees what she lost, what she can never have again. "I ain't the marrying kind no more," she tells John. "I got a death wish, and I'm just waiting for someone to grant it." It is a heartbreaking admission. Sadie Adler is a woman who has survived, but she has not healed. She is a soldier without a war, a ghost haunting the edges of civilization. She cannot go back to being a rancher's wife because that woman died in the cellar. She can only be the bounty hunter, the killer, the avenger. But there is one last score to settle, one last ghost to exorcise. Micah Bell, the man who tore the gang apart, the man who betrayed Arthur. When Sadie finds a lead on Micah's location, up on Mount Hagen, she doesn't hesitate. She rallies John and Charles. This is it, the final ride. The ascent up Mount Hagen is a gauntlet of death, and Sadie is in the thick of it. She takes a knife to the stomach during the fight, a wound that would fell a lesser person, but she keeps going. She stumbles up that snowy mountain, bleeding, driven by pure will. She wants to be the one to put Micah in the ground. In the final standoff, it is Sadie who holds Micah at gunpoint, even while injured. She is the embodiment of the gang's lost honor standing against its corruption. When Dutch emerges from the cabin, the tension is palpable. Sadie is the wild card. She doesn't care about Dutch's speeches. She just wants Micah dead. In the end, after Dutch shoots Micah and walks away, leaving the Blackwater money behind, Sadie and John are left, standing. The rat is dead. The vengeance is complete. But what now? The question hangs in the cold mountain air. For John it is a return to his family, to his ranch, to the tragic fate that awaits him in the first Red Dead Redemption. For Sadie, it is a departure. She attends John and Abigail's wedding, a bittersweet guest. She looks at them and sees the happiness she was denied. She tells them she is leaving. She's going to South America. Why South America? Perhaps because it is far away. Perhaps because it is a new frontier, a place where the law is loose and there is work for a woman with a gun. Perhaps she is looking for a place where the ghosts can't find her. "Maybe I'll find a handsome revolutionary," she jokes, but her eyes are serious. She's leaving the ghosts of America behind. She's going to a place where no one knows the name Sadie Adler, where the snows of Coulter and the swamps of Lemoyne are a distant memory. Sadie Adler's story is one of the most compelling in video game history because it refuses to be a simple redemption arc. She doesn't find peace. She doesn't find a new husband. She doesn't go back to being a rancher. She accepts the monster she had to become to survive. She is a tragedy, yes, but a triumphant one. She refused to let the world break her. She broke the world back. In a game filled with men talking about loyalty and honour, Sadie Adler lived it. She was the one who protected the weak. She was the one who avenged the dead. She was the one who never compromised. Sadie Adler represents the cost of survival in a violent world. She shows us that you can survive trauma, but you cannot come out of it unchanged. The woman who went into the cellar is gone. The woman who came out is a legend. The widow of Coulter, the gunfighter of the gang. The woman who looked the devil in the eye and didn't blink. And as she rides south, away from the snow and the graves, we can only hope that she finds whatever it is she's looking for, or at least that she finds a good fight. Because that is all Sadie Adler has left. To fully appreciate Sadie Adler, we must look beyond the narrative events and examine the philosophical framework she occupies. She represents a specific archetype that is rare in the genre, the nihilistic avenger. Unlike John Marston, who seeks redemption, or Arthur Morgan, who seeks meaning, Sadie Adler seeks only balance. She operates on a transactional morality. The world took a life, Jake, so she must take lives in return. It is a zero-sum game where the only currency is blood. This philosophy puts her at odds with the civilized world that is encroaching on the frontier. Civilization relies on law, on deferred justice, on the idea that the state has a monopoly on violence. Sadie rejects this. She embodies the raw, chaotic justice of the Old West. She is the judge, jury, and executioner. In this way, she is more of a traditional Western hero than Arthur or John. She is the man with no name, but with a name, and a broken heart. She is the force of nature that sweeps through a town and leaves it changed. Her gender plays a crucial role in this philosophy. The game constantly reminds us that Sadie is a woman in a man's world. But Sadie doesn't just survive in this world, she dominates it. She does this by stripping away the performative aspects of femininity that society demands. She cuts her hair. Metaphorically, she keeps it in a braid or under a hat. She wears pants. She deepens her voice, or rather stops softening it. She adopts the signifiers of masculinity, guns, violence, aggression, and uses them better than the men do. This is not to say she becomes a man. Rather, she exposes the fragility of masculinity. The O'Driscolls, the Lemoyne Raiders, the Pinkertons, they're all terrified of her, not just because she shoots straight, but because she disrupts their understanding of the natural order. A woman is supposed to be afraid. A woman is supposed to be protected. When Sadie Adler charges into gunfire screaming, she is shattering their worldview before she even pulls the trigger. She's a monster to them because she is an anomaly. We must also consider her relationship with death. Most characters in Red Dead Redemption 2 fear death. Dutch runs from it. Micah bargains with it. Arthur accepts it. Sadie Adler courts it. She has a death wish, as she admits to John. But it is not a suicidal urge in the traditional sense. She doesn't want to die. She wants to be used up. She wants to burn out. She views her life as a resource that has already been spent, and she's just trying to get the maximum value out of the remaining scraps. Every fight is a chance to join Jake, but it is also a chance to punish the world that took him. This duality, the desire for death and the ferocious will to live, is what makes her so unpredictable. You cannot threaten a woman who has nothing to lose. You cannot bargain with a woman who wants nothing but your destruction. Finally, let us speculate on the lost years. What happens to Sadie Adler in South America? The game gives us no answers, only a vague destination. But we can imagine. South America in the early 20th century was a place of turmoil, of revolution, of shifting borders. It was a place much like the Wild West, but hotter, wilder, and more political. Sadie would have fit right in. We can picture her working as a hired gun for a revolutionary general, or perhaps protecting a remote village from bandits. We can imagine her riding through the Andes, the cold mountain air reminding her of Colter, but the landscape alien and new. Did she find peace? Unlikely. Peace requires a willingness to let go, and Sadie Adler is defined by her inability to let go. But perhaps she found purpose. Perhaps she found a cause that was bigger than her own grief. Or perhaps she simply found a never-ending supply of bad men who needed killing. In the end, Sadie Adler is a tragic figure not because she dies, but because she survives. She survives the fire, the snow, the bullets, and the betrayal. She survives to be alone. She survives to be a legend. And legends, as we know, are often the loneliest people of all. To truly understand Sadie's place in the gang, we must map the constellation of her relationships. Each interaction she has reflects a different facet of her broken psyche. Her relationship with Abigail Roberts is one of the most grounded. Abigail is a survivor in her own right, a former prostitute who has clawed her way to a semblance of respectability. Sadie respects Abigail's ferocity when it comes to protecting Jack. They are the two mothers of the camp in the later chapters. Abigail, the mother of a child. Sadie, the mother of the resistance. When Sadie helps Abigail escape Beaver Hollow, it is an act of sisterhood. She sees in Abigail the life she could have had if things were different, and she fights to preserve it. Her dynamic with Charles Smith is equally important. Charles is the other outsider who becomes a pillar of the gang. Both are marginalized, Sadie by her gender and trauma, Charles by his race and heritage. They share a quiet understanding. They are the most competent warriors in the group, yet they are also the most moral. When they ride together, there is no need for words. They cover each other's flanks with a professional efficiency that speaks of deep trust. Charles is the shield, Sadie is the sword. Together they form the moral conscience of the gang's final days. Then there is Micah Bell. Micah is the antithesis of everything Sadie stands for. He is chaos without purpose, violence without honour. Sadie hates him with a visceral intensity. It's not just that he's annoying, it's that he represents the very thing that destroyed her life, predatory male violence. Micah is an O'Driscoll in all but name. Her constant antagonism towards him, pulling guns on him, threatening him, is her way of asserting that she will not be victimized by his type ever again. She sees right through him when Dutch cannot. To Sadie, Micah is a rabid dog that needs to be put down, and she is just waiting for the excuse to do it. And finally, Arthur Morgan. Their relationship is the emotional core of the game's second half. It is a platonic love story of the highest order. They are two doomed people who find solace in each other's strength. Arthur gives Sadie her agency back. Sadie gives Arthur a purpose. She reminds him that there are things worth fighting for, even when the world is ending. "You're the only one I trust, Arthur," she says, and she means it. In a world of liars and cowards, Arthur is the rock she clings to, and in return, she becomes his legacy. She is the proof that Arthur Morgan did something good. He helped a broken woman find her strength, and that strength went on to save his brother. We must also analyse the evolution of her violence. Sadie Adler doesn't just learn to shoot, she develops a specific combat doctrine. In the beginning, at the O'Driscoll Ranch, her violence is frantic, desperate. She's slashing with a knife, screaming, acting on pure instinct. It is the violence of a cornered animal. By chapter 3, during the road's ambush, her violence becomes reactive but controlled. She is returning fire, driving the wagon, making tactical decisions under pressure. She is learning to channel the adrenaline. By chapter 6, her violence has become surgical. In the Sisika breakout and the Hanging Dog Ranch assault, she is initiating the combat. She's using cover, flanking enemies, and prioritizing targets. She favors dual-wielding revolvers, a high-risk, high-reward style that emphasizes aggression and volume of fire. This mirrors her personality, loud, overwhelming, and uncompromising. She also favors the knife for close quarters, a callback to that first desperate fight in the cellar. But now, the knife isn't a tool of defense. It's a tool of execution. She wants to be close. She wants to see the light go out in their eyes. This intimacy with violence is what separates her from a sharpshooter like Micah or a brawler like Bill. For Sadie, killing is personal. Every bullet is a message. Every kill is a small repayment of the debt the world owes her. She fights not to win but to cleanse, and in the end she washes the world in blood, hoping that it will finally be clean enough for her to live in. To understand the granular mechanics of Sadie's transformation, we must dissect a single mission. Mrs. Sadie Adler, widow, in chapter 6. This mission is the microcosm of her entire arc. It begins with a request for help, clearing out the remaining O'Driscolls at Hanging Dog Ranch. But note the framing. She isn't asking for permission. She is inviting Arthur to a slaughter. The ride to the ranch is filled with tense silence and sharp dialogue. Sadie is vibrating with anticipation. She's not nervous. She's hungry. When they arrive, the plan is ostensibly stealth. Arthur suggests they take it slow. Sadie agrees, but her body language betrays her. She's pacing, checking her weapons. The moment the first shot is fired, or even before, if the player isn't fast enough, Sadie explodes. The stealth plan is abandoned not because of incompetence, but because of rage. She screams, "You killed my husband!" It is a battle cry, a declaration of identity. She charges into the open, drawing fire. This is tactical suicide, but psychological warfare. The O'Driscolls are terrified. They are fighting a ghost who refuses to stay dead. The climax of the mission in the barn is pivotal. The O'Driscoll lieutenant is not just an enemy, he is a symbol. He is the embodiment of the toxic masculinity that destroyed her life. He taunts her, calling her a bitch, trying to diminish her. Sadie's response is not a witty quip, it is visceral violence. She stabs him, repeatedly. The camera lingers on the act. It is messy, intimate, and horrifying. Arthur watches, and we watch with him. We see the toll this takes on her. She is hyperventilating, covered in blood. She has won, but she has also lost a piece of her humanity in that barn. This scene demonstrates that her revenge is not clean. It is not a glorious duel at high noon. It is a dirty, bloody knife fight in the dark. Sadie Adler is not just a character, she is a mythic figure. If we look at classical mythology, she aligns closely with the Erinyes, or the Furies, of Greek legend. The Furies were female deities of vengeance, specifically punishing crimes against the natural order, such as the murder of family. They were relentless, terrifying, and operated outside the bounds of Olympian law. Sadie is a fury of the American West. She's punishing the O'Driscolls for the violation of her home and the murder of her husband. She's a force of chthonic justice, rising from the earth, the cellar, to exact a blood price. We can also see parallels with the Valkyrie of Norse mythology. Valkyries were choosers of the slain, warrior women who decided who lived and who died on the battlefield. Sadie assumes this role in the gang. She decides who is worth saving, Abigail, Jack, John, and who deserves to die, O'Driscoll's Micah. She's a psychopomp, guiding the gang to its end. Cinematically, she shares DNA with the bride from Kill Bill. Both are women who were killed on their wedding day, or in Sadie's case in her marriage home, and reborn as instruments of death. Both are driven by a singular list of targets. Both are underestimated by the men they hunt. But unlike the bride, Sadie doesn't get a happy ending with her daughter. She gets the open road. She's also reminiscent of Furiosa from Mad Max Fury Road. A woman who has survived unspeakable trauma and risen to become a war captain, driving the war rig, the wagon, and fighting better than the warlords. Sadie Adler is the Western Furiosa, a woman who has stolen her agency back from the patriarchy and is using it to burn their world down. Sadie's dialogue evolves alongside her combat skills. In the early chapters, her sentences are short, fractured by grief. She speaks in whispers or sudden outbursts. They killed him, she stammers. It is the language of a victim, but as she transforms, her language becomes sharper, more imperative. She stops asking questions and starts giving orders. By chapter 6, her dialogue is almost entirely transactional or threatening. "You want to die?" she asks a guard. It's not a question, it's an offer. She uses profanity as a weapon, stripping away the polite veneer of 19th century speech. When she tells Dutch, "I ain't hiding in no cellar no more," the grammar is rough, but the meaning is crystal clear. It is a rejection of the passive voice. She is the active subject of her own sentence now. Her interactions with Arthur are particularly telling. They develop a shorthand. "You ready?" "Always." They don't need long speeches about feelings. Their bond is expressed through the economy of language. In a game script known for its flowery speeches, "Looking at you, Dutch," Sadie cuts through the noise. She speaks the truth, however ugly it is. She names the things that others are afraid to name. When the gang is falling apart, she is the one who says it out loud. Her voice becomes the voice of reality, crashing into Dutch's fantasy. Sadie Adler is a landmark character in the Western genre because she deconstructs the strong female character trope. She isn't strong because she acts like a man. She is strong because she embraces the feminine rage that the genre usually suppresses. The Western has traditionally been a genre about men imposing order on chaos. Women are usually the chaos, the saloon girl, or the order, the schoolmarm. Sadie is neither. She is the storm. She challenges the patriarchal structure of the gang, not by trying to lead it, but by outperforming it. She's a better shooter than Bill, smarter than Dutch, and more loyal than Javier. She exposes the lie at the heart of the gang, that they are outlaws for freedom. They're just men playing dress-up. Sadie is the only true outlaw, because she lives outside of all laws, civil, moral, and gendered. Her ending is the ultimate feminist statement. She doesn't get married, she doesn't settle down, she rides off alone. In a genre where women are defined by their relationships to men, Sadie defines herself by her relationship to violence and freedom. She is the final evolution of the Western hero, a woman who needs no one, fears nothing, and owes the world only a bullet. She is the answer to the question, what happens when the damsel in distress picks up the gun and shoots the villain herself? The answer is Sadie Adler, and she is magnificent. We cannot conclude this analysis without touching upon Sadie's presence in Red Dead Online. Set in 1898, a year before the main story, Ardio gives us a glimpse of Sadie and Jake Adler at the height of their happiness. You can find them at the Adler Ranch, offering missions to the player. This inclusion is heartbreaking. Seeing Jake alive, hearing them banter, watching them work together, it twists the knife for anyone who knows what is coming. In Ardio, Sadie is already tough, already capable, but she is light. She smiles. She has hope. It serves as a cruel, beautiful prologue that underscores the magnitude of her loss. Beyond the game, Sadie Adler has left an indelible mark on the gaming landscape. She is frequently cited as one of the best-written female characters in the medium. The demand for a Sadie Adler DLC, or a Red Dead Redemption, Thurrisgeholen starring her, has been constant since the game's release. Why? Because she represents a fantasy that is rarely indulged. A fantasy of unbridled female power. In a world that often tells women to be quiet, to be nice, to be forgiving, Sadie Adler screams, she is not nice, she does not forgive. She is a burning house that refuses to be put out. Her legacy is one of complexity. She proves that a female character does not need to be likable to be loved. She does not need to be morally pure to be a hero. She just needs to be real. And Sadie Adler, with all her scars, her bad grammar, and her blood-soaked hands, is as real as it gets. She is the spirit of the frontier, beautiful, dangerous, and doomed. As we watch her ride south in the final credits, we're not watching a character exit a stage. We're watching a legend ride into history. Long live the